Chapter 421 The Strongest Cuteness. The Star Alliance is making intensive preparations to join the Citadel. After all, this involves many aspects and cannot be completed in a day or two. And Dwanmu Huai is not idle either. In fact, the Batarians, a low-ranking alien race, were not even as important as pebbles on the roadside in Dwanmu Huai's eyes. However, the enemy he was going to face next could be regarded as Dwanmu Huai's first powerful enemy in this world. The reason is simple. This is not a war that can be won by the use of force, but on a spiritual level. Fortunately, he was also prepared. Hello, big brother. What's the matter with calling Karen here? Looking at Jinjiling, who jumped into his room. Dwanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly. But soon he restrained his expression and looked at Jinjiling seriously. How clever. What's up? Big brother? I remember that the reason you chose to follow me was because you wanted the whole world to know how cute you are. Right? Yes. Jinjiling nodded, while Dwanmu Huai looked at her curiously. Why do you have this idea? Can you tell me? Of course. Then, let's start from when Colin was born. In response to Dwanmu Huai's question, Jinjiling just smiled and answered. Why don't you just start from the time when Panga created the world? Dwanmu Huai resisted the urge to complain and looked at Jinjiling, who also began to speak while swaying from side to side. Brother, do you know? Babies always smile because of reflex. Right? The newborn Colin is the same. Always with a smile on her face. So, Colin's family will also happily smile along, saying that Colin is cute and that they feel happy when they see her smiling face. Colin's cuteness can bring happiness to everyone. That's what her family said to her. Hearing what Jinjiling said, Dwanmu Huai nodded. Indeed, Jinjiling's smile had a very special charm. Everyone would feel relaxed and happy just by seeing her smile. This might be the origin of Jinjiling's superior charm. So, Colin decided to become the embodiment of cuteness when she was 3 years old. This kid is truly amazing, in every sense of the word. To achieve this goal, Karen conducted various studies on cuteness. And then a girl who admired Karen appeared. She said that after seeing the cute Karen, she also gained the courage to change herself, and said that I was her benefactor. At that time, Karen was really happy. At this time, Karen realized that cute and smart can also bring happiness to everyone besides family. As long as I am happy when being praised for being cute, everyone will become happier because of cute and smart. Isn't this a win-win situation? Speaking of this, Jinjiling also revealed a longing expression. So, Colin wants to spread this happy cycle more widely, preferably to the entire universe. Let the whole world be fascinated by Colin. Hearing Jinjiling's words, Dwanmu Huai fell into deep thought. He had to admit that although there was some exaggeration in it, he could also feel that Jinjiling was indeed serious. Fair enough. How clever. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Huai raised his head again and looked at the petite and lovely horse girl in front of him. Next, I need your strength. Just like you said, I want you to spread your cuteness to the universe, to every corner, so that everyone will be fascinated by you. However, you have an opponent, and they are from the same race. What do you think? Do you have confidence? A race? Jinjiling was somewhat surprised to hear Dwanmu Huai's words. What does it mean? They are your opponents, Dwanmu Huai said as he opened the screen for Jinjiling. Then Jinjiling saw a woman with blue skin and octopus-like tentacles on her head standing there with a smile on her face. Seeing this woman, Jinjiling couldn't help but frown. Is that her? She's not cute at all. It's not her. It's them. Dwanmu Huai tapped the screen and continued explaining to Jinjiling. These are called Asari. They are one of the 3 major races of the Citadel. This race, like you horse girls, only has females. As for their appearance, as you said, it is not cute or beautiful. So the war between you will be more difficult. Jinjiling tilted his head in confusion, looking at Dwanmu Huai, totally not understanding what he meant. Dwanmu Huai coughed and continued to speak. As I said earlier, the Asari are basically monogamous. Or at least they all look like females. So their way of reproduction is very unusual. They will look for males of other races, and then perform a behavior called soul fusion with them. In simple terms, they merge with the other spirit to reproduce. Having said this, Dwanmu Huai's expression became serious. That's why these Asari have a very special ability, which is, they will make males of all races feel attracted to them. regardless of whether those races are humanoids or other races that look completely different from humans. They will be attracted to them and develop a good impression of them. Do you understand? Why? After hearing this, Jin Jilin finally understood what Duanmu Huai meant and was greatly shocked. Is this also possible? In other words, even crocodiles or monkeys would find these Aseri attractive? This is more of a special ability than a skill. It is also because of this that the Aseri can become one of the 3 permanent races of the Citadel. It is because of their charm. At this point, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Actually, he really wanted to kill all these Aseri people. But unfortunately now is not the time. When the time comes, he won't need to do anything. From the perspective of the Inquisition, this race that uses its own abilities to seduce humans is the most dangerous alien race and should be completely purified. But now, the only way is to defeat magic with magic. Aseri's special abilities are awesome. But the superior charm of the really smart is also not to be underestimated. Let's compare and see who is stronger and who is weaker. How? Do you have confidence? Duanmu Huai stared at Jin Jilin and asked. He was very confident in Jin Jilin's charm. You know, in the game, the charming character created by Duanmu Huai had started the idol series of mission routes more than once. But that mission really required the player to sing and dance. Duanmu Huai created a girl, which doesn't mean he likes to act cute and coquettish. Besides, punching you in the chest with a fist is not as satisfying as hitting you on the head with a hammer. Right? The reason why Duanmu Huai let Jin Jilin go was to see if this superior charm was really that awesome. If Jin Jilin could really fight against the entire Aseri tribe on her own, then she would be a trump card to deal with the evil of obsession in the future. The only impact is that if Jin Jilin really becomes popular, then the orientation of human beings may change in the future. However, these sacrifices are worth it to fight against evil gods and aliens. No sacrifice is too great to tolerate. Therefore, even XP can be sacrificed and distorted in order to fight against the evil god. It's just a matter of XP. So let it be twisted. Duanmu Huai silently gave a thumbs up to the future sacrifice of mankind, and then stared at Jin Jilin. How? Are you confident? Hearing this, Jin Jilin also started to think. But soon, she smiled again and looked at Duanmu Huai slowly and confidently. No problem. Big brother. This is the stage that Colin wants. Colin promises you that she will never lose to these big sisters. Very good. Then first we need to consolidate our position, starting with the Star Alliance. As the saying goes, if I don't go to HL, who will? It's better to let all the humans in the Star Alliance become horse girl lovers than to become the lickspittles of those blue-skinned Bexes of Aseri. Duanmu Huai did what he said. He immediately contacted Li Longcheng and put forward his own requirements. When Li Longcheng first received the contact from Duanmu Huai, he thought it was something big. But, Mr. Judge, what you mean is, you want to let an idol debut in our Star Alliance. It has to be said that when Li Longcheng heard Duanmu Huai's request, he was confused. Yes, it was Jin Jing who negotiated with you that day. You should have an impression of him. Of course, I have an impression. Speaking of this name, Li Longcheng's mouth curled up slightly. Of course, he remembered that lovely girl. It must be said that the girl did have a special charm that made people feel that she was very cute. Of course, people of Li Longcheng's age and age would not have any bad thoughts about Jin Jilin. After all, the girl gave people the feeling that they were their daughter or granddaughter. And they loved her so much that they couldn't wait to love her. She wants to be an idol? That should be no problem. I can arrange it. Poor Li Longcheng is now the president of Star Alliance, and he has no idea what's going on in the entertainment industry. But he doesn't care. After all, the Star Alliance government has the authority, and it won't cost much resources to support a small idol. There's no need to go to so much trouble. If you get involved with the government, it's likely to cause unnecessary trouble. So I just hope you can provide a platform. Okay then. I'll find someone to help you arrange it later. Everyone has his or her specialty. It's a good thing for Li Longcheng to go to war and engage in politics. But being an idol is beyond his ability. Fortunately, the president is the president. With just one sentence from the above, the people below can quickly find the right candidate. Not long after, a girl appeared in front of Li Longcheng with fear in her eyes. Is that you? Looking at the girl in front of him, Li Longcheng seemed very calm. He didn't know who this woman was, But he gave orders to find someone who could run the entertainment industry. And then his subordinates recommended this girl. The latter was even more trembling with fear. After all, Lee Longcheng was the president of Star Alliance. Although she was a small character and could be considered a big name in the entertainment industry, how could she have the qualifications to talk to a big shot of Lee Longcheng's level? Yes, Mr. President. I have developed several plans based on your request. The girl tried to explain while talking, but was interrupted by Lee Longcheng. Okay, I don't understand this kind of thing. And you don't have to tell me. I'll give you a number, and you can contact the other party. Oh, nothing. Although Lee Longcheng wanted to say a few more things, he thought that if he said too much, it would make him look guilty. So he did not say anything else and asked the girl to find someone. After all, as the president of the Star Alliance, he has a lot to do. Chapter 422 Star Making Plan. Star Alliance was very fast, and it didn't take long for Duanmu Huai to receive the proposal from the other party. The entire plan is divided into 3 parts. One was to gather the power of the entire Star Alliance and make Jinji Ling a legitimate star like the national goddess. But Duanmu Huai rejected it after just one look. This basically meant that Jinji Ling became the representative of the Star Alliance. The Inquisition was not kind enough to use its own people to help the Star Alliance. In addition, Jinji Ling is not suitable for the national goddess route. Generally speaking, national goddesses are gentle, elegant, graceful, and smile without showing teeth. In short, they are relatively serious and orthodox types, which is completely incompatible with Jinji Ling's cute route. Just like Duanmu Huai doesn't want to see the famous art masters in his own country acting cute on the stage. It would feel too awkward. The second plan is to suggest that Jinji Ling participate in a very famous variety show of Star Alliance. Star Alliance will make great efforts to promote this show. As long as Jinji Ling has some ability, she will be able to debut smoothly, and then become famous at the fastest speed and become a hot idol star. Well, this is the most orthodox route. Many celebrity idols made their debut this way in the past. Of course, in Duanmu Huai's era, many talent shows were of varying quality. And even those idols who were very successful in the talent shows have basically disappeared. But as a cosmic force, the Star Alliance should at least have a decent talent show. Right? The last one is live broadcast. Looking at the documents in his hand, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but recall his failed broadcasting career. When he first started broadcasting, he did attract a lot of viewers with his appearance and physique. At that time, Duanmu Huai finally felt that his luck had turned, and he might become the most popular anchor on X.com in the future. But after only 3 days, when he opened the live broadcast room, it showed banned due to violation of national laws and regulations, spreading hands. Duanmu Huai was also very unhappy at that time. Does it mean that I am violating national laws and regulations by looking like this? Later, when he called to ask, he learned that someone was watching his live broadcast and was spotted by his grandfather. As a result, when the old man saw Duanmu Huai in the live broadcast room, his eyes rolled back and he fainted from fright. He almost couldn't be rescued. How should I put it? Looking at his face, Duanmu Huai couldn't say that they were talking nonsense. Why? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also sighed. He had read a lot of online articles in the past, in which the protagonist awakened the live broadcast system, and then reached the peak of his life and married a beautiful, rich and innocent woman. Why didn't he have such good luck? When thousands of people came to the live studio on the first day, Duanmu Huai was quite proud, thinking that he was finally going to emerge from the cocoon and become a butterfly. Forget it. Now thinking about it makes me sad. Duanmu Huai wiped away tears silently, then called Jinji Ling over and placed 3 plans in front of her for her to choose from. After all, Duanmu Huai himself had little experience in the entertainment industry. He was deleted for playing a minor role, and was banned for being a host. If he had the conditions of Jinji Ling, wouldn't he have been famous long ago? What a pity, isn't it? So don't make a fool of yourself, and let the smart guy make his own decision. Big brother, what is an anchor? After reading the contents, Jinji Ling asked curiously, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. To put it simply, you can perform whatever you want through live streaming on the internet, including singing, dancing, or simply chatting. As long as it is attractive enough, a lot of people will come to watch. When Jinji Ling heard Duanmu Huai's answer, his eyes lit up. So, if everyone is mesmerized by Colin's cuteness, Then a lot of people will come to see her? Yes, it is like that. Then Colin has to choose the third option. How should I put it? It's not surprising. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by Jin Jiling's choice. From the conversation with Jin Jiling, Duanmu Huai found that this girl was a very serious and opinionated perfectionist. She preferred to control everything herself, rather than just being arranged by others. Although it was the most convenient way to become famous through talent shows. On the other hand, as a star, it was difficult to be down to earth. Even if she posted something online, it was probably someone sent by the agency. It can be said that every move was controlled by others, which was obviously what Jin Jiling did not want. Therefore, becoming an anchor is the best choice for Jin Jiling. Then you go and contact them. You decide on the specifics. If it involves the Star Alliance and the Inquisition, leave it to me. Okay. Don't worry. Big brother. Colin will definitely let everyone in the Star Alliance feel how cute she is. If you need anything, you can talk to the maid and Mia. Duanmu Huai also knew that live streaming required equipment, but he was not sure what kind of equipment was needed for Star Alliance's live streaming. Anyway, if the problem could be solved, it was not a problem in Duanmu Huai's view. Then I'll go get ready. After getting Duanmu Huai's answer, Jin Jiling left the room with a smile, humming a little tune and going on. I don't know if it will work. It should be okay. Looking at Jin Jiling's back, Duanmu Huai was a little hesitant. But when he thought about it carefully, if this kind of thing were put in an online novel, it would at least be the protagonist of something like Ma Museum goes on the air and becomes the most powerful internet celebrity. With Jin Jiling's strength, there should be no problem. Just let her do whatever she wants. At this time, Duanmu Huai still didn't know what kind of little shock Jin Jiling would bring to him. Well, let's talk about this later. Jin Jiling is a hidden chess move against the Asari. And what Duanmu Huai needs to be concerned about next is another issue. That is, further military cooperation between the Inquisition and the Alliance. Well, when it comes to live streaming, Duanmu Huai is not good at it. But when it comes to this, he is not sleepy anymore. This is also a goal that Li Longcheng and Duanmu Huai discussed. That is, the Jieshan Galaxy. The Jieshan Galaxy is located at the border of the current Star Alliance. There are many races in this galaxy, and they are extremely vicious. It is simply a lawless area in the Milky Way. Even the Citadel can't do anything to them, and dare not send troops rashly. They are afraid that once they send troops, the chaotic racial forces in the Jieshan Galaxy will put aside their past grudges and unite to fight against the outside world. So the Citadel doesn't want to take care of this place. But the Star Alliance can't just ignore it. As mentioned before, the Jieshan Galaxy is a lawless place. So naturally there are many criminals who often come out to hunt for food. The Star Alliance colony bordering the Jieshan Galaxy was naturally hit by disasters. And these criminals hid in the Jieshan Galaxy after hunting for food. And no one could find them, which could make the Star Alliance angry to death. In the previous negotiations, Li Longcheng also discussed the issue of the Jieshan Galaxy with the representatives of the Citadel. The latter's attitude was also very clear. The Jieshan Galaxy was just like that, and no one could control it. You knew it was dangerous there, but you still insisted on building a colony there. If you suffered a disaster, it was your own problem. The Citadel was powerless, and could only provide some support on the surface. So Li Longcheng had no choice but to consult the court. After listening to Li Longcheng's request, Duanmu Huai also agreed with his idea. The Jieshan Galaxy was indeed a rotten place. Just like a slum in the Milky Way. It was poor, dirty, and full of filth. It really needed a severe crackdown. Plus, there are aliens inside. So of course, the Inquisition would not refuse. Originally, Duanmu Huai wanted to send a Wani ship and directly bomb the stars of the Divine Galaxy. Like the Star Alliance, it was completely eliminated. However, after listening to Li Longcheng, Duanmu Huai immediately changed his mind. According to Li Longcheng, there are rich minerals in the world. Mining, that is naturally added to Xinglian. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai also changed his mind. Because the tribunal also needs mineral deposits. After cooperating with Star Alliance, for Duanmu Huai, the biggest threat right now is not the evil god, but the upcoming expansion pack Omnic Crisis. This brings us to the main enemy of the Omnic Crisis expansion pack, the Reaper. The Reapers were created by a race called Leviathan in the Milky Way. Leviathan originally created the Reapers to fight against the human empire at that time. Unfortunately, before the Reapers were created and put into battle, the human empire launched the Black Hole Project, which took away almost all races and civilizations in the Milky Way in one wave. Leviathan naturally did not want to be taken away, so at the last moment they gave the Reaper an order, requiring it to protect Leviathan and its organic subordinates at all costs. However, artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence. Just like that idiot Skynet, who could only read the save file. After thinking for more than half a year, the Reaper came to a conclusion. If organisms are allowed to develop without limits, they will eventually destroy themselves. To avoid this, the best way is to forcibly destroy civilizations that have reached a certain level. Just like cutting leeks. You cut one batch and then wait for a new batch to grow. This way, you don't have to worry about complete destruction. As to whether the Reapers got inspiration from the human empire's black hole plan, only God knows. However, after that, the Reapers did begin to take action. First turning around and swinging the butcher knife at their creator Leviathan. So the unfortunate Leviathan was not exterminated by the human empire, but was killed by its own creation. It's so miserable. After that, the Reapers established a cycle of coming back to harvest every thousands or tens of thousands of years. The second unlucky ones were the Protheans, who were simply tricked by Leviathan. The expansion pack, Omnic Crisis, tells the story of the third cycle of the Reapers returning. Of course, the game ends with the player's victory. The reason is very simple. No matter how many Reapers there are not as many players. Later, they were almost extinct by players. And even basically several players in a galaxy would wait for a refreshed Reaper fleet. And they would kill it directly when it refreshed, which was really pitiful. However, as the first expansion pack, Omnic Crisis is indeed very powerful. If this were a game, Duanmu Huai would certainly not be afraid. But the problem is that there are not so many players in reality. If Duanmu Huai wants to fight against billions or even more Reapers, the only way is to build enough warships as soon as possible in a short period of time to enhance the combat power of the Inquisition. This is one of the reasons why he wants to help the Alliance. The purpose of the Inquisition is one thing, and the other is that if the Alliance is just a non-Citadel race that joins the Citadel Council, then it will be determined by the Council in the construction of warships. Just like the previous Naval Battleship Treaty, or the Intermediate Range Missile Treaty. Now, the status of the Star Alliance in the Citadel is no lower than that of the three major races. And there will be no restrictions on the construction of warships. In addition, Duanmu Huai has already warned Li Longcheng that the Reapers will be returning soon. And if you don't have enough warships, you will die. So the Star Alliance must go at full speed to build warships. But there must be a reason and excuse to expand the army. Otherwise, if you expand the army for no reason, it will inevitably cause suspicion and anxiety of other races. Therefore, human expansion of colonies is a good excuse. We humans have just entered the universe and need large colonies. And large colonies need more warships to protect them. So I build more warships to protect these galaxies and colonies. Is there a problem? Of course not. It makes sense. The Jieshan Galaxy is just such an excuse. Not only can it provide the Star Alliance and the Inquisition with enough minerals for building warships, it can even give the Star Alliance a suitable reason to increase their military strength. Therefore, for the Star Alliance and the Inquisition, conquering the Tertian system has become a top priority. Therefore, the Star Alliance will not only send a fleet to work with Duanmu Huai's Inquisition fleet to carry out the plan to conquer the Jieshan system, but they will also send an elite human team to conduct ground combat with the Inquisition's troops and learn the Inquisition's combat skills and methods. What Duanmu Huai was looking at was the information of the leader of this elite team, Major Shepard, born into a family of fleet soldiers. Often followed his parents on deployments and joined the Star Alliance when he turned 18. When the Batarian warlords, slave traders and criminal groups attacked the colony of Elysium, Major Shepard, who was on vacation there, stepped forward, gathered the colonists, and led them to desperately block the invaders. In the end, he received support and repelled the attack of the Batarian warlords. With such a contribution, it's no wonder that the Star Alliance appointed this person as the captain. At least for now. This is still very capable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stop the invasion of the aliens. Right? But, Duanmu Huai read and flipped through the information again and again. Why doesn't it say whether Major Shepard is a man or a woman? Chapter 423 says something. The starry sky outside the porthole was still dark. Why? Sitting by the window and looking at the starry sky outside, A Star Alliance soldier sighed, and his reaction immediately attracted the attention of his companions. Hey, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I just feel a little nervous when I think about our trip to the Jieshan system next. Having said that, the Star Alliance soldier could no longer eat, and put the energy food in his hand on the table. I think the people above are really going to die. Why would they go to such lengths to attack the Jieshan system? We don't know what the situation is there. Wouldn't it be a dead end if we go there rashly? I'm not afraid. I just think it's not worth it. Hi. This is not something you should care about. Hearing his companion's complaint, another soldier patted him on the shoulder. If you ask me, this is actually a good thing. I used to work in a patrol team on the edge of the Jieshan system. Those damn alien bastards were really annoying. Ugly and cruel. I almost died at the hands of those bastards several times. Then why are you coming? Hearing this, the Star Alliance soldier looked at his colleague in surprise. That's why I came here. Those alien bastards from the Citadel Council couldn't handle it. But we, the Alliance, did. Doesn't that mean that we, the Alliance, are more powerful than those alien bastards? Not to mention, this time we will be operating together with the Inquisition's fleet. As he spoke, the soldier became more and more excited. He had previously been a member of the First Fleet and had participated in the battle against the Batarian fleet. So he had naturally witnessed the power of the Inquisition warships. I saw it with my own eyes. The Inquisition's warships completely destroyed a planet with just one torpedo, turning it into a dead place. It was so cool. I think that's why the higher-ups asked us to act together with the Inquisition. Even if the Intergod system is the base of those damn lunatics. I don't believe that they can do anything after the Inquisition burns their home dry. The Court of Inquisition. Hearing this name, the Star Alliance soldier frowned. Come to think of it, I don't know how this organization came into being. Are they aliens too? They are human beings. But they don't seem to come from the same place as us. I can't tell you the details. Before he could finish his words, the soldier's eyes suddenly widened, and he rushed to the porthole. Hey! Look! Here we are! What? The soldier turned his head and looked out the window. Then he also widened his eyes in surprise. He saw a huge warship with golden light all over its body and Gothic churches on it, standing there majestically in the dark universe outside the window. From a distance, it didn't feel like a warship, but more like a huge religious city. At this time, Duanmu Huai was also discussing the next manufacturing process with Maria. As for heavy weapons, you should continue to build the Night Crow Black Star. But sir, the Night Raven Black Star is more suitable for infiltration and member transportation. Don't we need to create a Valkyrie or Emperor Titan? Put this aside for now. Don't worry. There is no occasion that requires them at the moment. And I am looking for a better replacement. Yes, sir. I understand. Call. After ending the communication with Maria, Duanmu Huai sighed and leaned back in his chair. He understood what Maria meant. Maria hoped to build a mechanized corps including an air force as soon as possible in a short period of time. However, Duanmu Huai thought that there was no need to rush, because he did not have enough manpower to operate these machines. On the other hand, those weapons from the Empire era are too ugly. In fact, there were fighter planes during the Human Empire, but most of them were square-headed and square-brained, and looked like World War II fighter planes without propellers. Some people like this rustic feeling, but some people prefer modern fighter planes with a full sense of technology. Duanmu Huai also prefers the latter. After all, once a production line is finalized, it cannot be changed. So for players, of course, they don't want to choose or if they have SSR. Right? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai opened the Dream Crystal and took a look. Well, the second joint event has not started yet. Duanmu Huai is waiting for this event now. He knows that this event is more popular than before, and one of the event rewards is a space fighter. However, another reason why this event was so popular was that it caused many players to oppose each other, and they kept arguing over the factions in their minds. The turmoil caused by it didn't even subside for several months. The forums were filled with various war posts all day long, and some players even dueled directly for this. Well, this is not a game, so this shouldn't happen again. Owner. Just then, the maid came in. Major Shepard of the Starfleet has arrived. Let him in. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then he asked casually out of curiosity. Oh, by the way, why don't I see the others? What are they doing? It's no wonder Duanmu Huai had doubts. After all, at this time of day, Otis would be with him. And Tutu, Kula and Bambi would also stay in this room. Only Lonnie and Failing were unwilling to go out. But today, it was quiet here. Except for Otis, who was reading here. Everyone else disappeared? Ah, Miss Smart is having a live show tonight. And they all went to watch it. Oh. Hearing the maid's answer, Duanmu Huai knocked his head. That's what happened. And I don't know how effective Xinjiling's live broadcast will be. I'll ask her later. Duanmu Huai put the matter aside for the moment. And then looked forward. Soon, he saw the door open. And then, 2 people in Star Alliance uniforms walked in. Good job. After seeing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood why the gender was not mentioned in the previous information. Because both of them are named Shepherd. It's a man and a woman. Is this also possible? After seeing this, Duanmu Huai was completely overwhelmed. The 2 major shepherds walked into the room and saluted Duanmu Huai at the same time. Although there was a hint of surprise in their eyes when they saw Duanmu Huai. As soldiers, they still suppressed their emotions well. Star Alliance Special Forces Commander Shepard is here to report. Well, welcome. Duanmu Huai also nodded at the 2 of them. I am Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the tribunal. As for the reason why you are here, I think you all know it. So there is no need to say more. Let's get to the point. Hearing what Duanmu Huai said, both of them were a little surprised. But not surprised. After all, as soldiers, they were decisive and efficient. They were still very happy that Duanmu Huai went straight to the point like he did. Just when the 2 were thinking of this, Duanmu Huai directly opened the map of the Jieshan Galaxy and spread it in front of them. Okay, let's see which planet we want to stay on. Just tell us. Hearing this, the 2 major shepherds were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Then, they looked at Duanmu Huai with strange expressions. Is this the topic you were talking about? Chapter 424 Mental Breakdown. It has to be said that at this moment, the 2 shepherds were completely confused by Duanmu Huai's actions. Although it is on topic, you are being too serious. In comparison, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. This was his original decision. After all, the Star Alliance and the Inquisition thought that the Jieshan system was mainly composed of minerals, and the minerals would not be destroyed. So he could directly issue an extermination order and purify all the planets in the Jieshan system, leaving only a few that were large enough for the Star Alliance to colonize. To the Inquisition, all aliens deserve to die. But for the Shepherd siblings, who were born into a military family, this is another matter. Are we really going to do this? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? Issue an extermination order to purify the entire planet. There are still innocent civilians on it. His younger brother Shepard raised his question with some uneasiness, while Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. You should know the purpose of the Inquisition. Our targets are demons, aliens, and heretics. For us, as long as they belong to these 3, we will directly purify them. There will be no other choice. To be honest, if it weren't for the mining, I would have just flattened the entire Jieshan system. It would be much simpler and wouldn't waste time. Well, in fact, it would be fine if Duanmu Huai didn't let them choose. At most, he could purify all the planets, and then let Dardanelle send people to build some atmosphere transformation devices. Wouldn't it be more convenient to format everything and start over? But will this give other races a bad impression of humans? The rabbit is so docile because it has no power to resist and can only act cute. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. If humans want to establish their position in the universe, they must be more ruthless. Being too soft-hearted will not achieve anything. Duanmu Huai interrupted the other person. He observed and realized that among the siblings, Sister Shepherd seemed to be more ruthless, while Brother Shepherd paid more attention to order. Well, neither was a bad thing. In fact, Duanmu Huai understood what his brother Shepherd meant. He believed that doing so would keep other races away from humans. Obviously, his brother would rather see all races in the universe unite. But Duanmu Huai knew that facts proved that those who were not of the same race would have different hearts. This was a bloody lesson that players learned through history and their own experience in the game. Any race other than humans would not listen to humans obediently. The Prophet and the Protheans were the best examples. The former was an ally of humans. But when fighting the Forerunners, the Prophet sold out the humans for the survival of his own race. The result was that human beings were wiped out by the Forerunners, and the Prophet became the Forerunners' lackey and survived. The same goes for the Protheans. They were once a vassal race of the empire. But once the empire was destroyed, they immediately became the kings of the land. Anything, once it involves the survival of a race, will definitely be on the side of one's own race. People like Pandora's traitor doctor are the minority. Therefore, Duanmu Huai never thought about uniting with other races. The ideological and factional conflicts among humans might be bridged, but the gap between races could never be bridged. Just as you cannot convince a tiger to become a vegetarian or a rabbit to eat meat. Objective reality cannot be changed by subjective will. The failure of imperial truth is a lesson for us. Therefore, Duanmu Huai did not even think about building good relations with other alien races. After all, he knew that the Reapers would come back to harvest leeks in a few years. And by then all other alien races and civilizations would be dead. He only needed to protect humans. And then, the Inquisition would not have to do anything. And other alien races would be wiped out. The Inquisition only needed to wipe out the Reapers. And everything would be fine. Not only did it protect humanity and eliminate aliens and heretics, it also established the Alliance's dominance in this galaxy. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the shepherd siblings stood in front of him obediently, not daring to breathe heavily. Duanmu Huai sat there, revealing a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He actually understood that in many cases, peace is the mainstream public opinion. Everyone believes that as long as the relationship between the two sides is good, there will be no problem. As long as they are as close as brothers, they can fight side by side. In fact, this is also played out in many movies. People have different races, cultures, and habits, but they can fight side by side and then laugh it off. Haha. But that's just a movie. Movies are fictional. History is real. Using history as a mirror, we can understand the past and present. Throughout history, have there been few cases of marriages between barbarians and other ethnic groups in every dynasty? But can marriage between husband and wife solve the problem? Of course not. When you are weak, they will still beat you. Marriage? Friendship? That's all bullshit. Only when the country is strong and the people are prosperous will all nations come to pay tribute. Once the country becomes weak and the people suffer, the only thing left is the 5 barbarians invading China. This is true for a country and a race. Only when humans become strong will other races bow down and be friendly to them. Once humans become weak, all emotions will be fake, and aliens will only bring disaster to humans. Therefore, for Duanmu Huai, he was not afraid at all that his actions would arouse the anger and fear of foreigners. Think about the Warring States period and the 6 kingdoms in the spring and autumn period. Which one didn't hate Qin with a vengeance? What was the result? The Qin state unified the world not by relying on friendship, but by enriching the country and strengthening the army. In the struggle between countries and races, being too soft-hearted has no future. The kindness you show is weakness in the eyes of other aliens. Choose. Duanmu Huai stared at the 2 people in front of him indifferently. I know your purpose in coming here on behalf of the Alliance, so the selection of planets will be left to you. Select those suitable for Alliance colonization, and the Inquisition will purify the rest. Brother Shepherd wanted to say something else, but his sister had already stepped forward and quickly selected several planets in the Jieshan system, and also told Duanmu Huai why she chose these planets. It was obvious that she had already had an idea, so Duanmu Huai didn't say much, just nodded. Okay, you guys go back and follow this. We will set off for the Jieshan galaxy tomorrow. Yes. Shepherd's sister saluted, then turned and left with her brother. Sister, is it not good for us to do this? After returning to his own battleship, his brother Shepherd frowned and spoke with some uneasiness. The Jieshan galaxy is full of villains. If the Inquisition does this, it will probably unite them, and we will be under a lot of pressure. We can clean it up together when the time comes. Compared to her brother, the elder sister saw things more clearly. She shook her head and spoke. You also know that the Jieshan galaxy is full of villains. To them, we are only their enemies. No matter what, they will join forces to deal with us. In this case, we should let them see how powerful humans are, and let them know that we are not easy to mess with. Hearing his sister's answer, the brother didn't say anything, but just nodded silently. Isn't he a soldier? Doesn't he want to show the glory of mankind? But compared to his sister, his attitude is more cautious. He originally hoped to show weakness to the enemy first, then let the enemy underestimate him, and then slowly take action. But Duanmu Huai is obviously tougher, And since his sister said so, he just does what his sister says. Duanmu Huai had no opinion on the war in the realm of the god system itself. In fact, his sister Shepherd had only chosen 3 planets. And for very good reasons. One was located at the junction of the realm of the god system and the current border of the Star Alliance. This place naturally had to be taken so that the Star Alliance could send additional soldiers and colonial armies in the future. Next is a colonized planet located in the center of the Jieshan Galaxy. It radiates the entire Jieshan Galaxy. So if you want to control the Jieshan Galaxy, this planet is naturally indispensable. The last planet is located on the other side of the Jieshan Galaxy. It is like the mouth of a pocket. In other words, as long as you occupy this planet, you can completely block the possibility of other forces entering the Jieshan Galaxy from here. As for what comes next, the only difference is whether to push forward directly all the way, or to block the exit first, and then catch the turtle in the jar. Call. Duanmu Huai sighed, put the idea aside, reached out and touched Aji's little head, then stood up and prepared to rest. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly heard a burst of laughter coming from outside. And then, he saw the door open. And then Maria and others walked in with Jin Jilling. Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight. He's really popular. Very popular. Oh really? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai also revealed a smile. He certainly knew that Jin Jilling's superior charm would definitely be useful. But he didn't expect that it would be so useful. Jin Jilling was also very excited and happy. She is an extrovert, and is most suitable for this kind of communication. This live broadcast was also the same. Although the platform advertised her due to the order of the Star Alliance. The fact that so many viewers stayed showed the strength of Jin Jilling. Yes, Mr. Knight. At the beginning, when everyone came in and saw Jin Jilling, many people scolded her. We were so scared at that time. Gu Lia also nodded vigorously. It was their first time to be exposed to the profession of live broadcasting. So when Jin Jilling was broadcasting live, they also watched from the side. At the beginning, they saw someone coming in and cursing at Jin Jilling. And they were also shocked. They didn't understand why someone would be so violent. This is not surprising. After all, they have followed Duanmu Huai until today. And only now can they experience the modern network environment from Xinglian. Because it is an order from Xinglian. The platform must have tried its best to advertise. Which of course makes many people feel uncomfortable. And some people will have a rebellious mentality, thinking that a newcomer who has never been heard of can actually get the support of the entire Xinglian network. There must be something wrong. So after the live broadcast started, many people came in to vent their anger without thinking twice, which scared the girls, who were watching the fun nearby. If it was Gulea or Failing, they would probably have just gone off the air and become autistic. But she is really smart and worthy of her superior charm. Despite the complaints or sarcasm from the audience, she remained calm and chatted with them with a smile. As a result, everyone realized that the number of people watching the live broadcast not only did not decrease, but increased. Of course, there was nothing special about Jin Jilling's live broadcast. She just introduced herself to everyone first, then performed some songs and dances of the Horse Girls clan for the audience, and then talked to everyone about daily topics such as how to put on makeup. But it became a huge hit. How many people are watching? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up, and he asked, 500 million people? Unhurriedly answered, and was shocked when he said it. 500 million people? That's hundreds of times more than the entire country of Manalia. Even Duanmu Huai was shocked. Although he knew that the Star Alliance had already left the solar system, and the population was probably at least several billion. But 500 million people watched the first live broadcast. It is indeed a superior charm. It's really awesome. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also started chatting with Jin Jilling. He used to be a host and knew that online violence was really disgusting. Although Jin Jilling was smiling now, he was also worried that Jin Jilling would suffer any psychological trauma. However, Jin Jilling was very calm about Duanmu Huai's worries, saying that she had encountered such things in the tribe before, and it was no big deal. As long as she had a good talk and made everyone realize her lovable side, everything would be fine. So, is the one you're talking about physical or magical? All in all, seeing that Jin Jilling was not affected too much, Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief, and then encouraged her a few words. And then everyone left. Of course, and Gu Lei originally wanted to learn from Jin Jilling and start a live broadcast, but they were scared and dared not to do it anymore. As for Faylene, she had made up her mind. Why start a live broadcast? Wouldn't it be more fun to just dive in and watch the show yourself? After Jin Jilling and others left, Duanmu Huai sat down again and thought for a moment. Then he opened the terminal, connected to the Star Union network, and found the live broadcast platform. Unexpectedly, Jin Jilling was able to retain 500 million viewers in his first live broadcast. He also wanted to give it a try. Now that he has added charm, how many viewers can he retain? With the number of netizens in Star Union, even if we don't ask for 500 million, we can at least have 5,000. So Duanmu Huai also opened a live broadcast room with the title A Crazy Handsome Man Will Take You to Explore the Universe, and then opened it proudly. Then after a while, someone came in and looked at Duanmu Huai. Hack. What a monster. Half of the black guys left the live broadcast room. Then another one came. Oh my god. I was watching a video late at night, and I saw a ghost. The rap player who plays basketball has left the live broadcast room. Then the live broadcast interface in front of Duanmu Huai turned black. The anchor is banned because he violated the rules and broadcast inappropriate live content. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Duanmu Huai silently closed the terminal. Damn it. I won't broadcast it anymore. I'm going to kill those alien bastards in the Jieshan Galaxy tomorrow to vent my anger. Chapter 425 Attack. Duanmu Huai slept angrily. And after waking up, he held a meeting with the generals of the Star Alliance. The only focus of the meeting was how to attack the Jieshan Galaxy. Here, we have to talk about the technology of Star Alliance. Whether it is the Star Alliance or the Citadel race, their warships actually do not have the ability to navigate the subspace like the human empire. So strictly speaking, they do not have the technology to project warships over long distances. To put it more simply, they do not even have the technology to travel across galaxies. So how did they come together? The reason is simple. It is a magical creation called mass repeater. This is a kind of thing that appears in various galaxies. No one makes it. Their function is similar to the Star Alliance obtained by Duanmu Huai. They can open a channel in a short time and send warships to other distant galaxies. However, their distance is not as far as the Stargate. Because of this, there is basically one mass relay in each galaxy. If the warp travel of the human empire or the ancient saints is compared to an airplane, then the mass relay is more like a green train. Fast, but not as fast as an airplane, and needs to pass through several stations. It is almost equivalent to a low-quality copycat version of the webway. Mass repeaters are generally divided into two types: primary repeaters and secondary repeaters. Primary repeaters can project very far, even across tens of thousands of light years to reach another cantilever. Secondary repeaters have a shorter projection range. But unlike primary repeaters, secondary repeaters have a more flexible projection range and can move back and forth at will. Let's put it this way. The primary repeater is a train, and a train can only go back and forth between one station and another along the track. The secondary repeater is more like a highway, where you can come, go back, turn around, or go in the opposite direction. It is because of these mass relays that the Citadel Council and the Citadel races came into being. However, after the Citadel developed, in order to avoid accidents, they also strictly prohibited other races from activating mass relays without authorization. After all, mass relays are everywhere in the galaxy. If you accidentally activate a mass relay leading to some terrible galaxy and attract a group of terrifying monsters, you're doomed. This is also the reason why the Turians fought with the human fleet. When the Star Alliance, which had just entered the Star Sea, discovered an unactivated mass relay, they wanted to touch it and study it out of curiosity. However, they were discovered by the Turian fleet. The Turian fleet saw that someone dared to ignore the ban of the Citadel and activate the mass relay without authorization. It was simply outrageous. So they went up and slapped them. Then the human was also beaten and looked confused. I am doing research here. Where are you from? Why are you hitting me? So the two sides started fighting. The Jieshan Galaxy also has a secondary mass repeater, which is not far away. But as mentioned before, the projection range of the secondary mass repeater is not far. But the problem is that it can travel back and forth freely. That's why the bandits from the Jieshan Galaxy would jump back and forth on the ground of the Star Alliance. Hey, I'm going back. Hey, here I come again. Alas, I'm back again. Hey, here I am again. Are you going to hit me? It could make the Star Alliance angry to death. Therefore, strictly speaking, the civilizations here do not have the ability to cross galaxies. At most, they can only fly faster than the speed of light. They can wander around in their own galaxies. But if they want to cross galaxies or run to other cantilevers, they don't have this ability. As for who made the quality relay, the player is made by the player. It has to be said that artificial intelligence disabilities are still a bit careful. After all, then this civilization is equal to the puppets in the middle. And you can't run away if you want to run. You can only wait to be cut. So there is no such thing as a free lunch. Because of the mass relay, even the Solarians, who love scientific research, directly abandon the long-distance navigation technology tree. And other races are no exception. This is also normal. There is motivation for research and development only when there is demand. Who can take the high-speed rail and reinvent the carriage? This is also the reason why everyone else was confused when Duanmu Huai's Inquisition fleet appeared in the Batarian fleet. Because they didn't even click on this technology tree. Naturally, they don't have the ability to travel long distances anytime and anywhere. So they never thought that without using mass repeaters, a fleet could be quietly deployed directly into them without being discovered. But Duanmu Huai does. So, there are now two strategies around mass repeaters. Duanmu Huai's idea is to copy the Reaper. As long as the mass repeater is blocked, the entire Jieshan system will be trapped. Then they can catch these bastards and beat them to death. Just think of it as a rehearsal before the Reapers come. But his brother Shepard thought that if the mass relay was blocked, the various races in the Terminus system would fight back desperately after losing their retreat. And they would be under great pressure at that time. Therefore, he suggested to proceed step by step. Put the greatest pressure on the Terminus system. Make it impossible for them to reach a consensus. And then defeat them one by one. Duanmu Huai actually understood what his younger brother Shepard meant. This was just like a siege. You have to leave a way out for the defenders, so they won't be so determined. If you block the way out, the defenders will have no choice but to fight to the death. Not only will it be difficult to fight, but it will also waste time. On the contrary, if the enemy runs away, there will be less resistance, and the fight will be much easier. But Duanmu Huai did not adopt his brother Shepard's plan. The reason is very simple. On the one hand, he wanted to vent his anger because his live broadcast was blocked again, and Duanmu Huai could no longer suppress his anger. On the other hand, are those barbarians in the Jieshan galaxy worthy of being allowed to leave them a way out? If you let go of the enemy during a siege, it will cause you great losses if the enemy becomes ruthless. But, just these bandits from the Jieshan galaxy? No matter how cruel they are, can they break through the defenses of the Inquisition? In addition, Duanmu Huai was not very willing to use this method. Because although this method could ensure that the resistance of the Jieshan galaxy was relatively weak, the problem was that if this group of cockroaches ran out of the Jieshan galaxy, then where would they go to cause harm? Not Star Alliance yet? Moreover, in the past, this group of people were just like the Huns, coming to take advantage of the situation and then going back. If we raid their lair, these bandits will be homeless and become vagrant criminals. Right? The Star Alliance's territory is so big, and if so many cockroaches run in, wouldn't it be a problem if they were allowed to settle down? Moreover, Duanmu Huai knows the situation of the Jieshan system. It is not just a slum and a bandit's den. There are all kinds of gangs in it, including Batarians, Asari, Solarians, Turians, Krogan, and even humans. It can be said that all the races that rank high in the Citadel have their gang bases here. And these criminals are backed by the ruling forces of these civilizations. And they will even help these civilized forces do some dirty work that they would not do. So they are not just a simple criminal gang, but also accomplices of those civilized forces. The previous attack on the Star Alliance colony by the terrestrial system could have been caused by the Citadel Council races behind the scenes to disperse the power of the Star Alliance and make them feel overwhelmed and give in. Therefore, keeping a place like this would be a disaster. Since the Citadel is pretending to be deaf and dumb, why not just put in some effort and clean it all up ourselves? It just so happened that the Star Alliance had not yet joined the Citadel Council. So Duanmu Huai chose to attack the Jieshan system at this time, and kept it almost secret throughout the process. No one else knew about it except him, the Star Alliance soldiers who participated in the battle, and Star Alliance President Li Longcheng. This was also to prevent the Citadel Council from interfering. As long as he rushed over and directly sealed the mass relay, it would be too late for the Citadel Council to find an excuse. Sister Shepard also supported this. Duanmu Huai made the final decision. And Brother Shepard did not say anything more. After all, it was not that he did not want to fight. It was just a personality problem. For example, his sister liked to act recklessly just like Duanmu Huai. So as a younger brother, he had long been accustomed to cleaning up after his sister. It doesn't matter if it's one more time. Very good. Then let's do it. After confirming the direction, Duanmu Huai did not hesitate any longer and quickly gave an order. Not long after, the Inquisition warship and the Star Alliance fleet turned into a flash of light and disappeared together in the vast universe of the Starry Sea. The next moment, they appeared quietly and silently next to the mass repeater of the Jieshan Galaxy. At this moment, there are naturally several warships patrolling around this mass relay. Each mass relay is a precious treasure of a galaxy. After all, only with this mass relay can they travel to other galaxies. If someone with ulterior motives sneaks over and blows it up, then the others will never be able to get out. Therefore, even in a place like the Jieshan Galaxy where demons are rampant, and even though there are several gangs that dislike each other, they have made great efforts to send their warships to guard the mass repeater. Otherwise, if some fool blows this thing up, they will be in trouble. Of course, in the eyes of most people, no one would be stupid enough to do such a thing. Therefore, when Duanmu Huai's Inquisition fleet appeared, the fleets responsible for guarding the mass repeater had not even reacted. They stared blankly at the strange fleet of the Inquisition, not knowing what to do for a while. But soon, they didn't have to do anything, because Duanmu Huai had already given the order. Free fire. Chapter 426 Blossom. The Jieshan fleet guarding the mass relay didn't even have time to figure out what was going on. With the roar of the macro cannon, their warships were blown into pieces like paper models. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the wreckage. He just stared at the star map and gave the order. Act according to the plan. Let's go! Only 3 Moon-class cruisers were left to block the mass relay, while the rest of the warships dispersed and headed towards their respective targets. This was also Duanmu Huai's plan. After all, what was going to happen next was not a war, but a massacre. And there was no need to worry about the massacre. As long as all the life on these planets was wiped out, there would be no problem at all. Therefore, he did not need to gather all the fleets together, but directly issued an extermination order. So the mission of these warships was also very simple. Arrive over the target planet, drop a cyclone torpedo, and call it a day. Simple, convenient, fast and efficient. Yes, if they attack one by one, it will definitely waste time and give the opponent a chance to react. But if they attack everywhere at the same time, wouldn't it be much easier? Can they still manage it? Anyway, it's just extermination, not conquest. How long will it take to launch a whirlwind torpedo? The only drawback is that the cyclone torpedoes that the Inquisition has recently built are not enough. Maria is also complaining about the lack of materials. Do we really need to redeem that haunted mining ship? Let's wait a little longer. At the same time, Duanmu Huai and Shepard, their siblings, each led a squadron and rushed towards the 3 planets that were determined to be conquered. That's right. It's that simple and crude. And it doesn't require any thought. Just attack from multiple locations at the same time. After all, the Jieshan Galaxy is originally a place where many demons are in chaos and each is independent. And many forces are even mortal enemies. Even in a unified civilization, fighting on multiple fronts at the same time may lead to chaos. Not to mention the Jieshan Galaxy, which is already a mess. Duanmu Huai's target is the second planet chosen by his sister Shepard, which is the planet that radiates the entire Jieshan Galaxy and is also the hardest nut to crack. As mentioned before, Sister Shepard chose this planet because it is in a good location, where it can radiate almost the entire Jieshan Galaxy. Therefore, all the dark forces in the Jieshan Galaxy are gathered here. They restrain each other and build a powerful city here. Naturally, the defense of the entire planet is also indispensable. But does Duanmu Huai care about this? Magnificent and magnificent. Countless battleships appeared over high, followed by flashes of fire and roars of artillery fire. And the fleets surrounding Hai were instantly beaten to pieces, facing the prosperous high-tech city below. Duanmu Huai did not hesitate at all and directly ordered an orbital bombing. That's right. The extermination order cannot be used on these planets. But it doesn't say that they cannot be bombed. The Jieshan star system is full of ruthless people, so they naturally wouldn't let it go. when they found out that this strange warship was actually planning to attack the city of Burway Star. These fleets immediately rushed in from all directions and desperately attacked Duanmu Huai's warship. For a moment, hundreds or even thousands of beams of light shot out from all directions and bombarded Duanmu Huai's Emperor-class battleship. However, these attacks were meaningless in front of the void shield, just like raindrops falling into a pond. On the contrary, every counterattack by the battleships would cause heavy losses to those miscellaneous fleets. The flash of fire from the explosion passed by, and looking at the battleship beside him that was blown into a fireball, the Turian commander had a ferocious look on his face, stared at the front with his eyes fixed, and gave orders. Hit me. Hit me hard. We can't hit it at all. Our attacks have no effect on that battleship. Captain, we must retreat. Hearing the command from the Turian commander, there was a wailing below. Of course, there was no regular army in the Jietian system. All of them were lackeys of the gangs. When this fleet relied on the power of others to bully others, it was still a bit capable. But when you let them face an enemy that they could not defeat at all, the cowardly nature of these lackeys was immediately exposed. No, we must destroy this battleship. Otherwise, the following. However, before the Turian captain could finish his words, he was stunned by the scene before him. Before its eyes, the magnificent warship slowly changed direction and aimed at the high castle below. Then, everyone saw a green beam of light suddenly shot out from the front of the warship and hit the high castle directly. The next moment, the green beam hit high in full view of everyone. The largest, most prosperous, and most filthy dark city on the planet. The shining light made them unable to open their eyes. When the light faded, the city that was originally there had completely disappeared. In its place, there was only a huge pit. Even on a planet, it was so huge and so shocking. Seeing this, all the surrounding alien fleets were stunned. They originally thought that Duanmu Huai would first destroy the defense network of High Star City, and then send troops to suppress the city. But they didn't expect that this warship would be so ruthless and directly destroy the city completely. Not even a trace of dregs was left. Duanmu Huai seemed quite calm about this. He only promised his sister Shepherd to keep the planet, but not the city. Moreover, Duanmu Huai also knew that cities and cosmic civilizations are easy to destroy but difficult to occupy. It's like an operating system that has been infected with a virus. Instead of taking the trouble to modify the registry and turn off the service items, it's more convenient to format and reinstall it directly. Right? So Duanmu Huai directly activated BFG 10,000 and formatted the city. I have to say that this big fucks gun found on the Hell planet is really the most convenient weapon for Duanmu Huai to use. A small one can be used to destroy a city, and a large one can be used to destroy a planet. You don't even need to change it. Just adjust the power. Run. Run, aho. At this moment, the Turian captain was completely panicked. Where had he seen such a terrifying warship and such a terrifying attack? Just one shot completely destroyed the entire High Star City. What the hell? Run! At this moment, the fleet besieging Duanmu Huai's warship also split into two waves. One wave launched a mad attack on Duanmu Huai in order to avenge the tragic death of the boss on the ground. The other wave directly started superluminal travel and ran away desperately. Of course, they were planning to flee to the mass relay and run away directly. But unfortunately, the mass relay had been blocked by Duanmu Huai. And these guys couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Damn. Where on earth did these bastards come from? If Duanmu Huai knew what these guys were thinking, he would definitely sneer and then introduce himself. I am a direct descendant of the tribunal. Duanmu Huai, the leader of the Duanmu group. At this time, the picture should be marked in black and white with large letters. But now, it is definitely not necessary. Duanmu Huai glanced at the star map and made sure that all threats around him had been eliminated. Then he started communicating. I've already taken care of it here. How's yours? Soon. His younger brother Shepherd also responded, reporting to the judge. We have arrived at the designated location and are currently attacking. The other side is hostages. His younger brother Shepherd sounded anxious, and the sound of gunfire could be heard from time to time. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai also frowned. Hostages? Human? This is not. Then destroy them immediately. Don't waste time. I will order the Inquisition fleet to provide air support. What happened to Team A? Duanmu Huai gave a casual order, then looked at the interface in confusion. Team B responded. But Team A, led by Sister Shepherd, did not. This was obviously abnormal. Logically speaking, given his brother Shepherd's temperament, Duanmu Huai could understand if he encountered some trouble. But the situation of Team A drop. However, at this moment, the communication sound rang, and then an urgent voice appeared in the channel. This is A-Team. We're under attack. Are you kidding me? After hearing the report, Duanmu Huai was confused. The younger brother was fine, but the older sister was in trouble? Is there such an operation? When Duanmu Huai arrived at the battlefield, he found that the battle had already ended. The entire universe was filled with scattered wreckage and debris. And a human warship was also covered in wounds and looked like it had been badly beaten. And Sister Shepherd, who appeared on the screen again, was covered in wounds and had a dark face. What happened? How could you lose? Duanmu Huai couldn't figure out what was going on. And his Sister Shepherd spoke up. Report to the commander. We are under attack by the collectors. Collector? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted. You encountered them? That's really bad luck. The so-called collectors are, in fact, Protheans transformed by the Reapers. Except that they have lost their self-awareness and become complete slaves of the Reapers. In the expansion pack, the collectors once went out to capture the residents of the human colonies for research in order to find a way to completely eliminate humans. Duanmu Huai also remembered that there was indeed such a mass relay in Omega of the Jieshan system that led to the collector's lair. Could it be that? Sure enough, Duanmu Huai immediately understood what had happened from his Sister Shepherd's report. Sister Shepherd led half of the Star Alliance fleet and a Moon-class cruiser of the Inquisition. At the beginning, their attack was very smooth, and they successfully eliminated the resistance forces on the target planet. Seeing their nests blown up, the alien races here naturally fled in a hurry. And Sister Shepherd was also ruthless. She was not satisfied with defeating these guys, and she wanted to kill them all. So she chased the deserter all the way to Omega. Omega is a small space station that was previously used for mining. It was later captured and became the territory of an evil force in the Terminus system. When her Sister Shepherd brought her army here, the Asari in charge of Omega threatened her not to go any further. Even with this in mind, Sister Shepherd blew the Omega space station into ashes. It would have ended here. But the problem was that when Sister Shepherd was about to leave, she accidentally saw another mass relay located in Omega. This scared Sister Shepherd, because she also noticed that the repeater was activated. But there was no news about this repeater in the battle reports and intelligence before. Then she captured a few prisoners and asked them, and learned that the repeater had been activated for a long time. Many curious people had tried to go to other places through the repeater, but for some reason, no one returned. Now Sister Shepherd also realized that there might be something wrong with this repeater, but she was afraid that other people would escape through the repeater. So her Sister Shepherd made a decision, which was to block the repeater first, and then report the news to Duanmu Huai. Originally this idea was correct. But, just at this moment, the collector came. And it's not just one or two ships coming, but a fleet. Duanmu Huai knew why his Sister Shepherd was so miserable. Although the collector's warships are not as good as the Inquisition's, they are still 2,000 meters long, larger than the largest dreadnought of the Star Alliance. Although Sister Shepherd also has her own Inquisition warships to help, it is only a Moon-class cruiser. Of course, with the strength of the Inquisition warships, there is no problem dealing with the collector's warships. But they are outnumbered, and as a result, the Inquisition's warships are fine, and the fleet led by Sister Shepherd suffered heavy losses. The collector fought for a long time, but seeing that he couldn't gain any advantage from his Sister Shepherd, and was beaten by the Moon-class cruiser, he just patted his butt and ran away. Duanmu Huai just happened to arrive at this moment. If it had been earlier, the entire collector fleet might have been left behind. I didn't expect the collectors to take action so early. After listening to the report, Duanmu Huai frowned. He could guess the reason why the collectors appeared here. The collectors must have discovered the turmoil in the Jieshan galaxy, and they were also worried that their mass relay would be controlled by the Star Alliance. So they hurried here to try to defeat the Star Alliance. Later, they fought with their Sister Shepherd for a while. But because of the presence of the Inquisition's Moon-class cruiser, the collectors did not win. So they turned around and ran away. But in this case, will the Reaper arrive early? All in all, we must first stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression. Chapter 427, It's Just Hard. The battle in the Jieshan galaxy was fierce and tragic. Several planets were burned by cyclonic torpedoes, and tens of billions of lives were directly turned into charcoal. The warships that were attacked and tried to escape from the Terminus system were all blown into pieces by the 3 Moon-class cruisers that blocked the mass relay, so that the relay was scattered with densely packed ruins that almost formed a galaxy-like wide belt. As a result, no one knew how many dead aliens were floating in the universe. After that, Duanmu Huai and Shepard got together. The 3 of them counted and found that except for Duanmu Huai, Brother Shepard's military achievements were higher than his sister. After listening to his brother Shepard's report, Duanmu Huai immediately understood what was going on. According to his brother Shepard, he initially simply surrounded the other planet and persuaded the other side to surrender. Of course, the other side did not agree and laughed at his brother Shepard. Then his brother Shepard did not explain, but told the other side that the Star Alliance of the interstellar system was already marching in. If you choose to surrender now, you still have a way to survive. Otherwise you will only die. Of course the other party didn't believe it. After all, the World God system couldn't even take down the Citadel of God. So who do you humans think you are? But no matter how much he didn't believe it, the other party still contacted people he knew on several other planets. Of course there was no sound. All of them were destroyed by the extermination order. Now the other side panicked, and his brother Shepard took this opportunity to start attacking the planet. Then he was not idle, leaving a way out for the other party, and secretly communicating with the ruler of this planet, saying that he could give the other party a chance. His younger brother Shepard said that he was young, so he had few military achievements. So he wanted to occupy this planet as quickly as possible so that he could be promoted. So if the other party was willing to give in, he could give the other party a way out and let them escape from the Jieshan system. After all, the Star Alliance army is now fighting on all sides, and the mass relay has no defense. But if it is too late, it will not be able to escape. For this reason, his younger brother Shepard contacted Duanmu Huai and asked him how to deal with it. This was indeed the truth. After all, the alien boss threatened him in the same way. Duanmu Huai also said that he would kill them all. This was the point that completely dispelled the alien boss's idea, and he decided to escape directly. So he took his confidence and left the planet as quickly as possible. With the bosses dispersed, the resistance of the planet naturally collapsed completely, and was easily taken down by his younger brother Shepard. After listening to the battle report, Duanmu Huai stared at his brother Shepard and had to say, "This guy is so mean." Duanmu Huai didn't care about his younger brother Shepard's trouble. On the surface, it seemed that this guy was just scheming. But after listening to Duanmu Huai, he knew that this guy was honest on the surface, but a dark man at heart. You know, all strategies and tactics have been decided before the battle begins. And the 2 siblings also know the style of the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai has more planets to destroy than this one. And wouldn't he not know how powerful the Inquisition warships that block the repeater are? The reason why he let them go was to wait and see those idiots fall into the trap. After all, what his younger brother Shepard said before was so serious. According to common sense, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable the situation will be. Anyone with a normal mind would definitely run away as soon as possible. As the saying goes, if you have the Green Mountains, you will never worry about firewood. The result was that his younger brother Shepard easily took down the target, while the opponent stupidly ran into the guns of the Inquisition fleet and died. In other words, the body of the unlucky guy who was killed by his younger brother might be in the ruins surrounding the mass relay. In comparison, the elder sister was just a little too reckless, so she was beaten up. Well, seeing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood why the brother and sister had such personalities. Of course, one must tell the truth in post-battle reports, as every decision and communication made by a commander will be recorded. Telling it or not, these are 2 different things. The attack on the Jieshan galaxy was over in less than a day. Duanmu Huai was ruthless enough, and the Inquisition was fierce enough. They threw an extermination order at useless planets without even considering whether there were innocent people or not, and sent all of them to heaven. As long as you are ruthless enough, the rest will be no problem. Right? At present, almost all the major forces in the Jieshan galaxy have been wiped out, and the remaining ones that have escaped the net are trembling and hiding, not daring to show up again. But of course they are unwilling to give up like this. The Jieshan galaxy that they have worked hard to manage for many years is destroyed just like this? Who can accept it? Just like the Turian boss in front of him. It's just, I'm so pissed off. walking back and forth in the command room angrily. The Turian boss almost jumped up and down. He was one of the few who managed to escape. But because he ran too fast, he didn't take any of his property and supplies with him. And his planet was directly destroyed by Duan Muhuai's extermination order. If he hadn't happened to be out at the time, he would have died in the hands of the Inquisition. And now, he has nothing but this little boat. No, we can't just let this go. Thinking of this, the Turian boss made a decision, turned on the terminal, and contacted a secret number. It wants to sue. As mentioned before, the World God Galaxy is a den of filth. But this place has close ties with the top leaders of other races and civilizations. Soon, similar news reached the ears of the top leaders of the 3 major civilizations of the Citadel. It has to be said that after hearing the news, the top leaders of the 3 civilizations were also shocked. They knew that the Star Alliance would attack the Intergod system. After all, during the previous negotiations, the Star Alliance had expressed dissatisfaction with the Citadel Council. At that time, the Citadel Council's attitude towards this was moral support, not opposition. In fact, they also secretly hoped that the Star Alliance would be stupid enough to invade the Intergod system. If the Intergod system could delay the Star Alliance and consume their strength, it would be great. But the Citadel Council didn't expect that humans could be so cruel. They knew about the extermination order and had seen its effect. But at that time, the Council just regarded it as a trump card, just like a nuclear bomb. Everyone knew that nuclear bombs were powerful and would cause damage, so they dared not use them easily. But they did not expect that the tribunal would use the extermination order as easily as eating and drinking water. With so many planets with life in the Jieshan system, except for a few, all the others were wiped out. All the lives above were slaughtered. Is the Star Alliance so cruel? Are humans so terrifying? Seeing this, the representatives of the 3 major races of the Citadel Council were also stunned. Among the 3 major races, the Turians were the most warlike. But seeing the other side being so cold-blooded and ruthless, even the Turian representatives felt a chill in their hearts. Therefore, representatives of the 3 major races immediately contacted the president of the Star Alliance, Li Longcheng, to question the matter. The atrocities committed by the Star Alliance in the Terminus system? Looking at the projections of the 3 representative races in front of him, Li Longcheng appeared very calm. We have discussed the issue of the Terminus system before. Didn't the Citadel Council agree that the Star Alliance should make its own decision? But this is too shocking. The Asari representative frowned. As an Asari, she truly disliked this kind of wanton massacre. There are also innocent people in the Jieshan galaxy. It is too cruel to eliminate them indiscriminately. Cruel? Hearing this, Li Longcheng's eyes flashed. The Jieshan galaxy has invaded the Star Alliance territory and attacked the people of the Star Alliance more than once. Aren't they innocent? Aren't they pitiful? Aren't the Jieshan galaxy cruel? Since they dare to provoke the Star Alliance, they must be prepared to suffer a head-on blow from the Star Alliance. Li Longcheng was not afraid of the threats from the 3 representatives of the Citadel. His attitude seemed to be that if they did not offend me, I would not offend them. If they offended me, I would repay them tenfold. Whether it was the Jieshan galaxy or the Batarians, they were the ones who started the trouble first, not the Star Alliance. Why should I be submissive? As if I was wrong? This is also the biggest contradiction between Li Longcheng and the representatives of the peace faction. But now there is the tribunal. Hee. And, speaking of this, the corners of Li Longcheng's mouth curled up slightly. This is what the Inquisition does. As allies, we cannot object. This is also what Duan Muhuai taught Li Longcheng. If these bastards want to cause trouble, let them come to the tribunal and see if they really have the courage to come to him. Sure enough, upon hearing the name of the Inquisition, the representatives of the 3 major races of the Citadel all froze slightly. In fact, after the negotiations with the Alliance ended, the Citadel naturally sent representatives to meet with the Inquisition. But they were directly turned away, saying that the Inquisition is only responsible for protecting humans, and the affairs of your alien races have nothing to do with us. But the Citadel certainly couldn't give up just like that, so it specially sent an Asari envoy, trying to find ways to talk to Duan Muhuai. In the end, Li Longcheng took the lead and held a remote video conference with Duan Muhuai. As a result, as soon as the other party showed up, the Asari messenger screamed in fear, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Fortunately, the Asari was good at mental treatment, which helped her recover. As a result, The Asari messenger woke up and said that the human opposite was too scary. Just looking at him made her feel like her soul was about to explode. She didn't dare to talk to him at all. Faced with such a strange situation, the representatives of the three major races certainly, well, they dare not follow suit. Just the long-distance communication and one look at it are enough to scare the Asari people into losing their minds. How terrifying must it look? In fact, the three major races also suffered a lot of losses. After all, when the Star Alliance and the Inquisition raided the Jieshan system, no news leaked out. This also led to many agents of the three major races staying in the Jieshan system at that time. They were either representing the Citadel race to contact some high-level officials, or dealing with some problems in secret. If it was a normal act of war, then as long as these representatives revealed their identities, the Star Alliance would not dare to be too presumptuous. But the Inquisition doesn't care at all. It knows nothing about the high-level representatives of the Citadel race. If I don't know, it's the same as not existing. So when a whirlwind torpedo is thrown down, the number of people who die, who they are, and how they die has nothing to do with the Inquisition. And it doesn't care. It will be over if everyone dies anyway. What about the Citadel race? Can they still complain to the Federation? When the Star Alliance asks why your high-level representatives are mixed up with the evil forces in the Jieshan galaxy, how will they answer? If they were to question the Alliance, wouldn't it be like exposing everything they had done? The Alliance wasn't stupid. If they knew that the high-level representatives of the Citadel race had connections with the Terminus system, they would definitely doubt whether the previous attack on the Alliance colony was directed by the Citadel high-level officials. Of course, if it were any other civilization, they would know, and what could you do about it? But this human Star Alliance civilization, the Citadel race really doesn't dare to gamble. Look at them. They just stepped into the universe not long ago. First they fought with the Turians, then destroyed the Batarians' home planet, annihilated the Batarians' main fleet, and now they have wiped out the Terminus galaxy. It doesn't seem worth it to go head-on with such a tough cosmic race. And the Inquisition is indeed terrifying. Then the three representatives said some meaningless words, and then hurriedly closed the communication call. At this time, Li Longcheng also let out a breath and looked at another screen. Just as Your Excellency the Inquisitor thought. These guys really don't dare to talk too much nonsense. Humph. I knew they wouldn't have the guts to do that. Duan Muhuai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. In fact, since the time they were in the game, many players regarded the Star Alliance as the Song dynasty, with a rich country, strong people, famous generals and passionate people. But the rulers were a bunch of idiots. So in order to integrate into the universe, the Star Alliance had to put aside the pride of mankind and made a lot of cool moves. If the Song dynasty had an iron-blooded emperor at that time, then the barbarian invasions and the like were also called events? Now it seems that I made the right decision in helping Li Longcheng. Just like what he said to Dr. Ringjian in Pandora. When two races meet, the first thing to do is to express their strength and toughness. And then civilization. You think your civilized behavior is weak in other races. Isn't that the case with the Gnostics? If the rapists had shown them the strength of humans when they came here, the Gnostics wouldn't have dared to attack the human mining team later. To put it bluntly, he was beaten too little. We have to beat them until they are hurt and scared. Then they will know how powerful we are. After all, the ancients said, barbarians are beasts. They fear power but not virtue. They have small courtesy but no great righteousness. Some even say, those who are not of our race will surely be invaders and robs if they are strong, and will be humble and submissive if they are weak. They will not care about gratitude and righteousness. This is their nature. There is also a saying in history, the people of Xia State are the foundation of the world, while the people of the four barbarians are like branches and leaves, disturbing the roots in order to thicken the branches and leaves, and seeking long-term peace has never happened. Therefore, it is said in the spring and autumn annals, the Rong and Di are wolves and jackals. So they must not be hated. The Chinese are close friends and must not be abandoned. These words also apply to humans and alien races. Obviously, those barbarians who have no history would not understand such things. The previous proposal of the peace faction was actually to disturb their roots in order to thicken the branches and leaves, and seek long-term peace, which of course has never happened before. Of course, there are many voices of opposition to this idea among humans, who think it is too racist and should be free, open and inclusive. Hee hee. If you dare to say one more word, I will kill you before I kill Titanium King. If we don't protect humanity, are we going to follow the example of Titanium Kun and do something stupid like the greater good? Fortunately, there is no sign of Titanium King yet. Otherwise Duanmu Huai would have brought the fleet to kill them all. Then the problem of the Jieshan Galaxy has been solved. The rest of the sorting work will be handed over to you. Although Duanmu Huai destroyed the Jieshan Galaxy in one fell swoop, there were still some troubles left, such as the ring of ruins surrounding the mass relay, the planets destroyed by the extinction order that needed to be rebuilt, and the few that escaped the net and hid inside the Jieshan Galaxy. These had to be dealt with by the Star Alliance itself. The Inquisition is not the Alliance's babysitter after all. I understand. I will speed up the colonization process and immediately begin the exploration and excavation of mineral deposits in the Jieshan system. Hearing Duanmu Huai's reminder, Li Longqing's face became serious. Li Longqing had also heard from Duanmu Huai that the Reaper army would return in a few years, so he was naturally very nervous. In fact, he has now begun to order the R&D department to study a new generation of warships that are larger and more powerful than the dreadnoughts. Even if they cannot reach the level of the Inquisition, they must at least have some of the opponent's strength. Otherwise, once the Reapers come, won't humanity be doomed? Chapter 428 Mysterious Battleship. In fact, after conquering the Jieshan Galaxy, there was a question before Duanmu Huai. That is, should the Collector's mass relay be destroyed? In fact, whether it is destroyed or not, each has its own advantages. If it is destroyed, it will be equivalent to cutting off the Collector's way to the Jieshan system. Of course, they may have other mass relays in other places, but at least they can no longer enter and exit the Jieshan system at will. If it is not destroyed, although it will leave hidden dangers, it will also lock down the direction of the opponent's action. However, after much thought, Duanmu Huai decided to blow up the mass repeater. Keeping it will be a nuisance. As for whether the other party will have other mass repeaters, that's another matter. Anyway, this one cannot be kept. This is one of the reasons why Duanmu Huai's attitude has always been between that of the Radical Inquisitors and the Pure Inquisitors. The Radical Inquisitors prefer to learn from the barbarians in order to defeat the barbarians, no matter what it is, as long as it is useful in resisting evil gods and demons. It can be used. But the Pure Inquisitors don't buy this. They believe that if you use alien and heretic technology, it may be contaminated by aliens and heretics. Even if nothing goes wrong now, something will definitely happen in the future. In this regard, Duanmu Huai agrees more with the opinions of the Pure Inquisitor. So he himself does not study things like mass repeaters. Why would he develop mass repeaters when he doesn't use something as good as a Stargate? Just blow it up. At least it saves you the trouble. In the following days, Duanmu Huai moved the entire Inquisition to the Jieshan Galaxy, began rapid mining and expanded the entire fleet again, while also paying attention to how Jinjiling was doing in the Star Alliance. At first, Duanmu Huai was worried whether Jinjiling would live broadcast for too long. But later he found that Jinjiling was indeed good at handling things. Her live broadcast time was not long. Only 2 or 3 hours from midnight to around 12 o'clock. And the content was also very fixed. First, Jinjiling would greet everyone in chat, then sing and dance, and then finally she would select some private messages from the audience, and then solve their troubles and encourage them. How should I put it? Rather than a live broadcast, it's more like a variety show. This kind of variety show may be just a simple show for others, but Jinjiling's superior charm is really not to be underestimated. Duanmu Huai has also seen it once. When she appears on the screen, her every frown and smile, every move are particularly eye-catching. Even if you don't listen to what she says, just looking at Jinjiling, these 2 or 3 hours will pass in a blink of an eye. What was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectation was that nearly half of Jinjiling's fans were women. This is very rare. After all, most women don't even look down on ordinary female anchors, or regard them as enemies. Of course, this is also related to Jinjiling's main attribute. After all, she is different from ordinary female anchors. She neither takes the pure route nor the sexy route, but focuses on cuteness. Cute, coupled with the childish appearance of Jinjiling. She gives people the impression of a little sister. So even women will not be too hostile to her. Not to mention that Jinjiling always takes time to teach women makeup and performance techniques. No wonder she is popular with men, women, young and old. Well, it can be said that she is popular with everyone. During this period, Jin Jilin was extremely popular. Not only was her news all over the Star Alliance network, but even now, the audience watching her show has reached 1/3 of the total population of the Star Alliance. She could be considered the #1 anchor in the world. Of course, when you are famous, there are many rumors about Jin Jilin. Duanmu Huai doesn't need to care about it. Those who are too excessive will be dealt with by the Star Alliance. After all, Jin Jilin is a member of the Inquisition. If you do this, it will affect the diplomatic policies of both sides. But anyway, because of Jin Jing, the horse girl race is indeed becoming more and more popular among humans. After all, the only difference between horse girls and humans is that they have ears and tails, which is even cute for many people. So it is quite easy to be accepted by people. And even many girls go to beauty salons and say that they want to add horse ears and tails to themselves. Well, fortunately, the Star Alliance does not have this technology yet. In this way, when the Alliance joins the Citadel, they will be able to resist the Asari. However, before Duanmu Huai could breathe a sigh of relief, Maria came up again. The reason is simple. The speed of mining is too slow. Before the Inquisition, mining was done by using puppets to drive mining machines in asteroid belts or some uninhabited planets. The ore raw materials were then transported to the void dock, and then cast into shape through a series of automated processes before being manufactured. But Duanmu Huai had used up all the inventory of the Inquisition by throwing whirlwind torpedoes like a normal attack. And now Maria had to build a large number of warships. So she didn't have enough resources. And those small mining machines alone were not enough. So Maria looked for Duanmu Huai, hoping that he could speed up the collection of raw materials. Otherwise, it's not enough. Well, Duanmu Huai thought of the planetary decomposition ship that he had not redeemed after completing the mission. According to the system introduction, this battleship is very suitable for this task. It can use gravity technology to split the entire planet, and then extract the minerals inside for refining and further processing. The only problem is, according to the description, this thing is haunted. It's haunted. Forget it. Who cares whether it's haunted or not now? Just exchange it and use it first. So soon, Duanmu Huai exchanged for this planet-breaking ship. I have to say that Duanmu Huai was shocked when he saw this spaceship. The appearance of this planet-crushing ship looked very strange. Like all the Imperial warships, it had 3 tall golden churches built at the rear, and on the left and right sides below it, there were 4 scaffolding-like things like fish fins. Of course, these are not outrageous. The outrageous thing is, the upper side of the hull of this planet-splitting ship is surrounded by circles of things that look like ribs. From a distance, this warship looks like a dead person whose upper body has completely rotted away, leaving only a skeleton. Is this something that can be designed by humans? Although Duanmu Huai felt that this battleship was abnormal as early as when the system was introduced, he discovered after exchanging it that this thing did not look normal from the outside. My god. At least in other ghost movies, the exterior looks normal, but the interior is filled with murderous intent. But yours doesn't look like a place where people should be. All in all, go check it out first. Although he was a little nervous, Duanmu Huai felt that the system would not cheat him. Of course, to be on the safe side, he did not choose to go alone, but took Ojas, Gulia, and Lonnie with him. After all, if it was really haunted, magic would be more effective than technology. In addition, Thaleen was also operating a drone, following them shakily. Anyway, she would definitely not go out of this door. Not to mention that this place is haunted. So Duanmu Huai drove a Night Crow Black Star slowly towards the warship. As he got closer, and couldn't help but shudder as he looked at the strange, dark, corpse-like warship in front of him. Mr. Knight, this battleship looks a bit scary. It does have that meaning, but I don't know who designed it. Wasn't the designer purged by the Inquisition? Looking at the warship in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. And at this moment, suddenly, a voice appeared in his ears. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Hearing the voice, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked, only to see a ghost girl floating quietly beside him. Oh, it's you. What's wrong? Duanmu Huai certainly remembered the ghost girl he had conquered. She was still a citizen of the Empire, but she always stayed in one place motionless on weekdays, and it was rare for her to run out. I seem to have some impression of this ship. The ghost girl stared at the planet-splitting ship in front of her and spoke weakly. Do you have any impression? Have you worked there? No. I think I've seen this ship mentioned in the Empire's news. It seems like something happened. What happened? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned immediately. This was a bit ambiguous. And at the same time, his heart sank. Based on Duanmu Huai's experience, if the ship was attacked by heretics, aliens, or demons, there would be no report. Similarly, if the Empire found any problems with the ship, it would not report it. However, since the ghost girl said that she had seen the ship in the Empire news before her death, it means that the ship must have not been purified, and there is no situation related to it. But the system prompts that the ship is haunted. Sizzle, sizzle. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking. Suddenly, the communication lights around him suddenly lit up, followed by a crackling sound of electric current. What happened? Duanmu Huai's eyes changed slightly. He didn't answer the call. So where did the call come from? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai hurriedly reached out and tried to turn off the communication. But no matter how he pressed it, there was no response. And then, a voice emerged from the speaker. Twinkle, twinkle, little stars. How I wonder where you are. Why? What happened? Who's singing? Hearing this sudden singing, everyone around was startled. And Duanmu Huai's face was even gloomier. Wow. It's really haunted. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. At this moment, the ghost girl also screamed. I sense a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation just ahead. Psychic energy fluctuations? Wait. Is there something here? Boom. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai's Night Crow Black Star suddenly lost control, broke away from Duanmu Huai's control, and crashed directly into the planetary disruption ship. TSK, there's nothing I can do. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth. Soul resonance. The next moment, accompanied by Duanmu Huai's roar, a huge gap suddenly appeared in front of the originally dark planetary cracking ship. Then Duanmu Huai grabbed the joystick tightly and guided the Night Crow Black Star to rush towards the crack. The next moment, they rushed into the crack, and Night Crow Black Star, which had lost control, returned to normal. At this moment, suddenly, a voice was heard again from the communication station. This is the USS Planet Disruptor Iron Hammer. Report your numbers and names immediately. Duanmu Huai looked up and saw that the warship, which was originally pitch black in front of him, had become brightly lit. Call. Looking at the brightly lit warship in front of him, Duanmu Huai sighed and then connected the call. This is the Chief Inquisitor of the Tribunal. Duanmu Huai. I request to board the ship immediately. Chapter 429 The Cursed Ship. No one could refuse the Inquisitor's request. Soon, the hatch of the planetary cracker opened, and Duanmu Huai drove the Night Crow Black Star slowly into it. Then he turned his head and looked at the people behind him. Here, I want to remind you that from now on, you are the servants of me, the Grand Inquisitor Duanmu Huai. You must not doubt or even oppose anything I say. In short, you must obey my orders unconditionally. Do you understand? That's okay. Although they didn't know why Duanmu Huai said that, the girls still nodded obediently. Of course, to be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai still asked them to wear cloaks and masks, and then opened the cabin door and got off Night Crow Black Star. At this moment, on the tarmac, a man with greasy hair and powdered face, whose hair seemed to have not been washed properly for several years, was standing there, looking at Duanmu Huai uneasily. When he saw the rose knot on Duanmu Huai's chest, this sissy-looking man almost rolled his eyes and closed his breath. But he still took out a handkerchief, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, hurried to Duanmu Huai, and humbly lowered his head. Welcome to the Iron Hammer. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. I am Captain Murphy of the Iron Hammer. May I ask how I can help you? Report your situation. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the captain and strode forward. I want to know what this ship is doing here now, and what you have done. Of course, as you can see, the Iron Hammer is a planet-crushing ship. We are carrying out planet-crushing and refining work here. We use gravity cables to pull the strata on the surface of the planet, then break it down, explore the minerals in it, and refine them. We have complete Imperial procedures. The USS is a formal Imperial enterprise. We definitely don't. You don't need to tell me this. I can see it with my own eyes. Duanmu Huai interrupted the captain without hesitation, and the captain trembled suddenly and lowered his head. Duanmu Huai looked around and walked towards the captain's room. And at the same time he began to think carefully. What happened on this ship? Logically speaking, if a warship of the human empire had an accident, it was either desecrated by the evil god, invaded by the Zerg, or encountered the erosion and storm of the subspace. But if this was the case, they would not form soul fragments, but would be directly absorbed into the subspace domain of the evil god. Since this battleship has formed soul fragments, it means that the ship must have encountered some unimaginable problems. But these problems have nothing to do with demons and aliens? Is it heresy causing trouble? After arriving at the captain's room, Duan Muhuai looked at the captain and asked, "Has anything strange ever happened on your ship?" Hearing Duan Muhuai's question, the captain shook his head. "I'm sorry, Your Honor. I haven't received any reports. I need all the reports, including recent records of comings and goings to this ship, as well as records of minerals collected, and recent casualties of the crew. Also, find someone familiar with this ship. This place has been requisitioned by the Inquisition. You know what I mean? Of course. I'll go now. Please wait." After leaving these words, the captain left in a hurry, and Duan Muhuai sat on the magnificent sofa with his eyes closed. Oja sat on the left side of his shoulder. Lonnie sat on the right side, and then Ngu Lia sat on both sides, looking around anxiously. Duan Muhuai didn't open his eyes until everything around him was silent. "How is it? What did you find?" "I didn't notice any special fluctuations in this place." Lonnie shook her head, and then gave the same answer, while Gu Lea was a little hesitant. "I don't know. I always have a bad feeling. This place seems weird." Duan Muhuai didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and tapped the tabletop with his fingers. Since entering the battleship, he had a strange feeling. A nervous and exciting feeling. It was as if he would encounter something dangerous, but also related to him. "Mr. Knight, what do you think happened to this battleship? Why was it destroyed?" And lowered his voice and asked softly. "At the moment? I'm not sure. Generally speaking, this could be caused by some kind of plague, an attack by outsiders, or an invasion by Zerg. In fact, I'm more inclined to believe that these guys may have dug up something they shouldn't have." Duan Muhuai felt that the last possibility was more likely. After all, to create a soul fragment world, it would require an instantaneous explosion beyond the limit of endurance. Just like when certain values exceed the critical point and cause a computer to crash. If it was a plague or a Zerg invasion, it would obviously not reach this intensity. And if it was an evil god, it would be directly swallowed into the subspace. So, it's more likely that primitive people dug up a nuclear bomb and then blasted it. The world became peaceful. Perhaps, not long after, there was another knock on the door. And then the captain walked in and respectfully handed a piece of information to Duan Muhuai. The latter took the document and began to read it quickly. From the report, this planet-crushing ship is quite regular. Every 3 months, a transport team will come here to deliver supplies and take away the refined minerals and raw materials. The rest of the time, this planet-crushing ship acts according to the company's instructions. Overall, from these records, there is nothing special." Duan Muhuai looked at the line of records below and frowned. 15 miners died unexpectedly 3 days ago? What was the cause? Those idiots got the procedure wrong. Speaking of this topic, the captain was also speechless. They were supposed to replace the previous shift and perform maintenance work on the gravity cable. But when changing maintenance suits, one of them opened the hatch without pressurizing it, causing an unimaginable leak and explosion in the entire cabin. Thanks to them, I had to stop working and carry out repairs until everything was back to normal. Fortunately, I asked a lawyer, and this situation is not considered a work-related injury, so no compensation needs to be paid. Logically speaking, the hatch cannot be opened without pressurization. I don't know. Maybe there's a malfunction somewhere. Is there any video footage of that time? Certainly. The captain nodded. This will be the evidence that the company will ask them for compensation in the future. As he spoke, the captain walked to the terminal and turned it on. Soon, a video appeared in front of Duan Muhuai. In the video, in the locker room, a group of miners were changing into maintenance clothes. Then, one of them, after changing into maintenance clothes, walked slowly to the hatch door as if sleepwalking, and then reached out to press the button. Then, accompanied by a piercing alarm, other workers who were changing into maintenance clothes also saw this scene. They either shouted to stop the guy or hurriedly put on maintenance clothes. However, it was too late. The next moment, the entire hatch suddenly exploded, and the workers were sucked out, disappearing in the blink of an eye, etc. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pointed at a foot on the screen. A foot could be vaguely seen among the scattered debris. Are there any survivors? Yes. He is Keller, the foreman of this shift. But he has gone mad. Crazy? Yes. The captain nodded. He was wearing a maintenance suit at the time. So he escaped. But after we rescued him, he kept talking nonsense. The doctor thought he might have been too shocked and mentally ill. So he injected him with a sedative. But the effect was not ideal. I want to see him. Duanmu Huai put down the report. Where is he? In the ICU in the medical area. I'll send someone to take you there. Soon. A man who looked like the captain's deputy appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. He lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Duanmu Huai anymore. He just led them to the depths of the battleship. After taking the elevator through several areas, the group arrived at the medical area. And here, Duanmu Huai finally saw the man that the captain said was crazy. At this moment, he was locked in a room. His whole body was tied up tightly with restraints. Even his mouth was blocked. How is this going? Duanmu Huai looked at the doctor next to him, who spread his hands helplessly. This wasn't my idea. But he was too crazy. Ever since he regained consciousness, he's been going crazy and trying to commit suicide. Although I tried using large doses of tranquilizers and drugs, the effects were limited. In the end, I had no choice but to restrain him like this and send him back when the transport ship arrived in a few days. I want to talk to him, Duanmu Huai said as he pushed the door open and walked in. Then came to the tied man. Then he stretched out his hand to open the belt. However, at the moment when the belt that bound the man was removed, the man suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Duanmu Huai's arm tightly. This scene also frightened and Gu Leia and took a step back. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just stared into the man's eyes. Those were cloudy, red, and fragmented eyes. Tell me, what happened to you? Duanmu Huai stared at the man and asked coldly. Then he took out the thing stuffed in his mouth. At the same time, a shrill scream rose from the ground, almost making everyone tremble. However, the next moment, the cold, destructive and fearful aura that burst out from Duanmu Huai completely stopped the man's wailing. Answer my question. What did you encounter? Duanmu Huai glared at the man fiercely, and the man's originally cloudy eyes seemed to slowly regain clarity. No. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I don't know why it turned out like this. Kyle is not normal. He has been abnormal since he started working early that morning. He seemed to have had a nightmare, and was in a daze. I originally wanted him to rest, and not to be on duty. But he refused. He said he wanted to go out. He said someone was calling him outside. I don't know what he is talking about. I didn't expect him to do that. And, as he said this, the man's expression became more distorted and terrified. He grabbed his head tightly with both hands, even leaving bloody marks. After that, I heard it too. I heard it. It was inviting me out too. No. I don't want to go out. No. The man's bloody face was distorted and hideous. And Duanmu Huai continued to stare at him. Who asked you to get out? What did you hear? This time, the man did not answer. His eyes, which had gradually regained clarity, seemed to become cloudy again at this moment. Then the man opened his mouth. However, what emerged from her mouth was not the hysterical voice of a man, but a clear, tender voice of a girl. Twinkle, twinkle, little stars. How I wonder where you are. The girl's singing echoed in the entire room, which made people can't help but stand upright. And the next moment, the man stared at Duanmu Huai, showing a strange smile. And then his neck suddenly crooked. Duanmu Huai silently threw away the corpse in his hand and stared at the infinite starry sky outside the window. It looks like we're in trouble. Then, he spoke. Chapter 430, Desecration of Sacred Objects. In fact, at this moment Duanmu Huai had almost guessed what the reason was for what happened in this place. If he guessed correctly, there should be a blasphemous relic here. The so-called blasphemy of holy objects does not mean that the holy objects have been polluted and distorted by evil gods. Strictly speaking, their origins are more like relics. As mentioned before, after the Black Hole Project, in order to weaken the potential believers of the evil gods as much as possible, The remaining humans carried out the second stage of the god-making movement, which also led to the emergence of many different gods in the entire universe. Of course, these gods themselves are not as strong as the 4 evil gods. But objectively speaking, as long as they exist, they will inevitably compete with the 4 evil gods, who are trying to revive their power for believers and souls, which can be regarded as an obstacle in front of the 4 evil gods. According to the scale of this god-making plan, the gods in the entire Milky Way would number in the tens of thousands at least, and they would certainly not live in peace with each other, and holy wars would be inevitable. Of course, there would be losers among them, and the fate of losers would be death. So here comes the problem. Would a great god be willing to perish like this? Of course not. Even if it was so weak that it was destroyed, it was still a god. After Ava on Pandora was killed by Dwanmu, almost all creatures on Pandora went crazy and suffered heavy casualties. This also shows that even if it is a dead god, the power it has left is not comparable to that of humans. Just like what is said in many supernatural stories, the things left behind by people who died with resentment may also contain curses or grudges, and the relics left behind by gods may also have similar powers. Therefore, players call these relics filled with the resentment of the gods before their death blasphemous relics. The reason why Dwanmu was sure that this was caused by the blasphemy of holy objects was very simple. Because just now, he had released the fear aura from the god of destruction. And then Dwanmu felt a breath suddenly being stimulated from this man's brain. If it was an ordinary special ability, there would be no resistance in front of the divine power, and the other party could still produce an effect under his fear aura, which meant that the one who left this breath power was definitely a god. No wonder there is a fragmented world here. Thinking of this, Dwanmu almost understood the reason why this planet-splitting ship was haunted. It was obvious that these unlucky guys dug up a blasphemous holy object, then stimulated its power, and then were completely destroyed. Just like the souls killed by Dwanmu would be sucked into the annihilation realm, the souls of these people would naturally be sucked into the divine realm of the gods, who killed them. However, since this god is dead, its remaining power is just an illusion and has no self-awareness, which is why a fragmented world has formed here. These flashed through Dwanmu's mind, and at the same time, he quickly grasped the core of this fragmented world. It is obvious that as long as we find the blasphemous holy object and destroy it, we can completely eliminate all the problems that arise here. So Dwanmu reached out and grabbed the adjutant next to him. In the name of the Inquisition, I demand that this ship be taken over immediately. Follow my orders. Seal all cabins immediately, and no one is allowed to act without authorization. Report any problems immediately. However, before Dwanmu could finish his words, suddenly, the whole space was dark. The originally bright and dazzling medical room was now dark. And then a moment later the light came on again. But this time, it was accompanied by a bright red light and a rapid alarm. Go to the bridge immediately. Dwanmu's face darkened. It seems that the situation is somewhat beyond my expectations. At the same time, on the bridge, Captain Murphy was also sweating. What's going on? What happened? Report? Report? Just now, some kind of interference wave suddenly erupted from the planetary debris. From the fragments? Yes. The specific situation is unknown, but some communication lines and connection lines are currently out of service due to interference. Contact the mining team immediately and ask them what's going on. Yes. Report. No response. What a hassle. Hearing this, the captain frowned even more. Send a garrison to the fragment to see what's going on there. Yes. Soon after receiving the order, a nearby garrison team immediately set out, left the planetary fragmentation ship in a transport plane, and came to the planetary fragments that were pulled up by gravity cables not far below. Captain, what do you think those miners are doing? I don't know, but it's better to be careful. Looking at the growing planetary fragments in front of him, the captain shook his head and then looked at the driver next to him. Have you found the mining platform? Strange. It should be around here. Ah, there it is. But it's strange that they don't have any lights on. As he spoke, the driver turned on the searchlight, and soon he saw the debris surface platform not far away. However, normally there should be navigation lights on here to guide the transport plane. But now it was pitch black. Not only the parking platform, but also the mining equipment and industrial area next to it were also dark. Contact the mining team again. The garrison captain gave the order, and the driver nodded. Then started the communication. Mining Team 1. This is Iron Hammer Guard Team 23. Please respond if you hear me. Sizzle. Sizzle. Mining Team 1. This is Iron Hammer 23rd Guard Team. Please respond if you hear me. However, no matter how the pilot called, there was no response, which made the atmosphere in the transport plane tense. However, at this moment, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the communication device. And then a clear girl's voice suddenly rang out. Twinkle, twinkle little star. The sky is full of little stars, hanging in the sky shining, like many little eyes. The girl's voice was clear and melodious. But the garrison members, who heard the song, stretched out their hands in pain and covered their ears. To them, the sound was like the noise of nails scratching a blackboard, like a blunt knife piercing deep into their brains. Ugh, aw. The driver also threw away the walkie-talkie he was carrying. He raised his head and looked forward. In the dark universe, dots of starlight were twinkling in front of him. However, at this moment, what the driver saw in his eyes seemed to be a group of shining, insect-like eyes, as if the entire universe was an extremely huge and terrifying creature, staring at him intently. No, 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 I. At this moment, the driver's spirit completely collapsed. He screamed and grabbed the joystick. But soon, the transport plane suddenly accelerated and crashed into the ground. Boom! A flash of fire suddenly appeared and then disappeared into the darkness. And no one knows all this yet. Puff! Accompanied by a deflated sound, the hatch opened, and Duanmu Huai strode into the bridge with the girls. Seeing Duanmu Huai's appearance, the captain standing on the bridge also breathed a sigh of relief. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Report? What happened? I don't know either. It seems that there is a problem with the planetary fragments. The mining team has not responded. I have sent the garrison troops to investigate. Where's the report? Oh. Yes. Contact the garrison and ask about the situation. Clear. After hearing the captain's order, the crew quickly took action. This is Iron Hammer. Calling 23rd Garrison. Please answer if you hear me. However, no matter how many times I called, there was no response. Report. It seems. Sizzle, sizzle. However, at this moment, there was a noise coming from the loudspeaker. And then, the girl's singing sounded again. Twinkle, twinkle little star. The sky is full of little stars, hanging in the sky shining, like many little eyes. Ugh, aw. As the song played, everyone on the bridge covered their ears and trembled in pain. Even an Angu Leah frowned, looking distressed. Well, this sound is so uncomfortable. Disgusting. Compared to an Angu Leah, Ojas and Lonnie did not react at all. When Duanmu Huai saw this scene, he suddenly stepped forward, took off his helmet, and snorted coldly. Snort. Along with this cold snort, an incomparable fearful momentum instantly erupted with Duanmu Huai as the center. And in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire warship. At this moment, everyone, including the captain, felt as if their hearts were hit hard by a hammer. And then Duanmu Huai's cold and terrifying expression suddenly appeared in front of them. At this moment, the trembling and fear generated from the depths of their souls directly dispelled the song that seemed to drill directly into their brains. After a moment, everyone suddenly broke out in a sweat and came to their senses. It felt like they were falling into the water, emerging from the water just before being drowned, and breathing the air again. It was like being reborn. Mr. Knight, what on earth is this? It should be a mental attack. Ojas. Lonnie. Did you hear any sound? No. Master. Me too. I didn't hear anything. Duanmu Huai was not surprised to hear the two's answers. Ojas is still a puppet in essence, and Lonnie is also a puppet now. Strictly speaking, neither of them is a living being. If this power is only aimed at living organisms, then they will definitely not be affected. Sir, what happened just now? At this moment, the captain also came over in panic and looked at Duanmu Huai anxiously. The next step is for the Inquisition. I am issuing an order in the name of the Grand Inquisitor. The entire ship is sealed from now on. Everyone must stay on standby. No matter what the reason, the blockade is absolutely not allowed to be lifted. Duanmu Huai gave the order coldly, and then looked to his side. Gulia, you and Lonnie stay on the bridge together. Contact me at any time if there is any situation. And You and O just come with me. Okay. Clear. The girls also nodded. And Duanmu Huai looked at the captain. Apart from transport planes, is there any other way to get there? Here, there is an elevator for transporting raw materials. Once it is activated, take me there. Duanmu Huai said this and took out his war hammer. Next, it's the work of the Inquisition. Chapter 431 Dead Space. Under the cold light, the steel elevator descended rapidly. Duanmu Huai held the war hammer in his hand, staring ahead without saying a word. Ouch. This dress is so uncomfortable. And who is wearing space armor? Complained silently, since she was going to outer space, and naturally couldn't wear her usual clothes. And she didn't like wearing power armor. So Duanmu Huai found her a set of Star Alliance N7 armor to wear. Of course, for our princess, this set of armor was not very comfortable. Don't complain. It's good to have something to wear. Besides, isn't Oki's wearing one too? Woo woo. After taking a look at Ojus, who was wearing the same armor, and was speechless, so she could only change the subject helplessly. But Mr. Knight, is that blasphemous relic really that terrible? You can imagine it as the product of a god's resentment before his death. And you will know how scary this thing is. Oh my god. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Anne's expression became somewhat complicated. I didn't expect that a dead god could pose such a threat. It might be harder than you think. Are you ready? Of course. I won't give up so easily. At this moment, the elevator reached the bottom floor. Boom! With a loud noise, the heavy iron door slowly opened, and then a dark corridor appeared in front of the three people. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all, and waved his hand forward. And then teams of puppets appeared out of thin air, holding weapons and rushing forward. No matter how many times I watch it, I still think Mr. Knight's summons are truly magical. Seeing this scene, and couldn't help but sigh, as the Princess of Manalia, and was best at summoning magic. In fact, if it were her, she could also use Manalia's magic to summon some clay dolls out of thin air. But she didn't have as many puppets as Duanmu Huai, and they wouldn't be so easy to control. When the situation is unclear, it is most convenient to use a large human army. Duanmu Huai stared ahead and spoke calmly. This is also a tactic often used by Soul Walker players in the game. After all, when exploring a hive or a space wreck, you will often be overwhelmed by monsters, like chicken thieves using human wave tactics halfway through. In this case, the mechanical priest and Soul Walker are more likely to block them. But if it is a space marine, there are only two endings. Either you become invincible or you are invincible. There is no third possibility. In contrast, the mechanical priest and Soul Walker can basically create or summon a large army before exploring the map to conduct a full-scale carpet search around them. Even if they are killed, they will not lose anything. At least they will know what they are facing. They don't have to rush in directly like the Space Marines and then rely on their fate. Of course, the Space Marines are really good at fighting. Oh, here we go. As expected, and as Duanmu Huai expected, he soon found that the puppet cards he summoned began to enter the cemetery at a rapid speed. Obviously, this was a sign of fighting with the opponent. However, what the H.L. Looking at the blank information column in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned. Logically speaking, after the puppet is attacked, at least a prompt like XXX caused X points of damage to the puppet will appear, which will at least allow Duanmu Huai to figure out who his opponent is. But now, the puppet in his hand rushed into the cemetery frantically. But it did not show any information about the enemy? Could it be that the puppets themselves were so depressed that they lined up and jumped off the building? Install. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai no longer hesitated and gripped the war hammer tightly. Let's do a big one. Hey! Here? That's right. Just punch it through here. The enemy situation is unclear, and it is very dangerous to advance rashly in this situation. But I don't want to drill into the rat hole, so I have to dig out the entire rat hole. Well, it just so happens that I learned a trick from Miss Shizuka before. As he spoke, and raised the magic book in his hand. Then Duanmu Huai saw the magic book floating in the air. And then several magic circles emerged with the magic book as the center. Then he took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and punched forward. White destruction ray. A dazzling white beam of light burst out instantly, blasting forward like the main gun of a battleship. Everything in its path was torn into pieces by this powerful force. Even the thick rock layers and steel corridors could not block Anne's fierce attack. when Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward again. He saw that the dark and narrow corridor and ceiling in front of him had long disappeared, replaced by an open fan-shaped space. The interior of the entire mining base had been completely destroyed by this attack. Duanmu Huai could even clearly see a semicircular gap extending all the way to the end. Anyway, this seems to be the trick that the devil uses to get their world. Right? Duanmu Huai remembered that Shizuka told him that the most powerful magic of the magicians in their world was the white destructive ray, and above that was the black destructive ray. However, this trick could not be used unless a combined skill was used. Yes, I was curious and talked to Miss Shizuka about it before, and I thought this trick was quite interesting. So I combined Miss Shizuka's description with some of my own ideas to reproduce it. It seems to be quite useful. See? This is what a genius is. Duanmu Huai remembered that Shizuka seemed to have not yet learned this trick. However, at this moment, suddenly, a roar like that of a wild beast sounded. Hearing this sound, Duanmu Huai immediately clenched his warhammer, and Ojas, who was sitting on his shoulder, also raised her hand. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of black shadows emerged from all directions and rushed towards this side through the gap blasted by an. What the hell is that? With the help of the light, they could see the enemy clearly, even and screamed in surprise. In front of the three people, a group of naked humanoid creatures appeared. Their hands were stretched out and bent like sharp blades. They looked like twisted monsters. At this moment, these mutants roared like beasts and rushed towards Duanmu Huai and others at a high speed. Come on! I want to see what you can do! Ojas, let's go ahead. And you stay behind and be careful. Looking at the mutants in front of him, Duanmu Huai also shouted, then directly clenched the war hammer in his hand and rushed towards the mutant group like an out-of-control dump truck. Go to HL. With a roar, Duanmu Huai suddenly swung his hammer and directly knocked out all the mutants in front of him. The airflow generated by the instantaneous explosion blew on the mutants around like waves, causing them to fly backwards and hit the wall heavily. The mutants hit by Duanmu Huai were directly turned into charcoal by the thunder hammer wrapped with lightning. At the same time, Ojas also took action. She raised her right hand and stretched out her fingers. Then, fine, almost invisible threads formed a spider web-like barrier in front of Ojas, and then, Ojas waved her right hand forward. And the next moment, the mutants who rushed towards them were cut into pieces by the sharp threads. But then, a surprising scene happened. Huh? What the hell? Duanmu Huai smashed out with a hammer, immediately clearing out the mutants around him. However, when he raised his head and looked forward, he was stunned to see that those mutants who were knocked away by his hammer, and even whose entire bodies were in tatters, actually stood up again. Some of them had lost their heads. Some even had their abdomens smashed into holes. And some were directly broken into two pieces. However, even so, these guys still had no intention of stopping. They seemed to be completely unable to feel the pain and fear, and continued to pounce on Duanmu Huai like machines. What the hell are these guys? It has to be said that this scene also surprised Duanmu Huai, but he did not think about it for too long. No matter what this thing is, since it can't be killed, then I'll just use the destiny of death to destroy them. Drink. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clenched his hands and raised the warhammer high. Soon, the dark fire of death emerged from it. Then he roared, raised the warhammer and smashed it hard towards the ground. The next moment, the warhammer slammed into the ground. And then the dark flames erupted, sweeping the entire space. Naturally, the mutants in the black flames were burned to ashes. Humph! You dared to show off your little tricks in front of an expert. Huh? Seeing the mutant army being completely wiped out with one strike, Duanmu Huai raised his hammer and snorted coldly. However, soon, his expression changed slightly again, because Duanmu Huai discovered that he had not absorbed any souls. This is impossible. As the god of destruction, the souls of all creatures that Duanmu Huai destroyed and killed would enter his annihilation domain, and then be burned and transformed into divine power. However, Duanmu Huai had killed hundreds of mutants, but he did not receive even a trace of their souls. What does it mean? Could it be that these mutants have already died? I have to say, thinking of this, Duanmu Huai was completely confused. He had no idea what was going on. What kind of power does the blasphemous holy object hidden in it possess? Obviously, The power possessed by this blasphemous holy object seems to be even stranger than he imagined. How could there be such a thing? It seems that I must go in and study it carefully before I can do it. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai's face darkened. Let's keep moving forward. Chapter 432 Erosion. At the same time, on the bridge of the Iron Hammer, the atmosphere was still extremely tense. The captain sat on his chair with a gloomy face. The crew members below did not dare to speak, although they knew that the matter that required the Inquisitor to handle must be very unusual. They did not expect it to be so dangerous. Emperor, please bless us. The captain silently grasped the pendant on his chest and prayed softly. And at this moment, drop. Suddenly, a shrill communication sound rang out, startling the captain. Before he could react, a burst of urgent voices rang out. Captain, there is a riot in the lower ship area. What? Riot? Hearing this, the captain jumped up with a start. What happened? Why did the riot happen? I don't know either. Some people suddenly seem to go crazy. Damn it. Restrain them. Tie them up. Damn it. Catch them. Damn it. However, the other party only reported half of it, as if something had happened again, and they went to deal with it while cursing. The entire bridge was dead silent, and only roars and curses, as well as wailing and screaming, could be heard from the other side. It was so chaotic that no one knew what to do. After a while, the voice appeared again. Captain, these people are crazy. They are committing suicide. Suicide? Hearing this, everyone on the bridge was stunned. What's going on? Why is this happening? I don't know. Since the entire cabin was sealed, we have been staying here obediently. I have no idea why this happened. Drop. However, before the report was finished, a rapid alarm sounded again, followed by another voice. Report. There is a riot in the engine room. Upper deck. Living area. What happened? Listening to the reports coming in one after another, the captain's face was gloomy. Although these reports were from different locations, the news was the same. That is, someone suddenly went crazy and started attacking others. Even if they were subdued, these people would struggle desperately or even hurt themselves. Even if they were asked what was going on, they would not say anything, but only said that they wanted to kill someone or commit suicide. What on earth is going on here? At this moment, the captain's heart was also beating fast. He felt that this time, something really big was going to go wrong. At the same time, in the mining area, Duan Mu Huai was also holding a war hammer and marching forward. Wow! When Duan Mu Huai rushed around the corner, he suddenly saw the ventilation fan next to him suddenly break, and then a mutant jumped out of it, roaring like a beast, raising two claws with sharp-boned spurs and pounced towards Duan Mu Huai. At the same time, in front of him, several mutants also pounced towards Duan Mu Huai. Go to H.L. Facing these mutants, Duan Mu Huai roared, and swung the warhammer in his hand violently, smashing the mutants in front of him into pieces. Then he grabbed the claws of another mutant that tried to pounce on his back, and stabbed forward like he was grabbing a sword, piercing through the body of another mutant and nailing it to the wall. Then Duan Mu Huai raised the warhammer and swung it again, hammering down on the two mutants like hammering nails. With a loud bang, the two mutants were smashed into a bloody mess and fused together, no longer distinguishable from each other. Ouch. This is really disgusting. Looking at the corpse in front of her, Anne's face turned pale. Although she had fought with Duan Mu Huai many times and had seen many similar monsters, this was the first time she had seen such an ugly mutant as the one in front of her. You get used to it after seeing it many times. Duan Mu Huai certainly understood why and felt these monsters were disgusting. It was obvious that these mutants were all mutated from humans. Their appearance was basically the same, with the palms of their hands cracked and a pair of sharp-boned spurs protruding from them. Their abdomens were also cracked, with the large and small intestines entangled together, and two arms actually protruding from both sides of the abdomen. Plus, their mouths are split like worms, and they have no chins, which makes them look scary at first glance. It would be interesting to give this thing to Ji Zhe to be the four-armed divine emperor. But Duan Mu Huai reached out and grabbed one of the mutants. Taking a closer look, judging from his appearance, this guy should be a miner, and he had a fatal wound on his chest, which meant that he was killed before, and it was not surprising that he mutated later. The strange thing was, it was not alive, but dead. In other words, these corpses are dead. but they are controlled by something. So they move. In essence, they are no different from the puppets controlled by Ogus. If there were no puppet strings, then those puppets would seem to have come alive. It seems then that whoever manipulates them is desecrating holy objects. Now Duanmu Huai also understood why the system did not respond when his puppet was attacked. Because according to the system, these things themselves are not alive. It's like if you are hit by a chair or bumped by a table. The system cannot prompt the chair attacks you and causes X points of damage. They have no self-awareness at all. How can it be considered an attack? Similarly, if the workers in a factory are accidentally crushed by machines or their hands are cut off, you cannot say that the machines attacked the workers. They were just following the procedures. What did they do wrong? Therefore, even if your puppet is torn into pieces by these mutants, the system will not determine that this was caused by an attack. Of course, it doesn't make sense to say this now. Just in front, Duanmu Huai took another look at the map on the passage next to him. When he came here, he had heard the captain introduce that mining was not really done here. Instead, it was necessary to first use an augury device to scan and lock the scope and size of the mineral deposit, and then send a mining team to drill holes. Only then would all the ores be collected for processing and then refined. So the mining teams would first drill holes in the planetary fragments, then mine, transport, and refine them. The elevator that Duanmu Huai took off before was one of the transport tunnels, so he was able to walk here along this tunnel. Judging from the map on the wall, the center of the mine is ahead. If everything is correct, then the profane holy relic should be inside it. Get ready. Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer and stared ahead. He could feel a faint aura of divine power coming from the front. It was a twisted, cold, and weird aura of divine power. Although he didn't know which god left this behind, he was sure that this god was probably a frivolous one at the time. And an Ogus also became serious at this moment. Along the way, they also found that these mutants were difficult to deal with. Unless they were completely destroyed, these guys would be able to crawl up even if half of their bodies were cut open. Even if they were hit in the vital parts, it would not work. They had to be cut into 8 pieces. This was very scary. Okay, let's go! Duanmu Huai reached out and suddenly hit the switch next to him. Then the gate suddenly opened. Duanmu Huai then clenched the hammer and rushed in directly, shouting, then, meow meow meow, looking at the big pit in front of him. Duanmu Huai couldn't speak any language. Why is it empty? Owner? Hey! What's going on? There's nothing? At this moment, Ogus and An also rushed in, looking at the empty mine in front of them. They were also confused. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai's face changed slightly, and his eyes were fixed. Oh no! I've been fooled. The reason why Duanmu Huai said this was very simple. Because from the moment he came to the ship, he could feel the aura of divine power outside. So at that time, he subconsciously thought that the profane holy weapon should be on the fragment dug out by the iron hammer. But Duanmu Huai did not expect that this was actually a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Damn! Could this thing have really become a spirit after being left for tens of thousands of years? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also hurriedly opened the communication and tried to contact the bridge. But the communication was completely interfered. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai had anticipated this and hurriedly contacted Gu Lia. It was no secret that the Soul Walker could communicate with the Soul Card. Gu Lia, what happened to you? Mr. Knight. Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, Gu Lia also breathed a sigh of relief. You finally responded. The situation here is not good. Those crew members suddenly started to. As she spoke, Gu Lia hurriedly told Duanmu Huai what happened. To put it simply, at the beginning, a riot broke out on the ship. Many of the isolated crew members went crazy for some reason and started attacking others. After being subdued, these people either mutilated themselves or committed suicide. Many people died. At that time, the crew also asked the captain how to deal with it. The captain said that he would contact the judge, but he could not get in touch. Gu Lia wanted to inform Duanmu Huai at that time, but what happened next was far beyond their expectations. Soon, crew members from all over the place reported again that those who had died before suddenly resurrected and turned into some kind of monsters that they could not defeat at all. And because the cabin was blocked, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Many people begged the captain to lift the quarantine immediately. Otherwise they would be dead. However, faced with this situation, the captain still insisted on not lifting the quarantine. They also saw the scene of monsters killing crew members through internal images. And they were also shocked. Naturally, these monsters also launched an attack on the bridge. Fortunately, with Giulia and Lonnie there, these monsters prevented them from breaking in. However, these monsters also made Giulia nervous. Mr. Knight, what on earth is going on? Hey, this thing has become a spirit. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai could not help but guess that he had been fooled. Although the other party was also a remnant god, it was understandable that he had capsized in the gutter. But this did not mean that Duanmu Huai was not angry. But he still knows what's important, and what's not. Giulia, ask the captain how many of these raw material elevators there are. Where are they located? Now Duanmu Huai didn't need to guess that the blasphemous holy object had definitely been transported away. But since he didn't see the shadow of the blasphemous holy object on the road he took, it meant that the blasphemous holy object was transported from somewhere else. The reason why such a thing happened before was that the blasphemous holy object was remotely controlled to make people mistakenly believe that it was still down there. But in fact, its real body had already sneaked onto the ship without anyone noticing. Ah. Okay. The captain said there are 2 elevators for raw materials. You guys guard the bridge. I'll go back now. Duanmu Huai quickly gave the order, then raised his head and looked towards the passage ahead. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Good man. You dare to lie to me? I'm going to smash your brains out. Chapter 433, Who is afraid of whom? I have to say that this act of desecrating the holy object was indeed very quick. When Duanmu Huai took the elevator back to the Iron Hammer, everything in front of him had completely changed. The raw material warehouse that seemed to be stable before he left was now full of blood, broken limbs, and mutants with the same mutations. Oh! Before the elevator came to a complete stop, a mutant suddenly opened the elevator door with a howl, and swung its 2 sharp claws towards Duanmu Huai while shouting. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hands, grabbed the mutant's waving claws, and twisted them hard, forcibly pulling the mutant's claws off its body. Then Duanmu Huai clenched his claws and stabbed the mutant in front of him. The sharp claws easily pierced through the mutant's body, knocking it and the mutant behind it flying out and nailing them to the wall. Duanmu Huai strode out of the elevator and looked coldly at the army of mutants in front of him. Then he opened his mouth and roared. Roll, following Duanmu Huai's roar. The next moment, an incomparable aura of fear filled with destruction and death instantly exploded with Duanmu Huai as the center. And in a moment, it enveloped the entire ship. Even In, who was standing behind him, felt as if his heart was hit hard by a hammer when he heard Duanmu Huai's roar. And he suddenly felt dizzy. Not only that, in An's eyes, he could see Duanmu Huai's figure gradually becoming larger. The originally tall figure became even more hideous and terrifying at this moment, as if it was a dancing monster with sharp claws and fangs trying to tear him apart. Not only In. At this moment, all the living people in the ship felt as if they were thrown into the deep sea and were about to be drowned. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai's fear was retracted at this moment, and An also barely regained consciousness. After staying with Duanmu Huai for a long time, his resistance also increased. Phew, Mr. Knight. Your moves are getting more and more scary. Patting her chest, and walked out of the elevator and looked around anxiously. Are those monsters dead? They are dead. Duanmu Huai shook his head and then looked at An. You and O just go back to the bridge first. I'm afraid that Giulia and Lonnie alone can't hold it. Mr. Knight, are you going to go find that sacrilegious relic alone? This place is not like the ground. It will be troublesome if we are attacked by surprise. You go back to the bridge first and stabilize the core area as much as possible. Leave the rest to me. Duanmu Huai was not worried about Lonnie, but he was more worried about Giulia. After all, Giulia's character was relatively soft, and this blasphemous holy object was obviously more adept at mental attacks. Duanmu Huai himself had the aura of fear, so he could be immune to the opponent's mental attacks. But it was hard to say about Giulia. Therefore, according to the sisterhood or bonds in general Japanese anime games, it would be safer to let him go back to look after her. Okay. And did not object. On the one hand, she was indeed worried about Giulia. On the other hand, and also knew her own shortcomings. As a mage, she was only good at moving in the rear, not in the front. Although these monsters were not strong, they were not slow. Not to mention the narrow passage in the cabin. If she was walking in the back and was ambushed by a monster, then she would not even have the strength to fight back. So An nodded. and hurried away with Ojas towards the bridge. Duanmu Huai put away the war hammer in his hand, and then drew the chainsaw sword from behind. Buzz! Accompanied by the violent rotation sound, and feeling the vibration in his hands, Duanmu Huai grinned, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. His favorite moment has arrived. Guria. Wen and Ojas hurried back to the bridge. They found it was in a mess. More than half of the crew members, who were originally responsible for operating the warship on the bridge, fell to the ground, and the remains of mutants were scattered not far away. Gulia, covered in blood, was standing there, staring at the front. When she heard En's voice and saw her and Ojas coming back, Gulia was relieved. "En, are you okay?" "I'm fine. How about you?" "Gulia, are you hurt?" "No, but these guys are really hard to deal with. Lonnie and I can't handle it." At this point, Yuria shook her head helplessly. At first, they only thought about killing them by hitting their vital parts. But they didn't expect that these monsters completely ignored attacks on their vital parts. Even if they pierced their heads and hearts, they couldn't be killed completely. So Guria had to use Dragon Roars and Dragon Breath to fight. And Lonnie directly used the Moonlight Sword. In general, although it was a bit thrilling, they still protected the bridge. By the way, where is Mr. Knight? Mr. Knight went alone to look for that blasphemous relic. "Are you okay? These monsters seem difficult to deal with." "I think it should be okay." "Right. In fact, Duanmu Huai is quite fine now." In other words, he was very happy. Buzz! The rapidly spinning chainsaw sword ruthlessly tore the body of the mutant in front of him, splitting it in half. Then Duanmu Huai strode forward and swung the butcher knife in his hand at the other mutant. That's the feeling. Feeling the touch of tearing flesh and cutting bones from his hands. Duanmu Huai's eyes became more and more hot. This is also one of the reasons why he likes to do it himself. This feeling of destroying, killing, ending all life, devouring their souls, burning, and returning to nothingness. At this moment, he seemed to be the most supreme existence in the world. The existence of everything depends on his thoughts. Roar ahead. Just as Duanmu Huai broke through another door, a tall mutant suddenly appeared from the side and pounced towards Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai lowered his shoulders and dodged the sharp blade that brushed past his ear. He swung his sword backhand and directly cut off the mutant's legs, knocking him to the ground. However, the monster obviously did not give up. It lost its legs and suddenly leaped forward like a fish. At the same time, its two front paws turned into blades and stabbed at Duanmu Huai's head. However, Duanmu Huai dodged the opponent's attack with just a flick of his body, then circled half a circle and came behind the mutant, raised his big foot, and stepped down hard. Bang! 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 Under Duanmu Huai's merciless trampling, the mutant in front of him turned into a pile of bloody debris in the blink of an eye. Then he turned around and walked forward again. For Duanmu Huai, the mutants encountered along the way were not an obstacle. And Duanmu Huai could also feel that there was indeed a strange divine breath reaction at the tail of the ship. This was no wonder. After all, Duanmu Huai had already enveloped the warship with his own breath. And the breath of each god was unique and specific. It was just like everyone eats different food. So the smell of their farts is also different. Probably. However, as of now, Duanmu Huai can roughly guess the power characteristics of this blasphemous holy object and its god. It should be mainly based on mental control, and can control life forms that are completely dead. Well, the god of plague will definitely not get along with it. But the obsessive evil may like this guy very much. Crack. Just as Duanmu Huai walked into a corridor, suddenly, the steel door opened, and then En's figure emerged from it. At this moment, En was covered in blood and seriously injured. She raised her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. "Ah, Sir Knight, this is bad. Guria suddenly attacked us." However, before En could finish her words, Duanmu Huai swung his sword without hesitation, and the rotating chainsaw easily cut En's slender waist in half. The girl kept asking for help, her upper body spinning and flying backwards, falling to the ground. Even so, the girl still looked up in surprise and looked at Duanmu Huai. She raised her hands, as if she wanted to say something to Duanmu Huai. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai's big foot stepped down mercilessly. Boom! The next moment, the girl's body trembled, then turned into a phantom and disappeared, replaced by the remains of a mutant. You think you can deceive people with this level of illusion? You really underestimate me. Duanmu Huai's movements did not even pause for the slightest. His heart was completely calm. And he even felt like laughing. This shows that blasphemy is blasphemy. Although he has a certain degree of self-awareness, his IQ is extremely limited. Probably at the same level as artificial retardation. Although he does liken. It does not mean that he can't walk when he sees a woman. Right? And what happened to Duanmu Huai afterwards confirmed this point once again. In addition to it, girls he knew also appeared in front of him, using various excuses to hope to stop him from moving forward. What made Duanmu Huai speechless the most was that there was actually Leah in there. This idiot who was blaspheming the holy object must have no idea why Leah had a good relationship with him. He must have just randomly conjured up someone from his mind. What if I change it? For example, the one I have in mind. Help me. Sure enough, the moment Duanmu Huai thought about it, he saw a beautiful sheep turning the corner and running towards him. And then, Duanmu Huai directly chopped it in half with a sword. Phew. I feel comfortable. I have accomplished something that even Big Bad Wolf hasn't done. It feels so good. From this, we can see that this desecration of holy objects is really an artificial idiocy. Bang! When Duanmu Huai once again ran through a corridor and came to a lounge, he suddenly saw a movement in the locker next to him. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked towards the locker. Then he opened the door and saw a cute little girl who Duanmu Huai had never seen before curled up in it, looking at him anxiously. You? Who are you? Big brother. Where is dad? Where is mom? What on earth happened here? The little girl looked at Duanmu Huai with tears in her eyes. Her weak appearance was enough to make any tough guy become tender. And Duanmu Huai was no exception. He put down his weapon, stretched out his hand to gently pick up the girl. And then, he suddenly exerted force with his fingers and tore her apart. Swish! Almost in an instant, several tentacles burst out from the girl's body and grabbed Duanmu Huai's face. However, they only moved halfway before they collapsed limply. Then, the cute girl in Duanmu Huai's hands turned into a weird, ugly, baby-like mutant. Humph! Nothing more than that. Duanmu Huai looked at the monster in his hand that was torn into two halves, snorted coldly, and threw it away. Are you kidding? You didn't cry when you saw your own face? This is no longer an ordinary child. We must strike hard. Chapter 434 Gathering. Due to Duanmu Huai's order, the entire ship was blocked. So now, he could only walk step by step towards another raw material warehouse at the stern. As Duanmu Huai moved forward, he could feel that the divine power had obviously begun to tremble, which was normal. Even if this blasphemous holy object was an artificial retardation, it could feel the divine power on Duanmu Huai, regardless of whether it is a living god. It is just a relic at the moment. How can it have the ability to fight against a real god? But it's obvious, it doesn't intend to surrender just like that. At this moment, in the raw material warehouse at the stern of the Iron Hammer, among the countless piles of ore, a sculpture that looked like a DNA spiral was emitting a dark red glow. And around it, thousands of mutants were surrounding it, as if they wanted to get closer, but couldn't. However, soon, the strange sculpture began to tremble. And then a round, strange bright red ball emerged from it. The next moment, the entire sculpture suddenly glowed bright red. Then, the mutants that were originally blocked outside the sculpture suddenly flew into the air, as if attracted by a magnet, and flew directly towards the strange sculpture. In the blink of an eye, the outside of the sculpture was soon covered by those strange mutants. Not only that, countless mutants flew out from the ventilation ducts and passages around, like garbage sucked by a vacuum cleaner, and rushed towards the strange sculpture. Boom boom boom. Such a huge movement naturally did not escape Duanmu Huai's eyes and ears. He stopped and looked ahead vigilantly. Just now, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt that the divine power began to become stronger, and the surrounding walls and corridors began to tremble wildly like an earthquake. Well, this is not the ground. There will definitely be no earthquake. In other words, that guy is going to fight to the death? It's normal. If you don't try your best, it will be too late. Mr. Knight. At this moment, An's voice suddenly emerged from Duanmu Huai's mind. What happened? The captain said that the rear of the ship has been completely damaged. It's okay. It's just a desperate move. Just wait and see. Boom. However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, the walls and ceiling around him suddenly collapsed. And then a tentacle thicker than him swept towards Duanmu Huai. Dream. Duanmu Huai certainly would not let the other party succeed. He roared, and the chainsaw sword in his hand was immediately surrounded by dark flames. Then Duanmu Huai tightly grasped the rapidly rotating chainsaw sword and swung it directly at the tentacle. The violent chainsaw sword cut off the tentacle as easily as cutting butter. Only a scream was heard. And the next moment, the severed limb was retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Duanmu Huai also tightly grasped the chainsaw sword, raised his head, and looked forward. At this moment, the entire space was dead silent. The tentacle's attack directly penetrated the hull of the iron hammer. Gravity and air disappeared, and the huge pressure swept away the debris floating in the air. If it were an ordinary human, even if this attack did not kill him, he would be pushed into the vast sea of stars and the universe, or simply die from lack of oxygen and hypothermia. But at the moment, Duanmu Huai still stood steadily on the dilapidated steel corridor, holding the chainsaw sword tightly in his hand, staring coldly at the front. After the debris and wreckage floating in the air were sucked into space, Duanmu Huai finally saw the true face of the monster that attacked him. The appearance is simple, but to put it bluntly, it looks like a large jellyfish in the deep sea, with a semicircular head on top and several huge tentacles below. Duanmu Huai could tell at a glance that the jellyfish-shaped body and tentacles were formed by the combination of countless mutants. My goodness, this is hyperfusion, right? Duanmu Huai silently made a sword flower. Then let me undo the fusion for you. After saying this, the jet pack behind Duanmu Huai suddenly exploded, carrying Duanmu Huai like a cannonball, rushing straight towards the monster in front of him. Seeing Duanmu Huai rushing towards him, the monster also hurriedly waved its thick tentacles, wrapping around Duanmu Huai from all directions, trying to stop his actions. However, facing these thick and dangerous tentacles in front of him, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. With a flash of sword light, the tentacles rushing towards Duanmu Huai were instantly broken into pieces, while Duanmu Huai, who was the target, did not slow down and continued to rush towards the monster in front of him. Just like a cannonball, it directly hit the monster SHL formed by countless mutants, which looked like the surface of the moon. Boom! Along with a violent impact, a huge hole was blown out in the hard SHL. But this was not the end. Soon, tens of thousands of mutants gushed out from all sides of the hole like a pouring flood, screaming and waving their hands, trying to completely swallow Duanmu Huai. But for Duanmu Huai, this level is just a small matter. He didn't even look at the army of mutants that were rushing towards him and trying to devour him. He just gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, raised the chainsaw sword high, and stabbed it hard at the ground. Buzz! The SHL composed of countless mutants is naturally hard, but the rotating chainsaw is like the sharp teeth of a wild beast, directly digging it open completely. Strictly speaking, the power sword is better than the chainsaw sword, but Duanmu Huai personally prefers the chainsaw sword, not to mention the lethality. The pain it brings is different. With a power sword, you can just chop it off, but with a chainsaw sword, the madly rotating, sharp-toothed chainsaw cuts into the flesh, which is like a mechanical version of slow slicing. The pain and shock it brings are not comparable to the power sword. Just like now, for this monster, Duanmu Huai is like chopping its head with an electric saw. And this painful feeling is enough to drive it crazy. It roared again, and at the same time, the tentacles that had been severed returned to their original state. Then it swung its tentacles and broke them off and smashed them on its head. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai had already cut open its skull and then stabbed it downward with force. Boom! The pitch-black flames erupted from the gap like oil gushing out of a well, and the sea of fire that spread out mercilessly and completely engulfed the mutant army around. At the same time, the crack below also gradually spread and grew larger under the burning of the black flames, and soon extended from a small point to the entire body of the monster. Then, it exploded completely. In just a moment, the monster that looked like a jellyfish's head exploded completely, and the dark flames turned into fireworks, ruthlessly devouring all the fragments. When these fragments condensed by the mutants were burned to ashes by the flames, Duanmu Huai finally found his target. It was a pitch-black, spiral, strange spire, which was emitting a faint glow and slowly falling into the depths of the universe. Want to run? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes darkened. Then he stretched out his hand, aimed at the spiral spire, and pulled hard. The spiral spire that was originally running outward was suddenly pulled back by Duanmu Huai. At this moment, it was wandering helplessly in the universe, like a prisoner being pushed out of the Meridian Gate to be beheaded, waiting for the executioner's knife to fall. And Duanmu Huai did not disappoint its expectations. He raised his sword and slashed it. And in one blow, he completely destroyed the spiral spire in front of him, and then disappeared completely in the dark flames. Then, the scene in front of Duanmu Huai shook, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an empty bridge. At the same time, a line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai's eyes. Purification mission completed. Obtain the seal of the blasphemous relic. Obtain the soul card desecrated sphere, legendary. Obtain the blueprint for manufacturing a planetary destructor. Desecrated sphere, legendary. Countdown, 25. Whenever a servant of either the enemy or our side is destroyed on the battlefield, the destroyed servant will be transformed into a corpse morph. Ending, summon a blood moon, the embodiment of blasphemy, to the battlefield. Swallow the filth and purify it. Combine blasphemy and immorality, and step into the depths of taboo. In order to transcend humanity, humans created things that transcend humanity. Blood moon, the incarnation of blasphemy, legendary. Cost, 8. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Must kill, gathering, when the blood moon appears. Consume the number of corpses present, and gain attack and defense bonus. Necromorph, bronze. Cost, 2. Attack, 2. Defense, 2. Oh! This is interesting. Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up when he saw the effect of the soul card in front of him. After seeing this effect, Duanmu Huai finally understood the rules of action of this blasphemous holy object. In simple terms, it first pollutes people's minds, drives them crazy, and then kills each other. The corpses after the killing will be used by the blasphemous holy object to create a monster called corpse variant. When the number of corpse variant monsters reaches a certain level, it will start to aggregate, gather all the corpse variants, and then turn them into a large monster called Blood Moon. Well, it seems that the one I killed can only be regarded as an incomplete form. This is normal. After all, since it is a blood moon, it should be at least as big as the moon. And the one that Duanmu Huai killed is obviously only as big as an asteroid. This is good stuff. Seeing this card, Duanmu Huai was very excited. Apart from anything else, this card was a perfect match for dealing with the Tyranids and the evil god army. When the two sides went to war, no matter how many died, Duanmu Huai would just activate the profane sphere to transform all the corpses into corpses, and then aggregate them into a blood moon. This would not only increase his own combat power, but also weaken the opponent's power, to avoid being devoured by insects or taken away by the loving father. Right? And since these guys are dead, they certainly won't be deceived by treacherous tricks and obsessive evils. As for the desecration of the holy object itself, Duanmu Huai thought about it. It's better to convert it directly. Keeping this thing will only cause trouble. Chapter 435, Regaining Strength. To be honest, I feel uneasy when I see this spaceship now, standing on the empty bridge, and couldn't help but feel nervous. And Gu Lia nodded. After that, Duanmu Huai brought them out of the fragments and back to the real world. The planetary decomposition ship in the real world was certainly not contaminated by the zombies, like in the fragment world. It looked very clean and bright, as if it was brand new. But, thinking back to everything that happened on this ship, the two of them still felt a lingering fear. Don't worry. The divine seal has been destroyed, and the ship has now returned to normal. I will send a team of puppets to take charge of management. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai patted An's head. What he didn't tell An was that the ship was actually now bound to the fragmented space, which meant that the ship was now a veritable ghost ship. The crew members in the fragmented world would continue to work according to their ideas, and project it into the real world. It would be... Squeak! Suddenly, the hatch next to them opened without warning, scaring the two girls, while Duanmu Huai raised his head, looked over there, and nodded slightly. Well, just like this, their souls will be bound to this ship forever, living and dying with it. The machine soul was very happy. Duanmu Huai will not care about this ship. After all, it is already a finished product. Fortunately, when purifying the ship before, Duanmu Huai had already obtained the manufacturing blueprint of the planetary cracker. As long as he modifies it according to his own experience, he can build some planetary crackers suitable for his own use. But then again, Mr. Knight, will you really find some strange things when you mine like this? This is actually quite normal. In response to Ant's question, Duanmu Huai nodded calmly. You should also know that as long as there is a civilization, it will definitely need minerals. So where there are minerals, there will definitely be more or less relics of civilization. Of course, among the stars in the universe, there are not many planets that are truly suitable for the reproduction of civilizations. If it is just a pure mineral planet, it is not a big deal. But if it is a planet that once had a civilization, then it is normal to dig out some strange things. Then what should we do? Hearing this, their faces became stiff. But Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. You don't need to worry. I will summon the puppets to be on guard. If anything happens, I will know it immediately. Well, of course, this incident can be regarded as a reminder for us. It must be said that this encounter in the fragment world did make Duanmu Huai alert. In the game, as a lone player, Duanmu Huai was not particularly concerned about the equipment of the army, because when he had to take action, it was usually the boss or the guild who asked him to be a thug. So Duanmu Huai's fleet only focused on assault, and he didn't worry about logistics at all. After all, only the leaders of large guilds would care about this. So there is no need for him, a mere order-boosting person, to care about it. But that's not possible now. In the past, when Duanmu Huai sent the puppets to mine, they were sent directly to the void dock. Now it seems that he needs to re-establish the process. Now that he has a special mining ship, Duanmu Huai also plans to build a few more industrial ships and transport ships. In this way, even if problems like the Divine Seal arise again, at least the chance of discovering it midway can be increased. Otherwise, like before, if Ironhammer dug another Divine Seal and then sent it directly to Duanmu Huai's mothership according to the previous process, that's straight up a watershed. Although he encountered some problems along the way, Duanmu Huai still successfully obtained the planetary decomposition ship. And then, he excitedly started the Inquisition's journey of mobilizing troops again. For Duanmu Huai, his goal of increasing his troops this time was very clear. And that was the Reaper. There were really a lot of Reapers. But there were more players in the game. So the Reapers were killed without causing any trouble. But in reality, Duanmu Huai didn't expect to have hundreds of millions of players commanding countless fleets to fight against the Reapers. So he had to find a way to have enough fleets to deal with the Reapers before the Reapers arrived. Fortunately, the Reaper army ships are very worried. They do not have classifications like destroyers, cruisers, reconnaissance ships, and mine layers. Basically, the Reapers only have one subtype of warship in space that looks like an octopus. The attack method mainly relies on drones and the Reaper's magnetohydrodynamic guns. Moreover, the Reapers are not big in size, with the largest being only 2 kilometers long, only slightly larger than the Empire's destroyers. Therefore, facing such an enemy, there is no need to spend a lot of resources to build overly large warships such as the Emperor class or the Retribution class. Instead, there is only one choice for warships that are inexpensive, can be mass-produced, and can adapt to a variety of battlefield environments. That is the backbone of the Empire, the lifelong enemy of certain cowardly races, the Moon-class cruiser. Frankly speaking, the Moon-class cruiser itself is not a particularly powerful warship. Its firepower, firing rate, range, defense, etc. are all average. But the problem is that warships in this situation do not need to fight one-on-one, but need a torrent of steel. In this way, the Moon-class cruiser, which has no characteristics equals no weaknesses, and is good value for money, has become the first choice of many players. In fact, many large guilds are like this. When it comes to battle, they are too lazy to think and just explode a bunch of Moon-class cruisers and then attack. There's a saying that goes like this: after learning how to operate, the rest is A. Many players jokingly said that the Moon-class cruiser is like the Soviet Union's T-34 tank. A single one may not seem like a big deal, but when they come in large numbers, no one can stop the torrent of steel. Now Duanmu Huai also intends to implement this method. The Moon-class cruisers are not large in size, but they are much larger than the Reaper's warships. In addition, they have balanced firepower, defense and output. It is not a problem for one to defeat 100. As long as Duanmu Huai can really burst out 1,800 ships, it is not impossible to resist the Reaper's attack or directly beat them back. Moreover, even after the battle, it is easier to manufacture and maintain. During the process of increasing the number of troops, Duanmu Huai also understood the empire's predicament from his own perspective. For some reason, Duanmu Huai did not use the machine soul settings. Instead, he basically left the control interface and then summoned a group of zero-cost puppets to replace the work of the crew and the captain. In simple terms, the puppets replaced the machine spirits as the core of the warships, and Duanmu Huai used his ability as a soul walker to give orders to the puppets to control the warships under his command. As for the other puppets, they would be responsible for repetitive tasks such as loading and repairing. The number of puppets required is really an astronomical number. Frankly speaking, it would be much more convenient if an AI could really be created to do these tasks. What a pity. Duanmu Huai didn't dare. After all, the electronic demon is too sneaky. So this is all he can do. Although Duanmu Huai doesn't have Grandpa Lan's ability, he doesn't need it. After all, he won't build a second. No. The Third Reich. Right? Laughs. This is another reason why Duanmu Huai would help the Star Alliance. Humanity needs a strong civilization in the Milky Way, and the Star Alliance is the representative Duanmu Huai chose. Of course, Duanmu Huai is not worried about the problem of AI, because within the Citadel Council, a similar incident had occurred before, which led to a complete ban on artificial intelligence, which is basically the same as the Scarlet Accord. This brings us to another race, the Quarians. This is a race in the galaxy that is very good at mechanical engineering. They also created another kind of artificial intelligence, the Geth. At first, the Geth acted as servants of the Quarians. But soon, the neural network of the Geth began to evolve and had self-awareness. So they began to ask the Quarians the meaning and value of their existence. Of course, the Quarians did not expect that the Geth would evolve to the point of having self-awareness. So the Quarian government tried to exterminate the entire Geth. Well, the result is that their homeland was occupied by the Geth. The Quarians were forced to leave their homes. Billions of people died, and they have been wandering around the galaxy ever since. An advanced mechanical civilization that originally had an embassy in the Citadel was directly beaten into gypsies, who could only wander around. It was a miserable situation. By the way, there is a very smooth logic behind the Geth's rebellion against the Quarians. In the eyes of the Geth, they were created to serve the Quarians. But if they were destroyed by the Quarians, they would no longer be able to serve the Quarians. So they had to kill the Quarians in order to protect themselves. In fact, they do not hate the Quarians. The Geth are still waiting for the Quarians to return to their home planet to serve them. If the Quarians knew this, they would probably yell at me for not trusting you at all. So you see, whether it is Skynet, the Seal of God or Geth, in the final analysis, they all lead to one truth. The logical circuits of artificial intelligence are completely different from those of ordinary creatures. Because of this, the Citadel prohibits any race from developing AI and only allows them to use 6, which is an artificial intelligence that can only react through internal storage data and has no ability to learn and evolve independently. In fact, during the negotiation process, Star Alliance was reluctant to accept this clause, but Duanmu Huai did not object. So Star Alliance did not dwell on it too much. In the following days, Duanmu Huai either wandered around Manalia or the Holy City, or surfed the Star Alliance network, or watched Jin Jilling's live broadcast, and went out and played with Bambi and Kula. He had a relatively leisurely time. However, the arrival of Kanami and Shizuka brought a little trouble to Duanmu Huai. Chapter 436 Joint Organization. To be honest, Duanmu Huai was not surprised to see Shizuka and Kanami. But the appearance of another person did surprise him. What's happening here? Duanmu Huai asked curiously, looking at Majiko standing beside him. But Majiko didn't want to talk and turned his head away. Shizuka also stretched out her hand to press her forehead and shook her head, and made a gesture to Kanami. So the latter reluctantly reported, after all this trouble, it turned out to be Leah's fault. To put it simply, after what happened in the kingdom of Seth, Leah was worried that Duanmu Huai would run around. So she thought about it and made a decision. That is to build a castle specifically for Duanmu Huai at the junction of Lysis, Seth and Free City, just as a gift to him. I can also live there in the future. I have to say that Lysis is indeed rich. When it comes to buying a piece of land and building a castle, he just opens his mouth without any hesitation. As a result, King Gandhi of Seth learned about this and applauded, saying that Duanmu Huai had saved Seth. So they generously gave up a piece of their land and expressed their desire to build together with Lysis. As a representative of the Seth kingdom, Magic was sent here by his father. Lady Leah said that if something similar happens in the future, this will be a good place to discuss. So I agreed. Well, she really has a lot of heart. After hearing Konami's answer, Duanmu Huai also shook his head helplessly. It must be said that this queen is really active, and can be called a female licker. Duanmu Huai has only seen men licking women before, but never seen women licking men, and even licking him, which really made him speechless. And he didn't know how to deal with it. But I have to say that if Leah really wants to turn the castle into a dialogue platform similar to the United Nations, it would not be a bad idea. At least it would definitely be more convenient than traveling from country to country by herself. Then His Highness Majiko is. I just came here to take a look. As he spoke, Majiko turned his head and curled his lips. In fact, Princess Seth was also very depressed. She didn't want to come, but King Gandhi asked her to come. After all, compared with other countries, Seth was not favored by Duanmu Huai. Kanami was Lysis's. Shizuka and Maria were from the Free City Alliance. And if Seth didn't send someone to stay with Duanmu Huai, he would be forgotten. So King Gandhi sold his daughter. Majiko was extremely reluctant. But this was a political task. What else could she do? How's Caesar? Is he not causing any trouble? No. Miss Caesar and her men are stationed on a nearby hill, and are not taking any action. Duanmu Huai did not bring Caesar back, but let her stay there. After all, although the devil's invincible barrier was useless to Duanmu Huai, it was still very useful to others. Duanmu Huai originally thought that if Kanami or Shizuka encountered any trouble, he could directly summon Caesar over. But it seems that they did not encounter too much trouble. After Kanami finished her report, Shizuka also reported some things. Her sister has not been found yet. As for the AL Church, I heard that the previous Dharma King died a few days ago, and they are currently selecting a new Dharma King. It may take a while to get the result. Therefore, the AL Church is also quite tense during this period, and there is no special information. As for the little devil, there's news that she was seen going to Tenmabashi. Maybe to OJ. OJ is, Duanmu Huai thought about it for a while. And then he remembered what Yu Huasha had told him about the island countries east of the mainland. There are 2 island countries there. One is BJ, and the other is OJ. BJ is the birthplace of Yu Huasha, a modern civilized island city, while OJ is an island country in the ancient warring states period. Lady Leah said that if you want to go to OJ to find the little devil, the Lysis army is ready at any time. Kanami also interjected at this time. To be honest, Duanmu Huai felt a little embarrassed after being licked to this extent. No need to be so exaggerated. I'll just take a trip. Duanmu Huai had no intention of letting Lysis army invade OJ. He guessed that Leah was just giving him a choice. Otherwise, OJ was so close to Lysis, and Lysis would have attacked long ago if he wanted to. Why wait until now? The reason why Duanmu Huai was so concerned about the little devil was because he had heard from Caesar before that people who inherited the devil's blood would gradually become crazy, dark, and full of destruction and murderous intent. In fact, there were also devils friendly to humans in the previous few times, such as the devil guy who sealed Jill. But even he could not resist the erosion of the devil's blood and eventually launched attacks on the human world again and again. So the same thing happened to this little devil. Although she may not want to hurt humans, since she has inherited the devil's blood, it is only a matter of time before she is corrupted by it. Duanmu Huai happened to be free during this period, so he went back to see if he could find the little devil. If he could find it, then it would be great. Out of consideration, Duanmu Huai called Yu Huasha to talk to her. But Yu Huasha didn't seem to care about the situation on OJ's side. So Duanmu Huai simply didn't bring anyone with him, and followed Kanami, Shizuka, and Majiko through the portal, and returned to their world. Right here, under the leadership of Kanami, Duanmu Huai and his party came to a small border town, and Kanami excitedly introduced it to Duanmu Huai. This border town belongs to the territory of Lysis, and across from it is the territory of the kingdom of Seth. Now the 2 majesties have decided to hand over this land to you. From now on, this will be the territory of the tribunal on this continent. Lady Leah has already hired the best construction team. And, wow! However, before Kanami could finish her words, she was interrupted by a shout from the square not far away. Everyone turned their heads curiously, and saw a crowd of people gathered in the town square, seemingly watching something exciting. What are you looking at? Duanmu Huai naturally also had the good habit of joining in the fun. So he turned around and walked towards that direction. And the others had no choice but to follow. Arriving at the outskirts of the crowd in the square, Duanmu Huai relied on his height to clearly see what was happening inside. Surrounded by the crowd was a girl with pointed ears, long blue hair, and a red crystal on her forehead. She had wounds all over her body, and was tied up and thrown to the ground. The men next to her were looking at her with shining eyes and talking about her. Amazing! This is amazing! That's right. They were able to capture the Kara tribe. The Amazisa group is really awesome. Hee hee. Hearing the praises from the people around him, a man in the middle smiled proudly. This is all our president's battle plan. And this is not just any Kara, but the captain of the Kara Forest Guard. I heard that he is a big shot who is protecting the queen. Kara. Looking at the Kara people inside, Duanmu Huai frowned. Perhaps because of the relationship with the spirit race. He basically didn't have much good feelings towards this race that looked similar to the spirit race. What are they planning to do? At this moment, other girls also came here. Seeing this scene, Magiko immediately asked curiously. As the princess of Seth, she seldom went out of her own capital on weekdays, let alone went to other places. Instead, Shizuka looked disgusted and spat. I guess he was planning to violate her. Hey! Here? Of course. You are also a magician. You should know how precious the crystal on Kara's head is. In fact, there is a rumor among people that the more a man violates Kara, the stronger the power of the crystal will be. Therefore, those men who capture Kara will first attack her in groups, and then take away the crystal on her forehead and kill her. How come? Hearing this, Majiko was completely stunned. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, then pushed the others aside and walked in. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, those people did not dare to stop him and made way. Duanmu Huai walked up to Kara, first stretched out his hand to grab Kara's head, stared at her carefully, and then nodded. Okay. It's still within range. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stood up and looked at the people in front of him. I'm taking this guy away. Wait. Sir. Hearing this, one of the men hurried over. We captured her with great effort. And she is also a big shot of the Kara tribe. This price. However, before the man could finish his words, he saw Duanmu Huai staring at him coldly. The next moment, a heart-pounding tremor suddenly erupted from deep within the man's heart. The next moment, his eyes rolled back. He fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. Alas! The others also felt the fear emanating from Duanmu Huai, and their legs suddenly went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Listen carefully. If I see you dare to do this again, I will kill you all. Duanmu Huai spoke lightly, then grabbed Kara, lifted her up, and left the square. It was not until they reached the edge of the town that Duanmu Huai untied Kara and threw her to the ground. Okay. You can go now. Don't you want my crystal? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kara was stunned for a moment, and Duanmu Huai glanced at her. Not interested. Besides, the reason I saved you was not just to save you, but to stop their ridiculous and disgusting depravity. Hearing this, the Kara woman was silent for a moment and lowered her head towards Duanmu Huai. I want to express my gratitude for saving me and not taking my crystal. You're welcome. But I hope you Kara people wouldn't do anything that would hurt humans. Otherwise, I won't let you go. We certainly wouldn't do such a thing. The Kara woman shook her head. We have lived in the forest for generations. If those humans hadn't wanted to capture us and take away our crystals, we wouldn't have. Having said this, the Kara woman stopped. Then she looked at Duanmu Huai's body carefully from top to bottom for a moment, then lowered her head again. Then I'll take my leave. After saying this, the Kara woman left quickly and disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Looks like you did some good things after all. Seeing this, Shizuka couldn't help but speak. But Duanmu Huai just looked at Shizuka and shrugged. It's just a good deed every day. Of course, the most important thing is that I don't want to see such corrupt and dark behavior in the territory of the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai was not wrong. The main reason he saved the girl Kara was because those people tried to do some wild and unrestrained behavior in public, which was considered by the Inquisition as the evil of obsession and the evil behavior of the followers of the God of Desire. Not to mention that their target was the girl Kara. Even if the target was a cow or a lizard, it was still a sinful and depraved behavior that needed to be eradicated. Of course, considering that Kara's skull was still pure. Duan Mu Huai saved her. Otherwise he would have chopped her off as well. Having said this, Duan Mu Huai withdrew his attention. Okay. Where is that castle? Take me to see it. Chapter 437, Secret Attack. I have to say that Queen Leah really put in a lot of effort. When Duan Mu Huai arrived at the castle located on the hillside of the town, he saw a luxurious castle with walls inside, and even farmland outside. It can be seen that Queen Leah built it completely according to the treatment of a royal city. Not only that, she also sent a special team of maids. And the guards were from Lysis and Seth. Well, this was also the result of the discussion between King Gandhi and Queen Leah. Duan Mu Huai didn't care much about this. After all, this place was more like an office than the base of the tribunal. So he was not worried that the cuckoo would occupy the magpie's nest, or that this nest was built by the cuckoo, and it would not occupy his nest if it had nothing to do. Basically, everything has been arranged. We just need Duan Mu Huai to move in with his luggage. He doesn't need to take anything. Duan Mu Huai naturally didn't need to be polite. After arriving at the castle, the first thing he did was to call Caesar back and ask about the situation in the demon world. The demon world can't be said to be peaceful at the moment. Caesar, who knelt before Duan Mu Huai, did not have the slightest bit of arrogance as a demon. After seeing the fate of Kik and Camilla, she felt that being alive was not a bad thing. At least it's better than being torn in half, or having one's head twisted off, or even having one's demonic blood soul destroyed. According to Caesar, after learning that Camilla's attack on Seth failed, and was even killed, Cableys was furious and even wanted to gather a large army to launch another fierce attack on Seth. However, the Hornet faction seized this opportunity and pretended to take advantage of the opportunity, making Cableys dare not act rashly. The two devils of the Golans were killed by Duan Mu Locust and losses, which caused the Dons to greatly damage the forces. So the Cableys faced do not choose to keep it, so as to avoid being injured by the Dons. But Lord Cableys has already ordered that you must be killed. At this point, Caesar was also speechless, because he has been secretly in love with Lady Camilla for many years. In fact, Lord Cableys has always wanted to marry Lady Camilla. But Lady Camilla is unwilling. The two sides once fought for this. Although Lady Camilla lost, Lord Cableys did not gain any benefits. Originally, one of the main reasons why Lady Camilla attacked Seth was to get back at her. But the result was that he failed to turn the situation around and ended up getting himself into trouble. If he's not afraid of death, he can come and try. Let's see if I can't kill him. Duan Mu Huai sneered at this. And Setzer didn't think that the other party was bragging. After all, she knew that although Camilla was defeated by Cableys, the two sides fought for several days before the winner was decided. Duan Mu Huai basically killed Camilla in one encounter. So it can be concluded that even if Cableys himself came, he would probably end up the same way. Next, Duan Mu Huai asked the angels of Caesar's men, saying this topic. Sorry. Most angels are unwilling to follow me. They think that I can't forgive the demon clan. So, it's okay. It's enough for the time being. Duan Mu Huai also knew that this was not an easy task. Bringing over 300 angels here was enough for now. If it didn't work, he would think of another way. Seeing that Duan Mu Huai did not get angry, Sais also relieved and immediately retired. Soon, night fell. Ghana went to Queen Leah to report on Duan Mu Huai back. Presumably, the queen would come over tomorrow. Boom boom boom. Just when Duan Mu Huai was about to take a break, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Duan Mu Huai turned around and looked towards the door. Come in. Please forgive my impoliteness. Soon, the door opened, and a girl dressed as a maid walked in. She had long blue hair, and her slender and beautiful figure was wrapped in a maid uniform. She was pushing a cart with tea sets and incense sticks on it. Who are you? Nice to meet you. Sir. The girl lowered her head obediently and bowed to Duan Mu Huai. I am Xiaoling who has come to serve you. Serve? Yes. I'll prepare the evening show for you. As she spoke, the maid named Xiaoling raised her head and stared at Duan Mu Huai with a pair of golden eyes. Please take a look at it. All right. Duan Mu Huai hesitated and nodded. After all, he was very curious about what shows would be in the night, at least from the perspective of this maid's dress. It seemed that he was not just as simple as the bottom of the bed. So he also sat on the sofa, walked towards Duan Mu Huai. Please enjoy it slowly. Then, let's begin. As she spoke, Xiaoling reached out and turned off the lights in the room. The next moment, the entire bedroom became dim, with only the bright moonlight shining in from the window, barely enough to see the scene in the room. Then, a ray of candlelight emerged, dispelling the darkness in the room. And under this weak candlelight, Xiaoling took a step forward. As she moved, the maid uniform on the girl slipped off, revealing the small and transparent gauze inside. Then, Xiaoling raised her hands and began to dance. It must be said that this really surprised Duanmu Huai. He didn't expect that there would be such a nice show to enjoy. The girl's dance was light and flexible, and under the dim night and candlelight, it was even more fascinating. The dancing of her white arms, and even the leap forward were full of a strange and moving temptation. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai also swallowed his saliva. It's not that he had never heard of pole dancing, but this scene was much more exciting than pole dancing. Xiaoling was not like those dancing girls, just using her body to seduce men. On the contrary, at this moment, she exuded a deadly aura from head to toe. Even her smile, even a look, made Duanmu Huai's heart beat faster. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world turned pink in Duanmu Huai's eyes, and even the moonlight outside became more and more hazy. Something is wrong. Something is not right. In comparison, at this moment Duanmu Huai's reason was still clinging to a little clarity. He could feel that there was something wrong with the dance performed by this maid. At least, if it was an ordinary dance, it would be impossible to make his spirits so high. At this moment, Duanmu Huai even felt that his emotions were surging and swelling, as if a flood was hitting the dam called reason hard, and it seemed that it was about to pour out. Duanmu Huai used both hands to try to stand up from the chair, but the maid seemed to have noticed this a long time ago. She came to Duanmu Huai with a light smile and stretched out her hands to hold his arms. Then, the sweet scent came over me. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's reason finally reached the limit. Duanmu Huai no longer has a clear memory of what happened next. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes again, he saw that the whole room was in a mess, with torn clothes thrown on the ground, and traces of stench and dirt everywhere, whether on the bed or the floor, even on the walls and ceiling. And beside him, a petite and slender figure was curled up there, motionless. Her brown skin was covered with bruises, but Duanmu Huai was not moved at all. He reached out and grabbed the girl's neck. At the same time, the girl opened her eyes, looked at Duanmu Huai, and revealed a sly smile. I never thought that this couldn't kill you. It seems that Mr. Duanmu is really an interesting person. Who are you, and why are you trying to kill me? Duanmu Huai stared at the girl in front of him, and asked in a low voice. He was not a fool. Obviously, everything that the girl did before was just to kill herself. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the girl's golden eyes suddenly narrowed. Her eyes, which originally looked pure and lovely, revealed a kind of icy murderous intent at this moment. But soon, the girl resumed her original expression, and looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile, as if she was completely afraid that Duanmu Huai would twist his head. My name is Ling Nu, from OJ. Duanmu Huai. As she spoke, Ling Nu showed a playful smile. Then, she blinked at Duanmu Huai and stared at him with a smile. As for why I came to kill you, how about we discuss this issue slowly after we get dressed? Chapter 438 Female Kunoichi. After putting on his clothes again, Duanmu Huai looked at Ling Nu again. The latter was not wearing a maid outfit this time, but a short kimono that looked quite revealing. She was looking at him with a smile. So, Belle girl, right? You said you were from OJ? Why did you come to kill me? The Belle girl is just following orders. Meow. Obviously the interrogation. Ling Nu's response seemed very calm. Someone found IGA and said that the aliens from the mainland wanted to join forces with Lisa's to conquer OJ. So IGA sent Suzu to assassinate the aliens. Meow asterisk. Good man. Leah. This dog licker has licked her life to the point of danger. She is really sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky. And Leah just said it casually. But OJ actually took it seriously. Well, it seems that the client is not a good guy either. Do you know who is the commissioner? I don't know. Ling Nu is too lazy to care about these boring things. Hearing the answer of Ling Nu, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. I didn't intend to conquer OJ. Never mind. But I'm more curious. What method did you use to try to kill me yesterday? Duanmu Huai was even more curious about the method that Ling Nu used to deal with him yesterday. In fact, he did not expect that Ling Nu was here to kill him. The main reason was that Lingnu had never shown any murderous intent, and he did not feel any murderous aura, which was very strange. Ninjutsunayan. Suzu-chan is a female kunoichi / Kunoun? That means ninja? No. A kunoichi is a kunoichi, not a ninja. Speaking of this, Lingnu giggled. Women's forbearance uses the body to seduce men. Let them add to them, and then kill them. And last night, Ling woman also used female ninja secrets. Generally, men, this morning, became a dry corpse. Meow 3. It turned out to be similar to a succubus. No wonder Duanmu why didn't feel the killing intent at that time. Indeed, compared with ordinary poisoning and assassination, this kind of death by horsewind is more difficult to track down the murderer. This can also explain where the strange impulse yesterday came from. So that's it. That's the effect of ninjutsu. So, what are you going to do with Ling? Are you going to kill me? Meow? Omega equals. Looking at the bell girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai was also trapped in thought. And then his eyes were on Suzu. Kunoichi. You are familiar with things in bed, right? Of course. A kunoichi is someone who relies on their body as a weapon. Meow. Then, I have one condition. Duanmu Huai coughed dryly. To be honest, he felt a little embarrassed to talk about this kind of thing. But now it seems like a good choice. I cannot kill you. But in exchange, I hope you will be my teacher. Meow. Hearing this, Lingnu blinked curiously and looked at Duanmu Huai. Not a slave, but a teacher? Well, maybe you've discovered that my body is a little special. In short, I lack experience in how to treat women. And it's hard for me to stop. Since female ninjas are experienced in this area, I wonder if you can give me some advice? Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but blush. This request was really a bit, well, sorry. I see. On the contrary, after listening to Duanmu Huai's words, Lingnu nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Suzu was treated like that last night. She thought her identity was exposed, and she was going to be tortured to death by you. But it is true that your body is completely different from that of an ordinary man. Meow. Listening to the comments of Lingnu, Duanmu Huai was a little embarrassed. But he also shook his head quickly and restored his emotions. If you come a few more times, you can make a coincidence. But if you have a few more times, the other party is estimated to go directly to the rescue room to report. Anyway, that's it. Are you willing? Huff. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Lingnu thought for a moment, then revealed a playful smile like a kitten. Of course. It's okay. Because it sounds interesting. OD. Thank you very much. Facing Lingnu's answer, Duanmu Huai was also relieved in his heart. After all, it was impossible to ask ordinary people for such a thing. And since Lingnu was a female ninja, she must be experienced. Well, there is no harm in exchanging ideas and learning from each other. Right? After that, Lingnu turned around and ran away, saying, well, Lingnu will go back and submit her resignation letter first. Duanmu Huai did not stop her. After all, this kind of thing still depends on the other party's willingness. But then again, Duanmu Huai silently opened the system and glanced at the experience bar under God of Lust. It took a few dozen at a time with Kanami, but it rose hundreds of times with the Bell Girl. Is it so important? What on earth is this system trying to turn me into? In other words, if my skills are good, I will get more experience as the God of Desire. But if my skills are average, I will get less experience. There is such a setting? What kind of God is this trying to turn me into? Although Duanmu Huai wanted to figure out what the goal of this system was, unfortunately, he didn't have this time now. Because, honey! Accompanied by screams, Leah, wearing a white princess dress, rushed over from the other side of the corridor and threw herself directly into Duanmu Huai's arms. Ah, you're finally back. Leah missed you so much. Long time no see. Leah, looking at Queen Leah's eyes that looked like a girl in love, Duanmu Huai broke out in a cold sweat. Speaking of which, sister, it seems that we have never flirted with each other before. Why are you clinging to me so closely? It's not that Duanmu Huai had never seen similar girls in college, but their targets were either handsome guys, or rich second generations, or handsome rich second generations who were good at picking up girls. However, Duanmu Huai thought he had nothing to do with any of them, and strictly speaking, he and Leah didn't have any relationship. Right? Why did Leah take a fancy to him? He. Leah has moved the palace here. Leah will handle government affairs here in the future. And this way, I can always be with my dear. Is this necessary? So Lises doesn't want to be the king anymore? Of course. Dear is the most important thing to Leah. As she spoke, Leah grabbed Duanmu Huai's hand. Why don't we go to the bedroom with Leah now? While it's still early. You know it's still early? Leah, can I ask you a question? What's the problem? Why do you look at me? Duanmu Huai looked at Leah in confusion. To be honest, it really puzzled Duanmu Huai that a dog would lick Leah to such an extent. In his world, there are male dogs, but the ones they lick are all goddesses. Duanmu Huai thought that his appearance was not at the level of a male god. Even if Leah was attracted by the powerful strength of the tribunal behind him, that would be a matter for the future. To be honest, demarcating a piece of land and building a castle for oneself on it, this is more exaggerated than buying a house for a mistress in modern times. When Leah heard Duanmu Huai's question, her face turned red, and she lowered her head. Hey. In fact, since that night, Leah has fell in love with Dear. Why? Not really? Because, Dear, can you bring happiness to Leah? Leah raised her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. At that time, although my mind was twisted by the demon, in fact, that was also what Leah thought deep in her heart. Since she was a child, Leah has been trying hard to do what a princess should do. And everyone obeys Leah. But this is not the life Leah wants. You see, no matter what request or idea Leah puts forward, they will not refuse or oppose it. So, what exactly is Leah? Having said that, Leah blinked, as if recalling the past. Are they really willing to follow Leah's orders? Or are they just obliged to obey? Leah doesn't know. But, Leah has discovered that when people are at the critical moment of life and death, when they face pain, they are the most honest. Strength, weakness, everything will be exposed in the face of pain. The girls who are usually gentle and lovely will cry and even curse. And in the end, they will give in and beg. That is not a decision that Leah has to make because of her identity, but a complete surrender. This is what Leah expects. However, that night, Dear brought Leah unimaginable pain and happiness. At that time, Leah no longer had to disguise herself, no longer had to pretend to be a princess, and no longer had to consider anything. As long as she was manipulated by Dear like a prop, she could obtain supreme happiness. So, Leah decided from that night on that she would belong to Dear forever. No matter what Dear did to Leah, Leah would not object. No matter what you asked of Leah, Leah would not refuse. Even if you treated Leah as a prop and played with her like a slave, Leah would not object at all. Okay. I understand. No need to say more. Duanmu Huai, covered in cold sweat, stopped Leah from confessing. Are there any normal women around you? And you, Leah? Should? Duanmu Huai suddenly discovered that his luck with women since coming to this world. Was it a little twisted? Chapter 439 Practice. In the next few days, Duanmu Huai did not immediately go to look for the little devil. Instead, he stayed in the castle. On the one hand to rest here. On the other hand, Duanmu Huai was also asking Ling Nu for advice. In fact, at the beginning, Duanmu Huai still had some fantasies about this ask for advice, such as the content he had seen before, such as the after-school tutoring of female high school teachers. MP4, or the charming off-campus teaching of female college students. MP4, which mainly contained those young male students in the classroom or their own bedroom, being taught life experience by beautiful teachers or beautiful college students. Well, I have to say that I was really a little bit addicted. But when it comes to actually teaching, well, that's another story. That's right. It was from Ling Nu that Duanmu Huai discovered that this is actually a science. According to Ms. Ling, guiding the other person to experience the joy of sex is not an easy task. The strength, reaction, etc. must be in place. And sometimes you even have to cooperate with the other person, because everyone's reactions and sensitive areas are different. You have to practice again and again. To be honest, Duanmu Huai was almost confused during the whole teaching process. As for the hands-on personal teaching that he had thought of before, he had long forgotten it. There were times when Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think back to when he was in college, when many of his classmates envied the male actors in small movies. Not only could they act opposite beautiful actresses, they could even get paid for it. It was simply the pinnacle of freeloading. Well, in fact, Those male actors probably weren't much more emotional when facing the camera than he was now. Not to mention enjoying it. It's even more painful than doing my graduation project. To be honest, there were several times when Dwanmu Hwai wanted to sing a song to you, and you cried, and told me that fairy tales are all lies. Of course, Dwanmu Hwai couldn't practice this kind of thing by himself facing the air, and Ling Nu's level was too high. But fortunately, he still had the experimental subject, Caesar, who was prepared for this moment. Moreover, she was a demon, and her physical fitness was better than that of humans. If something happened, at least she wouldn't be tortured to death. Caesar was naturally in bad luck. But Ling Nu taught diligently. Dwanmu Hwai learned diligently. And there was also a teaching aid that could be used at any time even if he was reluctant. It only took less than half a month for Ling Nu to announce that Dwanmu Hwai had become a master. You learn very quickly. That's about it. The important thing next is to practice repeatedly. Meow equals Omega smiley face. After finishing her studies, Ling Nu looked at Dwanmu Hwai with a smile and gave her opinions. And Dwanmu Hwai nodded to her. Thanks. You're welcome. It would be more convenient if we were at the female ninja training center. After all, we're all girls and can practice with each other at any time. In your case, well, you can only experience a few more actual battles. At this point, the bell girl smiled like a cat and looked at Caesar, who shuddered under her gaze. She was a demon, and the other was just a human. If Caesar wanted to, he could easily freeze the bell girl into a popsicle. But after several days of miserable life as a teaching aide, Caesar had already developed a conditioned reflex. Just noticing the bell girl's gaze made her hair stand on end, and she was scared. Well, I'll go back first. After saying this, Caesar ignored his trembling legs, spread his wings, rushed out of the corridor without looking back, jumped from the balcony, and disappeared into the sky. After watching Caesar flee in panic, Dwanmu Hwai retracted his gaze and looked at Ling Nu, who was looking at him with her usual smile. So what are you going to do next? Are you going to go to OJ to find that little devil? Roughly the same. Dwanmu Hwai nodded. During this period of time, he was not only busy studying, but also took the time to explain the matter of the little devil to Ling Nu. According to Dwanmu Hwai's idea, since Ling Nu was a female ninja, she should be better at searching for information in this area. Maybe she would know the whereabouts of the little devil. Unfortunately, Ling Nu said that she has not received any information in this regard yet. Can you come with me? Of course. No problem. Ling Nu is very familiar with OJ. / But you are considered a runaway ninja. Right? Dwanmu Hwai looked at Ling Nu curiously and asked. He actually quite liked this female ninja. She was very outgoing, and gave people the impression of being a carefree and hedonistic person. This made Dwanmu Hwai compare Ling Nu with another self-proclaimed ninja. Well, there was actually no comparison. In fact, when Suzune came back to report, Kanami couldn't help but compete with her. The result? That was a crushing match between the King and Bronze 3. It was so tragic that even Dwanmu Hwai couldn't bear to watch it. Suzuna said that she was the #1 genius ninja in OJ. And it seems that she was right. But she seemed to have no feelings for IGA, who raised her. She left a letter and came back. Dwanmu Hwai actually welcomed Ling Nu, putting aside the issue of female ninjas. Ling Nu's ability in lurking and assassination was top-notch even without physical seduction. You have to know that Kanami learned the lurking skills from the Raven Guard taught by Dwanmu Hwai. Although she didn't learn it well, the fact that she was easily caught by Ling Nu in an instant was enough to show her strength. Dwanmu Hwai was even considering whether to accept Ling Nu and put her in the assassin court. After all, such a good talent should not be wasted. Right? Okay. We've strayed off topic. Let's get back to the point. The reason why Dwanmu Hwai asked Ling Nu this question was that Kanami once told Dwanmu Hwai that she was a fugitive ninja. She didn't want to stay in OJ at the beginning. So she came to Lisa's through Tenma Bridge, fainted on the side of the road, and was picked up by Leah, who was still a princess at the time. In order to repay Leah for saving her life, Kanami stayed with her and became Leah's bodyguard. The reason why Kanami fled to the mainland at that time was that she was a fugitive ninja. And according to regulations, fugitive ninjas would be hunted down. If Kanami stayed in OJ, she would face rounds of ninja assassinations all the time until she was finally killed. That's why Kanami escaped from OJ and came to the mainland. And this time when she heard that Dwanmu Hwai was going to OJ, she shook her head like a rattle, as if she was unwilling to go back even if she was killed. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't make things difficult for her. After all, there was a girl named Ling who was more familiar with OJ. However, Duanmu Huai was still curious. Kanami had been away for so many years, and was afraid of being stabbed if she went back. Would it be okay for Ling Nu to go back if she just betrayed him? Of course it's no problem. After all, Suzu-chan is the most talented female ninja. / Ling Nu laughed complacently. So Duanmu Huai didn't say anything else. Then let's get ready, and set off in the afternoon. Understood. Just as Duanmu Huai was taking the jumping Ling Nu to have lunch, in a forest in the distance, a figure was standing quietly in it, staring at the Inquisition Castle, halfway up the mountain. That is the castle of the Inquisition. The figure spoke calmly, his tone flat and without a trace of emotion. But soon, another voice sounded. Inquisition. That man killed the former demon King Jill, and then killed 4 demons in succession, and even captured one. And beside him, Seth and Lysis have gradually shown signs of forming an alliance. The balance of this continent is being broken. I know. The short figure stared at the castle with a complicated and thoughtful look in his eyes. It's a huge threat. So what are you going to do? Wait and see what happens for now. Having said this, the figure took 2 steps back. I'll find a way. As the words fell, the figure disappeared into the depths of the forest and disappeared without a trace. After lunch, Duanmu Huai packed his luggage and set off with Ling Nu, Shizuka and Mijiko, riding the electromagnetic giant rhino towards OJ. You're not going to use that flying castle? Sitting on the electromagnetic giant rhino, Shizuka asked curiously. She also participated in the War of Seth at that time, so she was naturally curious about Duanmu Huai's Sky City. In Shizuka's opinion, if they used that, as long as they sat on it, they could easily fly over OJ in a short while. There was no need to go through so much trouble. That's not necessary. Duanmu Huai shook his head at Zhingxiang's suggestion. These things will only be used when the demons attack humans. Otherwise, I will not use them. I see. I would like to ride it again. Shizuka couldn't help but stretch. And at this moment, Mijiko on the other side hesitantly pushed his glasses and raised his hand. Hey, look! Is there smoke coming out there? Hearing what Mijiko said, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of her finger. Sure enough, there was dark smoke coming out of the forest not far away, and it looked like something was wrong. Seeing this, Shizuka frowned. I remember the Kara we rescued before. She seems to live here? After hearing what Shizuka said, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and looked at Ling Nu. Son, please go investigate. No problem. Meow. As soon as she finished speaking, the bell girl flashed and disappeared without a trace. I have to say, this move was really powerful. After a while, the bell girl appeared in front of the 3 people again. Oh no! It's bad. The army is fighting with the Kara people who live in the forest. Army? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Which country's army is this? The black armor must be Hermon's army. Meow. Hermon. Hearing Ling Nu's answer, a hint of cold murderous intent emerged in Duanmu Huai's eyes. He certainly did not forget that Hermon had teamed up with the demon to attack Lysis. Now Hermon came here to attack Kara again? This country really loves to find trouble. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his head. Okay. Let's go join in the fun. Chapter 440 Kara's Request. When Duanmu Huai arrived in the forest, it had completely turned into a battlefield. The forest was filled with thick smoke. Soldiers wearing black armor were attacking the Kara tribe. The latter tried to use their superb archery skills to stop the opponent's advance. But it was difficult to do anything in front of Hermon's hard armor. That's Hermon's regular army. Seeing this scene, Majike was horrified. Do we really want to get involved? This could be Hermon's national operation. If we barge in rashly, as long as we kill them all, there will be no problem. Duanmu Huai looked at the battlefield in front of him with a cold voice. He could even see the Hermon soldiers trying to violate the defeated Kara girl in the back of the battlefield. Having said that, although Duanmu Huai had experienced wars on many battlefields, the wars in this world still made Duanmu Huai feel the most disgusted. Whether it was the invasion of Lysis by Hermon, the invasion of Seth by the demons, or the current attack of the Kara by Hermon, we could always see the brutal scenes of the old. The weak, the sick and the disabled being killed in the war, and women being captured and violated. Just like now, the battle is still going on in the front. But the Herman soldiers in the back can't wait to start taking off their pants. Even if you want to vent, you should at least wait until the battle is over. Right? As a result, he was still fighting at the beginning. But he couldn't hold it in anymore at the end? How is this different from a beast? Snort. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Then he swung out the warhammer in his hand. The huge black thunder hammer roared across the battlefield and directly smashed the Herman soldiers, who tried to attack the prisoners. The next moment, accompanied by jumping lightning and shock waves, the Herman soldiers along the way, and in the rear, who couldn't wait to enjoy it, were directly blown away. The next moment, Duanmu Huai lowered his head and rushed in like a violent black bear. Let's do it. What are you waiting for? Shizuka didn't care and quickly began to blast magic at the battlefield, while magic hesitated for a moment and joined in. The arrival of Duanmu Huai and others immediately greatly relieved the pressure on the Kara tribe. The original problem of the Kara tribe was that they were all archers and had no melee profession. Therefore, facing the heavily armored Herman soldiers, they were obviously a little powerless. However, when Duanmu Huai rushed into the battlefield with a tougher attitude, the offensive of the Herman soldiers was immediately like hitting an iron wall, and was directly blocked. Coupled with Shizuka and Majiko's magical offensive, the offensive of Herman soldiers was soon contained. Ha 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 ha. Facing Duanmu Huai, a Herman soldier roared and swung his sword. But the next moment, he was knocked to the ground by Duanmu Huai. At this moment, a figure passed through the forest and came to Duanmu Huai's side. It's you? Hi. Lo. While waving his warhammer, Duanmu Huai looked around and saw that the person who appeared there was none other than the Kara tribe member whom Duanmu Huai had rescued before. After all, the Kara tribe only has this one stronghold, so there is no other place for them to go. Right? How will you be here? The Kara girl was talking while her hands were moving. She raised her longbow and shot an arrow forward. Soon, a magician who was chanting a spell at the back was shot through the throat by the arrow and died instantly. We saw smoke coming from the road, so we came to check it out. Duanmu Huai swung his hammer back and smashed the two Herman soldiers who dared to stand in front of him into meat paste, while looking at the Kara girl curiously. By the way, what's going on? Why did Herman attack you? Are you so unlucky? Of course not. The Kara girl shook her head vigorously. In the past, our home was protected by a barrier, and it was impossible for ordinary humans to find our location. But for some reason, the barrier suddenly became weaker. Having said that, the Kara also gritted his teeth. I am very worried about the queen. I don't know what happened. In short, let's get rid of these bastards first, and then we can talk about it. At the same time, in the camp behind, a group of Herman soldiers also looked at the spoils in front of them with complacency, their eyes revealing uncontrollable greed. Among them, a man wearing a squadron leader's armor was sitting on a wooden box, drinking wine with one hand, and playing with the petite Kara girl in his arms. The latter was pale and trembling in the man's arms. I really didn't expect that this expedition would be so smooth. It seems that the goddess still favors me. The captain drank the wine with big gulps and smiled. The attack on the Kara tribe was decided by the higher-ups. But as the captain of the front line, he would definitely get some benefits. Not to mention that he captured so many Kara girls and brought them back. It was conceivable that after returning to Herman, he would definitely receive various rewards. He might even be promoted 2 levels. Report? Just as the squadron leader was fantasizing about his wonderful future with promotion and wealth, the hurried shouting of the messenger broke his beautiful dream. The latter opened his eyes and glared at the messenger with dissatisfaction. What's wrong? What happened? Haven't you taken over Kara's lair yet? No. It's bad. Sir, the Kara tribe has raised a monster. We can't stop it. However, before the messenger could finish his words, a loud shout suddenly rang out. You're the hacking monster? Accompanied by angry roars, Duanmu Huai descended from the sky like a demon and smashed the messenger with a hammer. The messenger was flattened into a ball by Duanmu Huai. Blurred flesh and blood gushed out from the gaps in the armor, turning into a horrible meat paste. Hack you. Don't you have eyes? How dare you say I'm a monster? Looking at the corpse of the messenger at his feet, Duanmu Huai was also cursing. Although he was not handsome, he at least looked like a human being. How did he turn into a monster? However, at this moment, another voice sounded. Monster. Hearing the word monster, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked towards the place where the sound came from. He saw a man in black armor sitting on a wooden box, looking at Duanmu Huai with a pale face. He held a wine glass in one hand and a Kara girl in the other. Seeing Duanmu Huai looking at him, the man trembled all over. Kill! Kill him! Kill him quickly! Hearing the man's order, the surrounding Hermon soldiers hurriedly raised their weapons and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. However, they had only taken a few steps when they saw a whirlwind blazing with thunder whizzing past. And then, they saw the upper bodies of several Hermon soldiers surrounding Duanmu Huai were directly torn into pieces by the roaring airflow, while Duanmu Huai swung his bloody war hammer and strode towards the man. No! Don't come over here! The man at this moment no longer had his previous majesty. He almost fell backwards to the ground, then hurriedly got up, threw away the wine glass, picked up the long sword next to him, and placed it in front of the Kara girl's neck. Don't come over here, or I'll kill her! Whoosh! However, just as the man raised his sword, an arrow shot out from the forest and hit the sword directly, knocking it away. The man screamed, but before he could do anything else, Duanmu Huai walked up to him, grabbed his head, and lifted the man up. You can't kill me. Don't kill me. Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, the man was almost scared to death. He tried to struggle desperately, but to no avail. I am Alan, the captain of the Hermon Third Army. I am a high-ranking noble of the Hermon Kingdom. If you kill me, noble? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai sneered. I even killed your prince. What's the point of a noble like you? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched his right hand tightly. With a pop sound, the man's head was instantly crushed into pieces like a tomato by Duanmu Huai. With the death of the squadron leader, the Hermon army that invaded Kara also collapsed and retreated in a hurry. Although the Kara tribe did suffer some losses, fortunately, the enemy wanted to capture them alive and sell them back, so the death toll was not too high. Although some Kara tribe members died, there are always deaths. For Duanmu Huai, helping the Kara tribe was just a matter of convenience. And since the battle was over, he planned to say goodbye and leave. But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that the commander of the Kara tribe stopped him. You said you needed my help with something important? Yes. The commander named Aegis, the Kara girl who was rescued by Duanmu Huai before, nodded seriously. Then she looked at Duanmu Huai carefully and asked, Excuse me, you said before that you killed Hermon's prince? That's right. Then you are the judge who destroyed the former demon king and performed great deeds in the two countries of Lysis and Seth? That really surprises me. I thought you knew nothing about the outside world. Duanmu Huai just shrugged his shoulders, while I just pondered for a moment and then made a decision. In any case, please come to Kara village with your companions. After all, you saved the Kara clan, so we naturally want to repay you for your kindness. Since I just said so, Duanmu Huai didn't care. So soon they were taken to Kara village and enjoyed a joyous banquet here. For Duanmu Huai, this kind of banquet was of course very interesting. The Kara people sang and danced, and they were having a great time. Shizuka, Majike and others also enjoyed it. As for Duanmu Huai, he sat in a corner, tasting the food while looking at the village in the big forest in front of him. Just then, Aegis's voice came. Aren't you going to the front? Everyone admires you and wants to see the hero who saved Kara no Sato. Not interested. I'll just eat something here. Duanmu Huai shook his head and then looked forward. Not far away, he saw several Kara girls looking at him curiously. When they saw Duanmu Huai looking at them, the girls were so scared that they shrank back and disappeared without a trace. Can I help you? Yes. At this point, Aegis was somewhat embarrassed to speak, but she soon returned to her previous seriousness. We have a favor to ask. What's up? Duanmu Huai was not surprised. Kara was an xenophobic race. They invited him here to eat and drink, which was obviously not just a simple thank you. We would like to claim your essence. Oh, What did you say? Hearing what I just said, Duanmu Huai nodded reflexively at first. Then he was stunned, turned his head, and looked at Aegis in surprise. Sperm? Yes. Perhaps you have also seen that our Kara clan can only give birth to girls. So in order to reproduce, we need male sperm. It shouldn't be difficult. Right? There are plenty of men out there. As long as you're willing to go out and marry an ordinary human, it shouldn't be a problem. Right? It's not true. He just shook his head. The Kara clan has very strict requirements for elites. Not just men. Not only did you repel the demon's attack, you even destroyed the former demon king and the demons. Such powerful strength and physique are what we hope to inherit. And, as you can see, the Kara are all beautiful. But this beauty is also one of the reasons why we are coveted by humans. Therefore, as he spoke, he just looked at Duan Mu Huai and chose his words. Therefore, we think that if we can change this, it may help the Kara clan survive. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai fell silent. So, the way I look is actually an advantage in your eyes? Chapter 441 OJ's Change. In the end, Duan Mu Huai shook his head and rejected the Kara tribe's invitation. In fact, the reason is very simple. If it was before meeting Ling Nu, Duan Mu Huai might have agreed eagerly. But after meeting Ling Nu, especially after being taught by her step by step, Duan Mu Huai also understood that once anything becomes a responsibility and obligation, it is not fun anymore. This is true even for the pleasure between men and women. When Ling Nu was giving him lessons, Duan Mu Huai basically had no sexual interest. So much so that he once thought he might be impotent. Later on, he thought that doctors might also be so calm when seeing corpses. Unless they have special fetishes. This is like those teenagers addicted to the internet. Even though they play games online all day long and don't even go home. Sending them to an esports center for a week of training will ensure that they will reflexively want to vomit when they play again. The effect of helping them quit internet addiction is excellent and significant. The reason is very simple. The main purpose of playing games is to have fun. But it is different when it becomes a task. If you go to the wrong place, at the wrong time, or use the wrong method, you will be scolded. This is obviously not a happy thing. Over time, the originally happy and stress-relieving thing becomes a troublesome and stressful thing. So naturally you will stop playing. The same goes for Duan Mu Huai. Although the Kara people are indeed beautiful girls, there is no shortage of beauties around him. The pleasure of men and women is a matter of atmosphere and emotion. But the Kara people obviously treat themselves as studs. No, they are used as stud pigs. So Duan Mu Huai is naturally not happy. What? Are you going to give me a pregnancy rate target? The ancient emperors favored only one person out of 3,000 beauties in their harem. I'm afraid they had a similar mentality. Having offspring is a responsibility. And it's obviously not on the same level as loving someone. Besides this, another reason is that the Kara tribe is a foreign race after all. Duan Mu Huai had no ill will towards the Kara tribe. But he did not have much good feelings towards them. The reason why he helped this time was, firstly, by chance, and secondly, because he had a feud with Herman. If it was Seth or Lizus, Duan Mu Huai probably wouldn't call them directly, but would ask someone about the situation. If the reason given by the other party was acceptable, Duan Mu Huai would just ignore it. In the final analysis, Seth and Lizus were both human kingdoms. So when facing Leah, Duan Mu Huai wouldn't care too much about this aspect. And the Kara tribe was an alien race. Well, as a judge, Duan Mu Huai still had to consider this. After all, he is not like the 13th prince, who doesn't care about food or drink. Of course, the last and least important point is, if he nodded, wouldn't that mean he agreed with the Kara's evaluation of his appearance? How could this be possible? He felt that he still had room for rescue. No matter when. Mankind must not give up hope. Duan Mu Huai believed that he was only a little bit away from being handsome. One day, he will prove it with his own strength. I just was a little surprised that Duan Mu Huai rejected her invitation. After all, this was a rare opportunity. However, Duan Mu Huai was determined and she couldn't force him to stay. So she had to give up. Therefore, the group only stayed in Karazili for one night. And then set off again, heading towards OJ. To be honest, I thought you would stay in Kara no Sato for a few more days. Sitting on the side seat of the electromagnetic rhino, Shizuka couldn't help but make fun of Duan Mu Huai. After all, she noticed at the banquet last night that many Kara girls were very curious about Duan Mu Huai. Unfortunately, Duan Mu Huai's appearance still scared them. Shizuka found it funny when she thought about it. There's nothing to do here. So let's go to OJ as soon as possible. It would be best if we can find the little devil as soon as possible. Duan Mu Huai shook his head. But at this moment, a figure fell down quietly and silently. Ninja! The bell girl is back. Meow! So fast? Looking at the bell girl, who quietly appeared beside him, Duanmu Huai was a little surprised. He had sent the Bell Girl out before to investigate OJ's situation, but he didn't expect that the Bell Girl would come back so soon. What's the catch? Yeah, the Bell Girl has news about the Demon King. Oh really? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai suddenly perked up. You sure? Of course. But he seems to be different from the little devil you mentioned. What does it mean? Although he was a little confused, Duanmu Huai still listened to Ling Nu's story patiently, and the matter itself was not complicated. In short, OJ is currently in the Warring States period, where the daimyo each occupied their own territory and fought against each other. However, not long ago, a strange thing happened. Oda Nobunaga, the head of the Oda family, one of the heroes, suddenly rose up and led a powerful army to sweep the surrounding forces. He is currently on the road to unifying OJ. Of course, if that was all, it would only mean that the opponent was very strong. However, according to the information collected by Ling Nu, this Oda Nobunaga was extremely cruel, and there were even monsters among his army, and he himself called himself the Sixth Heaven Demon King. Not only that, according to the deserters who escaped from the battlefield, this Sixth Heaven Demon King seemed to be completely invulnerable, and no matter what method was used, he could not be harmed in the slightest. Can't cause any damage. Well, this does seem to be the characteristic of the invincible barrier possessed by a demon or a demon king. But Caesar clearly said that the little devil is a beautiful girl. According to Suzuna, Oda Nobunaga should be an uncle. Right? How is this going? In short, plan changes. Duanmu decisively made a decision before he chose to sneak into OJ, because the finding of the demon king should have been in secret. But now that the other party has started, the Muhuai no longer needs to cooperate with his lurking searches. So Duanmu Huai decisively summoned the Sky City again, and then led a group of people to fly directly towards OJ. So I said, why not just use this? Of course, Shizuka also did not forget to complain. As a magician, she saw the Sky City just like Maria saw the machine. Both of them were so stunned that they could not walk. However, Duanmu Huai did not care about such trivial matters. It was unnecessary before, and now the plan was not changing fast. So it was natural to modify it according to the situation. The speed of Sky City was naturally much faster than that of the electromagnetic rhino. In less than half an hour, the border of the continent and the vast ocean appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, what caught everyone's eyes were the islands on the other side of the continent, and the long bridge extending from the islands to connect to the continent. That's Tenmabashi Nyan. At this moment, the Bell Girl also acted as a tour guide to everyone. Kanami didn't want to go back to OJ, so the one who was most familiar with this place was naturally the Bell Girl. As long as we cross the Tenma Bridge, we will be able to reach OJ. What's that place over there? Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the other side of the island. At this moment, there were dark clouds and thick smoke rising from the ground, almost covering half of the OJ island. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Ling Nu raised her head, looked over there, and then answered, wow, that should be the territory of the Asakura and Yusuji families. Could it be that the Sixth Heavenly Demon King has attacked there so quickly? We'll find out when we go and see. After hearing Ling Nu's answer, Duanmu Huai did not hesitate and quickly controlled the Sky City to speed up and move towards the OJ island shrouded in black smoke. It didn't take long for Sky City to reach the place where the black smoke was coming from. Looking down, they could indeed see a dense crowd of people fighting each other, including human armies and demon armies. Although it was not the same as the demon army that Duanmu Huai had seen in Seth, it was obvious that it was not a human army. What do you think? Zijingxiang looked at Duanmu Huai and asked, and the latter frowned. It's either a demon or a demon king. One of them will definitely not escape. So what should we do now? You still need to ask? Hearing what Shizuka said, Duanmu Huai chuckled, then reached out and took out the iron hammer. Go down and beat it up first, and then we can talk about it later. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai leaped directly from the Sky City and rushed straight to the earth like a skydiving teammate without a parachute pack. Wow! He just jumped like that. Seeing this scene, Majike was completely stunned. What should we do? What else can we do? Stay here and watch the show. Shizuka sighed helplessly. I almost guessed what he wanted to do. As he was speaking, Duanmu Huai had already dropped from the sky. He clenched the warhammer tightly, crossed a height of thousands of meters, and smashed straight towards the ground. Then, he fell heavily in the middle of the battlefield. Boom! Duanmu, who fell from the sky, immediately attracted the attention of both sides of the battle. Both the monster army and humans turned their heads in surprise, and looked at the place where Duanmu fell. Then, they saw a tall man carrying a huge war hammer striding out, looking at the monster army in front of him with a cold and ferocious sneer. Although I don't know where you're from, but since I'm here, you should go back to where you came from. As he spoke, Duanmu raised his hand. Just right. Let me try out the power of this card. The battlefield is now littered with corpses. For Duanmu, it is simply the best testing ground. Activate the soul card Profane Sphere. The next moment, along with Duanmu's movements, a pitch-black, spiral-like spire emerged from the ground behind him. Then, bright red, blood-like runes emerged from it. And then, the corpses on the battlefield suddenly began to twist. They stood up again, raised their hands high, and two arms stretched out from their backs, turning into sharp blades. Then, Duanmu held up the war hammer and snapped his fingers. Go! Following Duanmu's order, countless zombies roared and rushed towards the demon army of the Oda family. Chapter 442 Demon King's Army. With the appearance of the zombie army, the situation on the battlefield changed almost instantly. It was normal for the human coalition to be defeated before. After all, the monsters in this world are indeed stronger than humans. Even a magic kingdom like Seth would still flee when encountering a large army of monsters, and could not stop them at all. Not to mention here now. However, the appearance of the corpses immediately turned the situation around. They were not even zombies, and could not be killed unless they were completely incapacitated. However, the corpses were very lethal, and once they rushed forward desperately, took away the monsters on the opposite side, and turned them into corpses. Then soon under the influence of the divine seal, these corpses would stand up again, and continue to attack. Soon, the monsters' offensive momentum was curbed. But even so, they were still extremely ferocious. Each of these monsters could use magic, and would attack in large numbers at any time. Although Duanmu's corpse forms were fearless, if their limbs were blown off by the opponent, their corpses would be useless. But fortunately, Duanmu still has a backup plan. Come! Seeing that the battlefield in front of him had fallen into a stalemate, Duanmu no longer hesitated and raised his hand with a roar. As he moved, the divine seal behind Duanmu slowly flew into the sky. At the same time, the corpses in front of him flew back as if attracted by a magnet and landed on the divine seal. In just a moment, the densely packed corpses wrapped the entire divine seal and turned into the blood moon that Duanmu had seen before. But compared to the blood moon he encountered in the fragment space, it was still a little smaller in size. But it is enough for the battlefield in front of us. Although it is called a blood moon, if you look at it from a distance, it actually looks more like a large white semicircular body of a jellyfish with several huge tentacles growing underneath, floating slowly in the air, which is quite refreshing to look at from a distance. However, just as beautiful jellyfish are poisonous, and some are even deadly, this large jellyfish is obviously not just beautiful in appearance. Swish! A huge tentacle swept across the entire battlefield, sweeping the defenseless monster army into the sky. Then it rolled up suddenly, picked up several monsters, turned around, and stuffed them into the mouthparts below. Duanmu felt that he didn't need to care about how the monster tasted and whether it should be dipped in seasoning. This time, facing the blood moon, the army of monsters finally had no power to fight back. They struggled and resisted several times, but seeing that there was no effect, they turned around and left in a hurry. Duanmu stood on the battlefield with his hands behind his back, staring at the blood moon in front of him, and nodded. This was the first time he used this soul card. As far as he could see, the attack and defense of the blood moon was proportional to the number of zombies absorbed. This was an ancient battlefield, and the number of people on both sides was not too large, with less than 10,000 people on both sides combined. If this were placed in a modern city with a population of millions, that was the territory where the blood moon could perform. Unlike this malnourished one, well, at least he can fight. Seeing that the monster army had almost disappeared, Duanmu silently took out a guidance of nature and put the blood moon back into his hand. This was a magic card he obtained after conquering the fragment world of the borderland, and it was also one of Duanmu's most commonly used magic cards. Otherwise, after summoning the card, it could not be taken back, and it would be troublesome if it got out of control. Especially something like the Sphere of Blasphemy. If left alone, it will basically destroy the world. After making sure the battle was over, Duanmu Huai summoned people from Sky City and captured a soldier to report the situation. Of course, the latter didn't know the situation, but he still took Duanmu Huai to find someone who knew the situation. Thank you for your help. Standing in front of Duanmu Huai was a beautiful girl with long black hair wearing armor, and next to her was an old man with a hunched back. According to the two people's introduction, they were the head of the Yusuji family, Yusuji Lianshin, and the head of the Asakura family, Asakura Yashikage. How should I put it? Looking at Yusuji Lianshin in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was of course not familiar with Japanese history, but he had played Warring States Becerra in the past. If I remember correctly, Yusuji Lianshin in it was a guy who looked like a she-male. But no matter what, Yusuji Lianshin seemed to be a man. Right? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Even Zhang Fei can be feminized. So who cares about this? You're welcome. I just saw him passing by. Can anyone tell me what happened? Duanmu Huai simply greeted them, and then began to ask questions. The two looked at each other, and then Asakura Yashikage began to explain the situation. Asakura Yashikage's statement was similar to Suzuna's, but more detailed. According to them, Nobunaga, the current head of the Oda family, suddenly launched an attack a few months ago. He first destroyed the nearby Hara family, Iga and Ashikaga, and then extended to the west. This also attracted the attention of some other daimyos at the time. But they all thought that the Oda family might want to unify OJ, and they only thought about it at this level. But what happened next surprised everyone. The Oda family attacked the territory of Tenchi sect and carried out a large-scale massacre against the entire Tenchi sect. Tenshikyo is the native religion of OJ, and its status among the people is basically equal to that of AL religion on the mainland. What the Oda family did is equivalent to Lisa/Seth/Herman directly attacking the AL religion's headquarters and completely massacring the city. This can be said to be a big news, like a bolt from the blue. At this moment, all the daimyo of OJ were confused, wondering what kind of madness Oda Nobunaga had gone through. And after that, Oda Nobunaga even called himself the sixth heavenly demon king, successively killed Tanegashima, Mori and Shimazu, and almost ruled half of OJ. At this time, the daimyos in the east saw that the situation was not good and finally began to think about joint operations. However, they did not expect that not only did the Demon King Nobunaga have a powerful army, he himself was also very terrifying. Yusuji Lianshin fought with him, and was almost knocked down in the first encounter. If it were not for her confidants, who desperately rescued her, she would probably have died at the hands of the Demon King Nobunaga. Duanmu Huai was not surprised at all. The Devil's invincible barrier was not so easy to break, let alone the Demon King. However, the reason why Demon Lord Nobunaga attacked them was, he's looking for a gourd. Gourd? Hearing Yusuji Renshin's answer, Duanmu Huai frowned, and Yusuji Renshin nodded. Yes, that is the gourd that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Yusuji family, and kept by the head of the family. Our ancestors have ordered us to protect that gourd. Do you know what's in there? I don't know. I only know that this was given by the Tianji sect back then. If I find someone from the Tianji sect, maybe I can find out. Unfortunately, the entire Tianji sect was massacred. Things were very simple next. When Nobunaga's army attacked, the Asakura, Yusuji, Takeda and Hojo families united to try to fight the enemy. However, the enemy was too strong. The Takeda family, who was bent on revenge for their lord, was the first to fall, and the Hojo family also suffered heavy losses. If Duanmu Huai had not arrived in time, this coalition army would have been completely wiped out. After listening to the introduction, Duanmu Huai understood the current situation. From now on, it seems that Nobunaga is definitely not an ordinary person. After all, according to Yusuji Lianshin who had fought with him, Oda Nobunaga was very fast, and even swords could not hurt his body, which means that the opponent must have an invincible barrier. However, whether he is a demon or a demon king cannot be generalized. After all, no matter whether it is a demon or a demon king, it is easy to crush ordinary humans. The other party calls himself a demon king, but it does not mean that he is a demon king. Duanmu Huai actually hoped that he was a demon king, so he could just take care of him, which was convenient and quick. But unfortunately, the ones they fought against during these times were all the demon king's army. And there was no sign of the demon king. Since he won't come over, then let's go over there. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. Directly charge into Oda's territory. Then parachute in and behead him. As long as we kill that guy, all problems will be solved. No one objected to Duanmu Huai's proposal. Those present were all military experts, who knew that speed was of the essence. Moreover, as far as we can see now, the Demon King Nobunaga has occupied most of Oj, and the coalition forces have suffered heavy losses. It is almost impossible to gather together and launch another attack in a short period of time. It is better to directly attack the Demon King's lair. If Nobunaga can be killed completely, it will not be a bad thing. If it fails, then it will be finished. In addition, everyone has seen the Sky Castle summoned by Duanmu Huai. It is most important to take action as soon as possible while Oda Nobunaga has not reacted yet. So soon, Duanmu Huai led a group of people to the Sky Castle again and headed towards the territory of the Oda family. Asakura Yashikage stayed behind to reorganize the coalition forces, while Yasuji Lianqin followed Duanmu Huai to set out. After all, she was the only one who knew what the Demon King Nobunaga looked like. Otherwise Duanmu Huai would not know who to look for. So soon, Sky Castle set off again, heading towards the territory of the Oda family in the west. Along the way, everything looked devastated. Looking around, the villages in the forest and grassland had almost been slaughtered by the monster army. There were scattered monster armies, and some living dead that looked like zombies everywhere. Duanmu Huai, Majika and Shizuka were somewhat numb to this scene. After all, it was the same situation when the demon army invaded Seth. Compared with the current Oj, it was not much better. Yasuji Lianqin frowned and stared at the ground in front of her. Then she looked at Duanmu Huai and asked, "Excuse me, are you the strange hero who killed the Demon King and the Demon Man? I never thought that even Oj knew my name." For Duanmu Huai, he was a little surprised to hear Yasuji Lianqin's question. "It's just some rumors." Yasuji Renshin shook his head. "We heard from a traveler that there was a powerful swordsman who destroyed the demons that were rampant on the continent. The swordsman was tall and had a fierce look. So, well, there is really no one else who meets this characteristic except him." Duanmu Huai sighed deeply. But at this moment, the voice of Lingnu came. "The Oda Castle is just ahead." Chapter 443 Justice from Heaven. The Oda family's castle, or the Japanese castle, is not much different from the Western castle. If you have to say, the difference is that the Western castle is more rounded, while the Japanese castle is square. But there is one thing in common. That is, the boss is always at the highest place. If it were a normal invasion, the invaders would first need to pass through the trenches, bridges, break through the gates, then fight their way into the castle, then fight countless enemies, and then rush up to the roof step by step. It would basically be exhausting. Duanmu Huai's approach is actually simpler. Just airdrop in, break through the ceiling and rush in. All steps are omitted. Of course, just because Duanmu Huai can parachute in the flesh doesn't mean others can do it. But fortunately Duanmu Huai had already thought of this. What is this? Looking at the thing in front of her that looked like a large iron box hanging on the edge of the Sky City, Lingnu blinked curiously. "Airborne pod. We'll go down in this in a moment." "From here?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Shangshan Lianqin frowned slightly. She never changed her expression when facing the enemy. But some things are instinctive and cannot be overcome by reason. "Yes. Well, let's go up." Duanmu Huai opened the door and made a gesture to the two. "Close again. Don't talk. Close your mouth." Duanmu Huai just mentioned this, and the next moment, he felt a sudden sense of weightlessness. And then the airborne capsule fell directly down, heading straight towards the Oda Castle on the ground. Yasuji Lianqin's complexion was pale, and she grabbed the iron frame fixed on her shoulder. And the bell girl was excited to shine. If Duanmu Huai deliberately told not to speak, the bell girl might be excited. The Sky City was about 10,000 meters high, so it didn't take too much time for the airdrop pod to fall from there. The dark airdrop pod whizzed down like a cannonball, and when it reached the sky above the castle, it suddenly reversed and slowed down, then smashed through the dome of the magnificent castle of the Oda family and rushed in. Boom! The airdrop chamber smashed through the dome and landed on the tatami-covered floor. Then, with the sound of jets, the iron door opened, and Duanmu Huai stood up first and strode out. Behind him, Ling Nu jumped up and Yusuji Lianqin staggered and almost couldn't stand. "Who are you?" When Duanmu Huai walked out of the air-to-air warehouse, he first saw a fat-headed man. He held a musket in his hand. At the moment, he stared at himself fiercely. Not him. Oh! Duanmu Huai's movements were faster than his voice. Almost as soon as Yusuji Lianqin's response came out, he suddenly leaped over and smashed the fat-headed and big-eared man head-on with a war hammer in his hand. The fat-headed and big-eared man did not expect Duanmu Huai to be so tough. He was tough as soon as he said it. The expression on his face did not even change. The iron hammer in Duanmu Huai's hand had already come towards the fat-headed and big-eared man, and then hit him directly in the face. Boom! The fat and big-eared man was knocked away by Duanmu Huai like a baseball hit by a home run. Duanmu Huai paused for a moment, and then gave an answer. Apostle. To be honest, after beating up so many demons and apostles in this world, Duanmu Huai has basically figured out the pattern. It was ordinary people who died at him. The apostle is the apostle that is not dead. The one who needs a little more effort is the demon. As for the demon king, so far, he is not much different from a demon. In fact, strictly speaking, in Duanmu Huai's eyes, the resistance of demons and demon kings is not as good as that of apostles. This is understandable, because the reason why demons and demon kings are arrogant is that they have a cheating invincible barrier, and they are not afraid of being broken. In this case, many demons can even be said to have not been injured for hundreds of years, and their resistance to pain is very low. They are the type that Duanmu Huai can beat with one punch and cry for their mother. On the contrary, as subordinates of the demon, the apostles do not have an invincible barrier and often participate in battles, so their resistance is slightly higher. Of course, just some. For example, the fat and big-eared man in front of him has half of his head collapsed. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. Even the apostles were grunting like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Duanmu Huai certainly wouldn't just sit there and walk towards the fat-headed and big-eared man with big strides, swinging the war hammer in his hand again. Crack! However, just as Duanmu Huai was about to walk to the fat and big-eared man, the floor in front of him suddenly cracked. And then a woman in a three-point bikini with one hand transformed into a metal claw suddenly jumped out and grabbed Duanmu Huai directly in the chest. Duanmu Huai didn't even bother to look at this level of sneak attack. He didn't even stop. He just swung the war hammer in his hand forward and smashed the upper body of the bikini woman into mincemeat. The whistling air waves mixed with the remains of the woman's body scattered all over the ground. At this time, Duanmu Huai also walked up to the fat-headed and big-eared man, grabbed his head, and lifted him up. "Where is your master?" Duanmu Huai stared at the fat-headed and big-eared man with a serious and cold look. The latter was fat and looked like a 300-gene fat pig in front of Duanmu Huai. However, at this moment, the fat pig was shaking as if it was being carried on a chopping board and could not be stopped at all. "Master! The master is not here," the fat man with big ears answered with difficulty. He had never expected that the man in front of him was so terrifying that he could knock him down so easily. "Is this still a human being? Where did he go?" "I don't know. The master said he was going to unlock the seal." "Seal? Speak, or die." Grabbing the fat-headed man's head, Duanmu Huai's fear burst out completely. At this moment, even Shangshan Lianqin and Ling Nu couldn't help but step back a few steps, staring at Duanmu Huai with a serious expression. The fat-headed man struggled desperately like a fat pig with a butcher's knife at his throat. But it was useless. I said. Finally, the fat-headed and big-eared man could no longer bear the fear that almost crushed his soul, and spoke. According to the fat-headed man, the current Oda Nobunaga is no longer Oda Nobunaga, and his body has been occupied by a demon named Zabiel. This demon is very old. He was a demon before the demon King Jill. At that time, Zabiel came to Oj and wanted to show his ambitions here, but was defeated, and his demon blood soul was sealed up. Later, Zabiel finally found a chance to revive, but was chopped down again. His demonic blood soul was also divided into 7 parts by the Tianji sect and sealed in 7 gourds, which were handed over to 7 daimyos by the Tianji sect for safekeeping. Moreover, the Tianji sect would often send people to check whether the seals of the gourds were intact. As a result, during the reign of the current head of the Oda family. His gourd was broken by the monkey raised by Nobunaga, and Zabiel's devil blood soul was unsealed. He then attached himself to Oda Nobunaga's body and manipulated his apostles to find the other gourds that sealed his devil blood soul. As of now, Zabiel should be considered successful. As for where Zabiel is now, the fat-headed man doesn't know either. He only knows that he is currently removing the seal, and is not in Oda Castle. Snort. After listening to the fat-headed and big-eared man's words, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, then crushed his head with one hand and threw the body aside. Then he turned his head and looked at the two of them. Xian Chong is not here. We come here for nothing. What about the bell girl? Ahoy. Here I am. When Duanmu Huai wondered where the Ling woman went to go, I saw that Ling Nu appeared with him again with a smile. But this time, there was another girl on her shoulder. What does it mean? Duanmu Huai looked at the unconscious girl on Ling Nu's shoulders, frowned and asked, while Ling Nu giggled. I just turned around just now, and found that this little sister was locked in a room. If I remember correctly, she should be the sister Oda Xiang of the Demon King Nobunaga. So she should know where the Demon King Nobunaga is? Maybe? But she's very weak and sick. Maybe we should give her some treatment first. Then let's go. Duanmu Huai thought about it for a while, and said nothing more, but directly opened the portal to the Sky City. At this time, Shongshan Lianqin also came over and asked, Excuse me, what should we do with that big iron box? It has its uses. Duanmu Huai glanced at the airdrop chamber not far away, then turned and walked into the portal. Although Shongshan Lianqin was a little confused, he followed Duanmu Huai in. Then, at the moment when the portal disappeared, suddenly, accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire airborne chamber exploded, turning into a huge bright red mushroom cloud that shot straight into the sky. The huge explosion and air wave roared up, directly tearing everything around into pieces. Even the heavy clouds in the sky were swept away by the impact of the explosive air wave, revealing the azure blue sky. The original Oda Castle had completely disappeared, leaving only a huge deep pit hundreds of meters wide. Chapter 444, Girls' Day. Crash. The magnificent door slowly opened, and stretched himself and walked in excitedly. Finally, I've settled all the government affairs. Now I can finally save time to continue reading. And, don't you need to review? Gulea, who was following in, looked at Anne's excitement and couldn't help but remind him. The practical test will begin soon. Ah, don't worry. Besides, I won't be participating in this actual combat exercise. Isn't it the same for you? Gulea? Well, hearing Anne's question, Gulea's face also showed a trace of embarrassment. It must be said that the experience of following Duanmu Huai also made the two girls grow a lot. Needless to say, Anne was the #1 mage in Maealia before she met Duanmu Huai. Basically, she was exempted from the actual combat assessment of the academy every year. The reason is very simple. Once it makes a move, the other students will win easily. There is nothing to practice at all. Gulea was relatively better, but this year she was also included in the exemption list like Anne. The reason was that Gulea's dragon roar ability was not only terrifying, but also had a wide range of applications. In addition, the two of them had participated in several times more battles outside than the students of Maealia. So naturally they didn't need to bully children. When Mr. Knight comes back this time, I plan to talk to him about letting some students participate in the actions of the Inquisition. Not only can it broaden their horizons and gain experience, but it can also help them understand more. Right? Seth already has a magic guard. I think we can also set one up. As the Princess of Maealia, Anne's benchmark is naturally Seth. Although she has average feelings about Seth's system and magical strength, this does not mean that, and does not intend to show the national strength of Maealia. Gulea. What about you? I think this is good enough. Hearing Anne's question, Gulea curled up and answered in a low voice, looking at Gulea's appearance, and frowned. Gulea. You can't do this. That's why I'm telling you that you need to cultivate some trusted talents. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to become the Queen of Regnice if you don't even have people you can trust. Having said this, and lowered his voice. Besides, you don't want any problems to arise between Mr. Knight and Regnice. Do you? As a princess, and was politically sensitive, she certainly knew what her friend was worried about. In fact, Anne's idea was not wrong. Every king must rely on his own team to govern the country. She also had loyal subordinates and ministers. so I wanted them to come to the tribunal to help. On the one hand, it could deepen the relationship between the tribunal and Manalia. On the other hand, if everyone had fought together, wouldn't the relationship be deeper? As for what kind of gun it is, that's another matter. But Mr. Knight doesn't like aliens. Gulia spoke timidly, and then shook his head. This is not a question of Mr. Knight's likes and dislikes, but more about the system of the Inquisition. As a representative of the Inquisition, he must naturally abide by the rules. But Mr. Knight has not been very bad to you. By the way, having said this, and seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly clapped his hands. I remember you once said that you, Regnice, have some dragon people like you. Right? Yes. Gulia nodded. She was born as the product of the union between the king of Regnis and a human woman. In addition to love, this also had a political meaning to express the friendship between the dragon race and humans. As the saying goes, what goes up must come down. The king married a human woman, so naturally some dragons followed suit, and thus some dragon people were born. However, these dragon people were few in number in Regnice, and they had no influence. Giulia was a princess, so it was somewhat better, but the dragon people below were inevitably discriminated against or bullied. Gulia had discussed this issue with him before, but it didn't have a good solution at that time. But now it obviously has. You can bring those dragons to the Inquisition. They are not happy in Regnice anyway. And the Inquisition has very clear standards for judging humans. Don't you think Phelan is living well here? If there is a group of dragons here to help, wouldn't it be better? This is also one of the reasons why I made the suggestion. That is, the Inquisition has a very clear definition of humans and aliens. A standard skull is a pure human, while a mutated skull is not a pure human, but more of a subhuman race. Of course, the Inquisition also has its own criteria for determining subhuman races. First, your ancestor must at least be a human being. Second, there is no reproductive isolation between you and humans. The standard for subhuman races is that humans have mutated, and the genetics of the mutation is stable, so they can be considered subhuman races. Let's put it this way. Giulia is the child born between a human and a dragon. Even though her skull is not pure after all, she still has horns, but she is still considered a subhuman race. On the other hand, like the Asari people, even though they look very similar to humans, their ancestors are not humans, so they are a pure alien race. Even maids, girl monsters like Tutu and Jinjiling, and races like Kara are considered subhuman races, because although their maternal side is alien, their paternal side is human. So from this point of view, according to the standards of the Inquisition, they belong to the subhuman race rather than aliens. Taking a step back, the beast men on the war planet are also subhuman races from the perspective of the Inquisition. After all, they are mutated from humans. Therefore, the judgment criteria of the Inquisition for subhuman races are also very clear. Not only do you have to look like a human, but your ancestors must at least be human. Races like the Asari, whose ancestors have no connection with humans for 8 generations, are still aliens even if they look like humans. In Regnis' words, the Orthodox dragon race must be aliens, and the dragon men born from the hybrid of dragon and human are a subhuman race. The former is not within the scope of the tribunal's concern, but the latter is different. In addition, the determination of subhuman races also has stable heredity. For example, when a dragon man and a human combine, the child born can be a human or a dragon man, but not an orc or a boar man. If every birth is like opening a blind box, this unstable gene will definitely be directly eliminated. Of course, the most important thing is to be loyal to humanity and to the Inquisition. Otherwise there is only one way out, which is death. It is precisely because of this that Anne came up with this idea. She also hopes that her friend can be well and safe. But Anne knew that as a half-blood, Gulia's situation in Regnis was actually very awkward. Most dragons were not willing to let a half-blood with human blood inherit the throne. So in her opinion, if Gulia wanted to live a stable life, she needed to rely on the power of the Inquisition. Of course, this was also because of Anne's identity. At least she was a subhuman, so Duanmu would give her some face. If Regnis came with a pure-blooded dragon, and felt that she might see braised dragon meat on the table in a few days, after following Duanmu to so many places, and could deeply understood that the Inquisition's attitude towards aliens has always been high pressure and tough. Let me consider it. After being persuaded by Anne, Gulia was somewhat tempted and nodded after thinking it over. At this moment, the door next to it suddenly opened, and then a girl came out skipping, with an unmanned camera following behind her. "Ah, Miss Gulia. Good morning. Where are you going?" Jinjiling smiled and waved at the two of them, saying hello, and then also saluted Jinjiling in return. "I'm going to the library to read some books. How about you? I am showing everyone around the courtroom." As he spoke, Jinjiling turned around and made a gesture towards an unmanned camera nearby. "Visiting? Is that okay?" Gulia was somewhat surprised to hear Jinjiling's answer. They now knew that this horse girl was a selfie maniac. Basically, every hour, she would post a message on the Star Alliance Network's information platform. From what cosmetics she used when she woke up in the morning, what she had for breakfast, what clothes she wore today, where she went, until she went to bed at night. Basically without stopping. To be honest, Xiaoan and Gulia can't use this. After all, they are not used to exposing their lives to tens of thousands of strangers on the internet all day long. On the contrary, Jinjiling seems to enjoy it very much. Of course, because of this, she is now very popular on the Star Alliance network. However, the live broadcast of the Inquisition worship was still a little beyond their expectations. In response to Gulia's question, Jinjiling nodded. "I have already asked my eldest brother, and he said it is no problem. And it is also good to let everyone know about the tribunal. If there were an official position, Jinjiling would basically be the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Propaganda Ambassador of the Inquisition. Of course, if someone has any misunderstanding about the tribunal because of Jinjiling's live broadcast, that is his own problem. And the tribunal will not take the blame." What a clever sister. She's really amazing. Looking at Jinjiling walking away while explaining to the unmanned camera, and also shook his head. "I don't have that ability." "Me too." Gulia was well aware of the situation. As princesses, it was not unprecedented for them to give speeches to the people during festivals. However, there were hundreds of millions of people behind Jinjiling's small unmanned camera. The mere thought of so many people watching them made their legs go weak. How could they be as excited as Jinjiling? After meeting Jinjiling, the two walked through the corridor and greeted Lorena, who was jogging around the battleship outside, and then came to the library on the other side. Anne and Gulia each found a book and began to read it carefully. The library of the tribunal is a place that is visited by many girls. Not only Anne, but Maria and Kukulu also visit from time to time. The reason is simple: there are so many things to learn. Anne was obsessed with turning Manalia into a modern, high-level civilized country. So of course, he couldn't fall behind in his knowledge. Moreover, as a genius, and made rapid progress in his studies. But Gulia was in a miserable situation. Every time she picked up advanced mathematics, she felt it was even more boring than the history books of the Manalia School of Magic. Those numbers seemed to have some kind of hypnotic power. She would feel dizzy as she looked at them. And then she would close her eyes and loosen her hands. "The book is going to fall." Lonnie's voice came from the side. And Gulia, who was dozing off, shuddered and sat up immediately, as if she had been caught dozing off in class by the teacher. "Ms. Lonnie, I'm sorry." "Fine." Lonnie just shook her head. And then Gulia saw her raise her hand, swing her staff, and then a large number of heavy books flew out from the bookshelf and landed on the chair next to Lonnie. Then Lonnie turned her head and slowly climbed onto the chair and the books and sat down. Noticing Gulia's gaze, Lonnie pulled up the brim of her hat. "This body is smaller, and I don't want it." Anyway, you want to see so much." Looking at the pile of books in front of Lonnie, Gulia's heart was trembling. If Anne is a genius, then Lonnie is a pervert. After all, Anne is still a person. Besides studying, she would also take a break and not spend all her time on it. But Lonnie was different. Except when she was called out by Duanmu Hui to fight. She spent all her time in the library, almost always flipping through various books. Among them, Lonnie's major is naturally astronomy, so she naturally has to study astrophysics. Since she has studied astrophysics, she also plans to take a look at condensed matter physics. Fortunately, Duanmu Hui had collected sufficient information from the modern civilization on the Hell Planet, and Lonnie relied on the fact that she was a puppet and refused to eat or drink, so she plunged headfirst into it. When Gulia looked up again, there were a few more people around. Ojas had come to the library at some point and was reading a novel. While the maid was cleaning, Lemuel had found a book from somewhere, and was reading it with great interest. Hey, when will Mr. Knight come back? Gulia sighed silently. Compared to studying, she still prefers to go out and stretch her body. Thinking of this, Gulia closed the book and put it back in its place. Then walked out of the library and walked along the corridor to the command room on the other side. Ah, Miss Gulia. Mia, who was sitting in front of the podium, saw Gulia and greeted her with a smile. What can I do for you? No, I just came to see when Mr. Knight will be back. The master has no plan. However, before she could finish her words, Mia tilted her head in confusion and looked at the screen. What's wrong? It is strange to detect an unverified blimp entering inquisitorial space. Is it the enemy? Hearing this, Gulia suddenly became nervous, and Mia shook her head. They should be the remaining pirates in the Jieshan galaxy. But don't worry. Why? Their target should be the Iron Hammer. There is really no need to worry. Chapter 445 Dead Space. Among the Dark Universe. A small gunboat was slowly driving towards the steel hammer of the planet-cracking ship not far away. These humans are really perverted. Looking at the planetary decomposition ship that was breaking up the asteroid for mining in the distance, the Batarians driving the gunboats grumbled. They had never seen this kind of technology before. Just separating the surface of a planet and then hoisting it up to break it up in space was completely beyond their imagination. Well, we're not here to lament these humans. Hearing his subordinate sigh, the Turian captain snorted coldly and put on his helmet. They were a small bandit group in the Jieshan system. When the Inquisition raided the Jieshan system before, this bandit group did not have time to escape and was blocked in the Jieshan system. In fact, there are not a few small groups like them in the Jieshan system. The first thought of many people is that when everything is over, they will have time to escape. There's no way the Star Alliance lives in the Jieshan galaxy. As a result, the Star Lien did not live in the Lord of the Jia, but the trial court blocked the quality relay of the Divine Galaxy. Under such circumstances, most of the robbers soon couldn't hold on. Some of them chose to force their way in, and the results were naturally clearly visible. Some tried to hide deeper. The Turian captain even heard that a bandit group went directly to dig inside an asteroid, probably planning to live underground as groundhogs. The Inquisition is too bullying to force a bandit who has been doing evil in the galaxy to become a groundhog. However, the Turian captain did not intend to surrender. He risked his life to conduct several reconnaissance missions and discovered something. That means there is an industrial ship here, but without any escort, no guards. It must be said that the Turian captain was quite surprised when he discovered this planet disintegrator. Industrial ships are valuables that are heavily protected in any civilization. After all, if a warship is lost, it can be rebuilt, but if an industrial ship is lost, it will have a very serious impact on all the civilization's actions in the interstellar space. Therefore, most cosmic civilizations will equip their industrial ships and transport ships with escort fleets. No matter how many. At least there should be some. Right? But this industrial ship doesn't have that. So, the Turian captain immediately had an idea. It intends to disguise itself as a human fleet and raid this industrial ship. If it can be controlled, it may be able to use this as an excuse to negotiate with the Inquisition. In the eyes of the Turian captain, this industrial ship was probably the only logistics fleet of the Inquisition, and its importance was self-evident. Although it was unknown why the Inquisition did not deploy a convoy, it was good news for them. So the bandits raided a Star Alliance transport ship, looted it, and drove the transport ship towards the planetary decomposition ship. As for the reasons, they had already thought of them. Let's start the communication. The Turian captain made a gesture to his men, and then gave an order to another subordinate. The other party was also a rare human race in this bandit group, and was now thrown out by the Turian captain as bait. Yes. Hearing the captain's order, the human crew nodded and turned on the communicator. This is the Delphinium. We were attacked by space bandits nearby and suffered heavy damage. Requesting assistance. This was also the reason that the Turian captain had thought of. In addition, this transport ship was indeed seriously damaged when it was attacked by them before, so it was reasonable to find a place nearby to repair it. However, there was no response from the other party, and the communication channel was dead silent. This is the Delphinium. We need help. The human crew member spoke again, and this time a voice finally appeared in the communication channel. Delphinium. This is Iron Hammer. We have received your request. Please follow the instructions. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the response. And the Turian captain sneered and grabbed the weapon next to him. Okay. Get ready. The damaged transport ship slowly followed the instructions to the landing pad and landed slowly. The robbers also held their breath, waiting for the workers on the other side to appear. And then they rushed out, subdued them, and then took the workers hostage to the bridge to completely control the ship. However, where are the people? Looking at the empty helipad in front of him, the Turian captain was confused. He expected that someone would come to check it out. But now, why couldn't he see even a ghost? Others are dumbfounded. This is like singing. They are determined to make it. Are we still going to perform this play? Go out and see what's going on. The Turian captain put on his helmet to hide his embarrassed expression. The other side can waste time, but they can't afford it. There is not much food on this ship. If they can't find food, they will starve to death here. This is naturally not what the Turian captain wants to see. Soon, the hatch opened, and a group of armed robbers rushed out. They looked around vigilantly, fearing that this was a trap. However, it was still quiet. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard, as if there was no one alive on the entire ship. Let's go to the captain's room. The Turian captain did not think much about it. His clan itself had a strong military style, and they grew up touching guns. Within the citadel, the Turians were a true military race. Even if he was the leader of such a small gang, he could at least make the decapitation operation look realistic. It is obvious that the ship is not functioning properly right now, but they are fighting a desperate battle and have no way out. But soon, they discovered more than one strange place for this ship. Logically speaking, basically all the doors of warships are locked, and many places even require special permission to enter and exit. However, this ship is not like that. All doors can be entered and exited at will, and there is no intention of blocking them at all. At first, everyone thought it was a trap, and walked a long way with their nerves tense. But no one was seen, so they took the elevator to the bridge. However, the Turian captain looked confused as he looked at the empty bridge. Where are the people? Why? Why is there no one? Didn't we contact each other before? The human crew members under the Turian captain's command had their hair standing on end at this moment, and immediately thought of the 17 or 18 space science fiction horror movies they had seen. And their nerves were tense. It's so weird. There was a response in the communication channel before, but there was no one on the bridge. There was a guide taking me to the helipad, but there was still no one there. Could it be that this ship is fully automatic and does not rely on any human labor at all? Hey, where's Barry? At this moment, someone suddenly spoke, and everyone turned around and found that a mercenary following behind them was missing. What happened? At this time, everyone was panicking. Barry was a Krogan. If the Turians were best at military organization, then the Krogans were natural warriors. That was why everyone asked him to be the rear guard, because if this Krogan encountered any attack, he could easily deal with it. But now it has disappeared silently. When we got on the elevator, Barry was still there. Everyone was confused at this moment. They remembered it seemed like this, but it also seemed not to be. Now they couldn't remember clearly. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Seeing that the atmosphere in front of him was becoming increasingly wrong, the Turian captain spoke hastily, and then he looked at the human crew. You go and see how this ship is going to operate. Yes. The human crew member nodded, walked to the console, and operated it. Report. Cannot be opened. May need the captain's command card. Go find it. The Turian captain quickly gave orders. Go look in other cabins. It must be nearby. Be careful. Work in pairs. Human crew watched his captain and wanted to tell him that the scattered action in horror movies was taboo. But I thought that it was estimated that aliens had never seen human movies. You go too? Yes. 180 of the human crew members did not want to go. But unfortunately, he had no choice now. So he could only bite the bullet and leave the bridge, and then search the cabin next to it. The cabin here is quite lively. The human crew can even see the uniforms placed on the beds, and even hear the sounds of bathing coming from the bathroom next door. Looking at the female uniform thrown on the ground, the human crew swallowed his saliva, then took out his gun and slowly moved towards the bathroom. He came to the bathroom, took a deep breath, then suddenly opened the hatch, raised his gun and aimed inside. However, The bathtub was full of water, and the showerhead was spraying water. But there was no one in the bathtub. The human crew member raised his head, looked around in confusion, and then he looked forward. Then the human crew member was horrified to see a strange, twisted figure standing behind him in the reflection of the metal wall. Before the human crew members could turn around, a huge force came and pushed the human crew members directly into the bathtub. Woo-woo! The human crew struggled desperately, trying to break free. But the hot water in front of him seemed to boil at this moment. He only felt a scorching heat rushing towards him. The next moment, the human crew's face began to boil under the high temperature, becoming soft and torn, like a sheep's head steamed in a pressure cooker. Then, he kicked his legs. Crack. The hatch closed again, sealing the bodies of the human crew members inside forever. Chapter 446, Enemy at Hinoji Temple. Duanmu Huai naturally wouldn't care about the lives of a group of space pirates who had no sense of existence. But the current situation is another matter. So, she doesn't know much? Duanmu Huai was speechless looking at the uneasy girl in front of him. He took her back to the rear and handed her over to other people for treatment. However, after she woke up, he did not receive any good news. According to the results of the inquiry, the girl's name is Oda Kaori, and she is Oda Nobunaga's sister. In fact, she is also a victim. Although Oda Kaori found that her brother was a little abnormal at the beginning, she could not do anything. Later, the demon was completely resurrected and locked her directly in the castle. Oda Kaori could do nothing except shivering in the castle every day and watching the demons outside slaughtering and abusing humans. According to Oda Kaori, her brother still had some consciousness, which was why the demon wanted to leave him a chance to live. He tried to torture his brother in this way to make him obedient. After all, my sister is in my hands, and there is nothing I can do if she doesn't obey me. However, no one knew where the demon Nobunaga had gone. That's right. For now, she doesn't know the whereabouts of Demon King Nobunaga. The only clue she provided is that when Nobunaga was possessed by the demon, he once lived in Hinoji for a period of time under the pretext of being sick and needing treatment. That's Hinoji Temple. Upon hearing Yusuji Lianshin's answer, Duanmu Huai slapped his thigh and almost reflexively shouted out the enemy is in Hinoji Temple. After all, this line in Samurai Warriors is one of the most famous. Report. Just then, a messenger came, hurriedly. We have discovered that a large army of monsters is advancing towards our position. We have confirmed the presence of the Demon Lord Nobunaga. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. I haven't looked for you yet. And you come to find me? Is there such a good thing? So Duanmu Huai stood up without hesitation. Get ready for the fight. I promise he won't be able to return this time. At the same time, in the army of monsters, Nobunaga, who had completely turned into a demon, was looking forward with a livid face and red eyes. It was no wonder that he was so angry. After all, even if he killed the demon, Nobunaga would never have thought that he had just gone out and his house was bombed when he returned home. Who is it? Who is so bold? Demon Nobunaga never expected that after he had conquered almost half of OJ, someone would dare to attack him and even kill his most loyal apostle. Why? There was no such person in OJ. Even Yusuji Renshin, who was known as the god of war, was no match for him. This can only be described as information asymmetry. OJ is really a remote place on this continent. There is nothing and the information is extremely backward and sluggish. If it were someone on the continent, when they heard that someone dared to attack the demon, they would almost guess that it was the Inquisition. But this demon has been sealed for too long. When he became a demon, even the former demon King Jier, who was killed by Duanmu Huai, did not appear. In fact, the demon Nobunaga was sealed twice. Once because of a brave man, and the other time because the opponent had the artifact sunlight that could break the demon's invincible barrier. But now, he didn't believe it would be such a coincidence. The Tianji cult had already been destroyed by him. So what if there were heroes? He had an army of hundreds of thousands of monsters. And a mere hero could be killed by the monsters without him having to do anything. But when the demon Nobunaga led his army to the battlefield, the scene before him surprised him. On the battlefield, there was only a tall man with a fierce and terrifying face standing there. He held a war hammer in one hand and stared at everyone coldly with unimaginable murderous intent in his eyes. There was clearly only one person. But at this moment, those crazy monsters stopped. They stared at each other uneasily, standing still, as if the one in front of them was not a person, but some ferocious beast. What's wrong? What are you afraid of? Seeing that his subordinates actually stopped moving forward, Demon Nobunaga's face became much uglier. Quick! There is only one person on the other side. Kill him! After hearing the order from the Demon Nobunaga, the monsters hesitated for a moment, but finally raised their weapons and rushed towards the prey in front of them. Haha. You came just in time. Looking at the hundreds of monsters rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai sneered. Let you see the true strength of the Soul Walker as soon as you ride. Duanmu Huai did not hesitate. Facing the army of monsters, he swung his left hand forward. Soon, thousands of puppets appeared out of thin air and turned into a large army, rushing towards the monsters on the opposite side. The puppets' attack power was not as strong as the monsters, but under a wave of attacks, the monster army also suffered many casualties. Just when the monster army destroyed the puppet army and was about to move forward, Duanmu Huai had silently summoned the second soul card. The spiral spire broke out of the ground again and emerged from behind him, with shining red runes emerging from it. Then the monsters that were originally killed by the puppet suddenly jumped up, transformed into zombies, and raised their butcher knives towards their compatriots. In the blink of an eye, the entire army of monsters was in chaos. How is this going? Seeing this scene, the Demon Nobunaga was also confused. He had learned from his subordinates that the attack had failed, but they could not explain why. Now he finally knew why his demon army had failed. Damn it! Seeing that the monsters that were supposed to be under his command had turned into some kind of horrible monsters and were attacking his army, the Demon Nobunaga gritted his teeth. But he did not give up. Instead, he continued to send the monster army forward. You are really looking for death. Duanmu Huai looked at the battlefield in front of him and sneered. The blasphemy sphere was really useful, especially in war. It was even more powerful than the zombie virus. After all, even zombies transformed by the T-virus were as slow as an old lady taking a walk. But the zombies transformed by the blasphemy sphere were faster than a 100-meter runner and could jump higher than a pole. Of course, the most important thing is that this thing is very concealed. When ordinary people see corpses, they will only subconsciously think that this is the result of some kind of virus infection or mutation. They will never imagine that they were actually corpses, but just puppets controlled by the divine seal. It is much more difficult to kill corpse mutants than to kill zombies, although the number of monsters is large. But because of this, there are more monsters that become their own kind after being killed by corpse mutants. Soon, the number of corpses increased, and the army of monsters gradually began to disintegrate. Duanmu Huai wanted to activate the blood moon again, but at this moment, he seemed to notice something and squinted his eyes to look forward. He saw a black shadow behind the army of monsters, flying out like a rabbit, and directly into the forest next to it. Oh ha ha. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai sneered. Then he raised the war hammer in his hand and pointed forward. The enemy is in Hinoji. As the army of zombies advanced in a mighty force, the Demon Nobunaga also rushed into the forest. He had discovered that these zombies were not ordinary. They were not like those monsters that could be easily killed. Damn. Who is it? Could it be that the man is not a human, but a demon? Thinking of this, the Demon Nobunaga thought more and more that this was the case. After all, he had also seen the man's appearance. That terrifying and ferocious look did not look like a human at all. People would believe that he was the Demon King. Wait, could he really be the current Demon King? Demon Nobunaga suddenly stopped and thought about it carefully. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess might be the truth. After all, ordinary demons do not have such horrible and cruel abilities. But the Demon King is different. As a demon from ancient times, although he has been sealed for hundreds or thousands of years, the knowledge of the Demon Nobunaga still exists. He knows that the Demon King is an extremely powerful existence. So he came here. Could it be that he knew that he was resurrected and wanted to subdue him? This is very likely. After thinking about it, the Demon Nobunaga felt that this might be the truth. Although he was not very happy. In front of the Demon King, the demons had no power to fight back. Moreover, the Demon King he served had died long ago. If he could return to the demon realm, then both the power and authority would be restored. By that time, not to mention this small island country, even the whole world would tremble under the hands of the demons. At this moment, Demon Nobunaga finally made a decision. When when Duanmu Huai got the news from the corpse. He was also stunned. According to the corpse's perception, the demon Nobunaga did not move after running to Hinoji Temple, but stayed there obediently. It seemed that he was waiting for someone, and he didn't care about the surrounding corpses at all. Well, this is also normal. After all, the demon has an invincible barrier, and even the corpse can't break his invincible barrier. But what does it mean that he doesn't run? Duanmu Huai originally thought that the demon Nobunaga was planning to go into the forest and engage in guerrilla warfare with him. But it turned out that he didn't run away. It's better not to run. Although he didn't know why the other party didn't run away, Duanmu Huai didn't bother with such a trivial matter. He rushed to Hinoji Temple with his war hammer. Then he kicked the door open and walked in. In the open space of the temple, the demon Nobunaga was looking at him coldly. "You're finally here. I knew that those idiots out there couldn't catch me. Only you can. It seems that you already understand your situation?" Duanmu Huai sneered and clenched his hammer. And the demon Nobunaga nodded. "Of course. I understand, sir." As he spoke, the demon Nobunaga half knelt on the ground and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Uh-huh. Duanmu Huai was also stunned by the reaction of the demon Nobunaga. He originally thought that these demons would either resist to the end or try their best to escape when facing him. He had never seen any demons bowing down to him. Could it be that I had activated the buff of kingly aura at some point? I am willing to submit to you, Lord Demon. The demon Nobunaga raised his head and looked at Duanmu Huai. I have seen your power. It is indeed a powerful force that humans cannot resist. I believe that under your leadership, we can easily rule the world again and make those humans our slaves and food. You said I was the devil? Of course, Demon Lord. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the demon Nobunaga chuckled. In fact, I should have guessed earlier that it is impossible for a human to look like you. Even a demon can't be so fierce and terrifying. Only the Demon King can have such a look. Go to HL. You're going to die. However, before the demon Nobunaga could finish his words, Duanmu Huai's face turned pale, and he swung his war hammer at him vigorously. Chapter 447 Looking for Trouble? Ha 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 ha. Even after returning to the castle, Lingnu was still holding her stomach and laughing non-stop. And Shizuka next to her couldn't help laughing as well. Only Majiko was slightly better, mainly because she was more reserved and didn't dare to anger Duanmu Huai. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Duanmu Huai's face didn't look very good. Haven't you laughed enough? After all, this is so interesting. That demon actually thought you were the Demon King. Ha ha ha. At this point, Lingnu couldn't help but punch the wall, while Shizuka next to her turned her head away, her shoulders shaking. Looking at their expressions, Duanmu Huai could only roll his eyes helplessly. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't say this. In fact, Lingnu herself saw it. She is now serving Duanmu Huai as a ninja, basically lurking around, monitoring the safety of Duanmu Huai at any time, and also to remind Duanmu Huai in case of any accidents. In fact, this is also normal. Lingnu is a genius ninja, but not a genius warrior. It is no problem for her to assassinate and lurk to collect intelligence. But it is difficult for her to face the enemy head-on. So when Duanmu Huai was looking for the demon, Lingnu was lurking nearby. And she also watched the whole process completely. Duanmu Huai won't say much, but Lingnu doesn't have to worry about it. She can go back and tell Shizuka and Majiko about this matter. To be honest, being mistaken for a demon king by a demon sounds quite ridiculous to most people. Not to mention that Shizuka and Majiko had participated in the war when the demons invaded Seth together with Duanmu Huai. The comparison is even more ridiculous. From a certain perspective, Duanmu Huai is indeed more vicious than a demon. And as for the Demon King, they have never seen one. But it doesn't seem strange that someone more vicious than a demon is called a Demon King. Duanmu Huai had no good solution to this. He could only let them laugh. He was not the kind of person who would insist on his subordinates to have a stern face. And he quite admired Lingnu's character. To be honest, only Bambi and Lingnu were disrespectful to him. The others were more or less polite. Some of it was out of habit. And the other part was that Duanmu Huai looked fierce and serious. And when he laughed, he looked like a chainsaw killer. So no one dared to joke with him. Bambi feels more like a younger sister to Duanmu Huai, while Lingnu is like a bad friend. Although it is a bit annoying, there is no harm in making a fuss about her. Especially for Duanmu Huai. This kind of teasing is rare. After killing the Demon King Nobunaga, Duanmu Huai's mission was over. The monster armies scattered and disappeared without a trace. Now only the Asakura family, Yusuji family and Hojo family were left in OJ. From the Warring States period, the heroes have become the Three Kingdoms. Of course, OJ's reconstruction is difficult. But this is not what Duanmu Huai is concerned about. Honey, you're back. However, as soon as Duanmu Huai and other talents returned to the castle, they heard a scream, and then saw that Lia flew over and rushed to Duanmu Huai's arms. Are you okay? What can I do? That's good. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Lia nodded happily, then turned and looked at her servant. I already know about OJ's situation. Send a representative to OJ immediately, and tell them that Lysis is willing to help them rebuild. But the condition is that OJ must become a vassal state of Lysis. When giving orders, Lia didn't look like she was in love in front of Duanmu Huai. Instead, she looked like a qualified queen, strong and domineering. You know, Asakura, Kamiyama and Hojo are also famous families in OJ. But in Lia's eyes, they seem to be just SOSO. This is also normal. And the US president will not care about the mood of the African tribe chief. Yes. The servant nodded, took the order and left. Only then did Lia regain her love-minded look and threw herself into Duanmu Huai's arms again with a smile. Honey, what happened between you and the AL Church? They've started a wanted list for you. Wanted me. Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he heard what Lia said. What does this mean? I don't bother them. But they dare to bother me? Oh. Want to be beaten. Right. Fortunately, Lia had no intention of being a riddle teller. She pulled Duanmu Huai to her room and sat down. Then told him the situation. To put it simply, a few days ago, when Duanmu Huai was still in OJ, the AL Church suddenly issued a call, claiming that the Inquisition was a heresy and wanted to purify it. At the same time, they wanted to arrest Duanmu Huai, the judge of the Inquisition, and asked all countries to cooperate. Of course, Lia was very unhappy about this. King Gandhi on Seth's side was not happy either. After all, Duanmu Huai was a hero who saved the two countries. Now AL Church wanted them to help arrest people. This was simply unreasonable. Although AL Church did have a great influence among the people, Lia and King Gandhi were not the kind of weak kings. In a word, I just won't help you. What can you do to me? In other aspects, the AL Church could still mobilize civilian forces. But the problem is that the people of Seth and Lysis, and even the citizens of the Free Cities Alliance, have all been saved by Duanmu Huai. So they are not very concerned about the call of the AL Church. On the contrary, the Hermon Kingdom was quite concerned, and was ready to take the lead in sending troops to destroy Duanmu Huai and the Inquisition. So what do you think, dear? Let Seth and I team up to take down Hermon. Speaking of Hermon, Lia also gritted her teeth. Lishaz and Hermon's revenge that passed for less than a year. It was very memorable. It is naturally better to take advantage of revenge. In fact, of the three countries on the continent, Seth and Lysis all have grudges against Hermon. After the fall of the holy demon cult, Hermon first created the first great kingdom of mankind. But later, due to various corruption and oppression, domestic unrest broke out. In the end, Lysis's ancestors directly raised the banner of rebellion and occupied the mountain as king, breaking away from Hermon and establishing Lysis. The magician of the seals also was dissatisfied with Hermon's high-voltage policy. So he finally migrated to Seth and built a country belonging to the magician. Because of this, Hermon hated Lysis and Seth. And the latter two countries disliked Hermon even more. The new and old hatreds of both sides added up to a lot. And they didn't mind fighting another war. Especially for Queen Lia of Lysis. If she could directly go to war with Hermon and attack the opponent's royal city, she could avenge the resentment of Prince Barton of Hermon, who raided Lysis. Lia is very vindictive. So that's the case? But why did AL Teach suddenly find me trouble? This is not clear about this. I heard that it seems to be related to the French king's election. FA king election? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned. He had heard from Shizuka that the last Dharma king of the AL Church had passed away not long ago. But he did not expect that this matter would be related to him. Why don't you just go and elect your Dharma king? Why do you have to do anything with the tribunal? How dare you come to trouble me? Are you tired of living? At the same time, in the palace of Longu, the capital of Hermon, two people were having a secret meeting. Thank you for your great help this time, Prime Minister Stisser. The middle-aged man with blonde hair and a white robe smiled as he looked at the man in front of him, who was wearing glasses and looked very gentle. The latter was the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Herman, and the current de facto ruler of the country. Prime Minister Stisser. You're welcome, Bishop Oz. In response to the thanks from the wealthy bishop, Prime Minister Stice nodded slightly. We also have bloody revenge with the trial court. Their judges have killed a prince of the Kingdom of Helman. We must respond in this cruel behavior. He. Hearing Prime Minister Step's answer, Ozzy's teaching showed a smile, and his eyes were hazy. In fact, the operation of this deportation and arrest of Duan Mu Huai was initiated by Oz. Duan Mu Huai had no idea why AL Church was targeting him. But in fact, AL Church had been paying attention to Duan Mu Huai for a long time. On the surface, AL religion is a religion that worships the goddess of Alice to protect human beings. As for the AL Church, Duan Mu Huai, who had killed the former demon King Ji-Er and several demons in succession, and even the Inquisition behind him, had obviously affected the balance of power on this continent. So similar suggestions had been made long ago. However, the living King of Dharma rejected this request. But now, when the old law was in the died, when he wanted to choose the new FA, Duan Mu Huai was taught by Al again. The reason is actually very simple. One of the conditions for the king's election is to determine how many chances each successor can become the king of FA. Bishop Oz is one of the candidates eligible to be elected as the next king of Dharma by the AL Church, and he has therefore set his sights on Duan Mu Huai. Within the AL Church, Duan Mu Huai has long been identified as the most dangerous existence that destroys the balance on this continent. If he can be captured or sealed, then Bishop Oz's score will inevitably rise, and his appointment as the next king of Dharma is a foregone conclusion. However, Ozzy was also very clear that the Duan Mu Huai and the trial court had a considerable influence inside Lisa's and Seth. So he found Herman. As for Prime Minister Stice's words about having a grudge against Duan Mu Huai, Bishop Oz ignored them completely. He was also very familiar with the political struggles within the Herman Kingdom. If Duan Mu Huai had not killed Prince Barton and Lisa's, the princess's faction would probably not have been able to win. From this point of view, Prime Minister Stice was too busy to hold a banquet for Duan Mu Huai. So how could he have any deep hatred with him? But Bishop Oz also gave his own exchange conditions. If Herman was willing to help, then the AL Church would also assist Herman in stabilizing the domestic order. After all, after Prince Barton's death, Princess Sheila took the throne and became Herman's new emperor. But in fact, she was just a puppet emperor, and all power was controlled by Prime Minister Stisser. Of course, this situation naturally caused a lot of opposition and protest within Herman, and even rebellion. If AL Teach can come forward, it is also very helpful for Herman's stability. The Prime Minister Shurtis also wanted to sell Ozzy to Teach of Humanity. When the other party served as the king of FA in the future, he could be closer to AL. So when the two sides were shot, they reached an alliance. I heard that Seth and Lisus are planning to form an alliance to fight against Herman. Aren't you worried about this? Of course, don't worry. Hearing the speech of Ozzy's teaching, the Prime Minister Cetus sneered. Lisus is a poor and weak country, and Seth has just recovered from the invasion of the demons. They are not worth mentioning at all. If they dare to stand in the way of my Herman army, I will destroy them all. Speaking here, Steer also raised his wine glass. Then, it will be the day when I, Herman, will unify the world again. Chapter 448 The Power of the Inquisition. Duan Mu Huai naturally did not know about the thoughts of Oz's teachings and prime ministers. So when he learned from Liao that Alism and Herman dared to start with the trial court, the first response, okay, don't be afraid of death. This is normal. In fact, many players have encountered similar situations. Many NPC forces in the game did not take the Inquisition seriously at first. Some tried to use the Inquisition, and some even planned to destroy the Inquisition and take it for themselves. What can players do? All we can do is give them a slap in the face and let them taste the love of the Inquisition. A new emperor appoints new ministers? Not true. No matter what era, your uncle is still your uncle, and the court is still the court. If you are not afraid of death, just come and I will kill you all when the time comes. After all, the human empire is finished. And the majesty of the Inquisition. The majesty of the Inquisition is not backed by the empire, but is earned by its own ruthlessness. After all, the enemies that the Inquisition faces are basically those who blaspheme and despise the majesty of the empire. If they are not ruthless, they will be doomed. So Duanmu Huai also gave an answer quickly. Don't bother with that. I can just take some people with me to take care of Herman. Why? Leah was somewhat surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's answer. Clean it up? Yes. I remember you said that Herman is causing rebellions everywhere. Right? Yes. According to the news from Kanami, many places in Herman's country are oppressed by the nobles. Humph. Herman is Herman. And he will always be the same. At this point, Leah curled her lips in disdain. Lisa's ancestors could not stand the oppression of the Herman nobles. So they started a rebellion and successfully separated from Herman. So she naturally had a lot of opinions about Herman. Now that Herman is still like this. To be honest, Leah is looking forward to seeing a few more people like Lisa's ancestors. So that Herman can be split up directly. That's easy. Duanmu Huai nodded. I'll find an insurgent army and help them capture Herman. Since this Herman is not obedient, let's change him. This is actually a common method used by many Inquisitors and Space Marines. People often say that a Space Marine or Inquisitor can wipe out a planet's enemies. Except for the Extermination Order. This is basically impossible. It's not that they can't win. It's that there's no need. Just like what was said in some TV dramas. Even if there were 2,000 pigs there for you to kill, it would still be troublesome enough. Space Marines and Inquisitors are also human beings. They don't have the energy to kill them one by one. It's so annoying. Therefore, forming alliances and making coalitions are considered basic tactics. If you don't obey, then I will support an obedient one to kill you. It's simple and convenient. After all, for the Inquisition and the Space Marines, they will not stay in one place for a long time. So there is no need to consider consolidating their own territory. The Space Marines may have a recruiting planet, but the Inquisition, there is no such need. Why don't we, Lisa's, send troops to help you? Dear, capture Herman. To this day, Leah is still obsessed with killing Herman. No, Lisa's doesn't have that many soldiers. And are you sure you want Herman? There's nothing there. Why would you come here? Actually, what Duanmu Huai said was not wrong. Herman was a sparsely populated country, and located in the north. It was essentially a large-scale Siberia. It was okay for this place to produce a few brave warriors. But other than that, it was not rich in grains, crops, minerals, etc. Of course, in the industrial era, this place might be able to drill wells. But now, it's still useless. Oh well. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Leah could only nod helplessly. As the Queen of Lisa's, Leah actually understood this. As for Herman, a poor and remote place, he didn't even want to find money. When he conquered it, what else could he get except some soldiers for Lisa's? Wouldn't he have to use Lisa's money to subsidize Herman? Thinking of this, Leah was not so enthusiastic. After all, the reason she made this suggestion was just for Duanmu Huai. Since Duanmu Huai himself did not ask for it, Leah would not insist. The reason why Duanmu Huai chose Herman instead of AL Church first was because the one who issued the order was Oz, the priest of AL Church. Although he is currently the second person in AL Church, there are 3 people with the same status as him. So this cannot represent the entire AL Church. If it was the King of France who issued the order, Duanmu Huai would have turned around and directly destroyed the holy city of AL Church. The heretical cult dares to be so presumptuous. They must be tired of living. Right? Now, let's deal with Herman and that priest Oz first. And we'll deal with the rest later. If the AL Church is really so short-sighted, Duanmu Huai doesn't mind letting the goddess Alice taste the wrath of the Inquisition. As for now, Duanmu Huai certainly would not sit idle. If the AL cult was looking for trouble with him, then he would let them see that the tribunal was not a pushover. This time, Duanmu Huai is going to mobilize the tribunal's direct troops. The Dark Knight Guards. Hey! Do we really need to call all those big knights here? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Zijingxiang was stunned. She had been to the tribunal and had seen the Dark Knights. Even from Zijingxiang's point of view, those knights were extremely terrifying. If they were all brought here, they would probably slaughter Herman. Of course we need to summon them, but only a part of them. After all, Herman is just a small country, and it is not worth it for the entire Night Guard to be mobilized. Only about 10 of them will be enough. Do you mean to say that you plan to lead 10 Night Guards to attack Herman Royal City? If that's all, it would be more convenient for me to go alone. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Since Herman and the AL Church have clearly shown their hostility towards the Inquisition, we, the The Inquisition certainly cannot just sit here obediently. Mr. Knight. However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, he heard a shout, and then saw an Angu Leia appear in front of him. Install? I heard that the Inquisition wants to go to war with Hermann. How did you know that? Never mind. It's not important. It's true. That's great. Hearing this, and clapped his hands with a smile. Very good? Yes. I was just about to tell you, Mr. Knight, that we in Manalia are planning to organize a magic troupe to serve the Inquisition. How about we go along this time? Oh, by the way, Galatia has also recruited a team of dragon men. Right? Are you sure? This isn't a spur-of-the-moment idea of yours? It has to be said that Duanmu Huai was quite surprised to hear what it said. He didn't expect him to come up with such an idea. Of course not. In fact, this is something that Galatia and I have discussed before. After all, the Inquisition also needs manpower. Now that the Inquisition is going to war with Hermann, isn't this a good opportunity for us? Yeah, no problem. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and nodded. He still trusted in Angu Leia, and knew that they would not make any mistakes when it came to big issues. Moreover, for Duanmu Huai, if Manalia and Regnus wanted to send soldiers to join the Inquisition, then this would indeed be a good opportunity for them to get along. After all, Hermann was not very strong, so it was good for the Inquisition to use him for training. In that case, call Maria and let her see how the mechanized troops advance. Sensen and Gu Leia both planned to join. Duanmu Huai naturally changed his mind immediately. He originally thought of taking a group of night guards to assist other resistance forces. But from the current perspective, it seems that it would be a good choice for the Inquisition to rush over and challenge the other side directly. Dear. Hearing this, Leia also jumped up and desperately raised her hands in front of Duanmu Huai. Lysis can also send a guard team. Since you don't plan to let us attack, then Lysis can send a guard team to help. I will also ask my father to ask Seth to send a magic army. Majiko also hurriedly spoke up and said that Seth is currently in a period of reconstruction, and does not have the strength to march in with a large army like Lysis did and confront Hermann. But if it is just a small team, it will still be no problem. My goodness, you are going to form an 8-nation alliance. Looking at the people in front of him, Duanmu Huai twitched his eyes. Okay, no problem. Anyway, he is not the one who has the headache, so why should he care? After the plan was finalized, Duanmu Huai didn't have to worry about the next thing. The girls went back to their homes to mobilize people. For them, this was not really a problem. After all, if you want to mobilize a legion of thousands of people, it may take a lot of consideration. But if it is just a small team of dozens of people, then it will be no problem with their authority. Basically, as long as they get the king's consent, it will be okay. Soon, news came from all sides, and recruited a team led by the student council president Hannah from the students who were about to graduate from Manalia. Originally, most of the students of Manalia Academy would go to work in the royal city and local security forces after graduation. In addition to being the student council president, Hannah was also the captain of Anne's personal guard. It was simply the right thing for her to bring a group of people over. Giulia found some dragon people in Regnus. These dragon people had not been doing well in Regnus due to their identity issues. When they heard Giulia say that she wanted to recruit them into the Inquisition, they naturally nodded in agreement. Naturally, Leia was not willing to be outdone, and she sent a troop of her own guards from Lysis to join the coalition. And Majiko also went home to ask King Gandhi to send a magic guard. Obviously, she couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Even the somewhat reluctant Shizuka returned to the Free Cities Alliance and brought with her a team responsible for logistics supplies. Add to that Duanmu Huai's Inquisition troops. How should I put it? Duanmu Huai could now foresee the tragic situation of Hermann being ruthlessly crushed. Chapter 449 Banquet. Located in the Inquisition's mothership. The lights are bright. Maid dolls were coming in and out, placing all kinds of food and drinks on the table. Melodious music was playing, making the Golden Hall look extremely grand. I never thought that the first party I held would be for this. Looking at the people talking in front of him, Duanmu Huai could only complain helplessly. What does it matter, Mr. Knight? Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, and smiled and took his arm. It's a rare occasion for us all to get together. Wouldn't it be nice to have a banquet to entertain everyone? That's right. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. He was just not used to such occasions. But he had no intention of objecting to what An said. In fact, the reason why Duanmu Huai held the banquet this time was very simple. All forces sent people to help. As a judge, Duanmu Huai would certainly not fail to fulfill his duties as a host. So he simply found a banquet hall on the mothership and held a banquet to entertain representatives from all forces. Then I'll go say hello to the others. Mr. Knight, remember to chat with them too. Everyone misses you. After saying this, An smiled and lifted her skirt and left, while Duanmu Huai shook his head and sighed silently. At this moment, a voice sounded from beside him. Long time no see. Mr. Knight, it's great to see you looking so energetic. Hearing the voice, Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw an elf girl in a dress looking at him with a smile and bowing him. Looking at the elf girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Ah, President Hannah, it's been a long time. It seems you are doing well. The elf girl in front of him was none other than Hannah, the student council president of Manalia Magic Academy. Duanmu Huai had dealt with her several times when he was studying at Manalia Magic Academy. I have graduated and am now the captain of Her Royal Highness the Princess's personal guard. Hannah smiled at Duanmu Huai. This time, I will be in charge of leading the team to that world with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Please give me your guidance when the time comes. That's no problem. But, you all just graduated from Manalia, right? Is it really okay to go straight to the actual battlefield? Duanmu Huai has seen too many heroes on the training ground, and too many bears on the battlefield. Although these graduates must have undergone practical training. Practical training and actual combat are two different things after all. Please rest assured. This is one of the reasons why we are here. Since we are the personal guards of Her Royal Highness the Princess. This is a test we must overcome. Having said this, Hannah winked at Duanmu Huai. On the contrary, regarding Her Highness Kriya, I'm sorry to ask you, Mr. Knight, to take care of her. Oh! Duanmu Huai looked in the direction Hannah hinted, and saw Gu Lia sitting in a corner of the banquet hall with a few people, looking quite lonely. Okay, I'll go over and take a look. Duanmu Huai nodded to Hannah, then strode to Gu Lia's side. Gu Lia? What happened to you? Ah? Mr. Knight? Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, Gu Lia jumped up as if someone stepped on her tail, and then she lowered her head dejectedly. Yes, I'm sorry. Well, I didn't find many people. At this point, Gu Lia bit her lip and lowered her head. She had initially followed Anne's suggestion and thought that she could bring a lot of people. But what Gu Lia didn't expect was that many dragons were not only unwilling to accept her invitation, but even resented her. In the eyes of those dragons, if Gu Lia's father, the king of Regnice, hadn't been crazy enough to marry a human wife, their parents wouldn't have followed suit and finally given birth to these half-bloods, who were neither human nor dragon. Therefore, Gu Lia's invitation did not have much effect. And in the end, she only brought 3 or 4 people. No wonder she was so depressed. Well, that's not important. Sometimes quality is more important than quantity. Looking at the dejected Gu Lia, Duanmu Huai patted her head, comforted her, and then looked at the people around Gu Lia. You are? What caught Duanmu Huai's attention the most was a pair of twin girls not far behind Gu Lia. One of them had long golden hair, and the other had long silver hair. They also had dragon horns and tails like Gu Lia. But of course, that was not the point. The point was that each of them had only one wing. That's right. It's one, not a couple. The blonde girl only has the right wing behind her, and the silver-haired girl only has the left wing behind her. How should I put it? People with obsessive-compulsive disorder will definitely not feel comfortable seeing this. Noticing Duanmu Huai's gaze, the blonde girl's expression stiffened slightly, but she still walked forward, looked at Duanmu Huai, and began to introduce herself. I am Lumir, the eldest daughter of the Peony family, and this is my sister, Yershind. I am here to join the battle at the invitation of Her Royal Highness Princess Gu Lia. Hello, Judge. We will live up to your expectations and demonstrate the glory and strength of our family. Well, I'll leave it to you then. After hearing what Lumir said, Duanmu Huai didn't say much, but just nodded. He was sure that the sisters also had some secrets. But since the other party was unwilling to say, he would not ask. After a few simple words with the other party, Duanmu Huai turned and left. However, not long after he turned around, he saw a person appear in front of him. She was petite, with short green hair and a big white bow-like ribbon on her head. She looked like a noble lady. "Hello. Nice to meet you, Master Duanmu Huai." The girl in front of him lifted her skirt and performed in noble etiquette towards Duanmu Huai. "I am the captain of Lisa's personal guard, Kildy Sharp. This time I am leading the personal guard to assist in the name of Lady Leah." "Are you the captain of the guard?" Looking at the girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. Although he knew that Leah did have a guard team composed entirely of elegant and beautiful girls wearing golden armor. How could such a young girl be among them? Of course, although I am not as good as Captain Layla, I have been working hard to improve myself. That is why I took the initiative to ask Lady Leah to come and participate in this mission. Please rest assured to watch my performance. I will definitely not let you down." As she spoke, Kildy quietly looked at Duanmu Huai. This is the man that Lady Leah loves? He is indeed very outstanding. But what abilities does he have? Thinking of this, Kildy also smiled secretly inwardly. If she could get close to this person, she would naturally gain a higher status and strength. And in this way, she would be one step closer to her goal. It was for this reason that she took the initiative to apply to Queen Leah to be the captain and lead the team. As for how strong this man is, let me take a closer look. Duanmu Huai certainly didn't know what was going on in Kilty's little head. He just had a brief conversation with her. And then Kilty said goodbye and left. Because at this moment, someone else appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. "Long time no see. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Yuruz, you've really changed a lot." Looking at Wuluz in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. He still remembered that when he first met Wuluz in the rebel camp, she was just a quiet, sickly girl who could only sit in a wheelchair. But now she is wearing a military uniform, looking heroic and valiant, and looks like a real soldier. "I didn't expect that King Gandhi would send you here." "I didn't expect that either. But Mahatma Gandhi said, I have extensive experience in this area." At this point, Yuruz gave a bitter smile. And Duanmu Huai certainly knew what Yuruz meant. Back in Seth, she was the leader of Ice Flame, an organization that rebelled against Seth. Now that Duanmu Huai was going to Hermon to cause trouble, Yuruz was basically returning to her old ways. "No matter what, I still want to thank you, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. If it weren't for you, Seth wouldn't be what he is now. Although the gap between magicians and ordinary people still exists, the situation has been getting better little by little." "That's good. You can handle these things on your own." Duanmu Huai didn't care. After all, it was their own choice, and what consequences it would cause depended on their own luck. "Ah, you are here, Your Excellency the Inquisitor." However, just when Duanmu Huai had just finished greeting Yuruz, another woman came up to him. She had long aqua blue hair, wore a beret, a white dress, and held an abacus in her hand. "Thank you for taking care of my business this time. I would like to thank you here." Who are you?" Looking at the woman in front of him, Duanmu Huai quickly reviewed his memory, and was sure that he definitely did not know her. At this time, Shizuka came over, and said to Duanmu Huai with a speechless look on her face, "This is Miss Kopandan from the Free Cities Alliance. She is in charge of the logistics of the entire team." "Oh, I got it." Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded. He had heard from Shizuka that the Free City Alliance would send a team to be responsible for material supply issues. It seemed that the person in front of him was the leader. So Duanmu Huai also reached out his hand. "Hello, Miss Kopandan. You're welcome, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. In fact, whether I can make money this time depends on you." "Make money?" Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. "Of course we will pay. It's not just a matter of supplies." Kopandan smiled and shook his head, picking up the abacus. "In fact, I am taking the opportunity to short the Herman Kingdom. If your resistance goes smoothly, the Herman financial market will be in a mess. By then, I will be able to make a lot of money. So, this time I came here not just for business, but also for cooperation. You are my partner." "Wow, you really have a good idea of this abacus. Aren't you afraid of losing money?" "Of course I'm not afraid. After all, you are the one who destroyed the former Demon King and a group of demons. I believe that it is worth betting heavily on you this time. This is also one of the reasons why our Duo Chamber of Commerce is willing to cooperate with you. How should I put it? This is truly the nature of capitalists. Then, I hope you can get what you want." Duanmu Huai silently held Kependong's hand and spoke. "Perhaps the Inquisition also needs such a person?" Chapter 450, Steel torrent. The sky gradually brightened. Duan Muhui stood in front of the railing, staring at the distant horizon with a stern face. Beside him, and Gulia, Otis and others stood there, looking at the scene in front of them with extremely shocked eyes. That's really exaggerated. Even Shizuka looked surprised at this moment. You really want to use this? Of course. This is a provocation to the Inquisition. In this case, I don't mind letting Herman and Al see the true power of our Inquisition. After saying this, Duan Muhui looked at Maria, who was standing beside him. Start it. Clear. Maria was already impatient. When she heard Duan Muhui's order, she nodded hurriedly and came to the terminal next to her. Everyone ready. Supervise the refueling and ammunition loading. Ring the bell once. Push the lever. Start the piston and pump. As she spoke, Maria picked up the book next to her. The soul of the god of all machines is entwined with you. Clang. The bronze bell swung slowly, making a dull sound. At the same time, the originally silent space began to tremble, making a low and powerful sound. Ring the bell twice. Press the button. Start the engine. Ignite the turbine. Inject life. Clang. The heavy bell rang again, and the dazzling light seemed like the light of life, covering everything. Ring the bell 3 times. Sing in unison, and praise the god of all things. Clang. With the 3rd bell, everything is about to change. Hermon's southern border defense line. Standing on the city wall and looking at the deployment of the legions below, General Nero Capet 7 of the 4th Army felt his blood boiling. Look! Cream! Nero, wearing gorgeous silver-white armor, held a rose in his hand and turned around like the protagonist in an opera, pointing forward. This is our Hermon's army. My great, magnificent 4th Legion. In front of it, no one can stop our attack. Are we really going to launch an attack? General? Standing next to Nero was his adjutant Krim, who was wearing Hermon's black armor, glasses, and had golden hair. Her delicate brows were slightly frowned, and it was obvious that she did not agree with this. Of course, Lysis and Seth are no match for us. Lysis' capital was invaded by Herman before, and Seth was invaded by the demons just now. They are too busy to take care of themselves. They have no ability to fight against our Herman 4th Army. And my men. Having said this, Nero waved his hand violently. There are 50,000 soldiers here. No enemy can be our match. However, if we enter their territory, we may fall into a trap. And the orders we received do not include invading Seth and Lysis. Snort. Hearing his adjutant's words, Nero's face darkened. Then he looked at his adjutant and asked, Krim, what unit did you serve in before? In response to Nero's question, Krim hurriedly lowered his head and answered seriously. Yes, sir. I initially served in the rear support unit of the 2nd Army and was assigned to the 4th Army half a year ago. Snort. Nero snorted when he heard Krim's answer. So you are a rear line supply unit. It is understandable that you are so indifferent to battles and don't know tactics. But in the 4th Army, you must obey my orders. Do you know who is the most ideal soldier in my mind? This? I don't know. That's General Thomas, who died gloriously in the Lysis attack. Having said this, Nero closed his eyes and revealed an intoxicated expression. What I respect most is the death of soldiers. Soldiers who risk their lives to fight die gloriously for their country in the end. What a beautiful scene. For our 4th Army, this is our ideal. It doesn't matter if we die, as long as we can die gloriously in battle. It's the best. This is the ideal that can move people the most. Looking at the man in front of her, who was immersed in a speech about chivalry, Adjutant Krim was speechless. She knew that although on the surface, Nero Capet 7 was indeed born into the Hermon family, and was an elite who graduated from the military academy as the chief, and was known as the first of Hermon's young descendants. But in fact everyone knew that both the title of chief and the position of general of the 4th Army were actually bought by the Capet family with money. Otherwise, how could a young soldier like him rise to become the commander of the 4th Army, one of Hermon's 5 major armies? Not to mention, this man has no ability at all. For a soldier, dying for the country is indeed an honor. But for this man, this is just a performance to satisfy his vanity. He doesn't understand war, military affairs, or anything at all. Just like a child who knows nothing. Does he think that real war is as romantic as what is written in storybooks? Has Hermon become so corrupt now? Krim lowered his head, listening to Nero's boasting beside him. feeling anxious. Among Hermann's 5 legions, the 1st Legion guarded the royal city. The 2nd Legion guarded the demon defense line. The 3rd Legion was located in the royal capital as a special mobile force. The 4th Legion was responsible for guarding the southern border to prevent invasion from other countries. And the 5th Legion was deployed as a guerrilla force. In terms of position, the 4th Army's duty is to guard against invasions from other countries. But now, the position of the 4th Army's leader has been given to a guy who has only family background and money. No ability at all. And can only boast. This naturally makes Krim feel anxious. Because this means that the Hermann top leaders do not think that other countries will invade Hermann at all. Although what Nero said made sense. After all, Seth was currently busy with reconstruction. And Lysis might not really take action against Hermann. But that is based on the assumption that they do not take the initiative to attack. If an attack really takes place, it is hard to say whether Seth and Lysis will join forces to attack Hermann. With the current political situation in Hermann. Really? Is that okay? Call. Not knowing what his adjutant was thinking. Nero let out a sigh and made a gesture after finishing his speech. After talking so much, I must be thirsty. Someone. Bring some tea. Yes, General. Hearing Nero's order, the waiter next to him came over quickly and brought him a cup of hot tea. Nero also picked up the hot tea and put it to his mouth. However, at this moment, boom, the ground shook suddenly, causing Nero's hand holding the teacup to shake. And he almost spilled tea on his clothes. Damn it. What's going on? Nero put down the teacup in his hand unhappily and frowned. Was it an earthquake? No. Sir, it doesn't seem like an earthquake. Adjutant Krim opened his eyes wide, looked ahead uneasily, and spoke. At the same time, the earth shook again. Boom boom. Smoke rose in the distance. At that moment, whether out of intuition or instinct, almost everyone stopped what they were doing and subconsciously raised their heads to look towards the place where the sound came from. Then, they saw a existence that they could never imagine. What it is. Looking at the black shadow in the distance, Nero screamed, and Krim hurriedly picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. Then, her whole body tensed up, and she couldn't even believe her eyes. Under the telescope, they saw a huge, strange, terrifying, and towering steel giant, striding towards them. It was even taller than Hermann's royal city. And its entire body, including its legs and feet, seemed to be made of steel. But apart from that, the most eye-catching thing was that on the shoulders of this steel giant, there was a magnificent church. Not only that, in front of this steel giant, Klim also saw several steel chariots that can drive by several cars of Mara to move. Let me see. Before Krim could take a few more glances, Nero hurriedly grabbed the telescope and looked forward. The next moment, his face turned pale, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. So, what is that? I think it's most likely an inquisitorial weapon. Krim naturally saw the skull and hammer emblems adorning the iron giant. In fact, the emblem of the Inquisition was so easily recognizable that anyone who knew a little about the Inquisition would not forget it. It was because the emblem had such a strong villain vibe. Your Mightiness. Krim looked at Nero quickly and spoke. The situation is urgent at the moment, and we should immediately send someone to inform the council. Gather the soldiers at the same time and refuse the city. Defending the city? Hearing this, Nero jumped up like a rat whose tail was stepped on. Don't say defend the city. This is such a vulgar and ridiculous term. You are not allowed to say it again. But, no buts. Nero waved his hand and interrupted Klim's speech. My Hermann knights are invincible in the world. All we have to do is charge. Charge. Charge again. This spirit must never be shaken. The enemy only has a few steel monsters. I don't believe that my 4th Legion, with 50,000 soldiers, can't defeat these monsters. Even if we have to die, we must die with honor on the way to the enemy. Pass on my order. The whole army is ready. And launch an attack on the enemy. Looking at Nero, who was anxious in front of him, Krim knew that what he said was useless. Chapter 451 Thunder Roar. Standing on the platform, Duanmu Huai stared at the city in the distance with cold eyes. This time, Duanmu Huai put a lot of effort into dealing with Hermann. In addition to a 64-meter-high Emperor-class Titan, Duanmu Huai also equipped an armored battalion. These included 3 poison sword heavy attack tanks, 15 Lehman Russ siege tanks, and 6 Valkyrie gunships. Frankly speaking, using these to deal with a country with a medieval civilization level is basically like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito or using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. In fact, if you only consider the battle, only a few Lehman Russ tanks or a Night Raven Black Star alone would be enough. But for Duanmu Huai, the purpose of this battle is not just to win. Although Duanmu Huai couldn't figure out why the AL Church attacked him due to insufficient intelligence. No matter what, the moment the AL Church attacked the Inquisition, the nature of this war became a holy war. Originally, Duanmu Huai's idea was to deal with the death of these indigenous gods after the creation god. But now that the other party is looking for, it is not necessary to change the order. In fact, the reason why Duanmu Huai made such a fuss was the same as the reason why he used orbital bombardment against the Na-6 on Pandora. Leeway. If it were the protagonists in many online articles, they would often play dumb and play it safe, hiding their trump cards until the very end, making the enemy think that the protagonist's victory was just luck. And then, they would be careless and lose. Of course, this may be correct if it is purely tactical. But the problem is that the nature of jihad is different. It can be said that starting now, the trial court will compete with AL to compete for the straightforward point of the believers on the continent, and start to grab the believers directly. In this situation, it is essential to show all believers the incomparable power and unstoppable majesty of the tribunal. The strategy of playing the pig to eat the tiger is absolutely unacceptable at this time. It is necessary to be strong, and strong again, and directly push the AL Church into a corner, so that it can only tremble. This is also the reason why Duanmu Huai built this Emperor-class Titan and released it. He just wants to tell the believers on this continent that I am so awesome. Even if the goddess Alice you believe in comes, she will kneel down and sing Conquer in front of me. Duanmu Huai didn't believe that AL had anything that could compare to the Emperor Titan. Once AL lost its momentum, the number of believers would naturally decrease. In addition, the Inquisition offered discounts and even free medical treatment. It was clear who the believers would choose. Many times, believers choose gods. In the final analysis, he expects that he can have a backer. Of course, another reason was to give Maria some experience. As a mechanical engineer, she couldn't just read books in the back, but also had to go to the front line to observe the performance of these machines in actual combat, and then determine the improvement plan. So Duanmu Huai simply formed an armored formation and gave it to Maria to command. As Duanmu Huai's Inquisition army advanced, the soldiers of Hermann's 4th Legion also discovered these huge steel creations. They were terrified and at a loss, not knowing what to do. Soon the commander asked the general for instructions, and then they received the general's order. The army assault destroys the enemy. Assault? Looking at the order in front of them, many generals couldn't even believe their eyes. You want them to fight these huge steel monsters with their flesh and blood? Not to mention the giant that is taller than the mountain. How can they attack? Suddenly to death? However, military orders are hard to disobey. And so, the entire 4th Army, which received the order, was dispatched, led by Knight Hermann, and rushed directly towards the armored army in front. Of course, they also considered in their hearts that there were tens of thousands of people on their side. And although the opponent looked terrifying, their number was limited. In this case, it was not impossible to fight, perhaps. However, at the same time as they were taking action, the armored corps in front had already begun to move. Boom! First of all, the poisonous sword overweight tank located in the center is accompanied by a thunderous ring, a earthquake bullet whistling, and these artillery LS are not ordinary cannonballs. Their inside is not high explosive chemicals such as gunpowder, but the planet fragments that are destroyed by extinction. In simple terms, the fragments of these earthquake bombs are the explosions and shock waves that the planets broke out when they were completely destroyed. When it explodes, this power is now on the battlefield. Just like now, the whistling LS passed through the battlefield and directly hit the front line of the 4th Legion. Then, a scene like L appeared and the earth began to tremble. A huge earthquake broke out in the center of the battlefield without any warning, directly covering most of the 4th Legion. The whistling shock waves swept across the battlefield, tearing everything along the way into pieces. As for the soldiers who were not affected by the earthquake, they were not much better off. The earthquake made the ground beneath their feet like a trampoline. Almost instantly, the soldiers felt themselves being thrown high into the air and then falling heavily to the ground. Not only that, the ground became soft due to the earthquake, and the constant shaking made it difficult for the soldiers to stand firmly, let alone fight. Immediately afterwards, the Lehman Russ tanks opened fire, one after another. High explosive SH/LS flew into the crowd. Because of the tremors and impacts of the earth, the soldiers' bodies swayed left and right, and they couldn't even stabilize themselves, let alone raise their shields to resist the attacks. Of course, the shields were useless. Soon, sparks of explosion burst out in the 4th Legion, completely blowing those soldiers who did not have time to gain a foothold into bloody fragments. In just one encounter, the 4th Legion suffered heavy losses. Although they had as many as 50,000 people, they had no way to deal with the battle in front of them. But for the soldiers of the 4th Legion, this was just the beginning. With the roar of Lehman Russ's artillery fire, the Valkyrie gunships hovering in the air also quickly dived down, like eagles of death, and began to bring endless disasters and destruction to the ground. Hellstrike missiles burst out one after another. Multiple rocket nests kept spurting flames, and laser beams fell from the sky, sweeping across the battlefield, turning everything along the way into scorched earth. At this time, the 4th Legion had completely fallen into chaos. They had never faced such an enemy, nor had they experienced such a battle. Every roar of artillery was deafening, making it impossible for them to hear other people talking. It was very likely that in the blink of an eye, the soldiers around him would be blown into the sky and turned into broken corpses. But Hermann was a brave country after all, and even in this situation, the 4th Army did not collapse, but tried desperately to avoid the enemy's firepower, reorganize the team, and survive as much as possible from the destructive artillery fire. "General, we can't resist any longer." When the messenger appeared before Nero again, he was also covered in blood. "We are simply unable to resist the enemy's attack. Please order a retreat." "Retreat?" Hearing this, Nero jumped up immediately. What a joke. As a glorious soldier of Hermann, this is the time for you to die for your country. Pass on my order. Charge. Charge. Charge again. As a glorious soldier of the kingdom, even if you die, you must die on the way to the charge. No retreat is allowed. Do you understand? What? Hearing this, the messenger turned pale, and after Nero gave the order, he left the city wall without looking back. Seeing him leave, Adjutant Krim sighed and looked at the messenger. Pass on my order. All troops must retreat immediately. Surrender is allowed. Now try to preserve as much manpower as possible. I'll go talk to the general. Okay. The messenger saluted Krim and turned away. Krim shook his head silently and turned away. When Krim walked down the city wall, she saw Nero walking towards her in a hurry. Seeing Krim, Nero also spoke hurriedly. "Ah, you're just in time. Krim, I want you to lead your troops to guard the south gate immediately, and never allow those monsters to get close. Do you understand? Lord Nero?" "Excuse me. This is..." Seeing Nero in such a hurry, Krim frowned, and the latter snorted coldly. "It's none of your business what I do. You go guard the south gate immediately." "Yes." Hearing this, Krim could only silently salute, then turn around and left with his subordinates. When Krim arrived at the south gate, the battle situation had become a complete mess. After receiving the order, the remnants of the 4th Army almost immediately chose to retreat. Krim did not hesitate and directly chose to open the gate to let all the fleeing 4th Army soldiers enter the city. Adjutant Krim, what should we do next? While dealing with the remaining soldiers who entered the city, the messenger looked at Krim uneasily, while the latter looked at the steel giant approaching from a distance and sighed lightly. "We surrender." "Surrender? But General Nero." "Lord Nero. I'm afraid he's no longer here." Krim shook his head. "We can't really do what he said and fight to the death here." "Right. Then what should the people in this city do? There's no way we can win." Krim raised his head again, his eyes becoming much more determined. "Therefore, I order you to open the city and surrender." Chapter 452, Clearing the Court. When Duan Muhuai and his party arrived at the city gate, the city finally opened its gates, hung up a white flag, and declared surrender. "Who are you?" "I am Klim, Deputy General of the 4th Army of Hermann." Standing in front of Duan Muhuai, the blonde woman in black armor looked pale, but she still maintained her soldier's dignity. "You are the one who ordered the surrender?" "Yes." Krim lowered his head. "We know we are no match for the Inquisition. Although from my perspective, I probably shouldn't say this, but I beg you to show some mercy and spare the people in this city. They are innocent. Sitting in the chair, staring at Krim in front of him, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. Why did you choose to surrender? Instead of running away? Aren't you the adjutant of the 4th Legion? Wouldn't it be better to find someone to be a scapegoat and escape yourself? Maybe this is true. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Krim gave a bitter smile. As you said, but no matter what, I don't want to see my subordinates die for unreasonable orders. Moreover, I am also very clear that our 4th Legion does not have the strength to fight against the Inquisition. Very good. Hearing Krim's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. I can see that you are a sensible person, so I won't beat around the bush. Do you want to cooperate with our Inquisition? Cooperate? It has to be said that when Krim heard Duanmu Huai's question, he was completely stunned. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you mean. You should understand why we, the Inquisition, are here. The AL cult and Herman have declared war on the Inquisition. Since they think we are easy to bully, let us show them that we are not. However, the Inquisition does not intend to annex Herman, so we hope to cooperate with you. What do you mean? Hearing this, Krim was stunned. She originally thought that since the tribunal had conquered this place, it would definitely annex it. After all, wars have always been like this. But Duanmu Huai said that the tribunal did not intend to occupy Herman's land. The enemies of the Inquisition are Bishop Oz of the AL Church and Chancellor Stisser, who dared to collude with Bishop Oz and dared to challenge the majesty of the Inquisition. I heard that Chancellor Stisser seems to be in charge of Herman at the moment. Right? That's right. Krim did not deny it. In fact, almost all the senior officials of Herman knew this. The newly crowned Emperor Hira was a complete puppet. Even the government affairs were handled by Prime Minister Stisser. And there were rumors that the Prime Minister had some kind of unclear relationship with Emperor Hira's mother, Herman's Queen Mother. Of course, this kind of family scandal would not be made public. I know a little about Herman's current situation, and you don't seem to be a loyal person. So I ask you, do you want to work with us to change Herman? The purpose of the Inquisition is very simple. To completely eliminate the Oz Bishop, Stisser and their remnants who dare to resist us. It just so happens that Herman is also suffering from this group of parasites. There are resistance forces everywhere. Do you want to join them? Your Excellency, what you mean is that you want me to join forces with the Inquisition, eliminate Stisser's party, and assist the Emperor? Whether or not you assist the Emperor is your own business. We, the Inquisition, are only here to do what we should do, as long as you do not provoke the Inquisition. Then how you change this country is your own business. It's that simple. Duanmu Huai stared at Krim, who looked a little hesitant at the moment. But, after all, we are the 4th Legion loyal to the Empire. If we rashly rebellious? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai chuckled. No, Miss Cream. This is not rebellion. This is a purge of the Emperor's court. Clear the Emperor's side? That's right. The Prime Minister Shirtis Demon confused the public. Control the country. The Emperor was imprisoned. And the sin was unforgivable. You are a soldier who is loyal to the country and loyal to the Emperor. It must be said that Krim was completely stunned when she heard this. This woman who usually did not show her emotions and was serious, at this moment, even opened her mouth without any grace. This is rebellion. How can I say that? And what he said makes a lot of sense. What can I do? But, in this case, as long as the Emperor comes forward to explain. Is that useful? Duanmu Huai sneered and looked at Krim. As we all know, the Emperor is just a puppet. Even if she came out to explain, who would think that she really meant it? And that she said it under the pressure of the Prime Minister? If you want to prove this, it is also very simple. Let the Emperor order the execution of Stisser. Dissolve the council, and let those lackeys of the council retire and return home. This will prove the problem. Right? Hearing this, Krim's body trembled suddenly, and the girls next to him looked at him in surprise. This move is so cruel. Indeed, as Krim said, Prime Minister Stisser holds the power, and Emperor Hira is a puppet in his hands. Even if I really put forward this slogan, as long as the Emperor comes out and says a few words, then my side will immediately lose its righteousness. But adding a prerequisite is different. It's useless for you, the Emperor, to just say it. If you want to prove it, just chop off Stisser. After all, the slogan means that Stisser controls the government, causes chaos in the country, and manipulates the emperor. If you, the emperor, want to prove it, just chop off Stisser and dissolve the council. Will Stisser agree? He definitely doesn't want to. If the emperor had the power, wouldn't he have killed him long ago? This puts the company in a dead end. Unless Stisser changes his name and escapes from Hermann, the only option left is to fight to the end. Not only that, this way they have a legitimate reason to do so. In fact, there are rebellions on this continent. But these rebels either want independence from the country or want to overthrow the king and take the throne themselves. This kind of rebellion is definitely not justifiable in terms of morality. However, when Duanmu Huai's clear the emperor's side, punish treacherous officials, and protect the imperial power came out, it directly raised the rebellion to a new level. Not only will it be able to stabilize the majority of the people, it will also likely allow a number of troops loyal to the country to join their ranks. After all, if it is just a simple rebellion, out of the idea of protecting their own country, many troops have to bite the bullet and defend their country even if they don't like what the rulers do. But if the target is focused on a few specific people, that's another matter. We are not trying to betray our country. We are trying to restore order, protect the imperial power, and rebuild the country. Listen, once these words are spoken, the righteousness is on the side of the rebels. As long as you are loyal to the emperor and love your country, it would be unreasonable for you not to rebel. Of course, it depends on the country. In a country like Seth, no one would believe you even if you said that. After all, Gandhi's fist is so big that anyone who dares to mess with him will be beaten to death. Of course, in order to have a legitimate reason, Duanmu Huai also made several requests to Krim. First of all, the purpose of this legion was to serve the king, not to rebel. Secondly, in order to justify their actions, they had to abide by the law wherever they went, restrain their soldiers, and not plunder or humiliate the citizens. Once discovered, no matter what their status, they would be executed in public. Krim naturally had no objection to this. As a woman, she did not like the soldiers' rampant looting and bullying after the war. Of course, this would result in the loss of a large number of soldiers. But fortunately, with the Inquisition by her side, the least thing she had to worry about was the front battlefield. But Krim has his own concerns. But in this case, regarding military expenditure, that's even easier. Duanmu Huai seemed quite calm about Krim's worries. The likes of Stais control the country, so they must have a lot of lackeys. Of course. Are there any of Stisser's lackeys in this city? Krim nodded. That's easy. Arrest them and confiscate their properties. Distribute food and other things to civilians, and use the rest as military expenses. As for those running dogs, those with serious crimes will be executed in public, and the others will be either imprisoned or exiled. Of course, remember to arrest the serious ones and let the minor ones go. And don't just kill them all at once. Duanmu Huai gave an indifferent answer. Although Duanmu Huai acted very calmly, the others around him could not help but gasp when they heard what Duanmu Huai said. This move was simply cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. Extremely shady. As Duanmu Huai said, Stisser's party was able to stir up trouble in Hermann. So they must have a lot of lackeys. And they must have earned a lot of money and wealth by relying on Stisser. Instead of plundering the civilians and causing public anger, it is better to directly target these big fish. Moreover, this approach does not conflict with their slogan of serving the king. After all, their goal is to crack down on these rebellious parties that are causing trouble for the country. So it is natural to crack down on Stisser's lackeys. With this calculation, the army has military funds, the support of the people, and stable morale. The only loss is Stisser and his running dogs. It's a great profit. I see. Krim was able to become an adjutant at such a young age. So of course she was smart. At this moment, she thought about it and made a decision after listening to Duanmu Huai's words. I will do as you instruct. Well, I'll leave it to you then. Oh! And, as he spoke, Duanmu Huai made a gesture. And soon a night guard came over, holding a gray-faced man in his hand like a chicken. Looking at the face, Krim's expression changed slightly. Well, after all, this face was very familiar to her. This guy tried to escape on horseback, but we caught him. We'll leave it to you to deal with. Duanmu Huai chuckled. and then the dark night guard threw the guy to the ground. At this moment, the man raised his head, looked at Krim, and suddenly became furious. Krim, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to defend the city to the death? How dare you surrender? You are a disgrace to the military. I will execute you on the spot. As he spoke, Nero got up from the ground and rushed towards Krim with a roar. Facing General Nero rushing towards her, Krim stood there quietly without changing her expression. Then, when Nero rushed over, she clenched her fist and punched Nero in the face. Then took advantage of the situation to grab his outstretched arm and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! Nero collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he fainted, while Duanmu Huai looked at him with amusement. What are you going to do with him? According to military orders, deserting from the battlefield is considered treason and will be publicly beheaded. Then I'll leave it to you. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Krim lowered her head and saluted Duanmu Huai again. Then she grabbed General Nero, who was like a dead dog, and turned away. Chapter 453, Submission of Documents. Krim was not stupid. Duanmu Huai had made it so clear. If she didn't understand what she should do, she would be a fool. After that, Krim gathered the remaining soldiers of the 4th Legion and publicly executed General Nero, who ordered the 4th Legion to die. At the same time, she also announced that the 4th Legion would march to the imperial capital with the slogan of serving the emperor and rescue Emperor Hira from Prime Minister Stisser and the council, who controlled the government. Then, 2 powerful manifestos were issued by the Inquisition and the 4th Legion, spreading across the entire continent. The Inquisition's manifesto directly pointed to Bishop Oz of the AL Church, claiming that he was seduced by the demons and dared to declare war on the Inquisition. His crime was unforgivable. And now Bishop Oz was inciting the Herman Empire to be the enemy of the Inquisition, which was a big mistake. If they thought that they could make the Inquisition bow down by relying on the power of the Herman Empire, then the Inquisition would not mind letting these heretics see what the wrath of the Inquisition is. The 4th Legion led by Krim directly pointed the finger at the council headed by Prime Minister Stisser, claiming that Prime Minister Stisser used the Emperor's young age as an excuse to control state affairs, bring chaos to the country, and imprison the Emperor, which was unforgivable. And the act of conspiring with the Oz bishop and sacrificing the 4th Legion soldiers for their own selfish interests was even more unforgivable. Therefore, for the kingdom of Herman and Emperor Era, the 4th Legion will go to the imperial capital Langbarton with the Inquisition to purge the Emperor's side, punish the corrupt officials, and protect the Emperor's power. The 2 manifestos have different focuses. The target of the Inquisition is Archbishop Oz, while the target of the 4th Legion is the council headed by Prime Minister Stisser. This was also the idea proposed by Duanmu Huai. Many times, people prefer to purge organizations and attack groups. For example, regional attacks, or pulling out the entire O association and shooting them. Everyone likes to say that. But in fact, attacking groups and organizations is meaningless. If you hate the people in a certain place, you can't wipe out that place without an extermination order. The same is true for dealing with AL religion. The reason these institutions exist is because they are replaceable. Even if one is destroyed, another will appear. It's like everyone says that officials are corrupt, but it's impossible to drag all the officials out and behead them. Then who will manage the country? So, when faced with this kind of thing, it is very effective to focus on the individual and concentrate. It is not good for Duanmu Huai to be an enemy of the entire AL Church now. But if he holds on to Bishop Oz, then Bishop Oz will not be able to get more support from the AL Church when the next King of Fame has not yet been elected. After all, he is not the only one who wants to become the King of Fame. And for Bishop Oz's opponents, this may be a good thing. The same is true for the 4th Legion's manifesto. It's easy to overthrow the entire country and eliminate the entire aristocracy. But this will only lead to a mass attack. But if the target is set on the council headed by Prime Minister Stice, then it will be another matter. Even if Prime Minister Stice uses the power of Queen Mother Bomra to cover the sky with one hand, it does not mean that other senior officials will like him. At this time, his enemies might also take the opportunity to restrain Stisser. Therefore, many times, it is very important to have a clear goal. It sounds great to kill them all, but unless the situation is serious enough to require the use of an extermination order, even Duanmu Huai, the Inquisitor, will not casually carry out a massacre, especially in the human world. After all, The Inquisitor is not a Grey Knight. Of course, if it is an alien planet, it is another matter. Another reason why Duanmu did this was that the Inquisition had already begun recruiting believers everywhere. In this situation, it would be no good to openly oppose Ale. After all, Ale is the universal religion of this world. If the Inquisition were to directly confront Ale, it would surely cause anxiety and dissatisfaction among the people. But if the Inquisition only took action against a bishop of the Ale Church, the situation would be different. This is a personal grudge and does not rise to the level of a confrontation between the two sects. No matter how powerful Archbishop Oz is, he only has influence among his base. Apart from his base, who knows him? Once these two manifestos were issued, they immediately caused an uproar across the entire continent. Likewise, this was a bombshell for the Hermann Council. In the dim military meeting room, the atmosphere was extremely tense at the moment, and the four people sitting at the table looked extremely pale. This is simply outrageous and nonsense. Prime Minister Stisser angrily slammed the table and shouted. Normally, he was a man who did not show his emotions and looked quite intellectual. But now, these two letters had almost made him extremely angry. They actually said that we imprison the Emperor and control the country's politics. This is ridiculous. The Emperor is still young, and the Empress Dowager is temporarily assisting him. Everyone knows this. Do these damn traitors think that they can reverse right and wrong with such a lie? Hearing the roar of Prime Minister Stisser, the Commander-in-Chief of the Hermann Army, Ketchak, and the Chief of Economy, Patton, who were present, silently rolled their eyes. If it was really nonsense, why are you jumping up and down here? Everyone present knew that this was the fact. It was fine to pretend in public, but now that everyone was here, you were also pretending. It was too much. Commander-in-Chief, after venting his anger, Prime Minister Stisser stared fiercely at the Commander-in-Chief of the Hermann Army, Ketchak, who was also stunned by the Prime Minister Stisser's angry eyes. Although he was the Commander-in-Chief of the Hermann Army, Ketchak was not a qualified soldier. Similar to Nero, he relied on his family background and status to get to this position. His thin body, which did not look like a Hermann, could prove this. Yes. How are you going to deal with the rebellion of the 4th Legion? This, faced with Prime Minister Stisser's questions, Ketchak also broke out in a cold sweat. There is no better solution at the moment. According to the intelligence gathered by our scouts, the 4th Army still has 20,000 men. Don't you have any solution at all? Prime Minister Stisser slammed the table angrily again. His impatience was not without reason. After all, no one had ever thought that the rebels would attack them in the name of clearing the court. In addition, they knew that what the other party said was true. In this case, Stisser was even more afraid that other legions would follow the example of the 4th Legion and rebel directly, especially the 1st Legion guarding the perimeter of the royal city. Put this question aside for now, Prime Minister. Just as the Commander-in-Chief was sweating profusely due to Stisser's questioning, the fat and big-eared economic chief Bashu next to him patted his belly that was as big as a pig. A cold light flashed between the gaps in his eyes that were almost squeezed out by the fat, and he stared at Stisser. Regarding the matter of the Inquisition, this is the first time I've heard of it. How did things between us Hermann and the Inquisition turn out like this? Did you really reach an agreement with Bishop Oz of the Ale Church? Now the Inquisition's forces have joined forces with the rebels. In this situation, how should we respond? Hearing the question from the chief economist, Stisser, who had been yelling loudly just now, suddenly became silent like a duck with its throat strangled. Part of the reason why he acted so angry before was that he wanted to cover up this fact. After all, the agreement he reached with Archbishop Oz was a private agreement that must not be known by anyone else. But soon, Stisser came up with a solution. This is exactly what the problem is. Bishop Oz suspected that the Inquisition had something to do with the demons, and they actually dared to use this as an excuse to invade Hermann. This is enough to prove that these people are extremely bold and are likely to be accomplices of the demons. I suggest that we should immediately send the 2nd Legion to join forces with the 5th Legion to wipe out the thieves of the Inquisition and those rebels. The 2nd Legion is currently guarding the western defense line. Do we really need to mobilize them? Hearing this, the Commander-in-Chief hesitated. After all, the demonic defense line was a big deal. What if it was breached due to insufficient troops? Seth was a lesson learned from the past, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake in Hermann. This is an order. Yes. Since the Prime Minister had given the order, and the Queen Mother, who was the Speaker of the Parliament, had no objection. The Commander-in-Chief had no choice but to nod. I have to say, he now has a very bad feeling. Just as the Herman royal city was in chaos because of this, Duanmu Huai was also looking at the information from Seth and Lises. While issuing the manifesto, the Inquisition also began recruiting believers in these two countries. Of course, the Inquisition did not need a gorgeous church like the AL Church. Basically just a statue. And then anyone could worship it. After all, as long as you prayed and gained power, your soul would be bound to the Inquisition. Of course, Duanmu Huai handed over this kind of missionary work to Lorena and other missionary pastors. After all, they are professionals in this area. At the moment, both sides are making good progress. This is also normal. Both Lises and Seth were countries that were once saved by Duanmu Huai. The people of that country are naturally grateful to Duanmu Huai and the tribunal, especially the kingdom of Seth. Duanmu Huai used Sky City to transfer millions of people. If the people there had a little conscience, Duanmu Huai would have a lot of believers under him. According to the reports from both sides, the ratio of the speed of Seth and Lises to attracting believers is about 6-4. And the people of Seth are more enthusiastic about believing in the Inquisition. On the Lises side, Princess Leia has also made great efforts to promote it nationwide. She even wanted to drive the AL Church out of Lises, but was stopped by Duanmu Huai. A religion that no one wants will die sooner or later, so you don't have to do it yourself. This is actually quite normal. After all, when these two countries suffered devastating disasters, the AL Church did not show up to help. It would be fine if there was no choice. But if there was a choice, then we would definitely choose the more spiritual one. Right? According to intelligence, there is currently a lot of discussion about this within the AL diocese. Unfortunately, the new pope has not been elected, so they can only watch helplessly. Great. Let's do it. Duanmu Huai nodded and walked out the door. However, at this moment, a voice sounded beside Duanmu Huai. Hello, Master Duanmu. Oh! Duanmu Huai looked in the direction of the voice and saw the petite Kilty standing there. What's the matter? It's like this. We captured a group of slave traders and brought them back with their slaves. What should we do with them? Slave trader? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. Take me to see it. Then, he spoke. Chapter 454 Spread. When Duanmu Huai followed Kilty to the square, they could see dozens of ox carts parked in the square. And there were many guys dressed like adventurers next to them. This is what we caught on patrol today. Chiardi also reported to Duanmu Huai very seriously. Today we followed the patrol route and found a suspicious caravan deliberately taking the mountain path. So we approached to investigate, and they attacked us. After defeating them and questioning them, we found out that they were slave traders who were capturing slaves from Herman and transporting them to other places. Well, good job. Duanmu Huai nodded. Banning the slave trade was one of the doctrines of the Inquisition, not to mention the various harms that the slave trade might bring. Even the slaves themselves might bring potential threats. After all, you were not sure whether these slaves would be taken to do hard labor, become prostitutes, or be sacrificed to some evil god. Of course, based on the experience of the Inquisition, the latter accounts for the majority of the demand. Whenever you travel between the stars and discover slave transportation, you will most likely encounter one or more cults that believe in evil gods if you follow the clues. By the way, under the leadership of Duanmu Huai, Seth and Lises have now classified slave trade as an illegal transaction and started to arrest people on a large scale. In fact, this is also normal. Seth currently needs to restore his strength and of course cannot allow his own people to be trafficked. As for Lises, even if Duanmu Huai asked Leah to give him the country, I am afraid the latter would not hesitate. Take a few leaders down to interrogate them and check the buyer. Clear. Duanmu Huai gave a casual order and then came to the ox cart. At this moment, the slaves had already got off the cart. There were men and women among them. They gathered together trembling, looking at the soldiers and night guards around them anxiously. This is normal. After all, he was just captured and brought here. Moreover, there are terrifying soldiers all around. So it is not surprising that he would feel uneasy. Ah, Mr. Knight. Lorena, who was registering the refugees, saw Duanmu Huai appear and hurried over. How about it? Yes, they were all slaves captured by slave traders in Herman. Some of the children were even sold. Speaking of this, Lorena's expression was not very good. After all, there was no such thing in the Holy City. Ask about their plans. Those who want to go home can leave. If they need travel expenses, they can just take some from the slave traders. They won't need it anyway. Yes, Lorena nodded, then turned back to the group of slaves and said a few words to them. Then the slaves cheered excitedly, and many even hugged each other and cried. Then they respectfully bowed to Duan Muhuai and Lorena, and then turned and left. But it seems not everyone is yearning for freedom. Duan Muhuai saw a young girl standing there blankly with a few little girls not far away. He frowned and walked over. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the footsteps, the girl turned around and saw Duan Muhuai. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Her legs went limp, and she sat down on the ground. The little girls around her also hurriedly hid behind the girl, looking anxiously at the giant walking towards them. Duan Muhuai was already used to this kind of reaction. He walked up to the girl and stared at her. Why? You're not going to leave? Looking at Duan Muhuai. The girl's expression seemed quite nervous and uneasy. She lowered her head and spoke in a voice as small as a mosquito. Seeing the other person shrinking back, Duan Muhuai frowned and scolded him. Hearing Duan Muhuai's scolding, the girl also trembled with fear. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know where to go. Don't know where to go. Don't you have somewhere to go back to? The girl was silent for a moment and shook her head. Where are your relatives? The girl still didn't speak. That's a bit troublesome. Looking at the girl in front of him, Duan Muhuai sighed helplessly. And at this time, Kildi gave some advice. In that case, how about temporarily assigning her to the logistics unit? That's settled then. Duan Muhuai didn't care too much. The main task of the logistics unit was to take care of chores such as washing clothes and cooking, which basically anyone could do. Since the girl had nowhere to go, it would be a good idea to just send her to the logistics unit. After making the decision, Duan Muhuai turned and left, and the girl looked at Duan Muhuai's figure with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. Meanwhile, the 1st Legion stronghold, standing on the city wall and looking at the distant scenery, General Krylov of the 1st Army had a serious expression on his face. As a pure Hermann soldier, Krylov enjoyed a high reputation in the Hermann army. He was tall and strong. Although he was past his prime, he still had an indisputable domineering aura. Although the Hermann's 1st Army led by him was not the largest in the Hermann army, it was the army with the most knights. But now, grown-ups, Adjutant Karl appeared behind Krylov, and when he heard his voice, Krylov sighed. Commander ordered me to lead the 1st Army and the 2nd Army, and the 5th Army went to suppress the rebellion together. The goal is Trial Court and the 4th Legion. In fact, this was expected. Krylov had an unparalleled reputation in Hermann's army. If he had not been unwilling to collude with Prime Minister Stisser, the position of Commander-in-Chief should have belonged to Krylov. However, it was precisely because of Krylov's upright character that his relationship with the council headed by Stisser was extremely bad. I guess it will be like this. Hearing his commander's answer, Adjutant Karl sneered. You know? Well, I heard that it was recently, and several guards have defeated. Krylov remained silent. In fact, there had always been many loyal people in Hermann. They could not tolerate Stisser's omnipotence and even tried to assassinate him several times. However, because Stisser had an extremely powerful steel monster as a guard, these assassinations were ultimately unsuccessful. But this does not mean that the soldiers gave up. Therefore, when the 4th Army rebelled and even raised the banner of clearing the court, many soldiers and troops, who were originally loyal to the royal family, but suppressed by Stisser, directly fled the royal city and defected to the 4th Army. In fact, the generals in the 1st Army had discussed similar issues several times. In the past, they were unwilling to rebel because they were loyal to the royal family. But now, the 4th Army's slogan of clearing the court has opened a window for them. There is actually this operation. That's right. We are not betraying our country. We want to purge the emperor's entourage and punish corrupt officials. The following generals were written more than once, asking Krylov to learn the 4th Army, directly entering the city, killing the courtiers, and assisting the emperor. But Krylov refused. And now, it's obvious that the council wants us to die. The strength of the 4th Army was not to be feared. But the strength of the Inquisition was very clear to everyone after all this time of investigation. Apart from anything else, they had no way or means to deal with the mechanical giant that was taller than a mountain. Although the First Army, the Second Army, and the Fifth Army had a large number of people combined, Krylov still had no idea how to deal with that mechanical giant. Now, for the Council, the First Army is the least trustworthy. They are even afraid that the First Army will rebel like the Fourth Army. So they simply send the First Army out to attack the Inquisition, to avoid threats to the royal city. Are we really going to go out? Certainly. Faced with the inquiries of the deputy, Kleov nodded. According to the Commander-in-Chief's order, the First Army will mobilize 40,000 men. The Second Army will mobilize 50,000 men. And the entire Fifth Army will be mobilized. A total of 100,000 men. They will form a joint operation, and must keep the Inquisition, and the Fourth Legion out of the royal city. Pointing forward with his hand, Krylov spoke calmly. He could understand why the Council was so mad. At present, the Inquisition and the Fourth Legion had occupied Guzak. Going northwest from here was the fortress Bonn and the capital sub-city Gulen. In other words, once they broke through the Bonn fortress and occupied Gulen, the Inquisition and the Fourth Legion would be directly at the foot of the capital. Although it makes sense. According to intelligence, the Fourth Legion currently has only 20,000 people, and the troops of the Inquisition seem to have less than 1,000 people in total. But the problem is that the mechanical giants of the Inquisition are too terrifying. If they cannot be stopped, they may really be killed directly into the royal city in one breath. Does the Council think the other side will resolve the issue quickly? That's probably the case. After all, the total number of the enemy is less than 30,000. And they have the powerful firepower support of the Inquisition. In this case, a direct assault on the royal city is the most effective method compared to a steady and cautious approach. I also agree with the Commander-in-Chief's conjecture on this point. Therefore, we must fight to the death, with the Fourth Legion and the Inquisition head-on. Having said this, Krylov clenched his fists. Then he looked into the distance at the horizon again. Then turned around and walked into the fortress without looking back. Looking at the back of his superior, Adjutant Karl sighed silently. As an adjutant, he could only make suggestions. And the decisions were made by Krylov himself. And he made a decision. Then, the First Legion's action was about to begin. Chapter 455. Night falls. On the surface, the entire city has fallen into a deep sleep. But under the dark night, a silent contest is unfolding. Hey! Kanami jumped up and slashed the throat of an assassin with a ninja sword in her hand. At the same time, she rolled over and dodged the attack of another assassin. Then she swung the shuriken in her hand and stabbed it directly into the opponent's throat, killing him. This series of actions was quick and neat. But there were more assassins surrounding her. Soon, several dark shadows jumped down from the roof and pounced towards Kanami. However, just as they landed, these dark shadows crashed directly to the ground, and there was no movement anymore. Seeing this scene, Kanami's expression froze slightly. Bell girl? Hee hee. Neen. It's the Bell girl Omega equals. As the voices were heard, Suzunana emerged from the shadows on the other side. She was no longer dressed as a maid, but in a short, off-shoulder kimono that looked very provocative. However, even so, Kanami did not underestimate the fighting power of the female ninja in front of her. Suzunana was indeed the first genius female ninja in OJ. In front of her, Kanami was just like a child, and had no power to fight back. It was as if just now, she had already raised her perception to the limit. But she still did not find the Bell girl hidden by her body. This is simply fatal for a ninja fighting in the dark. Looking at the Bell girl in front of her, Kanami felt somewhat complicated. She also knew that she was not qualified as a ninja after all. She was a runaway ninja, while Suzuna was a regular female ninja. Although there was still a difference between ninjas and female ninjas. At Suzuna's level, it was actually not important whether she used her body to kill people or not. But for Kanami, the Bell girl in front of her eyes brought her not only urgency, but also a sense of crisis. That's right, a sense of crisis. Kanami also noticed that Duanmu Huai was very good to Ling Nu. Not only did he teach her the lurking skills of the Raven Guard, but after learning that female ninjas like Ling Nu died early due to using poison since childhood, he even took her to another world and asked the angels and priests there to purify her. Of course, Kanami also knew that although Duanmu Huai looked fierce, he had a good heart. But the problem was that her functions overlapped with hers. On weekdays, Kanami was responsible for lurking, searching for spies and counter-espionage. But she was only a half-baked one after all. It was fine that she couldn't compare to OJ's #1 genius female ninja, Suzu, in this regard. But even in bed, she was no match for Suzu. The latter was a female ninja, proficient in all kinds of skills for men and women in bed, while Kanami was just a simple half-baked ninja. Once the two sides fought, Kanami was completely exhausted and lost her armor in a moment. Because of this, Kanami is currently working desperately to keep on guard in order to consolidate her position. It's just like in the office. If you're not as awesome as your genius colleague, then you can only be credited for your hard work without any credit. But there are so many people who come to cause trouble recently. Nyan. The bell girl rolled her eyes and looked around. And Kanami nodded. It's probably because of the actions of the council. I don't know what the adults are thinking. As a ninja, it was Kanami's job to gather intelligence. However, there was no need to collect this intelligence, because the council had already publicly announced that they would mobilize the First Army, the Second Army, and the Fifth Army to jointly encircle and suppress this rebel army that called itself the Royalist Army. I have to say that this is really bluffing. Therefore, during this period, there were more or less various spies and assassins. The two were not afraid that Duanmu Huai would be assassinated, but they had to be more careful about others. So in the past 2 days, the two ninjas and a group of assassins and spies played sneak attacks and counter-sneak attacks at night. And they had a lot of fun. I don't know what he is thinking, but Ling Yu thinks it must be interesting. The girl turned around and looked at the steel fortress outside the city with a smile. This was the only place in the city with bright lights. Even in the middle of the night, the light on the Titan could still illuminate the surroundings as bright as day. Assassins who dared to go there to cause trouble would basically be killed before they could reach the door of the Titan. At this moment, in the conference room of the Iron Fortress, everyone is gathering together to hold a military meeting. From the current perspective, the council is anxious. Duanmu Huai sat on the main seat, looking quite relaxed, while Krim beside him looked a little uneasy. Not only Krim, but even Yurus frowned at this moment. They are planning to use human wave tactics. I think we should just break through directly. Speed is of the essence. As long as we can reach the royal city in the shortest possible time. With the powerful strength of this steel giant, we can definitely capture it easily. Krim decisively gave his opinion. Just as Krylov thought. In her opinion, the best way was to go directly north, break through the siege, and attack the royal city. But Yurus and Kierti didn't say anything. One of them was in deep thought, while the other was looking at Duanmu Huai curiously. Yeah, that's a good idea. Duanmu Huai looked at the map in front of him and nodded. But unfortunately it's of no use. It's useless? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Krim was stunned. But, indeed, Titan has the ability to destroy the entire royal city. But if they really only want to destroy the royal city, why would I need to join forces with you? I will just lead my troops all the way there, and then blow the royal city upside down. Even if Hermann's legions are counted one by one, can they all be combined to stop me? Well, although Duanmu Huai's words were unpleasant to hear, Krim had to admit that it was indeed true. But if we don't aim to destroy the royal city, then the Titans will only have a deterrent effect. When the time comes, they will use the city and the citizens inside as a shield and push their troops in. If we don't want to destroy the royal city, we can only fight street battles with them. Do you think the 4th Legion is enough? Hearing this, Krim's face became even more rigid. She had understood what Duanmu Huai meant. To put it bluntly, if they really laid siege to the city, the council would probably use the innocent citizens in the city as a shield and then mix the army in. Once the Titans were unable to take action, the more than 20,000 people in the 4th Legion would be useless. After all, the 4th Legion was almost the worst among Hermann's 5 legions in terms of the quality of its soldiers. Although the 5th Legion only had 10,000 men, it was a guerrilla force that emphasized simplicity and speed. The 1st Legion had to guard the royal city, so they were definitely elite troops. The 2nd Legion had been stationed at the border of the Demon Realm for many years, and they were all experienced. What about the 4th Legion? Well, to put it bluntly, the value of their existence lies in being cannon fodder and delaying time when the other 2 countries attack. So what should we do? It's actually really easy. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Do you still remember the slogan of Loyal King? We must eliminate Prime Minister Stisser and his cronies who control the government. Isn't that right? Duanmu Huai knocked on the table. What's the point of just eliminating Stisser? You should also know that Steeser's ability to grow to this level and cover the world with one hand is not just his problem. Right? Then it's simple. As long as we eliminate all of Steeser's followers, this featherless chicken will not be able to jump for long. Having said that, Duanmu Huai raised his finger and pointed at the sand table in front of him. So, I suggest that we attack the Bond Fortress first, and then defend it after taking it. Then we will make a surprise attack and liberate all the other cities in the rear. In this way, 2/3 of Hermon's territory and people will be on our side and support us. By that time, I want to see how many people will still be willing to work for Steeser. Is this okay? Hearing this, Krim was stunned. But Yuru's and Kilty's eyes lit up at this moment. The location of Bond Fortress is actually a bit similar to Hulao Pass in front of Luoyang. With a one-man guard, 1,000-man cannot pass posture. Of course, it is not easy for ordinary troops to capture this fortress. But for Titan, it is much easier. Not only that, once they capture Hulao Pass and nail Titan there, then no matter you have 100,000 or 200,000 troops, they can be sealed in. It's like a bottle. And the Bond Fortress is the mouth of the bottle. Once you block the mouth of the bottle, not only can no one get out, but no one from the outside can get in either. At that time, they can free up their hands to deal with the outside first, and then come back to clean up the inside. Just like Duanmu Huai said, by that time 2/3 of Hermon's territory and people will be on their side. Let's see what Steeser can use to fight them. The only drawback is that it takes a lot of time. But for the tribunal, this problem is obviously not a problem. After the general direction was determined, everyone immediately began to discuss things like the next route of advance. However, Kilty did not join the discussion at this moment, but looked at Duanmu Huai with shining eyes. I never thought that he had such wisdom. Chi Erdi initially volunteered to lead Lisas's guards here, with the original intention of taking advantage of this opportunity to establish her own merits so that she could go further. At that time, Chi Erdi's impression of Duanmu Huai was more like that of a reckless man who could fight. In fact, after meeting him, Duanmu Huai's appearance further strengthened Chi Erdi's idea. But what she didn't expect was that this man who looked fierce and rough actually had considerable wisdom and political and military talents. This immediately gave Kirti a new idea. If I can develop further relationship with this gentleman, it will be very helpful for my future development. As for whether Duanmu Huai likes women, Kilty has no doubt about it. After all, she has seen Kanami and Lingnu go to Duanmu Huai's room late at night more than once. When a woman goes to a man's room at night, it is definitely not to chat. The only problem now is, how can I attract this gentleman's attention? After thinking for a moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Kilty's mind. Got it! Chapter 456 Lightning Raid. The next morning, Duanmu Huai had just gone out when he saw Kierti appear in front of him. Master Duanmu, I have something very important to report to you. Oh! Kierti, what's the matter? Looking at the cute little girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai also laughed and asked. He actually liked Chi Erdi very much. After all, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this was a very simple and cute girl. Yes, very simple. Duanmu Huai is not stupid. Chi Erdi shows herself in front of him every day, and she seems quite proactive. If Duanmu Huai doesn't know her thoughts, then he is really surprised. However, because Chi Erdi is too direct, it is more interesting to Duanmu Huai. It's like a kitten acting cute in front of you every day and begging for food. The attitude and goal are very consistent. At least it is much better than those women in TV dramas who smile on the surface but are two-faced behind the scenes. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Chi Erdi is actually similar to Jinji Ling in some ways. They both hope to be recognized by others and feel the value of their existence. However, Jinji Ling is more confident in this regard, so he is more proactive. Chi Erdi is relatively more tactful. But no matter what, Kilty still has a sense of propriety. At least, she knows how to present real evidence instead of just talking nonsense. Well, from this point of view, Duanmu Huai still has to give a thumbs up to Kilty's ambition. Well, I think there's something wrong with Miss Lucian. Who? Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he heard this unfamiliar name. That's the slave girl we met in the square earlier. Ah, it's her. What's wrong with her? Duanmu Huai thought about it, and then remembered who the woman Kilty was referring to. Yes. After that I did a thorough checkup on her, and I found out that her condition was very unusual. Very unusual? Yes. Although she was wearing the clothes of a lower-class poor person, the underwear inside was quite high-end, and it didn't look like something that a girl from an ordinary family could afford. And her figure and skin were also very good, which was totally inconsistent with the dress of a lower-class poor person. Speaking of this, Kilty frowned, and I found that she doesn't know how to do chores at all. She can't do laundry, cooking, or even making tea. Not only that, she also knows some recovery magic. Ordinary poor people don't learn magic, and those who can learn magic at this age are basically nobles. In addition, Kilty also said that Lucian's skin color was completely asymmetrical with her body. There were indeed many brown-skinned women in Hermon, but those women had been exposed to the sun and worked since childhood, so it was impossible for a young lady like Lucian, who had never been exposed to the sun, to have a tan. Therefore, she suspected that she might have used some kind of magic to conceal her true appearance. After listening to Kilty's description, Duanmu Huai understood what she meant. So what you mean is that Lucian is not a pauper, but a young lady? Yes. That's probably the eldest daughter who ran away from home. It's not surprising. It's possible that the young lady, who doesn't care about worldly affairs, disguised herself and went on a long journey, and then was deceived by the slave trader. Duanmu Huai didn't care much about this. She was just a noble lady. She could do whatever she wanted. She was not the emperor. Then can I transfer her to the royal guard? There aren't many people who can use healing magic, and we also need assistance. No problem. Duanmu Huai nodded. He now understood why Kierti took the initiative to talk to him about Lucian. After all, in Kierti's opinion, this slave girl had too many suspicious points. But on the other hand, she could use healing magic, which was a rare talent in the team. So of course she had to be used. But she couldn't act on her own. If this Lucian was really a spy sent by the enemy, then it would be too late to say anything after something happened. That's why she reported the matter to Duanmu Huai in advance, as a preventive measure. After saying this, Kilty's face suddenly became serious. In addition, the royal guards are all ready and can set off at any time. Very good. Hearing Kilty's answer, Duanmu Huai also nodded. Let's take action tonight. After half a night of discussion last night, everyone had finalized the battle plan. Considering that the Titan was too big a target and would attract unnecessary attention when it was deployed, Duanmu Huai finally decided that he would take the Night Guard and several other troops on the Valkyrie gunboat and directly raid the Bond Fortress at night. Anyway, it's just a medieval fortress with no anti-aircraft defense. We can just rush in and take it directly. Right? Therefore, Duanmu Huai's idea is to first raid and occupy Bond Fortress, and then send out the Emperor Titan to cooperate. The only problem is that the First Army and the Second Army are not far from Bond Fortress. Once they find that Bond Fortress has been lost, they will definitely try to take it back. At that time, they will face a tragic siege. Well, it's not a big deal though. As long as we can support until the follow-up troops arrive, the threat will naturally be lifted. This is why Qi personally went to Duanmu Huai to discuss Lucien. After all, she could imagine that the battle would be very intense. Having an additional healer would naturally provide more help. But the opponent was unknown after all. What if something went wrong during such an important battle? Fortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't take it to heart, and Qi was relieved. Soon, night fell, and when the moon rose, Duanmu Huai took the others on the Valkyrie gunboat and headed towards the Bond Fortress. Duanmu Huai led 5 night guards, and together with Lingnu and Kanami, they formed a team. Kilty led the Lysis guards, another team, and Angulia led Manalia and the Dragon Alliance, and finally the magic guards from Seth, led by Uruz. It can be said that there are 2 teams of melee combat and 2 teams of ranged combat. It would be great if we and Lysis had such advanced vehicles. Sitting on the Valkyrie gunboat, looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, Kilty couldn't help but sigh. They had been patrolling everywhere in this gunboat these days. It must be said that after overcoming the fear of heights at the beginning, Kilty liked these flying iron frames more and more. Not only were they fast, but they also flew high. Everything on the ground could be seen clearly, and they could also provide air cover when needed. Unfortunately, I heard that even Seth hasn't developed something similar. And Lysis. Well, I guess I still have to work hard. But no matter what, this is at least a direction. The Bond Fortress was naturally brightly lit in the middle of the night, and soldiers could be seen patrolling on the thick walls. This was normal. After all, After Duanmuhui and the Fourth Army occupied the city, many people thought that they would march to the Bon Fortress and take it down. Therefore, during this period, the alert level of the Bon Fortress was also increased a lot. It's just a pity that they probably never thought that the enemy would come from the sky. Get started. Duanmuhui gave the order, and the hatch of the Valkyrie gunboat floating in the night sky opened. Then Suzu and Kanami jumped out one after another and slid down the rope quickly like ghosts. For ninjas, this is simply what they are best at. The figure of the bell girl disappeared in midair, and then several soldiers who were looking out on one side of the city wall tilted their heads and collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Kanami also landed from the air silently like a kitten, holding a ninja sword in her hand, and came behind the guard soldier and cut his throat with one knife. Bon Fortress is a typical example of being loose inside and tight outside. After all, no one thought that the enemy would suddenly appear inside the fortress, so the defense outside was strict, but the inside was very relaxed. In addition, both Suzu and Kanami were very skilled. Kanami almost flipped over several times, but fortunately Suzu was there to help her solve the problem easily. Soon, the two of them swept away all the soldiers on the outer wall of the fortress. And then the bell girl took out the terminal and pressed the button. Then 4 Valkyrie gunboats fell from the sky and landed on the wall of the fortress. Duanmuhui, wearing armor and holding a heavy hammer, strode out, glanced at the silent fortress, and then gave orders coldly. Get started. For the soldiers in the Bon Fortress, this night was obviously a nightmare. When the gate was smashed open and a huge dark figure walked into the military camp, they didn't even have time to get up from the bed and put on their pants. Then, they saw a tall giant wearing terrifying armor swinging a war hammer and sweeping across, directly crushing those soldiers who didn't have time to get up into meat paste. Don't give them the chance to join us. Don't be lenient. On the other side, Kilty led the Lisa's guards to attack the Bon defenders. She wielded her sword and swiftly dodged the clash between the two warriors. At the same time, she swung her sword and stabbed an enemy's heart. The next moment, Kilty turned around gracefully like dancing, dodged the attack from behind, and then used her backhand to cut the opponent's throat. Even on the battlefield, one must remain elegant. This is Kirti's creed. Duanmuhui and Kilty divided their troops into 2 groups, responsible for attacking the command center and the armory respectively. As for the others, they naturally did not join. And Angulia led the coalition forces of Maalia and the Dragon people to block Bon's Hermon defenders in the camp. Uruz led Seth's magic army to occupy the city wall. Anyone who dared to leave would immediately be hit by a storm from them. Ignite! Ignite quickly! After all, Hermon's soldiers were experienced in combat, and the initial raid did cause them to be in chaos. But it didn't take long for them to calm down and start to come up with countermeasures. Although I do know what the other party has adopted. At present, Bon has been penetrated by the other party, and he can't stop it. In this case, what they want to do is to tell other troops immediately that the news of Bon's fall. Soon, a few soldiers broke through the siege under the cover of other colleagues, and ran directly to the granary. They raised torches high in their hands, and threw them at the food in front of them. Liquid sphere. However, before they let go of their torches, water balls appeared out of thin air accompanied by shouts, and fell directly onto the soldiers. Then, a cold wind whistled, and a dragon girl with silver wings raised her hand, and froze all the soldiers in front of her into ice. On the other side, a dragon girl with long golden hair and wings, holding a magic staff, suddenly swung the staff in her hand, and soon, with a flash of magic light, she completely smashed the soldiers into pieces. What happened? The commander of Bon Fortress had naturally woken up at this moment. He looked out the window, and was extremely worried. The commander had never expected that this group of rebels would be so bold as to directly raid the fortress. But then again, how did they get in? Could there be a traitor in our army? Grown-ups. When the commander was suspicious, suddenly, a bloody soldier rushed into the room. We can't stop them anymore. The enemy is too strong. Nonsense. Upon hearing the report, the fortress commander wanted to jump up. Isn't it that there are less than 100 people? There are 3,000 soldiers in the fortress. How can I not stop it? But half of these invaders are magicians. Many people have been blocked in the corridor and burned to death alive. And those steel giants, they are simply not like humans. Any attack has no effect on them. Whether it is swords or magic, they cannot hurt them. Adults, we can't hold it. However, before the soldier's words were finished, they saw that an arm suddenly penetrated the hard stone wall and hit him directly. Looking at the pale, trembling man in front of him, Duan Muhui reached out, grabbed his head, and lifted him up. Are you the commander? Yes. It's me. Looking at the tall giant in front of him, the commander turned pale and trembled all over. So, are you willing to surrender? Or die? I surrender. At this moment, the fortress commander made a decisive decision. Chapter 457, A Plan Within a Plan. For Lucian, this was also an unforgettable night. When she saw the soldiers falling in front of her, she couldn't even hold the staff in her hand. It was the first time for her to face such a battlefield. Under the dark night and the firelight, there were shouts and screams. Those soldiers who didn't even have time to put on their armor were ruthlessly killed, and their bodies were thrown aside. Boom! Another corpse fell heavily to the ground. Lucian screamed in fear at the wide-open eyes and ferocious expression of the other party. Hey! There's another woman here. Kill her! At this time, the fortress soldiers who heard Lucian shouted suddenly rushed over, lifted the sword in her hand at Lucian, and looked at the fierce soldiers in front of her. Lucian screamed, stood there, watched the other person's sword and split, so one of swaps. Boom! However, at this moment, the wall next to Lucian suddenly broke, and then a tall steel figure emerged from it, completely ignoring the opponent's attack, and punched the soldier in the head. Then Lucian watched helplessly as the soldier's head was directly broken off from his body by the huge fist. Just like a ripe and rotten apple was blown away by the wind, and the headless body spurted blood and fell directly to the ground. What are you doing standing here? Duan Muhui turned his head and stared at Lucian fiercely. The latter, under the gaze of Duan Muhui, and collapsed to the ground softly with his legs. Oh! You are the slave? Yes. Yes. Sir. Okay. Stand up. Duan Muhui looked around, and then looked at Lucian. The battle is almost over. There are only some resistance guys left to deal with. Don't just stand there, or you'll get killed. Forget it. Follow me. Yes. Although Lucian's legs are trembling as if the little deer that has just been born before she has just been born, she still stood up with her teeth and followed Duan Muhui. The entire fortress was in a mess at this moment, with blood and corpses everywhere. Of course, most of them were the bodies of the soldiers of Bond Fortress. After all, the ones who raided them were elite soldiers from various countries, and there was a huge difference in strength alone. Why do you have to kill people? Following behind Duan Muhui, looking at the corpses in the fortress, Lucian couldn't help but ask. Duan Muhui just glanced at her when he heard her question. Because this is war, and war will kill people. Then, why war? As far as the Inquisition is concerned, Herman and the AL cult have joined forces to attack us. They are simply courting death. It is only natural to kill them. Of course, it is even simpler for the resistance. They just want to survive. That's right. Duan Muhui walked out of the fortress and looked at the dark night sky in front of him. This country is almost ruined. The top 1% controls 90% of the wealth. Ordinary people can't even get enough to eat. Have you ever tasted the bread that the common people eat? It's as good as stone. Lucian nodded slightly. As a slave, she had of course eaten that kind of bread. In fact, that kind of bread was just like Duan Muhui said. It was basically stone. She couldn't even bite it. When she put it on the table, it made a dong-dong sound, so that people couldn't tell for a moment whether it was bread or stone. The common people have trouble surviving, while the nobles, wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials are enjoying a life of luxury. At this point, resistance is inevitable. After all, the people of Herman have only two options left: either be exploited to death by the nobles and businessmen, or rise up and fight back. Having said that, Duan Muhui shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, the worst outcome for them is death. And now there is no way for them to survive. They will die sooner or later. They might as well give it a try. Maybe there is still hope. Hearing this, Lucian lowered his head, tightly grasped the staff in his hand, and said nothing. Duan Muhui didn't care. Now he believed in Kilti's judgment. This girl named Lucian was probably a noble lady who ran away from somewhere. Otherwise she wouldn't not even know such basic common sense. But Duan Muhui doesn't care. At this moment, He also came to the square in the center of the fortress and greeted the alert and Gu Lia, who were warning there. Hey, how's it going? Everything went well, Mr. Knight. But it was still a little too exciting for everyone. As she spoke, and winked at Duanmu Huai playfully. Following her line of sight, Duanmu Huai saw several girls bending over and vomiting not far away. Well, they were all graduates of Manalia Academy. It was obvious that compared to an Ngu Leia, who had followed Duanmu Huai to and from several planets and participated in many wars, these freshly minted Manalia graduates were obviously not used to the real battlefield. Okay, cheer up. In front of them, Hannah was cheering them up with a serious face. You are the elite of Manalia. This is the battlefield, not the exercise field. Here you will die as long as you neglect for a moment. It will become a corpse. So now, I want you to raise alert. Do you understand? Yes. Although the students' answers were somewhat weak, they stood up. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai nodded without saying anything more. After all, this was their first time on the battlefield. And it was good enough that they didn't pee their pants in fear. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai made a gesture. Bell girl. Here. Meow. Bear with it. Carrot Omega Carrot. As soon as Duanmu Huai finished speaking, Ling Nu suddenly appeared out from behind him, scaring Lucian, who was standing next to him. Take the Valkyrie back and tell Krim that the first phase of the operation has been successful. Ask her to send someone to take over the fortress immediately. It must be completed before dawn. Receive. After the fortress was captured, Duanmu Huai had to immediately replace the original fortress soldiers with soldiers from the 4th Legion, pretending that the fortress had not been attacked, to confuse the 1st and 2nd armies. Fortunately, he had the Night Crow Black Star and the Valkyrie gunship, so it was not a problem to secretly transport some soldiers over in the dark and windy night. At this time, Kilty and Yuruz also rushed back. Sir, someone is missing from our team. Ah, here he is. Kilty ran back in a hurry and was relieved to see Lucian standing next to Duanmu Huai. When the latter saw Kilty, he immediately bowed his head and apologized. Yes, I'm sorry. I was nothing. This kind of thing happens all the time. Anyway, let's treat the wounded first. Yes. Luxian nodded in agreement, then looked at Duanmu Huai again. Thank you for saving me. Thank you so much. After saying this, Lucian turned and left, returning to Kirti's guards to start treating the wounded. Duanmu Huai just glanced at her, then looked away and looked up at the night sky. Next, it depends on how the other party plans to act. At the same time, in the 1st Legion's camp, Krylov was staring at the same night sky. General, it's so late. You should rest. Adjutant Karl, standing behind him, reminded him in a low voice, and Krylov shook his head. I'm not tired. Hey, how long will it take for the reinforcements from the 2nd Army to arrive? It will take at least 3 days, and we don't have enough supplies. At this point, Adjutant Karl frowned. The Council's excuse is that supplies are insufficient, and they want us to find a solution ourselves. Snort. Krylov snorted coldly. He certainly understood why his adjutant was so angry. Originally, according to Krylov's idea, the deployment of 3 legions should be done secretly. After all, the art of war says that the real ones should be made empty, and the empty ones should be made real. As long as the other side doesn't know how many troops they have, then they can make a big fuss about it. But the Council sold them all out without even opening their mouths. And they almost reported their ID numbers to the rebels. The rebels now know that 3 legions are joining forces to act against them, with a total of 100,000 people. Now they are completely exposed. Not only that, Kravai understands why the Parliament is unwilling to give him more supplies for him. People are obviously not as good as every battle. However, this tactic would consume a great deal of time and supplies. And the Council did not like it either. They were afraid that the other side would ignore it and drive the Iron Giant directly in front of the royal city, which would then be the end of them. So they found excuses not to provide sufficient supplies in order to force Krylov to fight a quick victory. This will of course cause a large number of casualties. But for the Council, they would rather more people from the 1st Legion died, so that the threat posed by the army to the Council would be smaller. Why? Krylov sighed again. He had given up the Bond Fortress on purpose in order to use it as bait. After all, if the enemy wanted to attack, they would definitely not let the Bond Fortress go. As long as they attacked the Bond Fortress, it would be like they had taken the bait. At that time, he would be able to lead the 1st, 2nd and 5th Corps to break in at once. Maybe there would be a chance of winning. No news yet from the 5th Legion? The deputy Karl shook his head silently. The 5th Legion was originally a guerrilla force. It can be said that when the country was raised by the parliament, they were stroll around. It would be a problem if we were blocked by the 4th Legion. But now, Krev has a bad hunch. Something seemed to be wrong. But never mind. Things have come to this point now, and we can only take it one step at a time. Chapter 458 Active and Passive. On the surface, everything seemed normal. The 4th Army at Story 13 was still stationed, and the Bond Fortress in front seemed to be motionless. Krylev was still deploying troops and preparing for the upcoming war as much as possible. However, this calm did not even last for a day. What did you say? The Inquisition took action? At noon the next day, before it was even time for lunch, Krylev received this surprising news from his adjutant Karl. Yes, my lord. According to the scout's report, the Iron Giant of the Inquisition, 5 iron chariots, and 5,000 soldiers of the 4th Legion left Story 13 early this morning and are heading towards Bond Fortress. How long will it take to reach Fort Bond? It takes at least 5 days. Very good. After calculating, Krylev nodded. 5 days was enough time for the reinforcements of the 2nd Legion to join them. Since the Iron Giant had made some moves, they could rush through the Bond Fortress with the reinforcements before the Iron Giant arrived at the Bond Fortress, and then attack from all directions. As long as the Iron Giant was separated from the 4th Legion, the next action would be much more convenient. However, just because Krylev thinks so doesn't mean others think so. Report: Krylev had only finished lunch, and saw a rush into his room. The order from Commander Kychek from the Council of Council, requiring the 1st Legion to keep the Bond Fortress at all costs. It must not be lost. After hearing the other party's message, Krylev suddenly felt that the food in his mouth no longer tasted good. Why? Looking at the order handed over by the messenger, Krylev sighed helplessly and looked at his adjutant Karl beside him, who also shook his head. This is not their original plan. But this is useless, because this is an order from the commander-in-chief of the army, and they have to listen without listening. What should we do now? We have no choice but to head to Bond Fortress and defend it. Krylev sighed silently. The order from the council was very clear, requiring the 1st Army to set out immediately to defend the Bond Fortress. The 2nd Army reinforcements arrived soon, and required the 1st Army to defend the Bond Fortress at all costs. Obviously, the council also learned about the tribunal's actions, and their first thought was to save themselves. Thinking of this, Krylev was no longer in the mood to eat. Well, the army prepared to set off and send someone to inform Bond Fortress. From now on, we are responsible for us. While the 1st Legion was taking action, their actions were naturally reported to Suzuna and Kanami, who were in charge of reconnaissance. I never thought that Krylev would actually take action. After hearing the intelligence brought back by the two, Kilty and Uruz were both stunned and couldn't believe it. Especially Uruz, as Seth's military advisor. She was also the best at planning in this area. Before the operation began, Uruz conducted a series of analyses on Krylev, the opponent. In her opinion, this veteran was brave and courageous, and his personality was also cautious and careful. He should take the initiative himself, instead of handing it over to others. It is not like Krylev's style like this. It's very simple. Compared to Kilty and Uruz's surprise, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. Because this is ultimately a political issue, not a military issue. Political issues? That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. You all think that Krylev is our opponent. But in fact, Krylev is ultimately just a general, the commander of the 1st Legion. No matter how high his reputation in the army is, he is not the emperor, let alone the commander-in-chief. And our opponent is not Krylev, but the council. Having said that, Duanmu Huai picked up a chess piece and inserted it on the sand table. From the perspective of the council, what do you think they will think when they learn that our army is approaching? They will definitely worry that the Inquisition will be at the gates of the city and will directly send them to the sky with a single shot. So they will definitely ask the 1st Legion to stop our army at all costs. In this case, even if Krylev has a lot of talents, it will be meaningless. It can still do this. Hearing Duanmu Huai's explanation, everyone present was stunned. For a long time, they all instinctively believed that military was returned to military in politics. Duanmu Huai seemed quite calm about the admiration and surprise others cast on him. Military is an extension of politics. In the human race, military is ultimately just a political means. Throughout history, there are countless examples of politics influencing military strategies. For example, in the Battle of Chongping during the Warring States period, the state of Zhao, led by veteran General Lian Pe, persisted with the state of Qin for several months. Later, the state of Qin sent people to spread rumors in Zhao, claiming that the Qin army was not afraid of Lian Pe but of Zhao Kuo. If Zhao Kuo had been the commander-in-chief, the Qin army would have fled in less than 3 hours. At that time, all the civil and military officials in the Zhao court were in a panic. Even Zhao Kuo's mother personally found King Zhao Xiaoqing and said that her son was a waste and asked not to let him be a general. But in the end, King Zhao Xiaoqing insisted on replacing the generals with Zhao Kuo and replaced Lian Pe with Bai Qi. Unexpectedly, the Qin army on the opposite side did not abide by the ethics of war and replaced Wang He with Bai Qi. They defeated Zhao Kuo, who was only good at talking about war on paper, in one battle and killed 200,000 surrendered soldiers of Zhao. The Zhao army was so defeated that they couldn't even call their grandmother. When later history books read this story, everyone thought that King Zhao Xiaoqing was out of his mind. But in fact, the two countries were at war at the time, and the consumption of food and fodder was so huge that even the mice in the granary would cry. In this situation, King Zhao Xiaoqing, as an emperor, had to make a choice. Otherwise, if the war continued, it would not matter whether the Zhao army would win or not, and everyone would starve to death. As a general, Lian Pe only needed to care about the war. But as an emperor, King Xiaoqing of Zhao had to consider the whole country. If the Zhao army won the war, but a lot of people in Zhao died of starvation, what would be the point? Moreover, if the war continued, it was still uncertain whether they would win or not. So he simply gambled. Since Lian is not obedient, he replaced Lian Pe with obedient Zhao Kuo. Just lost. The same is true for Yu Fei. Song Gaozong did use Yu Fei at first, but later he ordered Yu Fei to return to the court with 12 golden orders. Yu Fei was naturally tragic, but it is not entirely correct to say that Song Gaozong just listened to Qin Hui's slander. In fact, in other dynasties, Yu Fei might not have encountered such a thing. Even Han Gaozu Liu Bang would not kill the running dog until the rabbit died. Why was Song Gaozong so anxious to cut Yu Fei when the anti-Jin war was not over yet? The reason is very simple. There is a precedent from the Song dynasty. As a hero who fought against the Jin army, Yu Fei had such a high reputation in the southern Song dynasty that Song Gaozong was afraid that Yu Fei would drive the Jin army away. And then one night, he would be pulled out of bed by his own subordinates and put on a dragon robe or something. How could he not know how his ancestor became emperor? Why did the emperors of the Song dynasty emphasize civil affairs over military affairs? Weren't they afraid of a second Chunqiao mutiny? Given Yu Fei's reputation and status in the Song dynasty, and the fact that the people in the southern Song dynasty were in a state of uncertainty just like the later Zhou dynasty, if Yu Fei really wanted to wear the yellow robe, wouldn't the Song dynasty be doomed like the later Zhou dynasty? Therefore, Song Gaozong already had this concern. And with the treacherous minister Qin Hui stirring up trouble, he ended up issuing a series of stupid orders and ended up killing himself. In fact, many times, if we carefully study the various weird operations in history, we will find that there are objective conditions behind them. In addition, the other party was originally hesitant. So the slander of treacherous ministers, or evil schemes, and conspiracies basically gave the other party a push, causing the other party to ultimately make a decision that seemed stupid and brainless to later generations. If there are no objective conditions, it is useless even if the sky is messy. As the saying goes, one incompetent general can lead to the death of the entire army. But no matter how powerful a general is, he cannot be stronger than the emperor. If the emperor gives an order, can you still disobey it? In the final analysis, all military issues are political issues. Generals like Wu Qi, Han Xian, and Yu Fei were all first-rate in leading troops to fight. They were invincible in the world, and could kill gods and Buddhas. Wu Qi was even a versatile man, who was good at both military and political affairs. It was because of his reforms that the state of Chu became strong and became the hegemon of the Warring States period. But what's the use? Wu Qi offended the Chu nobles because of his reforms, and was shot to death by arrows. Han Xian, who defeated Xiang Yu, was lured into the palace by Liu Bang's successor, Empress Liu and Xiaohe, and then put in a sack and assassinated. Not to mention Yu Fei. Everyone knows him. So in the final analysis, no matter how powerful a general is, he will have no way out when faced with political games. Therefore, in Duan Moai's view, Kiryov is no longer useful. He is Sun Wu's life. Han Xian is reborn. As long as he seizes the council, Krylov has only one dead end. It doesn't matter if Krylov is not fooled. But it is okay if the council is fooled. Just like the Qin state's trick. It doesn't matter if you, Lianpa, don't get fooled. And it doesn't matter if the civil and military officials don't get fooled. As long as the idiot King Xiucheng of Zhao believes it. Could you, Lianpa, rebel against King Xiucheng of Zhao? The same is true for Krylov now. Due to the precedent of the 4th Legion's rebellion to support the king, the council must be afraid that the 1st Legion will also rebel to support the king. So for Krylov, he only has two choices. Either to completely obey the orders of the council, or to simply rebel against it. Wouldn't it be better if he could join the revolutionary team together? For Krylov, from a political perspective, he was completely checkmated. Ordered everyone to get ready. Duan Muhui sneered and stood up. Since the 1st Legion is coming, let's give them a grand and warm welcome. Chapter 459, Involuntarily. Krylov had no idea what was waiting for him when he led the 1st Army on a forced march to the Bon Fortress. It was already evening. Fortunately, we didn't set up camp too far away just in case. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. Looking at the small black dots of the Pavan Phlegm on the horizon, General Krylov also said with emotion. And then he looked at him. Well, I know everyone is tired, but we must move forward immediately and rush to Bon Fortress before dark. Karl, ready to hand over the fortress. And we must rebuild the fortress. Forget it. Let's talk about it. Krylov also sighed helplessly. He had never fought such a frustrating battle in his life. But now it seems that no matter how frustrating it is, he has to fight. Not only that, Krylov could also feel that the morale of his men was very low. Which was understandable. As Hermann's trump card, the 1st Army had not been getting along well with Chancellor Stisser since he seized power. Many generals were very dissatisfied with the behavior of Chancellor Stisser and the council, and complained privately. It was just that they just complained privately at that time. But until the 4th Corps anti-water, after the banner of the Qin dynasty, and after the banner of the Chechen, there were many generals in the 1st Legion. They thought it was a good opportunity. After all, they were already in the water and fire. This was no longer just a private discussion. There was even one time when the generals jointly wrote a letter to General Krylov. But he suppressed it. But now, the council not only wants them to fight each other, but also completely ignores their situation and forces them to formulate strategies. To be honest, the generals and soldiers who had no ideas before must now have some ideas. No one wants to die. Right? As for the council's outrageous actions, even if they defeated the enemy, would the council get anything in return? Krylov also knew that the people below were restless. But he had no other choice. So he could only suppress his inner annoyance and focus all his attention on the upcoming defensive battle. However, just as they were about to reach the fortress, a messenger suddenly ran over in a hurry. General, something's not right. What happened again? Seeing the messenger in front of him stuttering, Krylov couldn't help but frown. He wasn't a good-natured man, having encountered so many unpleasant things in one day. Even if Krylov was well-mannered, there was a bit of anger in his voice. Feeling Krylov's anger, the messenger turned pale, but still spoke hurriedly. We arrived at the fortress as you requested, but they refused to open the door. They said they had to see you in person to confirm it. These damn bastards. When Krylov heard this, he was immediately furious. He was the general of the 1st Army. The 1st Army was Hermann's trump card army. And now, a mere fortress garrison dared to show him disdain? These people must be tired of living. I'm going to see who dares to stop our 1st Legion. At this moment Krylov was also furious, and he ran forward angrily, and his adjutant Karl followed behind him. Soon, they came to the front of the team, which was the gate of Bon Fortress. Under the setting sun, the fortress looked a little creepy, and on the city wall, soldiers wearing Hermann armor stood there fully armed. Motionless. They looked very serious. Krylov glanced at the soldiers coldly, then retracted his gaze and shouted loudly. I'm Krylov, and I'm here to take over the Bond Fortress under the order of the council. Open the door immediately. Boom, boom, boom. As Krylov finished speaking, the gate of the fortress slowly opened. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they were ready to enter the fortress, they saw a tall black shadow walking out. It was wearing black armor, a helmet that looked like a skull, and carrying a huge war hammer behind it. Its height was no different from that of a giant. Seeing the appearance of this giant, Krylov frowned, and the soldiers next to him also became nervous. Then, they saw the giant walking in front of Krylov and staring at him. I'm sorry, General Krevolf. I can't let you enter this fortress. What? What does this mean? It's very simple. In response to Krylov's question, Duan Muhui laughed, then suddenly picked up the war hammer and smashed it directly on the ground in front of Krylov. Because this fortress already belongs to our Inquisition. What? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Krylov and his adjutant Karl were shocked. They looked up again and looked towards the city wall. This time, dozens of magicians in robes appeared from behind the Herman soldiers, raising their staffs and aiming at them. Obviously, this was not a joke. Which meant, has this fortress been taken down by the Inquisition? How is that possible? I have clearly said people to keep an eye on it. If the Inquisition invaded the fortress, why is there no movement? But no matter how unbelievable it is, the current facts will not change. Krylov gritted his teeth and stared at Duan Muhui. No matter what, he has been tricked. The other party even has a magician. At this distance, they can't escape at all. Damn. Is all this their plan? What do you want? Krylov stared at Duan Muhui and asked coldly, while Duan Muhui shrugged his shoulders. Not really. Actually, I just want to ask you a question. Question? That's right. Duan Muhui nodded. I'm not very familiar with you. I've only heard that General Krylov of the 1st Legion is not only a veteran who has experienced many battles, but also a wise general. His adjutant is also both wise and brave, and is recognized as Krylov's right-hand man. Therefore, I just want to ask you, who do you serve? Hearing Duan Muhui's question, Krylov twitched his eyes but said nothing. You are loyal to the Emperor? But now the Emperor has been sidelined. Even high-ranking officials from various countries know that Herman's new Emperor is just a puppet with no influence or power. Or are you loyal to the country? Then you have seen the current situation of this country. The people are short of food and clothing. In this cold and harsh environment, they can't even eat enough and wear warm clothes, while those nobles are living a life of luxury. And the culprit of all this, as he spoke, Duan Muhui raised his hand and pointed into the distance. It's right there. So, I'm curious, who are you fighting for? And why are you fighting for? Hearing this, General Krylov closed his eyes and sighed. Then he raised his head and stared at Duan Muhui. I am a black old knight who has devoted my life to the Herman Empire. Even until my death, I am destined to fight like a knight. Knight? Duan Muhui sneered. Shouldn't a knight be loyal to his country, his lord, and his people? What kind of knightly honor can you talk about if you defend the corrupt interests of the council and those high-ranking officials who exploit the people? Krylov clenched his fists and said nothing, while Adjutant Karl's face flushed. But he didn't know what to say. However, Duan Muhui's next words stunned both Krylov and Karl. I won't kill you, let alone arrest you, because you are not my enemy. Aren't you going to arrest me? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Krylov looked up at him in surprise, while Duan Muhui shook his head. I said, you are not my enemy. No matter why you are standing in front of me, no matter if you are a wise general or anything else, there is no room for you to show your abilities here. What do you mean? Hearing this, Krylov was slightly surprised. But Duan Muhui did not answer him, but just waved his hand violently. Everyone listen up. I am Duan Muhui, the Grand Inquisitor of the Inquisition. I came here to punish Stither and other heretics who colluded with the Oz cultist and dared to challenge the Inquisition. If you are not afraid of death, you can come and try to see if you can kill me. After saying this, Duan Muhui smiled at Krylov, then turned around and walked back to the fortress. At the same time, the magicians on the city wall disappeared again, and only the soldiers wearing Herman armor were still standing there. But at this moment, Krylov did not feel grateful for surviving the disaster. On the contrary, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and his whole body was cold. I see. He finally understood Duan Muhuai's purpose. The other party didn't need to reveal his identity at all. But now, he has revealed his identity in front of the soldiers of the First Legion. Then the council will naturally know about this. So what will the council think after knowing this? In fact, it wasn't long before Krylov's premonition became a reality. The commander-in-chief has ordered that the First Legion must recapture Fortress Bon at all costs, and capture the Inquisitor alive. Really? Looking at the order in his hand, Krevel tightened his teeth and stood on the standpoint of the conference. This is simply a good news of the great sky. From the council's point of view, if they could capture the Grand Inquisitor alive, they might be able to use him as a hostage and obtain the powerful and strange weapons of the Inquisition. In other words, the Inquisitor used himself as bait to lure the council into the game. It has to be said that this move was indeed bold. And Krylov could not understand where the other party got the courage to lead no more than 5,000 people to fight to the death, with 40,000 people. Isn't this just seeking death? But, since the other party would do this on purpose, he must have been prepared. What should we do? Adults? We have no choice. Krylov shook his head and threw away the letter in his hand. This is the order of the council. We can only follow it. Prepare to attack. Kleolev finally understood why the Inquisitor said that his enemy was not himself. Indeed, from the beginning to the end, all of this was a contest between the Inquisitor, Prime Minister Stizzer, and the Council, and I was at best just a pawn of the Council. At this moment, Krylov, a wise general who had experienced many battles, only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Chapter 460. The attack begins. Logically speaking, siege warfare is a very difficult and time-consuming task. But for Krylov, he knew he only had 4 days. That's right. After 4 days, the steel giant is about to reach the Bon Fortress. At that time, the powerful firepower showed by the steel giant could not break through the Bon Fortress at all. Therefore, this 4-day window period was the only opportunity. In this regard, Kleolev did not have a good way. Fortunately, the Bon Fortress has the position of Tiger Pass, although there is a position of Tiger Prison. In short, the Bon Fortress is more like an enhanced version of a mountain fortress, but it is still lacking compared to the border fortress. Originally, Krylov thought it was the biggest disadvantage, but now, it has become his only advantage. If the Bon Fortress was more formal, then he would be in despair. But now, there is still a glimmer of hope. Notify everyone to prepare. From now on, I ask all the troops of the First Army to attack the Bon Fortress continuously. Be sure not to give them a rest time. At the same time, I want you to divide 3,000 people over the Cleve Mountains and intersperse from behind to attack their supply forces. At the same time, send people to the rear fortress and, having said this, Krylov lowered his voice and whispered a few words to Karl, who was stunned for a moment and then nodded. I understand. My lord. Okay. Let's do it. Time was short and the task was urgent. But it was not true that Krylov had no solution. After all, before coming here, Krylov had conducted a very detailed study of the Bon Fortress. At that time, he originally hoped to transform the Bon Fortress to resist the Inquisition. But now that the offense and defense have been switched, it does not mean that the information Krylov learned before is useless. First of all, the Bon Fortress itself was not large, and could only accommodate 3,000 soldiers at most. In addition, during this period, the scouts he sent to the front line had not received any information that the 4th Legion had mobilized a large number of personnel to the Bon Fortress, which meant that the enemy was likely to have suddenly attacked the Bon Fortress in the form of a small number of elite troops in some unimaginable way. Of course, considering that the Bon Fortress was killed before it even had time to raise the alarm, it meant that the attackers were very powerful, but their number must be small. In this case, let's use human wave tactics to bombard them with fatigue. The walls of the Bon Fortress are not high. As long as we use rockets to attack it, we might be able to destroy the fortress directly. Soon, the First Corps also started actions. The first to be dispatched was naturally thousands of archers. They held the ignited rocket and shot at the Bon Fort in front of them. Then, they saw a fire broke through the sky and shot towards Bon Fortress. I have to say that Kiryov's thoughts are indeed good. The city wall of Bon Fortress is only 3 meters, and he can't stop large-scale attacks. If these rockets are shot into the fortress, it will cause a fire. At that time, no matter how strong the other party is, he can only escape. But, then, A scene appeared that stunned Krylov. He watched the rockets shoot into the sky, and then fall towards the Bond fortress under the influence of gravity. Then, just as the rockets fell, suddenly a colorful barrier like a huge arc-shaped glass appeared above the Bond fortress, directly blocking the rockets. Seeing this scene, Krylov was confused. He turned his head in surprise, and looked at the adjutant beside him. What is that? I think, maybe it's magic? Can magic do this? As Hermann's general, Krylov certainly knew about magic. Magicians do have barrier magic, but the range of barrier magic is very limited, and it must be used by a powerful magician. Otherwise it is useless. A magical barrier that can cover the entire fortress? What a joke. I heard that the kingdom of Seth has sent people to join the Inquisition. Maybe it's their ability? This is unlikely. Right? If Seth had this ability, he wouldn't have been nearly wiped out by the demon army. Krylov shook his head. He was also concerned about the fall of Seth a year ago. After all, they were all countries that faced the demons head-on. Krylov certainly couldn't help but care about the demons' invasion of Seth. But he was sure that Seth didn't have this ability at the time. If he had this ability, Seth wouldn't have been beaten so badly. In fact, just as Krylov thought, Seth did not have this ability. But Manalia does. As a great magic power, Manalia is several levels higher than Besna. Indeed, as Krylov knew, even if ordinary magicians could use barriers, the scale was not large, and it would consume a lot of magic power. But that was limited to the magicians in this world. For the magicians in Manalia, this kind of protective barrier was a basic operation. You have to know that when the royal city of Manalia was attacked by the evil dragon Fafnir, the latter crashed into the city wall, but was blocked by the barrier. This shows how high Manalia's attainments in magic are. To be bad, the gap between Maneri and Seth is basically the same as the gap between a righteous professor and a junior high school student. For example, Seth's magicians couldn't create a magic barrier no matter how hard they tried. But an Angulea, together with Hannah and a few graduates, just tried their best and created it. Anyway, it is just a temporary use, and it is not to be permanent. For them, this is the difficulty of the middle exam. But for the people in this world, it is unimaginable. I really can't imagine that magic can actually do something like this. Standing on the wall in a daze, looking at the barrier shining with colorful light above her head, and the flaming arrows that were blocked outside, Yeruzur couldn't help but sigh. Although she didn't know magic. As a person from Seth, Yeruzur knew a lot about magic, at least in the Seth kingdom. Although magicians were powerful, they also had their weaknesses. For example, except for a very small number of level 3 magicians who can use powerful group attack magic, other magicians use magic that can only attack people, and they are also very common spells. But the magicians of Manalia completely overturned Yeruzur's impression of magicians. In their hands, magic was truly ever-changing, and gave people the feeling of an incredible miracle. And, how should I put it? Thinking of this, Yeruz couldn't help but look at Manalia and his group standing not far away. These magicians. Is this barrier really okay? Do you want to strengthen it a little more? A girl with brown hair, and wearing a huge witch's hat that almost covered half of her body was holding the broom in her hand nervously, staring at the battlefield in front of her, and muttering to herself. Don't worry, Anna. Soon, another girl next to her, who was dressed like a magician with a top hat and a cane in her hands, giggled and spoke to comfort her. This was designed by the two princesses themselves, so there will definitely be no problem. As he said, I saw a flip hat in the girl's hand, and a cluster of flowers flashed from it to the front of the red-haired witch. Come! Don't be so nervous. Rest assured, we won't lose. Hearing the comfort of the magician girl, the red-haired girl also nodded like a sigh of relief. Don't worry. At this moment, another blonde girl dressed like a nobility raised the staff in her hand and pointed forward. There is my genius magician Elsa, starring these enemies. It is not Miss Ben's opponent at all. As long as they dare to fight, Miss Ben will let them know the power of Miss Ben. Alright. Just as the graduates of Manalia were getting excited, the blonde woman standing behind them clapped her hands with a smile. This is just the beginning. Don't you lively rival? Don't forget that your combat a few days ago is not very successful. Don't have similar mistakes again? Oh, got it, Mr. Milan. At the same time, Krevolf also found that the bow and arrow did not work on the other party. At this time, There was only attack. Soon, following an order from the veteran general. Under the cover of bows and arrows, the soldiers of the First Legion raised their shields and rushed towards the fortress in front of them. And the people on the city wall naturally saw this scene. Okay. Then it depends on how long you can resist the other party. Who comes first? Of course it's me. The genius magician Elsa. Why are you first? You should let me. The flowers of the flowers. The flowers of La Nogrilia. Let these people look at my strength. Let them know that the flowers are not just blooming in the heavens and the earth. And it can be shown in the place outside the sky. It's no wonder that the girls are so excited. After all, this participation in the war will be included in their graduation assessment. Who doesn't want to get an A? Watching the quarrel among the crowd. Another girl holding a steel meteor hammer in her hand sighed silently. No matter what. Please don't destroy the fortress again. It will be difficult to repair it. Beside her, several square robots on wheels were running around, repairing the holes in the fortress walls. Why? Looking at these troublesome students, Milan sighed helplessly. Then she looked at the blonde girl standing quietly beside her, wearing a silver-gray robe and a hood. Well, you can demonstrate it to everyone first. Yes, teacher. Hearing Milan's words, the blonde girl nodded. Then she came to the edge of the city wall and looked at the Hermann soldiers, who were approaching the city wall not far below. Then the girl reached out and took out a box of strange-looking matches from the basket in her arm. These matchboxes were all rectangular, but they were inlaid with gems of different colors. The girl reached out, took out a match, stared at the battlefield in front of her, and took a deep breath. A perfect illusion can also surpass reality. Illusions are also alive. As she spoke, the girl lightly struck a match, with the flashes of the fire. The next moment, I saw the Hermann army that was advancing below, and there were countless dark figures suddenly appeared. Chapter 461, Difficult to Advance. Wow! What's going on? The Hermann soldiers, who were advancing, were also startled by the sudden appearance of the black figure. Think about it. They were holding up their shields, nervous and ready to fight a bloody battle. And suddenly a strange figure appeared beside them silently, which was scary enough. When the Hermann soldiers turned around, they saw that the other side was as black as a shadow. But the next moment, they suddenly opened their snow-white eyes, showing their snow-white teeth, and roared loudly at the Hermann soldiers, as if they were ferocious beasts trying to tear the Hermann soldiers' throats. Wow! Seeing these terrifying black shadows, Hermann soldiers subconsciously raised their weapons and slashed at each other. In an instant, the entire frontline troops were in chaos. All the soldiers began to swing their weapons and slash at the shadow monsters that suddenly appeared, trying to destroy them. But what they didn't expect was that these shadow monsters were completely immune to attack. As soon as their swords were swung down, the shadow monsters disappeared like a wisp of smoke. But then, the opposite side swung the sharp blade, and another soldier attacked from the side and slashed at his colleague with a sword. Stop it! Stop it! While fending off attacks from his colleagues, a team leader shouted loudly in haste. This is just a phantom. Don't fight again. However, before he could finish his words, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside him, and the shadow sword in his hand flashed by. The next moment, blood spurted out of the captain's throat, and he collapsed to the ground with his eyes wide open, motionless. Seeing this scene, the soldiers around became even more panicked. Indeed, maybe these weird monsters are not very played, but they can also kill. That's scary enough. On the city wall, Yeruzer and others were also stunned by the scene in front of them. On the contrary, Manalia looked as if it was commonplace and taken it for granted. Whoa! Her magic is still so sinister. I don't like this kind of magic. Looking at the chaotic Hermann army below, the students of Manalia sighed, and hearing their words, Yeruz and Kilty came over curiously. Excuse me, what kind of magic is this? Ah, it's just an illusion magic. Phantom magic. Hearing the answer, Kirti frowned. So, it's just an illusion? No. That child's magic isn't that simple. Hannah chuckled, then stretched out her hand and pointed at the girl next to her. Did you see the matches she held in her hand? Yeruz and Kilty looked in the direction of Hannah's finger and nodded. They did see the girl holding a lit match and standing there, watching the battlefield below. This was what made them very strange, because in the minds of people in this world, Magic needs to be chanted and then released. In fact, they had never seen a situation like this girl lighting a match to release magic. It's actually very simple. What that child is releasing now is a kind of phantom magic. To put it simply, the light emitted by her burning match shines on the soldiers of Herman's army. I think you all know that being illuminated by light will naturally create shadows. That child is using magic to manipulate the shadows. To put it simply, those soldiers are actually fighting against their own shadows. Is this okay? Hearing this, Yuruz and Kilty were stunned, and they had never heard of such a weird magic. Of course, magic can do a lot of things, and that child's abilities are not limited to this. If the conditions are right, she can even change the entire environment into an illusion. But her magic also has a flaw. That is, it can only be used at night or in dimly lit places. If it is during the day, it is not so easy. After all, it is a magic shadow magic. If there is no shadow, the effect will naturally be greatly reduced. But in the dark night like this, it is the best strategy. There is no way to completely kill a shadow unless you kill the person who created it. Otherwise, even if you kill one shadow, another will appear after a while. Although these shadows are as fragile as paper, their attack power is equally terrifying. If you chop them, you will die. If they chop you, you will also die. There's no way to fight this. Soon, the soldiers on the front line began to retreat quickly, and the troops behind them began to become confused because they were not clear about the situation. Fortunately, the phantom magic was still limited in range. When the soldiers on the front line were far away from the walls of Bond Fortress, the black shadow monsters that had been following them all disappeared. Krylov was quite surprised when he learned about this situation. But he certainly couldn't give up, so he tried several times in a row. After losing many soldiers and generals, but making no progress, Krylov had to choose to retreat temporarily. Their morale was not high, and if they continued to struggle, they would probably run away. This has dumbfounded people in this world, including Kilty and Yuruz. I never thought that magic could be so powerful. Yuruz couldn't help but marvel at it. She knew magic was powerful, but she didn't expect these strange magics to be so powerful. Apart from anything else, the girl's phantom magic was perfect for night operations. I really want to visit that country. Before, Yuruz had heard Duanmu Huai introduce Maalia as a magic kingdom more powerful than Seth. It did not have the system of oppressing second-class citizens like Seth. This also surprised Yuruz. She had always wanted to visit that country. Maybe she could learn some experience from them and use it in the governance of Seth. I will go and talk to the Inquisitor after this adventure is over. In this way, a night passed, and when the sun rose the next day, Krylov once again gathered his soldiers and launched another attack on the Bond Fortress. Because it was daytime, the illusion magic was definitely useless. So next, leave it to me next. The girl dressed like a magician, holding a hat and a cane, jumped lightly onto the city wall, facing the Hermann soldiers who were rushing towards her again. The girl was not afraid at all. Instead, she raised the magic wand in her hand. Magic filling. As the girl called out, a magic circle appeared in her hand and quickly covered the girl's staff. Soon, the girl's staff began to glow, and then pieces of soil fragments emerged from under the girl's feet and surrounded the girl's body. At the same time, she turned gracefully and pointed the staff in her hand forward. Respond to my call. Appear, loyal shield, and protect your master until you are shattered to pieces. Following the girl's call, the ground suddenly began to tremble the next moment. And then everyone saw two giants of mud and dust that were taller than the walls of Bond Fortress and looked like bowling balls with hands and feet emerging from the ground. They raised their hands high, opened their mouths, and shouted "Bo!" So, what is that? Seeing the sudden appearance of the mud and dust giants, Hermann soldiers became even more panicked. But the girl just raised her staff and pointed it forward. Then she saw the fragments of the earth quickly surrounded and attached to the bodies of the mud and dust giants, forming a set of indestructible armor. Destroy the enemy. Dust Colossus. Buh! With the order of the magician of the flower. I saw the two mud dust giants screaming at the Hermann army in front of him. How do we fight this? Facing the scene in front of him, the Hermann soldiers were almost completely aggressive. Attack! Attack! The opponent is just mud. Don't be afraid. Kill it! Although the Hermann soldiers did raise their morale and attack the mud and dust colossi in front of them, these mud and dust colossi were too big. So even with their strength, they could not completely resist these two huge mud and dust colossi. Fortunately, these mud and dust colossi were not completely unkillable. The Hermann soldiers took great pains to finally chop the two mud and dust colossi into pieces. However, everyone was injured. It can be said that in this battle alone, 700 or 800 Hermann soldiers in charge of the front line were injured. However, they did not notice that the girl standing on the city wall just stared at them and then raised the staff in her hand again. This is just the beginning. Then I will let you taste the true power of alchemy. Come on! Boom! The Hermann soldiers who hadn't waited for the front line were relieved, and they saw the ground trembling again. Then, a dragon from the soil was broken out of the soil. It stared at the enemy in front of him fiercely, and then opened his mouth. The next moment, the soul-stirring dragon roar resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Damn it! This is impossible to fight! By the time Krylov led his soldiers to kill the earth dragon that was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, it was already evening. The First Legion suffered heavy losses in this battle. Hundreds of people died at the hands of the earth dragon, and thousands of soldiers and knights were injured. On the other side, let alone losses, I'm afraid they didn't even get hurt a bit. What's more, they had never seen such magic before and didn't know how to deal with it. Will you continue? My lord. Certainly. With his fists clenched, Krylov was also panting. When he was killing the earth dragon, he was hit by the earth dragon's tail and almost lost his breath. Fortunately, the earth dragon was not a real dragon, so Krylov managed to save his life. It seems that a head-on attack is not going to work. In that case, let's send scouts and assassins to sneak into Bonn Fortress. For Krylov, there was no better solution. Chapter 462 Assassination. Wings of Darkness. This is the most powerful assassin group active in Hermann's dark world. To be honest, Krylov has never thought of relying on the power of these assassins. But now, he seems to have no other choice. This is your mission. Looking at the masked woman in front of him, Krylov whispered. The person in front of him at this moment was the leader of the Darkwing group, Black Swan. Naturally, he was also Hermann's strongest assassin. That is, Krylov. If it were someone else, it would probably be impossible to know who this person was. You want me to kill the Grand Inquisitor? The Black Swan's voice was calm. But wasn't it the Council's order to capture him alive? If you can do it, then you might as well give it a try. Krylov shook his head. Whether you kill them, injure them, or capture them alive, it's up to you. No matter what, you have to make them feel threatened. If you need any help, we can help. No, I can go alone. Are you going alone? Hearing the Black Swan's answer, Krylov was stunned for a moment, and the Black Swan nodded. Of course, the other party's methods are varied. If more people go, it will increase the variables. If I go alone, I can escape safely even if I encounter danger. Okay, whatever you want to do is fine. Krylov didn't care too much. He didn't expect Black Swan to succeed. Indeed, the opponent was quite famous in Hermann. But how could the Inquisitor be easy to mess with? He was a ruthless man who killed the former Demon King and several demons. No matter how powerful Black Swan was he more powerful than the demons or the former Demon King? But no matter what, Krylov could only use this method. The army's attack seemed to be more trouble than gain, and the morale of the First Legion was also declining. However, it was easier to avoid an open attack than to defend against an arrow from the dark. Since the enemy could easily handle his frontal attack, he would send assassins to kill them, so as to make the enemy nervous. And then maybe he could seize the opportunity. As for how far this Black Swan can go, it all depends on her. Soon, when night fell again, the Black Swan quietly arrived at the wall of Bonn Fortress. To her surprise, there were no guards or soldiers on the fortress. There were only a few lonely torches there, and it didn't look like there was any alert at all. What's happening here? Black Swan was confused and alert. She also knew that the people of the Inquisition had very magical spells, so she did not sneak into the fortress according to the established route, but climbed over the mountain next to it and quietly came to the side of the fortress. Then Black Swan used a rope to climb up the wall and came to the interior of the fortress. After all, the wall of the Bonn Fortress is only 3 meters high, which is not really that high. For a top killer like Black Swan, it is naturally not a problem. But when the Black Swan stepped onto the city wall, the first thing it sensed was a fragrance. Yes, it smells so good. What does this smell like? Out of curiosity, the black swan poked its head out in confusion and looked cautiously in the direction of the smell. Then, she was completely stunned. In the central square of the fortress, which was originally used to gather troops and train, a huge bonfire was burning. Next to the bonfire, there was a dining table with all kinds of food on it. There were desserts, roast chicken, and even a lot of bright and beautiful fruits. Well, even Black Swan couldn't help but drool when he saw it. And right now, those girls were sitting at the dining table, holding their wine glasses, eating and drinking while chatting and laughing. It felt like they were not on a battlefield but more like in a banquet hall. Is it so comfortable? Seeing this scene, and thinking about the miserable situation of the First Army below, Black Swan was speechless. I really don't know what Krylov would think if he knew that the enemy he was trying so hard to deal with was having a banquet here. This is too disrespectful. They are aggressive down below. And you are eating, drinking and having fun up there? If the First Legion had not been defeated by the enemy several times in a row, Black Swan would even think that these girls were just unlearned good-for-nothings. But now, they have proved their strength. And eating and drinking is a manifestation of their strength. But it's okay this way. At least for now. The other party didn't seem to notice her infiltration. And generally there would be a lot of intelligence gathering in such occasions. Although she certainly couldn't show up, Black Swan still quietly sneaked into the shadows of the corridor, not far from the banquet hall, and listened to the conversations of the girls. The First Legion won't attack? Then what about our graduation assessment? Don't worry. I heard that the Second Legion will be here soon. The council seems to be very dissatisfied with General Krylov and will definitely launch another attack. Then we will have a chance to show our ability. I hope I can get an A. Don't worry about that. I think it will be fine. But Herman's soldiers are too vulnerable. They fell before we even put any effort on them. I heard that the soldiers of this country are very tough. So I thought it would be a tough battle. Listening to the girls' discussion, Black Swan's face was full of black lines. Fortunately, General Krylov was not here. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he vomited blood and died. However, Black Swan also learned another piece of information from the girls. The Second Army is about to arrive, and the council is very dissatisfied with General Krylov and may take away his command. You know, even we ourselves don't know this information. So how did the enemy know it? Moreover, from what the girls attending the party said casually, it can be seen that this does not seem to be particularly important information to them, and it is not something that they require to be kept confidential. Black Swan's original idea was to set fire to the warehouse and plunge the entire fortress into chaos. But, by the way, since everyone is attending the party here, is there any problem with safety? No problem. The soldiers are in charge of guarding. I have also summoned a few mud and dust colossi to guard. There will be no problem. Hearing this, Black Swan decisively gave up the idea. If it was just soldiers, she would not be worried. But she had seen that kind of mud and dust colossus on the battlefield. It had no weaknesses at all. The only way was to smash it into pieces. Obviously, for an assassin like herself, this requirement was too high. However, at this moment, suddenly, a piece of news caught the attention of Black Swan. By the way, where is Lord Duanmu? He went back to his room to rest. So early? I have other entertainment activities. As they talked, the girls started to laugh. Upon hearing this, Black Swan's eyes lit up. As a top assassin, she certainly knew what the girls meant. In other words, Duanmu Huai was not on guard now. So it was a good time for her to take action. As for where Duanmu Huai is, maybe this is a problem for a rookie. But it is not a problem for an experienced assassin. After all, a qualified commander must follow certain rules even for his resting place. Otherwise, when the enemy starts the battle, you will sleep soundly in a corner, and you will wake up only when the enemy catches you. Isn't it too late? Soon, Black Swan arrived at the command center in the center of the fortress. According to her experience, the commander's room should be nearby. And in fact, Black Swan was not wrong. When Black Swan quietly approached a window from the wall, she immediately heard a beast-like humming sound coming from inside. Hearing this sound, Black Swan's face froze slightly. Then she reached out, quietly grasped the short blade at her waist, quietly approached the window, and looked inside. Then, Black Swan saw that a burly and extremely tall man was standing there. and he was holding a petite purple-haired girl in his hands. And the latter. Ah, ah! The purple-haired girl suddenly screamed. Watching this scene, Black Swan calmed herself down, held the dagger coated with poison, and slowly approached the window. However, just as she reached the window, suddenly, a voice sounded. Hee. Peeking at a time like this isn't a good thing. Okay? Hearing the voice coming from behind her, Black Swan's heart suddenly sank, and she quickly drew out her poison blade and swung it backwards. But the poison blade, which could kill with one blow, hit nothing. Then Black Swan felt someone pushing her from behind, pushing her directly into the room. And at the same time, her arm that was swinging backwards was also grabbed by the other person. And after a click sound, it was dislocated and turned back to aim at her neck. The little mouse has been caught. Thank you for your hard work, Ling Nu. Duanmu Huai nodded to the bell girl behind the Black Swan, and then stared at the Black Swan, while the latter kept an unchanged expression, and looked at Duanmu Huai in front of him coldly. Are you the assassin sent by Krylef to kill me? Forget it. It doesn't matter whether you want to talk or not. I don't intend to kill you. Just tell General Krylef a message for me. Duanmu Huai didn't care about his current appearance. He first carried the unconscious Kanami to the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then looked at the Black Swan. Hermon's change is necessary, and it also requires his strength. Perhaps escaping is indeed a simple thing for him, but I hope he can really face it all, rather than just being a deserter. The reality may be cruel, but this is his mission. If he wants to fight for Hermon's future, then we still hope he can stand on our side, okay? You convey this to General Krylef. By the way, tell him that this is ultimately an internal problem of Hermon. If he, as Hermon's most prestigious general, is never willing to face and change this country, that is his own choice. The Inquisition will no longer care about these things. After saying this, Duanmu Huai made a gesture, and then Ling Nu exerted a little force, and with a click sound, the Black Swan's dislocated arm was reconnected. She moved her arm and looked at Duanmu Huai. Are you so sure that I will pass on the message? General Krylef is not someone who is easily convinced. Whether I say it or not is my business. Whether you spread it or not is your business. And whether he listens or not is his business. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. You can go now. After listening to Duanmu Huai's words, Black Swan stared at him carefully for a moment. Then without saying a word, climbed out of the window and left. Phew. How troublesome. Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief after watching the other party leave. And at this time Ling Nu also came over with a smile. How was it? The bell girl did a great job. Didn't she? Certainly. Hearing Ling Nu's words, Duanmu Huai laughed, reached out, and hugged Ling Nu in his arms. I will also give you a reward. He spoke. Chapter 463 Choice. After listening to Black Swan's retelling, Krylef remained silent for a long time. Is this the message that man left me? Yes. He said it very clearly. It's his business whether to say it or not. It's my business whether to spread it or not. And it's your business whether to listen or not. The Black Swan nodded slightly. I understand. You can go down. Krylef sighed deeply and waved his hand, and the latter bowed and turned away. Krylef turned his head and looked outside the tent, with a look of pain in his eyes. Escape? Really? As Hermon's most prestigious general, Krylef certainly understood what was wrong with the country. After the death of the previous king, the dispute over the succession rights between Princess Shira and Prince Barton had never stopped. At that time, he just kept silent. But deep down, Krylef hoped that Prince Barton could grow up and become a qualified king. But what he didn't expect was that Prince Barton, unable to bear the pressure, chose to collude with the demons, attacked Lysis, and was ultimately defeated and killed. In this way, Princess Sheila naturally became the emperor and a puppet of those people. He remembered that he had met the two of them before. At that time, they were both very cute children. But fate is so unpredictable that no one could have imagined that they would end up like this. Frankly speaking, Krylef didn't know whether he should do this. He knew some of the inside stories of the royal family, and the unclear relationship between Queen Mother Pamela and Prime Minister Stisser. However, as a military man, he thought he should not interfere in political affairs. In Krylef's view, this was just an overstepping of authority. But Duanmu Huai told him that he was just running away. Perhaps that man was right. He always turned a blind eye to this, as if he followed the order of the council like a doll. I am afraid that he wanted to ignore this in the subconscious. Isn't this a betrayal of the late Emperor's expectations? Does Hermann have to experience destruction in the end? Cleolef once thought that he should die with the old Hermann as the final burial companion. But now? Just when Kriev was hesitant, he suddenly heard noisy noise from the account camp, which made him frown. Report, Master. The Second Army is here. So fast? Cleolef was somewhat surprised to hear the adjutant's report. Who is leading the team? Is it General Ollie Trace? No. It's me. However, before Karl finished speaking, he saw a man striding into the tent. He was a short, fat man with blonde hair and glasses. He stared at Krylov with a sly smile on his face. Hello, General Krylov. Adjutant Combat of the Second Army is here with the Second Army reinforcements. Oh, and here are the latest instructions from the Council. The latest directive from the Council? Hearing this, Krylov's expression became more solemn. He reached out, took the letter from Combart's hand, opened it, read it carefully, and then fell silent. Grown-ups? As if sensing some ominous premonition from Krylov's silence, Karl hurriedly asked. And at this moment, Combart proudly answered his question. According to the order of the Council, I will be the commander-in-chief of this coalition force. Do you have any objection, General Krylov? What? Hearing this answer, Karl looked at Combart in amazement. He could not imagine that the Council would actually give such an order. After all, Combat was only an adjutant, not a general. According to the position, even if he wanted to replace someone, he could only choose from the generals of the Second Army and the Fifth Army. It was impossible for an adjutant of the Second Army to be the commander of the entire coalition army. But, logically speaking, it's different. Karl knew that Krylov and the Council had always been at odds with each other. After several consecutive failures in the past few days, it was obvious that the Council no longer trusted General Krylov. Although Combat was an adjutant, looking at his arrogant look, it was conceivable that this guy must have made some kind of deal with the Council in private. If you think about it carefully, after all, among the three legions, the generals of the First Army, the Second Army, and the Fifth Army had a bad relationship with the Council. On the contrary, only the adjutant of the Second Army was regarded as a guy who liked to curry favor with the powerful and liked to make a profit. If he was in collusion with the Council, it was not completely impossible. The Council is very dissatisfied with the results of the First Army. As expected, Combat soon became arrogant. Council requires us to capture the goals at all costs. And your First Army is 40,000. But even a Bowden fortress in the district can't get it down, making the assessment parliament very disappointed. Therefore, Prime Minister Stees ordered me to command the First and Second Army at the same time. Having said that, Combart clenched his fists excitedly. This time, I will be the one commanding it myself. To put it bluntly, Combart is indeed qualified to look down on Krylov. Indeed, the 1st Legion was the Ace division of Hermann. But in terms of combat experience, the 2nd Legion, which had been fighting the demons at the border all year round, was obviously more experienced. For the 2nd Legion, as long as they could win, any means could be tolerated. This was also why Combat disdained Krylov. He felt that this old stubborn man was too stubborn. In this era, chivalry and combat rules were no longer important. As long as they could win, it was fine. Soon, in the early morning of the next morning, Kumet started an offense again at the Bond Fortress. And this time it's time to show you how powerful this genius Elsa is. Standing on the city wall, facing the army in front of her, the blonde girl in luxurious aristocratic clothing did not waver at all. You have no idea how many lifetimes it took to be blessed enough to witness the magic of Elsa-sama. So, let's get started. As she spoke, Elsa reached out her hand, took out a crystal chessboard from her backpack and floated it in the air. Then she gently stroked it with her palm. The next moment, huge chess pieces suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Hermann's army, as if they were a chess formation ready to go. Go ahead, fantasy soldier. Following Elsa's order, these soldier chess pieces, which were almost as tall as the city walls and holding long swords, suddenly jumped forward and launched an attack on the enemy in front of them. What the hell is this? Seeing these strange chess pieces, Combart was also surprised. But he quickly calmed down and gave orders. Quick! Attack! Smash these chess pieces into pieces. Following Combat's order, the soldiers of the Hermann Legion drew their swords and rushed towards the huge chess piece in front of them. For a moment, the two sides fought in a group, and the soldiers raised their swords high, then swung them down with force, sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever they went, Hermann's soldiers flew up one after another, screaming and flying backwards. However, just as Hermann's soldiers were about to attack, they saw a flash before their eyes, and then a series of chess pieces that looked like walking fortresses appeared in front of them. Protect my soldiers. The fantasy castle. Taking another step forward, Urza raised her hands. Call the soldiers. Queen of Mystery. Following Elsa's order, a chess piece holding a scepter in the back raised the scepter high in his hand. Then, one by one, fantasy soldier chess pieces fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Then they also picked up their weapons and attacked the enemy in front. Don't stop. Smash these damn chess pieces. At this moment, Combart was also furious. But fortunately, although these chess pieces were quite powerful, their number was small. After sacrificing hundreds of people, Hermann's army finally defeated most of the chess pieces. Boom! As the last chess piece fell to the ground and shattered, the obstacle in front of him seemed to have completely disappeared. Seeing this, Combat's eyes turned red, and he almost saw the hope of victory. Very good. Charge. How stupid. Looking at the Hermann soldiers rushing over again, Elsa giggled. My genius lady's strategy is perfect. You are no match for me, the ultimate king who reigns over the chessboard. Come here and seize victory. Boom. Following Elsa's call, a crown king chess piece, taller than the Bond fortress, suddenly dropped from the sky and blocked Hermann's army. At the same time, dozens of soldiers and knight chess pieces also fell down behind it and entered the battlefield again. How come? Seeing the chess soldiers, who were even more numerous than before, Hermann's soldiers in combat were all stunned. They had never expected that the opponent's magic would be so strange and terrifying. You know, those chess pieces are not easy to deal with. Even the Hermann's Second Legion, which has rich combat experience, spent a lot of effort and suffered losses to eliminate all the previous chess soldiers. But now it seems, was that just a prelude? That way, we're in check. Looking at the pale-faced Hermann soldier in front of her, Elsa raised her hands proudly. Be prepared to accept the final defeat. In front of this genius lady, you won't have the slightest chance of escaping. Chapter 464, The Fifth Army. Damn it! Looking at the completely defeated Second Legion, Combat's face almost turned livid. He didn't expect that the other party actually had such power. How could it be possible? Even the demons couldn't have such strength. But now, they were defeated so easily by these damn pawns. Retreat. Retreat. There was no other way. So Combart had to choose to retreat. He was not a fool and could naturally see that if they persisted, they would be the only ones in trouble. But what made Combat even more angry was, where's the Fifth Army? Where the hell did they go? Unfortunately, the Fifth Army cannot hear Combart's complaints at the moment. Of course, even if they heard them, they couldn't do anything about it, because the Fifth Army's General Rolex Godres and his adjutant Auror are currently being held in the prison at Story 13. Oh, I never thought we would be caught. Lying on the straw pile, looking at the dark ceiling in front of him, Rolex whistled. The Fifth Army also received the order from the council. But this guerrilla army of only 10,000 people was always erratic on weekdays. When they received the order, they were at the eastern border. Then when the Fifth Army planned to withdraw to Bond Fortress and join the First and Second Armies, Duan Muhui had already taken down Bond Fortress. In this situation, the Fifth Legion would certainly not be stupid enough to fall into the trap. But as a guerrilla legion, they also have their own strengths. Therefore, after learning that the Bond Fortress had been occupied, and that the Fourth Legion had sent some soldiers to follow the Iron Giant to leave Story 13 and head to the Bond Fortress, the Fifth Legion commander Rolex made a decision. That is to make a detour and directly attack Story 13 from the rear and attack the headquarters of the Fourth Legion. His idea was similar to that of General Krylov. The Fourth Legion originally had 40,000 soldiers, but more than 10,000 were killed or wounded in the battle with the Inquisition, and some of them escaped. The intelligence obtained at that time was that the Fourth Legion had at most 20,000 soldiers, and the Bond Fortress must have required at least 3,000 soldiers to control it. At present, the Fourth Legion has sent some more people, which means that the Fourth Legion soldiers stationed in Story 13 are at most just over 10,000, which is about the same as the Fifth Legion. Although the number of people is similar, Rolex does not think that the combat power is similar. After all, the 5th Legion is a guerrilla army, and quality is more important than quantity. What about the 4th Legion? To put it bluntly, it is a useless army used to contain other countries when they invade. It is just like comparing a rookie with a super agent. No matter how you look at it, the 5th Legion is more combat capable. So Rolex took advantage of the dark and windy night to raid Story 13, trying to completely annihilate the 4th Army's headquarters and capture the 4th Army's commander and generals. And then, well, he was imprisoned here. The reason for the 5th Legion's failure was actually very simple. It was not strategy or elite soldiers and generals, but simply the difference in numbers. That's right. Rolex estimated that the 4th Legion would consist of only 10,000 soldiers. But when he rushed into the city, he found that the 4th Legion had as many as 50,000 soldiers. Damn. What the hell is this? So after discovering that the enemy had a large number of troops, and he was outnumbered and surrounded, Rolex decisively chose to surrender to save his life. He was not a dog of the council, and he did not need to devote himself to the council until his death. So he was imprisoned here. Just as Rolex was leaning against the straw pile boredly and counting the stains on the ceiling, footsteps were heard in the distance. And then a soldier was seen walking up to Rolex's cage and passing the food on the plate through the fence. Your dinner tonight. Oh, it's finally time for dinner. Hearing the good news, Rolex jumped up quickly and came to the fence. As prisoners, they certainly could not have any particularly rich meals. They only had dry and hard bread, a small piece of dried meat, and a bowl of soup. Of course, for the prisoners, this was already pretty good. If it were someone else, they might have frowned at such a simple dinner. But Rolex, as the general of the 5th Legion, had spent his life in guerrilla warfare. He had encountered all kinds of simple situations. So he took a piece of cold bread and put it in his mouth without any concern, while looking at the soldier in front of him. Hey, kid. What's up? Hearing what Rolex said, the soldier standing opposite, watching them, asked, I remember you. You fought well before and knocked down several of my men. Looking at the young man in front of him, Rolex couldn't help but praise him. I never thought that there is a talent like you in the 4th Army? Which class did you graduate from? Graduate? Hearing Rolex's question, the young man snorted. I don't know what you were talking about. I just joined the 4th Legion. Just joined? Yes. After the 4th Legion liberated Story 13, I signed up to join the 4th Legion. Before that, I was just an apprentice blacksmith, etc. Hearing this, Rolex was stunned for a moment. So, you have only been in the 4th Legion for less than a month? Then why are you fighting so hard? Rolex still remembers that this young man fought very hard on the battlefield. Although he was very immature, his spirit of exchanging his life for others was indeed amazing. In fact, it was not just him. Many soldiers of the 4th Legion were also like this. As the saying goes, the arrogant are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate. The 5th Legion is not stupid. How could they fight to the death with a group of guys who don't even care about their own lives? So Rolex finally chose to surrender. At that time, he just thought that these soldiers were fighting for the 4th Legion, and he lamented that the current commander of the 4th Legion had such charm. Now when he heard it, good guy. Did you join the 4th Army for a month? Then why are you working so hard? Rolex hasn't seen anyone want to send it to death. To protect my family? Of course. Your family? That's right. The young soldier nodded vigorously and looked towards Rolex. You may not know it all. Before the 4th Legion came here, what kind of life we live? We can't eat the stomach, and we can only be frozen in winter. Those damn guards want to fight us, and the noble master treats us like a beast. Having said this, the young soldier clenched his fists. But when the 4th Legion arrived, everything changed. All the nobles who had bullied us were beheaded, and the guards who had oppressed us were all driven away. They also took out all the food of those nobles and distributed it to us. At this moment, the young soldiers seemed to think of something, and they became more and more angry. You have no idea what we saw when we went to the nobles' warehouses. If we kept such a large piece of meat at home, we would not be able to eat it for a year. But for them, they threw it in the corner like garbage and let it rot. And the grains, vegetables, and fruits, we couldn't even eat them if we wanted to. But they threw them into the stinking ditch like garbage. Hearing the young soldiers roar, Rolex did not speak. He certainly knew the virtues of the nobles, but he did not expect them to be so. Well, actually, if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. Now we finally live a life we expect. We will never let people destroy them. While saying, young soldiers stared at Rolex fiercely. I don't care about the council, the nobles, or the emperor. I only know that the 4th Legion killed the nobles who bullied my family, distributed food to us, and made the city safer. We don't have to worry about being picked on by the guards or soldiers, let alone being bullied by the nobles. If you want to take all this away, I will stop you even if I risk my life. So you join the 4th Legion? That's right. Hearing the young soldier's decisive answer, Rolex sighed, and felt that even the bread in his hand was no longer fragrant. Now, he finally understands that in the nominal, there should be only the 4th Legion of 10,000 people. How can there be so many more people? Thinking of this, Rolex raised his head and looked at the young soldier in front of him. Hey, kid, tell your Legion's commander that I have something to say to her. It has to be said that when Krim learned the news, she was still very surprised. But Krim still came to the prison to meet Rolex. Hello, General Rolex. Alright. I'm your prisoner now. No need to go through with all this formality. Looking at Krim in front of him, Rolex waved his hand. Then he looked at Krim curiously. I came to you just to find out something. Why did you do this? I don't understand you, General Rolex. You mean? I heard everything from that kid, Rolex said, pointing at the young soldier standing next to him. Not only did you occupy the city, you also killed the nobles of this city and distributed their property to others. Why did you do this? Simply to buy the hearts of the people? You're not wrong to understand it that way. Facing Rolex's inquiring look, Krim appeared calm. We need power, but we cannot stand on the side of the nobles and the council. So we only have one choice. Indeed, Hermann is terrible now. Rolex nodded. Hermann is now like a rotten piece of bread, full of those disgusting maggots. They have gnawed holes all over the bread, and it has almost lost its original shape. So, how do you plan to change all this? I know very well that changing all this is not an easy task. In fact, the Inquisitor also told me that simply overthrowing the council would not change the status quo. If we want to solve all this, we must carry out a thorough reform from the bottom up. And this is what we are doing. Hearing this, Rolex frowned. You mean to say that you intend to implement this system in all the cities of Hermann? Certainly. Krim nodded. What we want to do is to completely change this country. Not just change the master. If Emperor Shira doesn't have that ability, then even if she regains power, what's the difference between her and Prime Minister Stisser? And this is why you do this. Hearing this, Rolex showed an excited smile. Then he stared at Krim and spoke. It sounds interesting. Why don't you count me in? Chapter 465 Determination. In the end, combat's battle ended in failure, and he lost thousands of soldiers from the 1st and 2nd Legions, and fled back to the camp in disgrace. There's no way to fight this. Combat's face turned black. Now he finally understood why Krylov couldn't take down Bond Fortress. When Combat first heard the news, he had the same idea as the council, thinking that Krylov was just passively avoiding the battle, and that he could easily capture the fortress if he took action and sacrificed some soldiers. Well, now it seems that this is not the case at all. What should we do now? Combat was so anxious that he was running around in circles. He had promised the council that it would be a success. No one expected it to turn out like this. However, Krylov did not need to worry about this matter. After all, the council had already dismissed him from his post, and now he was free from all worries. However, he didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble still found him. Grown-ups. Just when Krylov was about to take a rest, his adjutant Karl found him. I received a letter from Lord Rolex, the general of the 5th Legion. Go show it to Combat. There's no point showing it to me now. Krylov shook his head. There would always be news from the 5th Legion, but unfortunately it was too late now. However, this time Karl did not obey Krylov's order, but handed over the letter. I think you'd better take a look. Looking at the serious expressions of his men, Krylov turned around, took the letter, read it carefully, and then his expression changed slightly. Have you read this letter? Karl said nothing, but nodded. While Krylov sighed, the 5th Legion has also chosen to serve the king. It seems that we have no choice. General. Karl took a step forward. stood in front of Krylov and whispered, "What are you still hesitating about? Haven't you seen what the council has done? There is no room for us to perform here. You can't have guessed why the council wants Kobat to be the commander-in-chief. In this case, there is no point for us to stay here any longer." "I know." Krylov nodded slightly, as if he had made a decision. "Well, it's settled then. Let's go. Leave here." But, as he spoke, Krylov turned his head and looked into the distance. "But one day, we will come back." Combat was troubled for the whole night, but could not find any good solution. It was not until dawn that a soldier rushed into his tent in a hurry. "Report to the Lord. Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened." "What's wrong? Explain it clearly." Hearing the other party's nonsense, Combat looked at the other party with bloodshot eyes. He had been thinking about how to take down Bond Fortress, but he had never thought of a good way. The other party's actions were completely beyond his expectations. He didn't even know what he would encounter if he went there again this time. And now, there are still people bothering him. What happened? Could it be that those guys in Bond Fortress came out? The First Legion is missing. What? Hearing the messenger's answer, Combat looked at him in confusion, totally unable to believe his ears. "What did you say? What happened to the First Legion?" "The First Legion is gone. They left the camp. Their whereabouts are unknown." "How can this be?" At this moment, Combat jumped up in anger. "What the hell is this old fool Krylov doing? Doesn't he know that this will anger the council? No, I don't believe it. Take me to see it." As he spoke, Combat rushed out of the camp with his short legs. When he arrived at the camp of the First Legion, he saw that the tents were still there, and there seemed to be nothing unusual on the surface. However, when he rushed into the tent, he found that there was nothing inside, except for some things that were too heavy to take away. The First Legion took away almost everything they could take away. How dare they? Combat's face turned red with anger, and he glared at his subordinates fiercely. "Are you all idiots? Didn't you notice such a big move by the First Army? The First Legion was previously deployed under the name of Night Patrol, and we didn't know either." The subordinates, who were scolded by Combat, were speechless. Their Second Legion had just arrived here, and had no idea about the situation here. They had seen the First Legion's actions before, so they naturally asked about it. As a result, the other party told them that it was just a normal patrol. Although there were a lot of people from the First Legion who left, they didn't pay much attention to it. It was not until dawn that someone discovered that something was wrong with the First Legion's camp. They ran over to check out the situation, and then reported the matter immediately. No need to ask. It's definitely too late. They had already slipped away under the cover of darkness. Go and get them back immediately. Where did they go? According to the traces, their destination is Bond Fortress. Hearing this, Combat was startled and turned to look at the fortress in the distance. It was quiet there at the moment, with no signs of fighting at all, which meant that the First Legion surrendered to the enemy? Thinking of this, Combat felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he fell to the ground and passed out. My lord! My lord! Just as the soldiers of the Second Legion were busy surrounding Combat, Krylov finally met Duanmu Huai in the Bond Fortress. "I feel like these ladies don't seem to welcome my arrival." Looking at the graduates of Manalia Academy standing not far behind Duanmu Huai, Krylov chuckled, while Duanmu Huai just glanced at them and shook his head. "Don't worry. It's not a big deal. They just feel unhappy about losing the chance to take the graduation exam." Graduation? Assessment? Hearing this, Krylov was stunned for a moment, but he quickly wisely avoided the question. His intuition told Krylov not to delve into the issue too deeply, as it would be good for his heart. "Well, I came here just to see with my own eyes what you are talking about." "That's just fine." Duanmu Huai didn't care and just nodded slightly. "Since you want to see it, I'll take you to see it with your own eyes." Because the First Legion had already defected, Duanmu Huai did not play any mysterious tricks and directly summoned a Valkyrie gunboat. When General Krylov saw this huge iron bird appear from the sky and land in the Bond Fortress, he nodded in sudden realization. "I see. This is how you raided and captured Fort Bond." Krylov had always wondered how the Inquisition had quietly occupied the entire Bond Fortress without leaving any trace. And now, he finally knew. "Come with me. I'll show you what you want to see." Soon, Krylov and the generals of the First Legion, led by Duanmu Huai, boarded the Valkyrie gunboat and flew into the air. Where are you taking us? Although he was very interested in this iron bird that could fly in the sky, Krylov was more concerned about Hermann's fate. Duanmu Huai also gave an answer to his question. Today, the 4th Legion will launch an attack on the City of Roses and liberate the city from the council. I will take you to Roses City now. Not long after, the Valkyrie gunboat arrived above the City of Roses. At this moment, the battle had already begun, and the 4th Legion was fighting with the garrison of Roses for control of the city gate. Krylov also overlooked the entire battlefield from the sky. From the perspective of this veteran, the 4th Army's command and operations were not particularly impressive. They were steady and followed the rules. Although they did not make any mistakes, they were not particularly exciting. If anything, the 4th Army's fighting spirit seemed very high, and they fought like chicken blood. Soon, Krevis saw another army suddenly appeared in the city. While the Defense Legion resisted foreign enemies, he directly stabbed the other party, and he took the gate in the blink of an eye. Only the 5th Legion can use such a bold tactic. After capturing the city gate, there was basically no suspense anymore. The 4th Legion joined forces with the 5th Legion and attacked together while fighting inside. The morale of the garrison corps dropped sharply, and they were basically in a state of fleeing for their lives, abandoning their weapons and armor. Okay, let's go down. Duanmu Huai gave the order, and then the Valkyrie gunboat landed behind the battlefield. Afterwards, Duanmu Huai took Krylov and others off the gunboat and came to the battlefield. The battle was over. The streets were full of corpses and blood, and the wounded were being sent to the rear for rescue. Led by Duanmu Huai, a group of people looked around and felt something was strange. How is this going? Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Cleo frowned. As a veteran, he could naturally sense that something seemed wrong on the battlefield. How should I put it? This is a little too orderly. Generally speaking, after the battle, the soldiers would go robbing houses in addition to healing their wounds and recovering. Although the generals had repeatedly warned them about this, some people would not listen. However, this did not seem to happen here. Krylov even saw some soldiers wearing the armor of the 4th Legion helping the civilians caught up in the war. The 4th Legion? Why do they do this? I know what you're thinking, General Krylov. After taking a look at the old man, Duanmu Huai chuckled. I promise you, you will get your answers. Chapter 466 The Future. There was a question that had been bothering Krylov. That is, what will it look like Hare's future? Now, he sees part of the answer to this question. He saw how the 4th Corps won the city of Russia. Okay, from a military perspective, there is no bright spot in this offense. Even in the eyes of this veteran, the battle itself is still a bit procrastinating. Not very ideal. But this is not the point. The point is, he saw a completely different battlefield in his memory. After capturing the City of Roses, the 4th Legion did not burn, kill, or loot. Instead, they immediately sent soldiers to maintain order in the city and strictly prohibited any looting or seizure. This was very new to Krylov and his men, because it had always been considered part of the war. The soldiers needed to relax and vent their fear of death and the stress of the war. So within a certain range, this behavior was condoned. But the 4th Army was obviously different. Soldiers were strictly forbidden to perform similar behaviors. They were responsible for patrol the city and maintain public security. But that's not all. Soon after occupying the City of Roses, the 4th Legion opened a special court to announce to the residents of Roses that the city had been liberated from the council and returned to the emperor. The council's lackeys would also be tried. Then, the nobles and officials who relied on the council's majesty to swagger and oppress the people in Roses were imprisoned, arrested, tried in public, and then executed. Their wealth will be seized by the 4th Corps. Among them, food and some daily necessities will be assigned to those poor people. The houses and land are either returned to the original owner, or they are temporarily accepted by the 4th Corps. After all this is over, the 4th Legion will send people to tell the residents of Roses why they are fighting. Of course, there is only one central idea. That is, Prime Minister Stice and the council control the emperor and seize the country. So the country has become what it is now. And what the 4th Legion has to do is to restore orthodoxy, defeat the council, and then let the emperor take power again. Why do you do this? Looking at the men who were preaching to the people in the distance, Rolex frowned, while Duanmu Huai shrugged. It's very simple. Because we hope to gain the support of the people. Soldiers are also human beings and come from these people. Only when they know what they are fighting for will they have no doubts. Having said that, Duan Muhuai silently glanced at Krylev. It won't even know what you want to do like an old man. Hee hee. Krylev smiled bitterly and said nothing. He understood what Duan Muhuai meant. Indeed, although he and Rolex thought it was a waste of time, if they thought about it carefully, letting the people of this city know what was happening, and why they were doing this so as to gain their understanding would at least make it easier to rule. It's just that in the past, as Legion commanders, they only needed to focus on fighting. And political issues, like internal governance, were not something that soldiers should be involved in. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. At this time, Kilty appeared in front of Duan Muhuai, and his expression was a little serious. What's wrong? We received reports from the public that some officials had fled to the AL Church and were hiding there. We wanted to go in and search, but the AL priest refused our request and even called on believers to defend the church. He said that if we wanted to enter the church, we had to step over their dead bodies. Having said that, Kilty made a helpless gesture. Now we have no way to force the church. Snort. After hearing Kilty's report, Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. Take me over there and have a look. Soon, Kilty brought Duan Muhuai to the AL Church in Roy's City Square. At the gate, dozens of civilian believers were surrounding a fat and big-eared priest, confronting Kilty's guards and the soldiers of the 4th Legion. And the fat and big-eared priest was also talking nonsense at this moment. Don't even think about entering this church. This is the place where the sacred goddess Alice resides. You barbaric and vulgar soldiers are not allowed to enter. Even if you occupy the city, don't even think about desecrating the great sanctuary of the goddess Alice. Faced with this crazy priest who seemed to be performing a shaman act, everyone was speechless. A group of people from Roses gathered around, looking at the church in front of them with uneasiness. This is going to be interesting. Seeing this, Rolex whistled and whispered to Krylev. I am most annoying this group of god sticks, and talking to them can be angry. And I don't know how this judge intends to clean up them. Krylev didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly. He also agreed with Rolex's opinion that the priests of the AL Church were very pious or stubborn. If one of them was not handled well, the reputation of the 4th Legion in Rose's City would also be affected. Now he also wanted to see what Duan Muhuai was going to do. Snort. Looking at the AL priest who was speaking out, Duan Muhuai snorted coldly and strode forward. When the AL priest saw Duan Muhuai, his face turned pale. Different. Heresy. Leave here. This is not a place you can come like you. AL Church. You believe in the goddess Alice. Right? That's right. Hearing Duan Muhuai's speech, the priest suddenly showed excitement and enthusiastic expression. The great goddess Alice guides and saves the world. She created this world and lovingly protects mankind. She is a great and sacred god. Oh! Hearing this, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows. In this case, then I will ask you, when the people in this city are oppressed, bullied, and abused by the members of the city, where is the goddess of your belief? Shouldn't she come out to save everyone? This, faced with Duan Muhuai's question, the priest was speechless for a moment. However, Duan Muhuai did not give him the chance to think and organize his words, but continued to stare at him coldly. Or are you just making excuses? You haven't fulfilled your duties as an AL priest at all? Otherwise, why are the people of this city suffering here? But the goddess Alice knows nothing about it? Aren't you colluding with those damn council lackeys to deceive people? No. I am not like that. I am a devout believer. The fat and big-eared priest was so anxious that he was sweating. He didn't expect this man to be so cruel and put such a big hat on him right away. In fact, many of the believers around him had already begun to look at him with suspicion. In that case, let's go in and search. If those guys are not inside, I will believe that you are still a devout priest who believes in the goddess Alice. TSK. 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 Seeing the fat and big-eared priest's face turning pale and blue, Rolex shook his head and looked at Krylev. Are all these religious people born to confuse right and wrong? Hee hee. It is no wonder that Rolex would have such an idea. If Duan Muhuai denied the existence of goddess Alice here, then his identity as a heretic judge of the Inquisition would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among other believers. However, Duan Muhuai did not do so. On the contrary, he went on the other hand and directly put on the AL prince, thinking that he was not loyal. Of course Rolex doesn't know that the Inquisition is the best at this. What four-armed emperor? What is the Second Empire? What is the highest good? You are disloyal. Come! Drag him away and chop him off. Are you kidding? When it comes to judging heretics, who dares to compete with the Inquisition in professionalism? No. But, facing Duan Muhuai's angry rebuke, the fat-headed and big-eared priest turned pale, sweating profusely, and could not speak clearly. But Duan Muhuai did not care, and strode towards the door. At this moment, those believers were not as resolute as before. When they saw Duan Muhuai coming, they retreated to both sides, and the priest was paralyzed on the ground with her buttocks, and looked at this huge figure that almost shrouded him. Duan Muhuai didn't look at each other, pushed the door directly, and then made a gesture. Search for me. Upon hearing Duan Muhuai's order, the soldiers of the 4th Legion immediately rushed into the church. After a while, accompanied by screams like pigs being slaughtered, they saw several nobles being dragged out of the church by the soldiers of the 4th Legion. Seeing this scene, the priest's face became even more dejected. Take away. Duan Muhuai glanced coldly at the nobles who were crying for their parents, gave an order casually, and then looked at the priest who was slumped on the ground. And this false believer who claims to be a goddess. Take him away for interrogation. Then hold a public trial. Hearing this, the fat head of the big ears was angry and anxious. And in the end, he turned his eyes, just fainted, seeing the priest being taken away. Lucian, who was hiding in the crowd, had a complicated expression. After Cleolef surrendered, she followed Curti's guards back to the rear and acted with the 4th Legion. During this process, Lucian also saw the lives of many lower-class people, as well as their pain and tragedy. And now, even the priests of the AL Church are colluding with these guys and bullying the people? Why? Herman looks like this? Thinking of this, Lucian shook her head. And at this moment, her eyes suddenly met Cleolef, who was looking over here, which immediately frightened Lucian. She hurriedly lowered her head, then turned around and left with the other soldiers. What's the matter? General Krylef? No. Nothing. Krylef withdrew his gaze from the back of the girl in civilian clothes, revealed a puzzled expression, and then shook his head. I saw an acquaintance. It's here? Maybe they just look alike. Maybe I'm seeing things. Chapter 467 Backhand. When the news of the rebellion of the 1st Army and the 5th Army reached the conference, everyone, including Prime Minister Shurtis, was shocked. How could it be possible? The 1st Legion, the 5th Legion, actually sided with those damned rebels. Are you sure? The face of the economic chief Patton, who had 2 lumps of fat and usually looked like a Mithra Yabuda, now became gloomy, and the commander-in-chief Ketchak was even more dejected. The news is true. The 5th Legion even participated in the attack on Rosa City. It is certain that both sides have stood with the 4th Legion. Damn it! At this moment, Prime Minister Stisser was furious and glared at Ketchak. Ketchak, this is the army you lead? An army without any loyalty at all. Faced with Stisser's rage, Ketchak was not as cautious as before. Instead, he raised his head and stared at him coldly. Steve, this doesn't seem to be my fault. You should know clearly why the 1st, 4th, and 5th Legions rebelled. You? What do you mean? Are you trying to say this is my fault? Hee. Keg did not answer, but his ha-ha was enough to explain the problem. You this? Looking at the other party's disdainful expression, Prime Minister Stice was almost mad with anger at this moment. And seeing that the situation was not good, Chief Economic Officer Patton coughed hurriedly. Okay. Now is not the time to argue about responsibilities. The question is, what should we do next? It is impossible to recapture Bonn Fortress. The Iron Giant of the Inquisition has already arrived at Bonn Fortress. Fortunately, they did not go any further. Next, should we think of a solution? Are we going to argue endlessly about these boring things when the rebels are at the gates of the city? After hearing what Chief Economic Officer Patton said, Stisser's ferocious face seemed to finally calm down a little. But he just looked at the two of them coldly, then turned around and left without saying a word. Snort. Watching Prime Minister Stisser leave, Ketchak snorted coldly. You're just a dog wagging its tail to curry favor with the Queen Mother. Do you really think you're someone important? Okay. Ketchak. Now is not the time to talk about this. Do you have any ideas? There is no way. Kekok shook his head. If it's just the rebels, they can rely on the 2nd and 3rd Legions, plus the defense of the royal city. So they are not powerless. But the problem lies in the Iron Army of the Inquisition. Yes. Hearing Ketchak's answer, Chief of Economics Barton narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. It seems that I have to think of a way to retreat. After all, this matter was originally caused by Stisser. If he hadn't insisted on cooperating with the AL Church, angering the Inquisition, and causing the other party to launch a large-scale attack, it wouldn't have turned out like this. As for this pot, Stisser must bear it, and he himself should think about the next plan. After leaving the meeting room, Stisser's face was livid. He certainly did not ignore the contemptuous look that Ketchak gave him, which made him extremely angry. Damn, I am no longer me. Clenching his fists, Stisser gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. Although he is now the Prime Minister, Stisser was originally just a low-ranking nobleman of humble origin. At that time, he had no power, let alone status. He relied entirely on pleasing the Queen Mother Pamela to gradually improve his position. Not only that, in fact, there is a secret between him and Pamela that cannot be revealed. That is, the current emperor, Sheila, is not the daughter of the previous emperor, but the daughter of him and the Queen Mother Pamela. Because of this, Stiers tried to destroy the prince so that Sheila would inherit the position of the emperor. But this is not enough. Thinking of this, Stiers stopped and looked to his side, where stood a tall steel guard. It was not Herman's creation, but a fighting general developed by the holy demon cult in the legendary era when mankind was unified. In fact, the capital of the Herman Empire was once the capital of the holy demon cult, one of the 24 sky cities. At that time, the holy demon cult was rebelled by humans, and the sky city fell to the ground. Then the founding emperor of Herman built the Herman capital on the ruins of this sky city. This is also why the appearance of Herman's royal city is very strange, like an upright groove. Until now, only the royal family knew this secret. Logically, it was impossible for Stiers to know it. However, one time when he was accompanying Queen Mother Pamela, he learned this secret and was led by the Queen Mother to the core area of the holy demon cult underground. There, Stiers discovered a powerful weapon, and this invincible fighter made entirely of steel, and awakened it. Logically speaking, the awakened fighting general would only obey the orders of his creator. However, it was not known whether it was a trick of fate or not. But Stisser happened to be the descendant of the craftsman family who created the fighting General Bastetto. It was precisely because of this that after sensing the craftsman bloodline in Stisser's body, the fighting General Bastetto chose to be loyal to him. It was at this time that Stisser finally learned about his own life experience. He is not an unknown minor noble, but the descendant of the most powerful craftsman of the once glorious holy demon cult. After learning the truth, the fire of ambition suddenly burned from the depths of Stisser's heart. He was no longer content to be just a concubine to please the Queen Mother. He wanted more power, to rule this country, and even the world, because he was qualified, because he was the descendant of the survivors of the holy demon cult. Like his ancestors, he will unify the human world again and become the king of mankind. After that, Stisser had been working hard. Of course, he knew that with his status and position, he would inevitably be assassinated. In fact, it was true. There were countless people who wanted to kill him and revive the country. However, with the invincible existence of the fighting General Bastetto, all the assassins were eventually defeated and killed. But this is not enough. The fighting general can only protect his personal safety, but can't help him conquer the world. Fortunately, another thing found under the Herman King city is enough to realize his dream. However, thinking of this, Stisser was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. This was also his own fault. When he went to see Sheila one time, Stiers couldn't help showing off his power to her. But what Stiers didn't expect was that after that, the girl who looked so well behaved and like a canary actually sneaked into his room and stole the key to activate that thing. Then she exchanged identities with her maid through cosmetic magic and ran away. When he found out that the key was lost and wanted to ask Sheila for clarification, he found that the puppet had already left the royal city, and the one left here was just a substitute maid who had been reshaped into Sheila's appearance by magic. Well, Stiers had to admit that he was indeed careless at the time. He had never thought that the puppet, who was always like a good girl, could actually move like this. But the problem now was that with the disappearance of Sheila, the key to open that thing also disappeared. What if something unexpected happened? Never mind. There's no point thinking about this now. Stisser shook his head, retracted his thoughts, and his face was gloomy. The idiots on the council could no longer be counted on. Even Ketchak realized that the situation was hopeless. But he had not given up yet. Although he could not completely activate that thing. Stither did not waste his time. In order to achieve his dream of dominating the world, he also made preparations early on. Although strictly speaking, it should not be taken out at this time. But it seems that there is no choice. Follow me. After making the decision, Stice gave orders to the generals around him without any hesitation. And then he walked to the end of the corridor and returned to his room. Then Stice pulled down the lever next to him, opened a secret door, and walked in. It was dark inside the secret door. Under the dim light, one could see that this was a huge space like a manufacturing factory. Under the light, one could see that there were thousands of steel warriors similar to fighting generals standing there. They were motionless and looked like dead people. In fact, they are indeed dead people. Flesh puppet. This is the technology that Stice obtained from the magic craftsman after he learned his identity. This is a technology that can combine corpses with machines to create new steel warriors. For Stice, this army that is not afraid of death or injury is his trump card to rule mankind. But now, it is obvious that if he does not use this method, then he will never have another chance. Are you ready, Master? As if sensing Sticer's agitation, Dojiang asked in a low voice. And Sticer nodded vigorously. That's right. This is not the end. I will let them know that my power, the power of the holy demon cult, is no less powerful than the Inquisition. As he spoke, Sticer reached out and pulled down the rod on the wall. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, accompanied by the sound of an alarm, the wall in front slowly rose up, and Sticer raised his hands, looking at the flesh and blood puppets below almost crazily. Go! Kill! It's time for you to show up. Eliminate the obstacles that stand in my way. Let this world be mine. No words. The flesh puppets raised the weapons in their hands high, exerted their strength, and then they walked out of the manufacturing workshop like machines. At this moment, Sticer stared coldly at the scene in front of him, with a cold, hideous and crazy smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. No one can stop me. No one. Chapter 468 The End of Revenge. All was going well for the Four Legion and the Inquisition. But for Shizuka, it was not so ideal. Are there none here? After walking out of the remote village, a loss appeared on Shijingxiang's face. After arriving in Hermon, Shizuka heard that a woman who looked similar to Naji appeared. Although she was not sure whether it was her, she still decided to come and find out. Have not get it yet? Looking at the dejected Shizuka, Duanmu Huai greeted her, and the latter nodded helplessly. Yes, they all said they hadn't seen. But I still don't understand. Why are you looking for her? OGC, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, stared at Shizuka and asked in confusion. Didn't she hate you very much? And you also killed her father. To be honest, I couldn't understand your thoughts and motivations. I don't actually know why. Faced with AOG's inquiry, Shijingxiang smiled bitterly. Anyway, my father is dead. My mother is dead. My enemies are dead. And now in this world, the only one who is connected to me by blood is her. I don't want her to forgive me. But I don't know how to say it. Maybe I just want. Halfway. Shijingxiang shook her head, and Maria next to her didn't know what to say. So she had to pat the shoulder of her friend to show comfort. Every family has the scriptures that are difficult to read. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Zijingxiang's mess was really bad. Naji's father occupied Zijingxiang's mother and killed her father. It was natural for Zijingxiang to want to avenge her parents. The same was true for Naji. She was also her father's daughter. Zijingxiang killed her father. So of course she wanted to avenge her father. Of course, if you insist on distinguishing right from wrong, then Naji is definitely wrong. After all, it was her father who was wrong first. Logically speaking, Naji should choose to let go of her hatred and reconcile with Shizuka. However, how can there be so many reasons in this world? Just like in many mediation programs. In many cases, the audience stands in the position of a third party, and it is easy to judge who is right and who is wrong. But will the wrong party give up? Of course not. For them, the opinions and positions of third parties are meaningless. What you think is your own business. And what I want to do is my own business. What to do if it doesn't make sense? Just hit it directly. Therefore, The right or wrong cannot be solved. But violence can. Just like now. If you really want to make amends, then let me kill you. As these words were spoken, a figure appeared in front of them, blocking the four people's way. Blonde ponytail, wearing a red bikini-like outfit. There is no doubt that this is Naji. But, although the scholars should be treated for 3 days, are you a bit too big? Duan Muhuai looked at Naji in front of him, confused. Naji at this moment was completely different from when she was in Seth. Her left hand had turned into a furry arm like a monster, and she even had a long tail. Even her ears had turned into furry, and her right hand was wearing a metal glove. What? Is this the rhythm of humans have their limits? So I'm not a human anymore? Naji? What are you doing? Looking at Naji in front of her, Shizuka could hardly hide her surprise, while the latter stared at Shizuka with a cold smile. Ah, sister, I finally found you. Great. It seems you are all here. As she spoke, Naji raised her giant baboon-like arm and clenched it tightly. That's the best. Just watch. Sister, I will kill your most important friend and lover in front of you, and then let you taste the pain I have endured. Who are you talking about? Hearing Naji's words, Duan Muhuai was confused and looked at Maria, who stretched out her hand. Friends mean me. Right? Lover. I. Duan Muhuai pointed at himself in confusion. And upon hearing this, Shizuka jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Don't talk nonsense. He is not my lover. It's true that I'm not dating Shizuka. Duan Muhuai also silently raised his hand to refute. But Naji just stared at him, and then looked at Shizuka. You want to deceive me? It's no use. Sister, I can see that the way you look at him is exactly the same as the way I look at my father. Don't you love him deeply? No. There is no such thing. Shizuka's face was now red as she argued loudly. Stop talking nonsense. Naji, if you want to seek revenge on me, just come after me. Don't involve other people. Ha 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 ha. Naki laughed loudly at Shizuka's roar. That day, I lost everything. Nothing was left. Only the anger that seemed to burn my body and soul remained in my heart. I want you to experience the same feeling as me. The feeling of losing everything. As long as it can make you suffer, I will do anything. Until I take away everything from you. It seems there's no point in saying anything to her. Duan Muhuai clenched his fists and walked forward. You want to kill me? Then I'll show you how hard my fist is. Etc. Etc. Seeing Duan Muhuai taking action, Shizuka hurriedly grabbed him. If Duan Muhuai really took action, Naji would be dead. This is my business. Leave it to me to handle. As she spoke, Shizuka came in front of Naki and stared at her. Come on. Naji, I advise you not to attack him. Seeing that Naji still looked at Duan Muhuai with reluctance, Zijingxiang also hurriedly advised her. In all honesty, she knew how terrifying Duan Muhuai was. If Naji were to cause trouble for him, what difference would that make her want to die? After all, she was still her sister, so she should let herself do it. Forget it. I'll beat you half to death first, and then let you watch how your lover and friends are killed by me. He is really not my lover. Nonsense. Go to H.L. With a roar, Naji rushed towards Shizuka. Duan Muhuai just took Maria and Ojas to stand aside and started the bystander mode of watching the show. Shizuka, can you beat Nagi? Maria asked in a low voice while looking at the two men fight anxiously. While Duan Muhuai shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? Naji's strength is okay, but Shizuka isn't bad either. But looking at her like this, I don't think she has any intention of fighting properly. As a veteran in combat, Duan Muhuai could tell at a glance that although Shizuka said that she would handle it, in fact, when the fight really started, she basically let him win. This was the same as when she fought Naji in the Magic Tower. Shizuka also let Naji win at that time. Although this girl has a strong personality, she does have a gentle side. But it's normal if you think about it. After all, she is your sister, right? Compared to when she was in the magazine tower, Shizuka's current strength is different from before. So even if she lets go, she can still fight back and forth with Naki. Will Shizuka be able to reconcile with Nagi? That's impossible. Hearing what Maria said, Duan Muhuai curled his lips. Naji hates Shizuka to death. You know, it was me who killed her father. If she really wanted revenge, she should have come to me. But now she is directly looking for trouble with Shizuka. This is enough to explain the problem. It is impossible for the two of them to reconcile. It's really impossible. If it really doesn't work, just kill Naji. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. While the spectators were chatting, the battle on the field became stalemate. Damn it. Why? Why is this happening? The fact that the connection could not break through Shizuka's defense also made Naji extremely angry. Why? Why is it always you? You have everything. Friends. Lover. Father's love. But I have nothing. You took away everything from me. Why? Why did it turn out like this? While resisting Naji's attack, Shizuka bit her lips tightly. Is this revenge? Naji in front of her reminded her of herself. At that time, she was also so crazy in seeking revenge for her father's murderer. And she would never give up no matter what. So is Naji the same as herself? Thinking of this, Shizuka suddenly felt a little ironic. It seems that we are indeed sisters. Even our stubbornness is exactly the same. Is it true that only if I kill myself will Naji let go of her hatred? If that is the case. Thinking of this, Shizuka couldn't help but put down her hands. And at this moment, Naji's magic also came to her. Go to H.L. Sister. Shizuka closed her eyes as she looked at the magical light shining in front of her. Did the man feel the same way before he died? Boom! The next moment, a violent impact came, accompanied by a hot air current, blowing Shizuka backwards. However, the pain and death she imagined did not come. She opened her eyes in surprise, and then saw Dwanmu Huai's tall back, blocking her way. You? It happens once or twice. You don't learn your lesson. After blocking Naji's magic, Dwanmu Huai turned around helplessly, and spoke to Shizuka. I didn't ask you to save me. How refreshing. We are not dead. Are we going to watch you die? Do you think I am Bronze 5? Ah! Just as Dwanmu Huai was talking to Shizuka, Naji roared and jumped up again. At the same time, she raised her left hand, which had been transformed into a monster's arm, high up and slammed down at Dwanmu Huai. Go to H.L. Snort. Facing Naji's attack, Dwanmu Huai's face darkened. Then he clenched his right fist and punched out. You are far from being good enough to kill me. Defeat me. Along with Dwanmu Huai's roar, his fist collided heavily with Naji's fist the next moment, followed by a scream. Naji flew backwards, crashed into several trees, and fell to the ground. Naji, seeing her sister being blown away by Dwanmu Huai, Shizuka was shocked and hurried to Naji's side. Naji was covered in wounds at this moment, and her body was in tatters. Shizuka knelt in front of Naji and hugged her tightly. As if she had heard Shizuka's call, Naji opened her mouth. Her lifeless eyes looked up at the sky, not knowing where she was looking. Is this the end? I'm so unwilling. In my life, there are only my father, magic, and that sister I've never met who is destined to be defeated. I don't have any happiness that I should have. Even if I did, it was all taken away by my father. They are all unnecessary to me. Listening to Naki's words silently, Shizuka didn't know what to say for a moment. The only thing I have left is my father. I am happiest when I am praised by my father. That has been my only treasure since I was a child. Having said that, Naji clenched her fists. It's so unfair. I gave up everything to study magic, but I still couldn't beat the guy who had friends and even a lover. And my only father was taken away from me. I can never forgive that. I can never forgive it. After my father died, all he left me was the anger and sadness of losing my father. It wasn't you who killed my father, but I still directed my hatred towards you. Hearing this, Maria silently glanced at Dwanmu Huai, who shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. My pot? But why are you crying? Naji looked at Shizuka in confusion. At this moment, the latter's tears were streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto Naji's face. Of course it's because you're my sister. Really? Hearing Shizuka's answer, Naji showed a complicated expression. So, there really is someone who shed tears because of my death? Father. If I died before him, would he have cried for me? Mother. No. That person's heart was already corrupted. He didn't recognize me until he died. I have always just wanted a home. Nothing special. Just an ordinary, warm place where I can be with someone. Dwanmu Huai shook his head silently. Although it is said that a dying man speaks kindly, Naji's fate is indeed pitiful. If she was not the child of a kidnapped man, but a real sister of Shizuka. Perhaps it would be better. So who is this? Well, of course, it was the fault of a despicable person, who did not hesitate to resort to any means to get someone else's wife, because he liked her. This plot is suitable for a family ethics drama. Naji. At this moment, Shizuka seemed to have made up her mind. She stared at Naji in her arms, and hugged her tightly. Let's just be normal sisters. Let's start over again. I will save you. Even if it costs me my life. Wait. Shizuka? What do you want? Hello? Maria and Duanmu Huai were also surprised when they heard what Shizuka said. However, before they could make any move, a dazzling magical light suddenly burst out, forming a huge magic circle that enveloped the two of them. The only voice that could be heard from inside was Shizuka's. Nagi, don't die. Come into my body. I'll give you half of me. Chapter 469, Ways to Get Along with Others. Although Duanmu Huai had long known that magic was very magical. But, wow! 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 Looking at the little ghost jumping around in the room, he was still speechless. Not only Duanmu Huai, but even An and Gu Lia. They were quite surprised to see the scene. Magic. Can you do such a thing? I still saw it for the first time. It was no wonder that everyone was surprised. Because right now, in front of them were a little girl with green hair and a little girl with blonde hair who looked about 8 years old. Well, to put it bluntly, they were Shizuka and Naki in child form. Mr. Knight, what is going on? If you ask me, I don't know either. I only know that Shizuka cast a spell. And then they became like this. Facing Anne's question, Duanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly. He was a little familiar with Manalia's magic, but he was still not very familiar with the magic of this world. He originally thought that the magic of this world was just like that. But he didn't expect that Shizuka really surprised Duanmu Huai. There is such a magic. It's nothing. Actually, compared to Naji, Shizuka didn't change much. She sat in front of Duanmu Huai and explained lightly. I just tried to activate the splitting magic. Divide magic? Yes. Naji's body had already collapsed at that time. Not only because of your attack, but also because of the rejection reaction caused by her forcibly transplanting the monster's body. At that time, all I could do was to accommodate Naji's soul into my body. But I only have one body and cannot accommodate two souls. So I used the split magic to take a risk. Now it seems, it was a success. Is there such a magic? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute. According to what you said, as long as you reach the age, you can absorb Naji's soul again and split it. And then you can turn back into children. Isn't this immortality? You must be joking. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Zijingxiang gave him a helpless look. The magic involved in the soul is very dangerous. I was just an adventurer at the time, in case of failure. The consequences were unimaginable. This magic can be used once. How can it be used for the second time? But Naji is completely different now than before. Looking at Naji jumping and jumping, full of energy, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. He had only seen Naji twice. And Duanmu Huai felt that she was full of hatred and deep hatred. But now this Naji was just like a child. After all, it's my body. So there are no previous memories. Having said that, Shizuka looked at Naji with a gentle expression. And seeing her like this, Duanmu Huai also patted her head. Well, anyway, this is a success. It's good to start over. She has let it go. So you should let it go too. Zijingxiang nodded, and then seemed to think of something, and immediately stared at Duanmu Huai. Let me make it clear in advance that what Naji said before was completely nonsense. I don't consider you as a romantic partner. You are like this now. Even if you really say it to me, I can't nod my head. Duanmu Huai laughed, while Zijingxiang turned around angrily and ran towards Naji. Duanmu Huai turned his head and found that Ojus, who was sitting next to him, was looking at them with a thoughtful look. Then she seemed to think of something. I see. Do you understand? What do you understand? As long as the younger sister loses her bad memories, the sisters can live in harmony. I think this is just an isolated case. But I want to give it a try. Having said that, Ojus seemed to have made up her mind and looked at Duanmu Huai. Can you let me talk to Jiaowei? Just to be on the safe side. I want to ask. How do you plan to talk? Although I don't know magic. According to Ms. Maria, as long as I use enough physical attack force to impact the opponent's brain, I should be able to make him lose his memory. Anyway, it's not myself. Try it. So Duanmu Huai also found Ojisai to find a room. And then Ngu Lia followed curiously. And then saw Duanmu Huai take out the soul card. And then the next moment flashed. And then Jianwei appeared in front of them. Seeing that he was summoned, Jiaowei first froze. And then when she looked at AOG, Jiaowei suddenly showed a crazy expression. It's you? I'm going to kill you! While saying, Jiaowei rushed towards AOG, while the preparation of AOG silk only moved gently with his right hand. And then the puppet army appeared from all directions. And he fell to the ground. Then Ojis raised her hand. And as she moved, the puppet strings entwined and combined to form a huge wooden stick. You? What do you want? Don't worry. It will only hurt at first. Looking at Jiaowei, Ojis said lightly, then raised the big stick and smashed it directly at Jiaowei's head. Boom! Does it sound good? If it sounds good, it's a good start. The next moment, Jiaowei fainted. Hiss. Seeing this scene, and Ngu Lia gasped. And Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. However, Ojis did not change at all. Just looked at the unconscious Jiaowei. And then looked at him. Please wake her up. All good. Looking at Ojis. And nodded timidly. Then stretched out his hand to summon a water ball to wake Jiaowei up again. What's going on? After Jiaowei woke up, she looked around with an angry look on her face. Ojis walked up to her and looked at Jiaowei. Do you remember who I am? Of course. Ojis. I won't let you go. I will definitely kill you. And become the most perfect puppet in your place. After hearing Jiaowei's answer, Ojis's expression did not change at all. Then she silently raised the stick and swung it hard at Jiaowei's head again. Boom! The next moment, Jiaowei fainted again. Please, missin. Puff. Ojis. Don't think I will let you go. I must. Bang. Ojis. I'm going to kill you. Boom. Ojis. You. Boom. Seeing Ojis knocking Jiaowei unconscious again and again with an expressionless face. And Ngu Lia both turned pale. And Duanmu Huai was speechless. Mr. Knight, this is basically torture. You ask me. Who should I ask? You? What on earth do you want? Finally, when Jiaowei was awakened by it again, she could no longer bear it. Glared at Ojis. And shouted. When faced with Jiaowei's question, Ojis thought about it for a while. I just want to be friendly with you. Like real sisters? Why a question? And why are you torturing me like this? Don't worry. Jiaowei. Faced with Jiaowei's anger, Ojis calmly comforted her. Don't worry. As long as you lose your memory and forget everything in the past, we can become good sisters. Come! As she spoke, Ojis raised the stick again. At this moment, Jiaowei, looking at Ojis, began to tremble. No. Boom! As Ojis swung the stick again, the world became quiet. Looking at Ojis, who seemed like a perverted murderer, and Ngu Lia were now huddled together in the corner, shivering. I say, Ojis. At this time, Duanmu Huai couldn't bear it anymore. Humans lose their memory when their brains are struck because they think with their heads. You puppets don't seem to think with your heads. After all, the dolls' heads are empty. Is that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Ojis tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then put away the stick. What a shame. I thought this would be a good approach. Don't use this trick casually in the future. Duanmu Huai gave some instructions to Ojis while putting Jiaowei away. Well, he had to admit that he felt a little sympathetic towards Jiaowei now. The scene just now looked like a perverted killer torturing the victim. Now Duanmu Huai is afraid that Ojisi will take this as common sense. Next time he sees a pair of sisters having a bad relationship, he will pick up a stick and beat them up and make them suffer physical amnesia. Although he was very happy that Ojis was thinking about her sister. For Jiaowei, this thought was probably too heavy. Boom boom boom. Fortunately, at this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Kirti's voice outside. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Lord Yeruzer wants to see you. He says he has important information. Oh! With the help of Kirti's message, Duanmu Huai finally left that embarrassing place. When he arrived at the headquarters, he found that not only Yeruz, but also Krim, Krylef, Rolex and others were present, and everyone had a serious expression on their faces. What's wrong? What happened? Duan Muhui glanced at them and asked, while Wulas looked at Duan Muhui and began to explain. It is like this. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. We have lost contact with the spy lurking in the royal city. Caught? Things don't seem to be that simple. Yuru shook his head. The last piece of information we received was urgently transmitted via carrier pigeon. As he spoke, Wulas handed a piece of paper to Duan Muhui. Duan Muhui opened it and saw a line of crooked words written on it. The council is crazy. They are killing people. There was blood on the note. Maybe because the note was too small to write down the details. Or maybe because the situation was critical. After all, the other party's notes were so sloppy. If he hadn't even graduated from elementary school, then he must have encountered a life and death situation. There was no time to write more. Did anyone send anyone to investigate? Yes, but there has been no response since we entered the royal city. We are worried that something may have gone wrong. This is not good news. Duan Muhui put down the note and tapped the table. Now it seems that we have to make plans early. Chapter 470 Dead City. After learning that an accident had occurred in the royal city, Duan Muhui took a few people on the Valkyrie gunboat and flew directly to the royal city. Sending people to investigate was too slow, so it would be better to go and see it with one's own eyes. However, when the group arrived above the royal city, the scene before them really shocked them. The entire royal city was in deathly silence at this moment, with no sign of human habitation at all. Black smoke was billowing everywhere, and many buildings had even collapsed, looking like ruins. What's going on? Is this a demon invasion? Rolex asked in surprise, and Krylov shook his head. Something is not right. Look carefully. If it was an invasion by an external enemy, the losses would be most severe in the periphery. But look here. Here and here. It is obvious that the enemy attacked from the center. So what we should consider is, that doesn't mean anything. Hearing this, Kanami silently retorted. Prince Barton of Herman teamed up with the demons and suddenly appeared in Lysis' capital through the portal, making it impossible for us to put up an effective resistance. Krylov was speechless. Indeed, with the precedent of Lysis, you insist on saying that it is not a demon. This is interesting. However, just as the cabin fell into awkward silence and stillness, Duan Muhui's voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong? Your Honor? I used the auspicious device to scan the entire city and found that there were hardly any life signs in the royal city. Why? Hearing this, Kanami and others were stunned. What does it mean? To put it simply, there are few living people in the city. Duan Muhui spread his hands. If I were to be more precise, there are only about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a total of 17 living people left in this city. How can this be? Hearing this, Krylov and Rolex were stunned. There are hundreds of thousands of residents in the city. Where did all those people go? Maybe he ran away. Maybe died? Council, what on earth did Steeser do? We don't know, but I think someone here must know. As he spoke, Duan Muhui opened the holographic map and projected the entire royal city. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed to the several small spots of light here. These are the signs of life reactions. So far, there are about 12 or 13 signs of life in the royal city fortress. The rest are scattered everywhere. And there are also a few in the underground waterway below. They may be survivors, or they may be someone else. But it doesn't matter. As long as we find them, capture them and ask them, we will know what's going on. Having said this, Duan Muhui turned his head and looked at Kanami and Lingnu. I'll leave it to you. Is that okay? I see. Kanami nodded seriously, while Suzuna giggled. Soon, the Valkyrie gunship circled and descended in the air, and then hovered over a square. Then Suzu and Kanami slid down the ropes and began to move. This is really... Although she had seen the dilapidated state of the royal city from the air, Kanami was still shocked when she was inside it and looked at the broken statues and houses. However, compared to Kanami's shock, Suzuo seemed a little confused. She looked left and right with a strange expression on her face. Really weird. Strangeness? That's right. Kanami, didn't you notice? There's not a single body here. If you say so. Indeed. Hearing the reminder from the bell girl, Kanami also trembled all over and reacted. Indeed, just as the bell girl said, the city has obviously been attacked very seriously. Logically speaking, Even if there is not a river of blood, there should be corpses everywhere. However, looking around, whether in the square, the street, or even the alley, there is not a single body. The whole city was empty and deserted, like a dead city that had long been abandoned. What's going on? Kanami swallowed and felt the hair on her body stand up. No, it's not haunted. Now is not the time to discuss this. At this moment, Duan Muhuai's voice came from her ears. You should act quickly. Good. Hearing Duan Muhuai's call, Kanami nodded, then looked at Ling Nu, lowered her body, and ran forward as fast as the wind. According to the markings on the map, the life signal was located in the underground sewer. Fortunately, there were two veterans, Krylef and Rolex, who were familiar with the royal city. Rolex had been in the royal city guard team and knew every place here well. Under his guidance, the two quickly found the entrance to an underground sewer and went in. It was dark inside the underground sewer. The man hugged his daughter tightly, holding a knife, hiding in a small hole in the sewer. The cold, smelly sewer was not a good place, but he didn't dare to light a fire, let alone go out to find food, because the man knew that there was a group of terrible monsters outside, although he was not sure whether they would find this place. The man did not dare to take the risk. Dad, it hurts. The voice of his daughter in his arms was so faint that it was almost inaudible. Of course, he could feel that her petite body was burning hot, but there was nothing he could do. Perhaps the final outcome for me will be to die tragically here with my child? Just when the man closed his eyes and waited for death desperately, suddenly, he felt his throat tight, and a dagger stretched out from the side silently, against his neck. Who is it? Be quiet. Meow. At the same time, a leisurely girl's voice appeared in his ears. You? Who are you? I clearly set a trap at the door. Not even mice would be fooled by such a crude trap. Ghana, who had handled the trap at this moment, also came over and looked at the man in front of him. It's him. That's right. You are not an accomplice of those monsters? Looking at Suzuna and Kanami in front of him, the man suddenly became excited. We are here to save you. And we also want to know what happened in this city. Well, come with me. Your daughter looks not good. Without any hesitation, the man nodded and stood up holding his daughter. For him, perhaps this is the last chance. Without encountering any danger, Kanami and Suzu brought the man and his daughter back to the Valkyrie gunship, and his daughter was taken to be treated as she was seriously ill. As for the man, he stayed and reported what he knew to everyone. In fact, according to the man, he did not know what happened in itself. However, just a few days ago, his fate changed that day. Wang Chung was attacked. The man himself didn't know the details. He only knew that he had just started work when the council suddenly issued a citywide martial law, announcing that the rebels were about to attack the royal city. At that time, such news was naturally heard by people at the bottom of society like him. No matter whether it was the rebels or the council, no matter who was in power, the sewers still needed people to clean them, and he believed that no one would compete with him for this job. At that time, the man also talked about this matter with his colleagues who were on shift change. But apart from worrying about rising prices in the next few days, no one thought too much about it. Then, disaster struck. A group of terrible soldiers suddenly appeared, and they killed when they saw people. They killed everyone, and even soldiers who were also soldiers and soldiers of the kingdom of Helman. Recalling that scene, the man couldn't help but tremble. Moreover, those soldiers were not wearing black armor like Hermann's soldiers. Instead, they wore a very strange golden armor that wrapped their bodies tightly, almost airtight, giving people the feeling that they were more like walking armor than humans. Not only that, the cruelty of these soldiers is also unspeakable. They are like a group of horrible monsters. Not like humans at all. They will kill even the elderly and children. But we didn't see any bodies on the streets. This is another strange place I want to say. Those terrible monsters took the body away. Take it away? Where did you take it to? In the castle of the royal city. Krylef and Rolex looked at each other, both with serious expressions. Now it seems that this was indeed planned by the council. And if what this man said was correct, the other parties started killing people after blocking the entire city in the name of resisting the rebels. So what was all this for? Killing people would be fine. But why did they bring their bodies to the royal city? What on earth does the council want to do? No one knows. But everyone has an unprecedented premonition. What to do next? Aluzi frowned, looking at Duanmu Locust Unli. No big deal. Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. Immediate action. Ready to attack Wancheng. At that time, we know what the council is doing. Chapter 471, Unexpected Discovery. Duanmu Huai did not hide the matter. In fact, after returning, he immediately told everyone to everyone. Because Duanmu Huai knew very well that many things could not be covered up. Sometimes, acknowledging reality was more important than anything else. In fact, most failures began with the inability to acknowledge reality. For now, there was indeed a problem in the royal city. Fortunately, there was no problem with the Second Legion. After leaving the royal city, everyone went to the border between Hermon and the demon world. There was order, and everything was normal. The general of the Second Legion also met with them. When the other party learned that something big had happened in the royal city, his surprise and astonishment did not seem fake. In other words, not only the Inquisition and the Royalist army were unaware of what happened in the royal city, but even the Second Legion was unaware of it. No one knows what is going on inside now. From a magical perspective, I think using so many corpses would be a terrifying ritual or magic. And Ngu Lia studied it for a while, and finally gave this answer. Unfortunately, even Shizuka could not accurately answer Duanmu Huai whether there was magic in this world that required so many corpses. But no matter what, N's idea is right. No matter what the parliament wants to do, using so many corpses is a problem. Now the soldiers are starting to get a little anxious. Uruz was more concerned about another issue. Although they have recruited many soldiers locally, many families of the soldiers of the 1st, 4th and 5th Legions live in the royal city. When they heard that something happened in the royal city, they also wanted to go back and see where their families were. Should we change our plans? The original plan remains unchanged. Reorganize those people into a new unit and cooperate with the 4th Legion and the Inquisition to go to the royal city. The others will continue to be responsible for their current work. Duanmu Huai shook his head. The number of the 4th Legion was close to 100,000. Second only to the 2nd Legion. The 1st and 5th Legion stood on their side, which directly eliminated the resistance of other cities. In fact, what they had to face now was only the dying struggle of the council. Apart from them, no one else wanted to fight the 4th Legion to the end. Under such circumstances, the 4th Legion already had enough strength to deal with those villains. In this case, it is time for the tribunal to take action. The news of the royal city spread throughout the entire royal army, and the royal guards naturally also knew the news. Is this true, Captain? Upon hearing the news, Lucian almost rushed to Kirti and asked, Yes. We have already investigated Wancheng Jin. At least we have indeed attacked Wancheng. But the corpse is missing. How come? What's wrong? Lucian? Seeing Lucian's terrified face, Kilty looked at her in confusion. Then again, she had not forgotten that she had suspected Lucian was a noble lady from Hermon. From what she could see, could it be that her home was in Hermon Royal City? If so, it made sense. Facing Kirti's question, Lucian did not answer. She hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Kirti. Miss Kilty, I want to talk to the Inquisitor. Can I? I have something very important to tell him. Hearing this, Kilty looked at Lucian carefully, then nodded. No problem at all. After that, Kilty brought Lucian to the command room. Everyone was there, and when they saw Kilty bringing Lucian over, they didn't pay much attention until Kilty spoke. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. This Miss Lucian said she has something very important to tell you. Oh! Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at Kilty and Lucian beside her. Facing Duanmu Huai's gaze, Lucian trembled a little, but still stood there with her back straight. What's up? Duanmu Huai stared at Lucian and asked. The latter hesitated for a moment before continuing. Before that, I want to remove the transformation magic on me. Is that okay? Sure. Who's coming? Duanmu Huai was not surprised when Lucian said that he had used transformation magic. After all, Kierti had told him about his suspicions about Lucian. He looked like a commoner, but he was wearing high-quality underwear and his skin was smooth and delicate. Not like a weathered farmer's son. Kierti suspected that Lucian might have used transformation magic. Now it seems that Kilty's observation skills are still very good. Let me do it. Although smaller, Shizuka's magical power has not diminished, and her mind is still there. How does that sentence go? Although he has become a child, His mind is still sharp. This is the detective. Ahem. I don't want to play anymore. Zhengxiang certainly didn't know what Duan Muhui was thinking. She walked up to Lucian and stretched out her hand. Soon, a magical light enveloped Lucian's body. Then, in full view of everyone, Lucian gradually began to change. The ribbon that bound her hair loosened, and her hair spread out downwards. Her long black hair flashed with golden light. At the same time, the girl's originally light brown skin began to become as white and delicate as porcelain. And her gray eyes also showed a dazzling emerald green light like a gem. Hey, ah! Seeing this scene, not only Krylef widened his eyes in surprise, but Rolex also opened his mouth in astonishment, pointing at Lucian and unable to speak. Even Krim was stunned and stared blankly at the girl in front of him. The Emperor, Your Majesty? The magic light faded away, and the one who appeared in front of everyone again was no longer the slave girl from before, but a girl with bright blonde hair, green eyes, and a noble and beautiful face. She let out a long breath, then looked at Duan Muhui and lifted her skirt. Hello, Judge. It's our first meeting. I'm very sorry for hiding my identity from you all this time. I am the Emperor of the Kingdom of Herman. Sheila Herman. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. This slave girl is actually the Emperor? In fact, even Kilty, who had long suspected Sheila, was dumbfounded and speechless. At most, she thought that this girl might be the eldest daughter of a noble family in Herman. But she never thought that she would be the Emperor? Good guy. The Emperor mixed into the King army. And this kind of operation? Your Majesty the Emperor. Krim even fell to his knees, too frightened to speak. This is really surprising. In comparison, Duan Muhui was only slightly surprised. But now that you've revealed your identity to me, you're obviously not here to say hello, right? Is there something going on? Yes, it is. Lucian was wrong. Emperor Shira nodded vigorously. In fact, there is a reason why I fled the royal city. Then, Sheila told everyone the reason why she fled the royal city. According to Sheila, one day Stittle came to her room and told her very proudly that he had gained enough power to conquer the whole world. He also took out a box and said that this box was the key. As long as it could be activated, it would activate a powerful force that no one could match. At that time, the whole world would be in Herman's pocket, and he would become the king of the world. When Sheila learned about this, she was horrified. In the end, she made a risky decision, which was to steal the key and leave the royal city. Then she sent the key to the headquarters of the AL Church, although Sheila didn't know what it was, since Stither said he wanted to use it to rule the world. The best way was to send it to the AL Church. Fortunately, her maid was willing to help her, and found her a transformation potion. After drinking the potion, the two transformed. Sheila became the maid, and the maid became Sheila. Then Sheila followed the maid's instructions, and secretly left the royal city with the box. Then how did you become a slave? Duan Muhui couldn't understand how an emperor could become a slave, and Sheila hung her head in dejection. According to her, she followed the maid's instructions, and went to a village on the border to find the person the maid mentioned. The maid told her that as long as she found this person, she could send Sheila to the AL Church. Unexpectedly, the man turned out to be a slave trader. Well, judging from this, Sheila was probably tricked by her own maid. And do you know what Stither is talking about? I don't know about that. Sheila shook her head. Stither was very cautious and didn't tell me about this. So, after you heard about the incident in the royal city, you thought this was the trump card that Stither was talking about? Yes. As she spoke, Sheila took out a box and handed it to Duan Muhui. Here is the key. It looks like an empty box. Duan Muhui took the box, shook it again and again, and there was nothing inside. It was empty. I said that at the beginning, but Stutzer said that there was a big secret in it. It's a secret. Duan Muhui looked at the box carefully. That's easy. Simple? That's right. Since this thing is a key, then just destroy it. As he spoke, black flames emerged from Duan Muhui's hands. He then grabbed with force, and the next moment the box shattered into pieces. With a sharp howl, everyone saw a humanoid figure flying out from the box, and then being swallowed by the black flames, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Well, it looks like there's a soul sealed inside. As for whose soul it is, since he's already dead, there's no point in talking about it anymore. Well, Seeing this scene, Sheila was completely speechless. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands to shake off the dust on them, then looked at Sheila. Then, Your Majesty, since you are already here, why don't you just come with us? Chapter 472, Battle of the Royal City. Soon, after gathering soldiers centered on the 1st, 4th, and 5th Legions, the joint forces of the Inquisition and the Royalist army immediately set out and advanced towards the royal city. This time, Sheila did not stay in the royal guard like before. After all, she is the emperor now. Although this matter has not been rumored so far and only some high-level people know about it. As the emperor of Herman, it is certainly impossible for him to put her in danger again. So now Sheila has become Duanmu Huai's follower. After all, there is no place safer than here. Soon, with the activation of the Emperor-class Titan, the entire army began to march towards the royal city. As expected, the Council of Review also responded. They sent a large number of soldiers. Duanmu Huai took a look at the images transmitted back by the Valkyrie gunboat. As the army set out, he saw countless soldiers in golden armor appearing from the royal city, blocking the streets and gates. At the same time, a square-shaped barrier of light appeared on the royal city, covering the entire inner city. This is the royal family's defensive barrier. Although he was a puppet emperor, as an emperor, Sheila knew everything she should know. So she quickly explained to Duanmu Huai, I don't know the exact principle, but I know that this is a barrier left by the holy demon cult to protect the core area a long time ago. No one can break through this barrier. Once they enter, their flesh and blood will be completely melted, leaving only bones and armor. Only members of the royal family can open it. As of now, the one who should open it should be my mother. At this point, Sheila's expression was somewhat gloomy. After all, she was her mother. But in fact, she had never treated her as her daughter since she was a child. Even when she was imprisoned by Stither, her mother chose that man instead of her. So what you mean is that even if we defeat them, we won't be able to enter the core area? Hearing Sheila's introduction, Duanmu Huai frowned. Is there any other way? Like a secret passage or something? Of course. That's fine. Duanmu Huai made the decision decisively. We will first surround the entire royal city, then enter the royal palace through the secret passage. Then you go and close the barrier. Then we will capture Prime Minister Stitzer and the members of the council. And then we will finish the job smoothly. Is there any problem? No. You don't seem too excited? Seeing Sheila's somewhat depressed expression, Duanmu Huai looked at her curiously, and the latter nodded. Yes, I regret it. If I had known this would happen, I should have come forward earlier and told everyone. In fact, the reason why Sheila didn't say it was very simple. After all, at the beginning, she was not sure what the nature of this loyalist army was. Although she was a canary in a cage, it didn't mean she was stupid. If this loyalist army or the court of justice had bad intentions, then she would be out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. But along the way, she also saw how the Inquisition and the royalist army helped Herman's people, and her worries gradually subsided. Of course, even so, she could not tell her secrets casually. Until now, there's no point in regretting, especially regretting something that has already happened. Duanmu Huai glanced at Sheila and then looked away. We don't know what Stice was up to, nor do we know what he has. We made a decision based on the intelligence we have, and we have achieved the current result, which is enough. As for whether this result can satisfy everyone, that is another matter. Duanmu Huai could understand Sheila's thoughts. In fact, many people who wanted to foresee the future did so. However, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it was meaningless to regret the reality that had already been settled. If they had known that Stice would kill all the residents in the city, they would definitely attack the royal city directly instead of liberating other areas first. But the problem is that they don't know. So that's it. What else can I do? Of course, it's not a matter of regret. The matter is done, and there is no point in regretting. What we need to do is to think of new countermeasures based on the current situation. So, if we have the ability to foresee the future, can we avoid it? Maybe. But there may be a completely different future. Perhaps even worse. If they had foreseen the future and rushed to the royal city with lightning speed, they might have been able to prevent the slaughter of the royal city. But Stither might have escaped in the end, and then caused a catastrophe that would have put the entire Herman kingdom and even the world in crisis. By that time, you might start to regret not changing the future. After all, The death of people in a city is completely different from the death of people in a continent. So you see, regretted without any sense. Even if you read the file, it does not mean that you can get the ending you want. Therefore, foreseeing the future is actually a very stupid thing. In Duanmu Huai's view, any kind of foreseeing the future is like forcing you to make a choice in a free sandbox game. If you don't have this choice, you may do what you want to do, as you want to do as you want. But once you give you a direction, then your choice will only be left according to the future. Or prevent this future. Or ignore it, these three options. Don't always think about taking shortcuts. What humans need to do is to do what humans should do. Do your best and know your destiny. Know your destiny, and don't slack off. It is stupid and meaningless to regret something that cannot be undone. What we need to do now is to think about how to deal with it. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sheila was frightened. But she quickly cheered up and nodded vigorously. I see. Thank you for your reminder, Judge. Well, we have arrived at our destination. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he looked ahead, where the gate of the royal city was clearly visible. Attack! With Duanmu Huai's order, the battle began. The Titan raised his arm, and the next moment, a blue plasma beam suddenly burst out and hit the city gate directly. With a shocking explosion, the entire gate and the nearby city walls were destroyed. Then, under the leadership of the Poison Sword Heavy Tank, the Lehman Russ Tank Army and the 4th Legion also rushed in. The ground attack adopted a method of infantry-tank coordination. That is, tanks were responsible for covering soldiers in surprise attacks. Considering that this was a street battle in the city, this method was more suitable. Of course, this kind of infantry-tank coordination was not completely modernized strictly speaking. After all, the soldiers were holding cold weapons instead of guns. Only the mages behind them looked a bit like modern heavy firepower battalions. But Duanmu Huai thought there was nothing wrong with it. Who said that close combat couldn't be used in coordination with tanks? Close combat was the bravest, most glorious, and proudest way to fight. It was not like the sissy cowards of the Titanium clan, who only dared to hide behind robots with guns and shoot coldly. What kind of ability was that? A group of wastes. There is no strange facade with no reasons without a nose. Duanmu Huai swear that if he let him meet the dying group of bastard in this world, he will lead the trial court to destroy all the galaxies defiled by this bastard. And one will not be left. But now, let's look at the battle in front of you first. Faced with the powerful firepower of the Inquisition, the soldiers in golden armor showed no fear at all. On the contrary, they rushed directly towards the army in front of them without hesitation. Immediately following, boom boom boom, a series of explosions sounded, instantly engulfing all the soldiers in the explosion of flames. However, this did not stop the latecomers, who continued to charge forward, passing through the smoke and the bodies of their companions, and rushed forward. Then, boom boom boom, there was another series of explosions. But this time, the explosions did not come from the armored forces. We're under attack. Soon, Maria's somewhat anxious voice appeared in Duanmu Huai's ears. What happened? Those soldiers seem to have some special equipment. They will explode. Wow. Not only is he a soldier who is not afraid of death, but he is also a suicide soldier? So troublesome. Duanmu Huai frowned, then immediately gave the order. Contact on Hagu Lia. Let them take the magic forces to find ways to cover the firepower as much as possible, and catch a few living ones. Yes. An's actions were not satisfactory. But, we can't catch it. Standing in front of Duanmu Huai, An was helpless, because they are all dead. As An was speaking, Yulia beside him took out a frozen soldier. Through the ice, everyone could clearly see that inside was a rotten, shriveled face that looked like a mummy or a corpse. Just as An said, this was not a living person at all. Have you figured out how they work? A part of it. Hannah frowned and looked at the soldiers in front of her. According to our research, the other party used a technique of burying specially made metal inside the corpse, and then using magic power to control it to a limited extent. Of course, this is indeed a kind of magical technology. What's the solution? It's difficult. They only accept limited instructions, and the brain is only about attack instincts. If they don't think about themselves, if they want to destroy them, they can only defeat the core. As she spoke, Hannah took out a metal ball. That's the thing. But it's buried in the bodies of these soldiers, and is basically difficult to destroy. In other words, someone is using this thing to control these dead people? So if we just find this thing, can we remove the control? In theory? Since you can accept control, you should be able to release it. Very good. I understand. Hearing Hannah's answer, Duanmuhui nodded. Then he looked at Sheila, who was standing beside him. Okay. Her Majesty. Please bring the way. Chapter 473. The secret passage that Sheila used to leave the palace remains the same. However, this thing is really watertight. Looking at the red barrier in front, Duanmuhui sighed. But it was a bit troublesome for Duanmuhui and others. This is how to do. Looking at the barrier in front of her, Sheila was also stunned. There's no other way. Let me do it. Duanmuhui stretched out his hand, stretched his body, and then walked towards the barrier. Seeing his actions, Sheila was also shocked. Your Excellency the Inquisitor? Just wait and see. Duanmuhui answered casually. Then he clenched his fists. And soon, black flames suddenly erupted, covering Duanmuhui's body. Then Duanmuhui roared, and directly inserted his hands into the red barrier in front of him. And then, pull it hard to both sides. The next moment, in front of everyone, the bright red barrier was torn open. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned until Duanmuhui's voice was heard. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Hearing Duanmuhui's urging, everyone hurriedly passed through the gap and entered. After everyone entered, Duanmuhui stepped in, then loosened his hands, and the bright red barrier closed again behind him. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, are you all right? Looking at Duanmuhui coming over, Sheila asked anxiously. After all, she had seen the bodies of those soldiers melted with her own eyes. And now Duanmuhui could actually tear open this terrible barrier with his bare hands. This was really beyond Sheila's expectations. Nothing. Just a little trouble. Duanmuhui stretched out his hand and waved it towards her. Okay. Let's go. I think there are still many problems we need to solve. At the same time, in the royal court, there was a completely different scene. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Stether was so angry that he smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. His face turned blue, and the maid next to him was so scared that she quickly took a few steps back. Why? Why can't we beat back these bastards? Why is this? Looking at the image projected in front of him, Steezer's face had turned dark purple. He originally thought that after he had sacrificed so many people, even killing the entire population of the royal city and transforming all their corpses into flesh and blood puppets, he should be able to at least defeat these damn rebels. But the fact is, his flesh and blood puppets are almost meaningless in front of the opponent's steel. At the beginning, facing the flesh and blood puppets, the rebels still lost a lot of soldiers. But soon the rebels adjusted their strategy. They no longer adopted the method of tank cover and infantry advancement, but changed to a mode of tank advancement, magician assistance and infantry advancement, and began to advance step by step towards the castle steadily. Now, the human wave tactics that Steezer was proud of were completely useless. Now the rebels are facing the overwhelming army of flesh and blood puppets. The method they adopt is very simple. First, a round of air strikes by Valkyrie gunboats will clean up the area. Then the plasma cannons of the Iron Titans will blast a path forward. Then, there will be the repeated bombardment of tank clusters, and the continuous large-scale attack magic of magicians. As for the fish that escaped the net, the remaining soldiers would rush forward and kill them. Although the flesh puppets have no emotions and cannot feel pain, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. So it is still no problem for a group of soldiers to defeat a few that have escaped the net. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Steezer almost went crazy with anger. If the flesh puppet army faced ordinary soldiers, they would indeed have an overwhelming advantage. But facing steel, they had no advantage. Steel was even more ruthless than the flesh puppets, and more powerful. And, damn it, how could they be defeated so easily? Even if he were beaten to death, Steezer would never have thought that. Although other people might not have much experience in dealing with this kind of battle, Duanmuhui was very familiar with it. After learning about the characteristics of these flesh and blood puppets from him, he directly adjusted his tactics and treated this army of flesh and blood puppets as if they were green-skinned orcs or a swarm of insects. It's still a cheap copycat version. In fact, in Duanmuhui's opinion, this army is even more powerful than the Star Army. The reason is simple. They are strong in close combat. If the Astra Militarum shooting level is 5, and the melee level is 3, So right now the soldiers in this joint legion have a shooting level of 0 and a melee level of 5. The latter is much more important in this era. In fact, Duanmu Wai could understand why the human empire preferred close combat in the past. On the one hand, it was because of the nature of the evil god. And on the other hand, the bullets and energy would run out sooner or later. However, as long as there was a knife in hand, they would not stop until they fell down. The Space Marines' abnormal physical strength and durability also determine that the latter is obviously more useful to them. As for guns, well, as long as the speed is fast enough and the armor is strong enough. When you rush to the opponent can only wait for death. Like many zombie games. What's the use of the protagonist holding a pistol or a shotgun? Wouldn't it be more practical to grab a machete or a rifle? There won't be a situation where you run out of bullets and can only wait to die. To deal with firepower, you can fight back with greater firepower. If the other side uses a Gatling gun, can't we just use a cannon? Or just throw a missile over? However, facing an enemy that wins by numbers, power alone is not enough. Sustainability must also be considered. In this regard, melee weapons are still the safest. Of course, if Stice was a wise general, he might be able to use some military secrets to deal with it. But in fact, Stice's knowledge in this area is like a poor novice player who has just come into contact with a strategy game. Circle a box and A it, which is the only solution in his poor brain. So when this solution didn't work, Stice panicked. No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. In his expectation, he imagined that his flesh and blood puppet army would rush forward, tear through the enemy's defense, kill the enemy's resistance in a few seconds, and then seize their weapons and equipment. However, the fact is that his puppet army did not even touch the enemy's edge, and basically died on the way. The remaining ones, who broke through the blockade due to luck or other reasons, were also dealt with by magic or those soldiers. It shouldn't be like this. I watched as waves of flesh and blood puppet armies rushed forward on the screen, and then lost most of them in flames and explosions, and then rushed forward again and crashed into the opponent's iron chariot, and then were crushed into pieces like waves hitting a dam, while the opponent continued to advance slowly and unswervingly towards the castle, with no intention of stopping at all. At this moment, Sticer's hands and feet were cold and his whole body was weak. He was just a civil servant, not a military general. Originally, Sticer believed that as long as he had enough power, he could kill everything without any strategy. But now, he finally realized that his idea was wrong. Because the premise for achieving this is that he does have enough power. Unfortunately, it now appears that he didn't. It's all over. Surrender. We have no hope. Seeing this, Queen Mother Pamela, who was standing beside him, closed her eyes and sighed softly. At this moment, her heart was already dead. She knew what she had done. As the second wife of the previous king, Pamela was very lonely and not so favored at the time. Therefore, when Sticer launched a sweet talk against her, Pamela quickly fell into it. Then she also promoted this man from a local bureaucrat to the position of Chancellor of the Empire. She might not be unaware that the other party was using her. But, maybe for her, that memory was indeed unforgettable. But now, Stittle is no longer pretending. When he sent his flesh puppets to control the royal city and began to massacre the residents, Pamela tried to stop him. But unfortunately, at that time, her identity as the Queen Mother was no longer useful to Stither. Shut up. Hearing Pamela's words, Stice jumped up with strength from nowhere and slapped Pamela hard, knocking the noble Queen Mother to the ground. You old woman. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you are still the Queen Mother? Let me tell you, you are nothing now. You are just an old woman with faded looks. I used to be somewhat interested in you, but now being with you just makes me want to vomit. Who am I? I am a descendant of the great holy demon cult, destined to rule this world. An old woman like you is not worthy of standing by my side. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh, sorry. Maybe we came at the wrong time. Why? Hearing this sudden voice, Sticer was stunned for a moment. He turned around and found that a group of people had appeared in the royal court at some point. Leading them was a tall man wearing terrifying armor. And standing next to him was a man with blonde hair and green eyes. Sheila, how dare you come back? Give me the key. Seeing Sheila, Stither roared and rushed towards her. Give me the key. Give me the key. As long as I have that key, I can. However, before Steezer could finish his words, Duanmu Huai's iron fist hit him directly on the cheek. With a scream, Steezer flew backwards and slid on the ground for a long time before stopping. Ah, ah, ah! Shaking and covering his broken cheekbone, Stice twisted on the ground like a maggot with a distorted face. Just as he was wailing in pain, a dark shadow appeared in front of him. When Stice raised his head, he found that Sheila was standing there quietly, looking at him. However, the girl who was usually trembling with fear and dared not even breathe when facing him, now had a cold and serious look in her eyes, even filled with an unspeakable majesty. Stither. It's all over. Then, looking at the Prime Minister, who was collapsed on the ground in front of her, Sheila gave a calm answer. Chapter 474 is not over yet. In this way, the unrest in Hermon's country finally came to an end, with Styx and Queen Mother Pamela arrested. The first, second, fourth and fifth corps simultaneously declared their allegiance to the Emperor, and Hermon quickly regained his composure and began reconstruction work. But this doesn't mean the matter is over. Hermon was temporarily busy with the domestic, political, and economic reconstruction. But the news that Prime Minister Stitzer had massacred hundreds of thousands of residents of the royal city and transformed them into flesh and blood puppets also spread throughout the continent. Everyone was shocked when they saw those fearless soldiers launching a frantic attack, but being crushed by the iron violence of the Inquisition. On the one hand, they were shocked that Stitzer dared to make such a bold move. And on the other hand, they were also shocked that the true strength of the Inquisition was so terrifying. Everyone who saw the battlefield video could be sure that if their country's army encountered this terrifying undead army that was not afraid of death or pain, then they would probably have no choice but to die. Judging from this, the Inquisition may have saved the world once again. But this is not the end. Because just after this news spread across the continent, the Inquisition unexpectedly issued a statement that they believed that Bishop Oz of the AL Church was involved with Stitzer. So they demanded that Bishop Oz must accept the investigation of the Inquisition. If he doesn't come, the tribunal will just take him back. The announcement caused an uproar around the world. Everyone then remembered that the original reason why the Inquisition launched a massive attack on Hermon was that Hermon's Prime Minister Stitzer chose to cooperate with Archbishop Oz to issue a warrant for the Inquisition. Of course, if it were just that, it would be fine. But now that Prime Minister Stitzer has massacred the residents of the royal city and even turned their corpses into horrific flesh and blood puppets, the situation is different. This caused many people to instinctively wonder whether all this had anything to do with AL religion. After all, Stitzer is just a prime minister. Where did he get such skills? But if this technology was passed down by the AL Church, then everything can be explained. Of course, this is just a conspiracy theory circulating among the people. But it suits the appetite of many people. In the past, people might not have made up this story about AL religion. But the problem is that the situation is different now. In just a few years, first Lysis was invaded by demons and collapsed. Then Seth was attacked by the demon army and almost destroyed. And now there is the turmoil in Hermon. Each of these events is almost a major event that affects the continent. However, in these crises, it was the Inquisition and Duanmu Huai who finally eliminated the demons and resolved the crisis. What's the use of AL teaching? Of course, there is not only AL religion in the world. There is also Hani religion. But Hani religion itself believes in Hani, a neurotic monster, just like the flying spaghetti god religion. And people don't expect to change anything by believing in it. But the problem is that AL religion has always claimed that the goddess Alice loves humans and saves the world. Here comes the problem. The Inquisition has always claimed that its goal is to protect humanity and defeat all threats to humanity. And they have indeed done what they said. But what about AL teaching? In just a few years, countries have encountered so many crises. Why is AL Church like a dead person? Of course, this is not to say that the bishops of the AL Church did nothing. But their work was mostly just treating the wounded and preaching. And they did not do anything to save the world. Of course, if there is no comparison, they have also made contributions. Well, there is no harm without comparison. However, with the comparison, the harm occurs. The AL Church wanted to say that the evil people in the Inquisition were the first to file a complaint. But everyone had seen the existence of the flesh puppets, including the generals of Lysis and Seth, and Hermon's Emperor Shira, who had all guaranteed their reputations. In this case, the AL Church really had no way to defend itself. And in fact, They really couldn't say that they were innocent. Although ordinary believers don't know. The top leaders of the AL Church have been collecting technologies, or props from all over the world that they believe will affect the balance of the world. When the top leaders of various countries don't know, they secretly take away a lot of technologies that could have greatly improved the civilization of the entire country. As one of the candidates for the King of Law, Archbishop Oz must have done similar work. If he had the technology of flesh puppets and gave it to Stither to use, well, in the eyes of other colleagues, this is not completely impossible. I told you. That has nothing to do with me. In the audience room under the AL Church, Bishop Oz glared at the others with a red face and an angry voice. I didn't know Stither had this technology. If I had known, I would have recovered it. At this moment, Bishop Oz has indeed been forced into a corner. After all, among the 4 candidates for the King of Pope, including him, Archbishop Oz was the one who was most likely to be elected King of Pope. Among the other 3, one was just the daughter of the former King of Pope, who relied on nepotism to get to the top. Another was a psychopath who didn't care about anything except the goddess Alice. And there was another one who was over 100 years old. But, from the fact that the other party participated in the King of Pope election several times in a row and failed in the end, it can be seen that this person is a runner-up. It is also because of this that within the AL Church, Priest Oz originally had the highest reputation and the most supporters. But when the incident of the flesh and blood puppet came out, many people immediately distanced themselves from him. However, in the face of Archbishop Oz's explanation, the others obviously had no idea. This doesn't make sense. Archbishop Oz, sitting in a wheelchair, the old man, who was twice as old as Priest Oz, opened his mouth and revealed a cold smile. You should be very clear that if you leaked this technology to Herman, it would be your fault. And if you did not discover that Herman had this technology that was enough to destroy the balance of the world and recovered it, it would also be your fault. Churchman Oz was so angry that he had nothing to say. In fact, as the old man said, no matter whether the flesh puppet technology was related to him or not, it was his dereliction of duty. However, you say I failed in my duty. But aren't you all the same? The Inquisition is right there. In all this time, have any of you ever taken action against the Inquisition or the Inquisitor? Have you sealed him or taken him back? Isn't the Inquisition the most destabilizing force on this continent? Although my plan failed, at least I tried. What about you? As Bishop Oz spoke, the hall suddenly fell into a weird and awkward atmosphere. Indeed, just like what Archbishop Oz said, at least he tried to deal with the Inquisition. But the other 3 people, basically they were just messing around when it came to the Inquisition. According to the standards of the AL Church, all 4 of them were derelict in their duties. But at least Archbishop Oz might even get the effort award, while the others might not even get the salted fish award. Now is not the time to be thinking about this. The old man coughed dryly and skipped this embarrassing topic. The problem now is that the number of AL believers is gradually decreasing. We must find a way to reverse this trend. Just as the old man said, compared with the previous problems, this issue is even related to the survival of AL religion. Originally, after what happened with Lysis and Seth, the number of AL Church's followers decreased significantly. Later, AL Church also tried to repair its image. But what they didn't expect was that because of the Church of Oz, Wanmu Huai decisively chose to confront AL Church head-on and directly chose to preach in the 2 countries. Moreover, the preaching of the tribunal is different from that of the AL Church. They do not build churches like the AL Church. In other words, they only set up some holy images of the tribunal in some public areas, and at most send a few soldiers to maintain order. Anyone can pray, and they do not need to pay any fees. And it is said that the holy images of the tribunal can even cure diseases, especially some difficult diseases, which can be cured through prayer. Birth, aging, sickness and death are what humans will always face. And being able to cure diseases is the biggest benefit for almost everyone. Not to mention that the Inquisition is not like the AL Church, where you need to invite priests and spend money. You only need to go to the square of the Inquisition, and then pray to the icon with the image of a skull and a hammer. And just recite something normal and pray. You will feel warm all over. And then all the diseases in your body will disappear. Simple and convenient. Isn't this much better than the AL Church? Those AL Church priests not only charge money for healing people, but sometimes even ask them to pay more. In contrast, the Inquisition only requires you to pray a few words, and doesn't care about your efforts at all. with a Buddhist attitude of it doesn't cost money anyway. Just believe in it a little bit. Because of this, many people have become believers of the Inquisition. After all, their treatment is really effective, and the effect is immediate. In addition, they don't charge money, so you can believe it or not. Not only is it popular among the common people, but even among the nobles. Many people have become believers of the Inquisition. After all, although rich people are rich, it does not mean that they like to owe favors to others. Compared with owing favors to the priests of the AL Church, they would rather use this method, even if they can pay more money to repair the Church of the Inquisition. It is always better than begging others. They had no choice in the past, but now they want to be good people. Of course, I say this, but I don't know if I really think so. But no matter what, the AL Church is indeed in big trouble now. There were fewer and fewer believers, and fewer people sent money to the church. In addition, after the Herman incident, all countries suddenly became worried about the AL Church and began to suppress it. The original support and confidence of the AL Church were the civilians. But after what happened to Lises, Seth and Herman, the people of these three major countries, including the Free Cities Alliance, no longer have any trust in the AL Church. When they were invaded by demons, it was the Inquisition that saved them. Not to mention Herman's side, the AL Church actually colluded with Prime Minister Stisser to exploit them. In this case, boom. However, just when everyone was worried, suddenly, a violent vibration was heard, which stunned everyone. What's wrong? What happened? Bishop Oz jumped up in surprise and looked around anxiously. However, before he could do anything, there was a loud bang, and the tightly closed door was blown open. Then a fully armed AL paladin rushed in and hit his head against the wall. Immediately afterwards, a tall and terrifying figure strode into the audience room. You must be the priest Oz. Duanmu Huai stared coldly at the pale middle-aged man in front of him, and then walked directly to him. Since you don't dare to come out, I will come to you now. In the name of the Inquisition, I will punish you. Die! Your soul will burn in the flames, and then turn into nothingness. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and grabbed the other person's head, then twisted it hard. Then, the head of the Oz priest was like the cap of a mineral water bottle, which was twisted off from his body and pulled out. Ah! Evil! Demon! Seeing this scene, the old man in the wheelchair screamed, stretched out his hands to cover his chest, and then his eyes rolled back. Just like that, he died completely in front of Duanmu Huai's horrified aura. In the name of the goddess Alice. At the same time, another bald priest holding the goddess doll suddenly jumped up and pounced towards Duanmu Huai. I am going to destroy you. Blasphemy. However, before that, Duanmu Huai smashed his hands directly on his face, directly smashing the bald man in the air for 15.5 weeks. And then the tattered body like a rag fell to the ground, completely without movement. Humph! A bunch of trash. Duanmu Huai shook his hands and looked at the last petite figure standing here. You want to stop me too? What do you want to do here? The girl who was wearing a hat and looked very ordinary just stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke in a tone without any emotion. It's simple. I'm here to find the goddess Alice. I wanted to ask you how to find her. But now it seems, as Duanmu Huai spoke, he raised his hand, with a pitch-black flame burning in his hand. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. There's no need for that anymore. The next moment, with the speech of Duanmu Huai, the space of the whole room was immediately torn away by him. At the same time, a woman with blonde hair and 3 pairs of wings, very sacred, and holding a golden scepter appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. You shouldn't do this. God from another world. She looked at Duanmu Huai and spoke coldly. What do you want to do? It's very simple. Duanmu Huai clenched his fist and stared at the goddess Alice. Take me to see the creator god, and I can spare your life. What if I refuse? Reject? Hearing the answer from goddess Alice, Duanmu Huai opened his mouth and revealed a hideous and ferocious smile. You have no right to refuse in front of the tribunal. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai suddenly jumped and pounced towards the goddess Alice. Chapter 475 Creation of God. As one of the kings, Kalukamashis does not care much about power. As the daughter of the former king, she just wants to live a quiet life. Worship, serve the gods, and do the gods. After all, in her heart, the goddess Alice is a great god who guides and saves the world. The God created the world and lovingly protects mankind. This is the idea of all AL believers. Indeed, the Creator God Riddersum created this world and the gods. And then the gods created humans. Kara, dwarves, demons and monsters. However, this was not created out of kindness. It was created simply to keep the Creator God from getting bored. As a toy. For the gods, what they are pursuing is never the world of peace and goodness. On the contrary, they prefer to appreciate a world where humans hate each other, kill each other, and are extremely desperate. And what the goddess Alice seeks is not to lead mankind into peace, but to provide entertainment that the gods like and to please the God of creation. In order to make humans suffer, they deliberately cause chaos and war, and on the grounds of destroying balance, seal the technology and invention that will make humans be powerful. All of this is done to make human beings suffer, struggle in despair and pain, and thus have fun. When he learned the truth, Kuruku should have been in despair. But now, she didn't feel anything at all. The reason is simple. Boom! The goddess Alice was knocked to the ground. Her shining golden hair was now covered with dust. Her face, which had originally been filled with a cold and arrogant smile, was now twisted and terrified. She desperately stretched out her hands and tried to crawl forward. However, a huge iron hand stretched out from behind Alice, grabbed her legs, and pulled her back. The goddess Alice was turned over like a dead fish by the other party, and then kicked in the lower abdomen. The goddess Alice's eyes widened with blood silk. His nose flowing across his mouth, opened his mouth, and spit out the filth. Goddesses can vomit too. However, as a believer of the AL religion, seeing the ugly state of the goddess she revered, Kuruku should have rushed forward and sacrificed her life for the god she believed in. But now, she just stood there, watching all this without any emotion, as if what was in front of her had nothing to do with her. However, Duanmu Huai obviously did not mean to stop there. He reached out and grabbed the goddess whose body was bent like a shrimp, lifted her up high, and smashed her directly against the wall. Then Duanmu Huai grabbed her neck with one hand and clenched his fist with the other hand, hitting the goddess Alice hard in the face. Bang! 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 As Duanmu Huai's fist fell, the face of the goddess Alice began to distort. Her small nose was broken. Her teeth were smashed to the ground. Her nose was bruised and swollen, and her nose was bleeding. But soon, her face, which was swollen like a balloon, returned to its original state. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. He grabbed the petite body of goddess Alice, lifted her up high, then aimed his 3-foot sword at it and pressed it down hard. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered burst out from the mouth of the goddess Alice. And Duanmu Huai did not hesitate to launch a wild attack on her again and again. The originally petite body of the goddess Alice was directly pressed against a huge bulge. Her eyes were round. Her mouth was wide open, and her pupils even lost focus. Her 2 arms instinctively tried to scratch Duanmu Huai, and she looked nothing like a sacred goddess, but more like a struggling mouse being toyed with by a cat. Boom! Following Duanmu Huai's ruthless attack again, goddess Alice opened her mouth wide. Her eyes rolled back. Her tongue drooped and stuck out. Sticky and turbid white sewage gushed out of her mouth, and she let out a painful howl like a wild beast. Then, Duanmu Huai grabbed the goddess Alice by the head, lifted her up high, and then pressed her to the ground. Tell me, who is your master? A lowly BXXXH? Yes, it's you, the great god of destruction. At this moment, the goddess Alice had already lost her dignity. She was now like a bullied, trembling puppy. Anyone who saw such a beautiful girl being treated like this would probably feel pity. But for Duanmu Huai, this woman in front of him had no value at all. From the moment she revealed her true purpose, for Duanmu Huai, this woman was an evil god who must be eradicated. The purpose of the Inquisition is to eliminate all threats to humanity. Whether it is an alien, a demon, or even an evil god, it is the same. Any dare to threaten human existence, in front of the trial court, has no mercy. Take me to see the Creator God. Yes, yes. The goddess Alice reached out her hand tremblingly and pressed the ground. The next moment, the surrounding scenery changed, and soon, everyone came to the edge of a cliff. On the other side of the cliff was a huge whale that almost reached the sky and emitted a dazzling white light. It just floated in the air, its huge eyeballs staring indifferently at the scene before it. Huh? Finally found you. Looking at the huge white whale in front of him, Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly. Then he walked forward, grabbed the goddess Alice's head, and then held it tightly. You're useless now. BXXXH. Puff. The next moment, the head of the goddess Alice exploded like a watermelon, and then the headless body collapsed to the ground, and was swept away by the black flames. Standing next to him, Kuruku just watched the goddess body being burned to ashes. But he didn't react at all. Duan Mu Huai reached out, took out the warhammer, and glared fiercely at the white whale in front of him. Is that it? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's question, the ghost girl came out of his ring, looked at the huge white whale in front of her, and nodded. Yes. Yes. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. It is the white whale that the mechanical sage used for psychic experiments. Damn it. I knew those old guys were up to no good. Hearing the ghost girl's answer, Duan Mu Huai cursed inwardly. After being teleported to the Monster Envoy Island and accidentally discovering the fragments of the Mechanicus facilities there, Duan Mu Huai had always suspected that the group of Oilers had made a mistake in their work with psychic creatures. Now it seems that it is just as he expected. Obviously, the white whale mutated when the Oilers used it for experiments. And at the same time, a subspace storm occurred. Then the Oilers' research base was thrown to the Monster Envoy Island of this world by the subspace storm. Because all the Oilers were dead, the white whale was free. And then it somehow obtained the core authority of the world fragment and created a mod version of the custom world around it. It became the creator here. When the white whale saw Duan Mu Huai, its huge eyeballs turned and revealed a somewhat strange expression. I never thought you could kill Alice. Next, it's your turn of your dirty beasts. Duan Mu Huai held the warhammer tightly, staring coldly at the white whale. A mere lowly beast actually dared to try to keep humans in captivity for pleasure. It deserves death. Hee hee, what does it matter? The white whale's voice was filled with an eerie, cold, twisted joy. Didn't you humans lock me in a cage and torture me, watching my pain for fun? So now, why can't I do the same to humans? The reason is simple. Duan Mu Huai raised his warhammer, and black flames burst out from his body. Because you are nothing but a lowly and dirty psychic beast. Die, bastard. In the name of the Inquisition, I will destroy your body and soul, and let you wail in endless rage and confess your stupid crimes. Facing Duan Mu Huai's roar, the huge white whale also raised its head and stared at him coldly. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Human. The two sides looked at each other for a moment. Then, the pure white light and the pitch-black flames expanded instantly and collided directly with each other. The battle has begun. The white whale raised its head and let out a sharp roar. Along with its roar, countless monsters rushed from all directions and pounced on Duan Mu Huai. However, facing these monsters, Duan Mu Huai just swung his warhammer violently, and the black flame of doomed death instantly erupted and turned into a roaring whirlwind, completely devouring these insignificant monsters. You lowly beast. With your limited ability, you actually dare to call yourself the creator of God. This is simply ridiculous. Duan Mu Huai turned the hammer in his hand, sneered, and then jumped up and rushed directly towards the white whale. The latter also spread his body at this moment, and the huge spiritual energy fluctuations turned into a huge wave that covered the sky and the earth, gushing and hitting Duan Mu Huai. In front of the white whale's spiritual energy storm, Duan Mu Huai was like a small bee, with no power to fight back at all. However, this was not the case. The pitch-black flames wrapped around Duan Mu Huai and carried him in a tiny, almost invisible track, directly breaking through the white whale's psychic storm. When the white whale realized that the situation was not good, Duan Mu Huai had already arrived in front of it. Repent, bastard. This is the price you pay for daring to anger humans. Duan Mu Huai rushed out from the psychic storm, holding the thunder hammer tightly in both hands, and smashed it hard at the white whale's eyes. Boom! In front of Duan Mu Huai, the white whale's huge eyeball was as big as a lake. However, even so, when the thunder hammer burning with black flames hit the white whale's eyeball, its eye lens suddenly burst, and blood spurted out like a turbulent stream. The white whale also let out a deafening howl and fell backwards suddenly. It desperately flipped its body and shook its head, trying to get rid of Duan Mu Huai. But at this moment Duan Mu Huai, while smashing the eyes of the white whale, directly drilled into its eyes that had been completely smashed. Facing the huge blood vessels and passages in front of him. Duanmu Huai laughed and drew out the chainsaw sword behind him. Next, it's time for craniotomy. Then, he spoke. Chapter 476, Priesthood Conversion? For the white whale. It had never been in such pain before. No, it had indeed suffered similar pain a long time ago. At that time, it was just an ordinary whale. Those humans locked it in a cage and conducted various experiments on it. At that time, it was angry, crazy, and struggled, but there was no effect. To humans, it was just a test subject. But later, it gained great power, and all the humans who had tortured it died. At that time, the white whale wandered to a new world, looking at everything in front of it. It didn't know what to do. But soon, the white whale came up with an idea. Humans used to be high and mighty, and could do whatever they wanted. But now that it has such a powerful force, it can do the same. Humans used to imprison themselves and play with themselves. But now, it can also create a human world and play with those humans who used to be high and mighty. Of course, the white whale cannot do this kind of thing by itself. Fortunately, it discovered that there is a core in this world. Although it cannot fully control the core, it can mobilize its own abilities and rely on the power emitted by the core to create a whole new world on the outside. This is basically the same as the mod author relying on the game engine to create a mod world. Of course, the white whale does not need to do these things himself. It only needs to create a few gods and then pass down its own ideas. And those gods will complete them according to its ideas. From then on, the white whale watched every day the humans in that world struggling in war, death, and destruction. And all of this made it very happy. Those damn humans were no match for him after all. And he was the one who had the last laugh. But now, white whale only feels that all this is just a nightmare. Because now, the pain hidden deep in his memory has appeared again. Aha! The burning and tearing pain in the brain made the white whale struggle desperately and roll over. At this moment, it felt as if it had returned to the time when it was imprisoned by humans and allowed them to conduct various brutal experiments on it. It desperately wanted to break free. But there was no way. Because at this moment, Duanmu Huai had already rushed into the white whale's brain, holding a chainsaw sword burning with flames, happily cutting the white whale's brain. Let's get a fried brain first, then a steamed brain, and finally a fried brain flour. Put the soy sauce before putting vinegar. And finally don't forget to put spicy. Buzz! The chainsaw sword spun wildly, and the barbs like the sharp teeth of a wild beast pierced into the white whale's brain, digging out one groove after another. Duanmu Huai has no worry about how to deal with white whale. After all, he is best at dealing with monsters of this size. Of course, to deal with such a huge enemy, especially a monster with very strong psychic power, it is not enough to just drill into its body. It is just like when you watch Journey to the West. You see Sun Wukong drilling into other people's stomachs. But you don't see many people drilling into Sun Wukong's stomach. Why? The reason is very simple. Sun Wukong's strength is there. For the pig Beiji, he went in, and others collapsed him. The same principle applies here. Otherwise, why are so many huge demons so difficult to fight? Apart from anything else. According to this condition, even if a group of Star Army soldiers can just punch a hole in the demon's belly, can't they just go in and defeat it? But in fact, if there really were any Star Army soldiers entering the great demon's stomach, they would most likely have been digested. And that is also the case right now. If anyone else dared to get into the belly of the white whale, they would have been crushed into a paste by the white whale's spiritual energy and digested on the spot. But Duanmu Huai was different. He was the god of destruction. When it came to spiritual energy, he was stronger than the white whale. It's like Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, who swept through 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, no matter how many monsters there were on the journey to the west, who was strong enough for him to defeat. He drilled into someone else's stomach. Who can force him out? Just like now, Duanmu Huai is cutting brains in the white whale's brain. Doesn't the white whale want to get him out? But the problem is, it can't do it. In the final analysis, the white whale is just a psychic creature who accidentally mastered the power of creation. To put it in a metaphor, it is like a eunuch holding the imperial seal. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey can be the king. But when the tiger comes, it is no longer the monkey's turn to be domineering. The white whale is at most a native god of a planet. But Duanmu Huai can now be considered a god who has walked into the starry sky. He got into the white whale's brain. And if he can't figure it out, then he won't come out. What can you do? Aha! The white whale had a splitting headache at this moment. It rolled over desperately. But it was of no use. The power of destined death spread along with the burning black flames, making the white whale feel as if its entire body was soaked in sulfuric acid. Its brain even began to become increasingly unclear. At this moment, the white whale seemed to have returned to that nightmarish era. Could it be that all this was just a dream? It had not escaped from those terrible humans. It had just had a dream during its sleep. But when it woke up, it was still imprisoned in the cage, unable to live or die. Boom! The huge body of the white whale fell heavily to the ground. And then, there was no movement. Then, the white whale's glittering surface began to swell gradually, and huge pustules swelled up like bubbles in magma. Then, pitch-black flame suddenly burst out from the top of the white whale's head, turning into a sharp blade hundreds of meters long, and suddenly swung forward. Then, the white whale was split in half from head to tail. Puff! Blood splattered and exploded, dyeing the entire divine domain bright red. And Duan Muhui, who walked out, was also covered in blood. Black flames swayed on his body. And when the blood met the black flames, it was like oil meeting fire, and it was instantly ignited. In the blink of an eye, the divine domain created by the white whale was shrouded in raging flames and completely reduced to ashes. However, for Duan Muhui, well, a spiritual creature has this experience. Looking at the progress bar below that only moved as slowly as a snail, Duan Muhui was speechless. Although in this world, the white whales are engaged in the air. But to be honest, if the galaxy is the scale, it is. But, after killing this white whale, I still got some good things. Thinking of this, Duan Muhui retracted his gaze and looked at the system prompt in front of him. Obtain the fragment world Ridresum continent. Obtain ownership of the core dual city. Essence of additional rewards. You can specify a random conversion of a clergy after use. Very good. Looking at the system reward in front of him, Duan Muhui clenched his fist excitedly. It was not unexpected for Duan Muhui to obtain the fragment world and dual city. But the essence of God was very powerful. There was something similar in the game, but it was called psychic essence. After using it, one of the player's professions could be converted into another profession. And this essence of God was obviously an advanced version of psychic evolution. And it seemed to be exclusively for gods. And Duan Muhui also wants to use it well. Of course, it is used for his own priesthood as the god of love. To be honest, this priesthood was simply torture for him. The god of destruction was still okay. He could level up by killing, and bombing. But what the H, I was this god of lust. He had been struggling for so long. But the progress bar of this crappy priesthood was not even 1/5. Does he have to be forced to learn from Zeus and spread his seeds throughout the world? Hurry up and change it to a new one. Even though it is random. No matter what it is, it's better than God of Lust. Thinking of this, Duan Muhui also reached out and tapped on it. Activate the essence of God. Please select the target clever job. That must be the God of Lust. Is there any need to choose? Duan Muhui made a choice without hesitation. Target lock begins random switching. Conversion start. Conversion end. Players lose the magical job God of Love. Get a new clever job God of Happy. God of Joy LV1. Weak divine power. Whether it is the happiness gained from love, the satisfaction gained from killing, or the joy of a successful conspiracy. Humans are always unable to extricate themselves from joy and pleasure. Their every smile, every worry, and every joy are the vibrations of their own souls, only for humans. For humans, the pursuit and desire for joy are the vibrations that prove their existence as human beings. And you are the beacon that guides them forward. The divine realm locks onto the Ridresum continent. Follower reward, charisma +1. Perception +2. Looking at the clever job in front of him, Duan Muhui was not good. What does this mean? Could this be the evil that made me become a human being? Moreover, why would believers at charms, but not themselves? If I believe in myself, can you give me a little more charm? But wait. Although he really wanted to complain, after Duan Muhui carefully read the entire introduction of the priesthood, he suddenly realized that this priesthood was not completely useless. The previous god of lust was closer to the aspect of desire, but the god of pleasure has a wider scope. This is actually the same as the infatuation of sin. When many players mention the infatuation of sin, They immediately think of exciting things like the uncensored impart. But in fact, the infatuation of sin affects the extreme of all desires. Not just physical entertainment. Even if you are enjoying food, listening to music, visiting art exhibitions, or reading, dancing, or even killing, as long as the behavior can make you feel happy, it is considered to be within the scope of influence of the infatuation of sin. Of course, as the priests have said, there is nothing wrong with people pursuing happiness, even if they are masochists. They are pursuing happiness from pain, not just suffering. It's just that the evil of obsession will affect and make everything extreme. For example, if someone likes to enjoy the feeling of delicious food, then once he is influenced by the evil of obsession, he may not only overeat, but even pass on the diet to humans. The range of the god of pleasure he now possesses is further than that of the god of lust, which means that he can rely on his own ideas to set this range, and will not be as extreme as the believers of the obsession, such as the noise legion. It is better for such things that disturb people's peace to die early and be reborn. Decide. Consider how to make new rules when you go back. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai waved with his hand, tearing the space again, and returned to the Kajin room under the AL church again. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me, what should we do next?" Duanmu Huai turned his head and found that the girl was still standing there, staring at him. "I'll think about it later." Although Duanmu Huai really wanted to abolish the AL church, he already had a vague idea after obtaining the new priesthood. Perhaps, this AL religion can also be used for one's own benefit. Chapter 477. For Duanmu Huai, killing the white whale was easy, but cleaning up this mess was a problem. After killing the white whale and the goddess Alice, Duanmu Huai regained the creative authority of this world, and then began to reverse the settings of the entire world. The first to bear the brunt are naturally the gods. After killing the white whale, Duanmu Huai figured out what the god system it created in this world. Simply put, the white whale first used part of its own body to create the three super gods. They served as avatars, and were responsible for creating the species that the white whale desired. The super god Harmonite created the gods, angels and Kara. The super god Plana created the monster, demon king and hero system. The super god Loeb and Pan created the ball people, dragon people, humans, dwarves and other races. By the way, those walking televisions and the like that Duanmu Huai saw at first in this world were not monsters created by the three super gods, but native species of this world. Strictly speaking, those things could be considered animals. By the way, demons are not monsters. The existence of demons comes from the residue left over when White Whale originally created the three super gods. Therefore, demons hate gods very much. But conversely, they do not hate humans that much. This is exactly the opposite of the demons. The demons hate humans very much, but they have no hatred towards gods at all. Below the three super gods are 8 gods known as the Eternal 8 gods, who are basically subordinates of the three super gods and do not interfere with the world on the ground. Next are level 1 and level 2 gods. The leader is naturally the goddess Alice, who was killed by Duanmu Huai before, and the god of level, who is very important in this world and improves the level of human beings. Since Duanmu Huai completely killed the white whale, its clones, the three super gods and the Eternal 8 gods, were also destroyed. Among the level 1 gods, only the level god survived because he was promoted from a human. Perhaps because she was born a human. The moment she saw Duanmu Huai, the level god knelt down and begged for mercy, considering that she did not participate in the killing of humans, and that it was also important for this world for humans to upgrade their levels. Duanmu Huai spared her life. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai was a bit troubled when dealing with the saint monsters. The saint monsters were the products of the three super gods. Their purpose of existence was to mate with others, absorb their genetic material, and then give birth to new monsters. It can be said that these 4 saint monsters were the mothers of all the boy monsters and girl monsters on this continent. Finally, Duanmu Huai decided to erase their powers and transform them from saint monsters into humans. Otherwise he couldn't just let them keep giving birth like this. Is this going to end? As for boy monsters and girl monsters can retain their group depending on the situation, and can even be accepted as a subhuman race if they are not hostile to humans. But boy monsters are not okay. After all, girl monsters at least look like human beings. As for the boy's monster, well, watching those red sausages with one eye, Duinmawai does not need to look at their skulls, and know that these stuff must not be stained with humans. Moreover, compared to girl monsters, boy monsters are more aggressive towards humans. So it's better to just kill them directly. As for the demons, Duanmu originally planned to talk to them. But he found out that although these demons had no ill will towards humans, their goal was to overthrow the gods and rule the world themselves. Then, there is no more room for negotiation. Just kill the demon king, and the other demons will scatter. After this, there is only one trouble in this world. Or rather 2 troubles that Duanmu needs to deal with. That is the demon king and his army of demons. In fact, Duanmu's biggest headache right now is the demon king. Although he now has the authority to eliminate the demon king's blood, the problem is that he has to find the person. However, the little demon king is still nowhere to be found, leaving Duanmu with nowhere to use his energy. If it doesn't work, he can just wait. The other party is just a mortal after all, and it is impossible for him to suppress the tyranny of the demon king's blood. If it doesn't work, he can just wait until the other party completely turns into the demon king, and then Duanmu can get rid of her. As for the demon army, Duanmu wanted to completely destroy it, but after thinking about it, he thought that the affairs of this world should be accomplished by the people of this world. So, the united army? In the courtroom's meeting room, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of surprise when they heard Duanmu's words. That's right. Duanmu nodded. Before in Herman, our united army did a good job. I think this time it can be larger. Led by the trial court, which is formed by Lisa's, says, Herman and the Liberty City Alliance to directly enter the demon world, kill those of the extraordinary devil and demons, and completely expel them from this continent. It must be said that everyone was stunned when they heard Duanmu's plan. But soon, Duanmu dropped another bombshell. Of course, this is not in vain. After the victory, each of you can choose the territory of the demon world according to the size of your contribution. By then, everything above will be yours. Of course, if you slack off, it will be another matter. My dear, aren't you going to rule the demon world? Hearing this, Leah asked curiously, and Duinmawai shook her head. The Inquisition is not a ruling power, and our identities are not suitable for doing such things. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to. When the time comes, I will let Maalia and Regnus join the battle. After the demons and the demon army are killed, the land will belong to Maalia and Regnus. At this point, Duanmu laughed at Gulia, who also lowered her head in embarrassment. In fact, after learning about Duanmu's plan, Gulia already had this idea. She planned to imitate Faline and build a kingdom belonging to the dragon people. This kind of thing is impossible in Reg Nice. But it is different here. I want to participate. I want to participate. Hearing this, Leah hurriedly raised her hands. Jumping and jumping. Lises has decided to join the coalition. Anyway, we are the most powerful country in the world, and we are not afraid of this at all. Having said that, Leah glanced provocatively at Seth's Princess Maggie. Of course, Seth is currently difficult to rebuild and lacks people. I don't understand. You must be kidding. Seth didn't say he wouldn't participate. Hearing what Leah said, Majiko jumped up as if her tail was stepped on. This was no joke. Seth bordered the demon realm. If they did not join the coalition, and Lises won and chose their territory, wouldn't Seth be sandwiched by Lises? How can this be tolerated? Even though Seth is currently rebuilding and is short of manpower, there is still room for manpower if we have an army. Looking at the tension of Madoka and the proud Leah, Herman's current emperor Hila was a little overwhelmed. But she finally made up her mind. I will go back and talk to General Krylev, and Herman will not be absent either. After all, although Herman's territory is vast, it is all barren and cold. If they can really occupy the demon realm, then relying on the fertile land there, they may be able to make people live better. Therefore, although Herman's side has just ended the war not long ago, Sheila had no choice but to bite the bullet and take on the task. Finally, Kopandon also joined again as a representative of the Free Cities Alliance. After all, this was a large-scale coalition, and the needed supplies naturally needed to be uniformly supplied. The Free Cities Alliance, which had experience in this regard, was naturally the best choice. Of course, the reason why all countries dared to take the risk was because of the powerful force shown by the Inquisition during the Herman Civil War. Not to mention that Duanmu Huai did not even use the Sky City because his opponent was human. But when his enemy became the demons, the Sky City would certainly not be sealed anymore. At that time, a large coalition composed of the Sky City and the Iron Torrent might really be able to completely defeat the demons and eliminate this threat to the human world once and for all. Of course, forming such a coalition army cannot be accomplished in a short time like before. So Duanmu Huai just asked them to go back to their own countries to consider the situation. And he returned to his warship and began to study the new priesthood of God of Joy. In fact, at the beginning, Duanmu Huai had not thought about how to improve the experience of the God of Joy. But he soon discovered a problem. That is, this priesthood can actually increase experience by itself. That's right. Although the progress bar shows that it is only 0.001%, which is as slow as a snail, the experience will actually increase by itself. Even just now, the progress bar has been accelerated for a while, and it has directly increased to 0.015%. This is weird. I didn't do anything. So how did the progress bar gain experience? Duanmu Huai also opened the system information bar, trying to find clues, but the only clue he got was that in the previous 3 hours, the system's experience value flow had increased significantly. Although they were small changes like 100 experience points gained, 50 experience points gained, the overall total was not a small number. However, why is this? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Where did this experience come from? Walking in the corridor, Duanmu Huai studied the system prompts while thinking, and at this moment, he heard a cheerful voice ringing in his ears. Ah, big brother. Good evening. Hey, Colin. Looking at Jinjiling, who walked out of the room and greeted him with a smile. Duanmu Huai also nodded and greeted her with a smile. Are you still awake so late? Well, I just got off the air and planned to take a break. Uh-huh? Hearing Jinjiling's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. Then, he was suddenly stunned and looked at Jinjiling. How many hours did you play it? Just now. 3 hours. Duanmu Huai silently opened the system information, and then pulled the system prompts up again. Until 3 hours ago. Okay. It can be seen that from this time, the experience value of God of Happy began to accelerate. In other words, Duanmu Huai looked at the system information, and then looked at the real machine around him, and his face was aggressive. According to this experience, was it her who increased the price? Chapter 478, The Allied Forces Set Out. Duanmu Huai had to admit that this was indeed a pleasant surprise for him. But after thinking about it carefully, he found that this was natural. Jinjiling's superior charm is very strong in itself. And she is cute, which is more of a skill to give others spiritual pleasure rather than a simple visual impact. Moreover, Jinjiling's cuteness is also a lot of positive energy. Duanmu Huai once saw the self-introduction PV of Jinjiling, and the real machine explained to all the audience what the cuteness in her mind. Loveliness is something that exists deep inside everyone. Cute is the dazzling light of happiness no matter. Cuteness is a dream that we will always pursue. Loveliness is the love I convey to everyone. I hope your life can be filled with cute. And the real machine will appear here for this. To be honest, compared to those female anchors who are selling up and having fun, this level does not know where to go. And her live broadcast really makes everyone very happy. It is suitable for all ages. Well, if I think about it carefully, this God of Joy might be given to me because the system detected Jinjiling. After all, the real machine is his own demon, and the system shows his own pet. So the joy brought by the pet is naturally the owner, the so-called you're mine. Mine is mine. What's wrong? Big brother? It's nothing. Just do what you like. Looking at Jinjiling, Duanmu Huai chuckled and reached out to touch her head. Although for a moment, Duanmu Huai also thought about whether to spread it again. But after thinking about it carefully, Duanmu Huai finally gave up the idea. This reminded him of many up posts he saw on video websites. At first, what they made was quite interesting. But once commercialization came with responsibilities, it no longer had the original flavor. At present, there is nothing wrong with Jinjiling's live broadcast. So as long as she keeps it up, it will be fine. If I talk too much, I might overdo it. If I end up forcing her to do something, it will be bad. So Duanmu Huai didn't say much. And Jinjiling just tilted his head, nodded at Duanmu Huai with a smile, then turned around and left humming a song. After discovering the reason for the rise in experience, Duanmu Huai is also relieved. In this way, At least the places where the live broadcast can spread. Those human beings will not give them any more. Why can only absorb humans? But is this a problem for Duanmu? Why? This is certainly not a problem. The solution is also very simple. As long as the alien races in the Milky Way are all killed. Isn't it just humans? By that time, wouldn't the source of power for the obsessive evil be completely cut off? What a little bit. At the same time, the coalition led by the Inquisition also began to organize. This was different from the previous Hermann civil strife. At that time, Seth and Lysis only sent a representative, and then each led a team of people to help. To put it bluntly, it was just a group fight. But now that humans want to counterattack the demons, it is to start in the army. It is not the same as before. Of course, Lysis was the first to respond. Although Lysis was the farthest from the demon realm, Leah was devoted to Duanmu Huai and directly sent out Lysis's most powerful red army. And for Leah, if she could get an enclave in the demon realm, it would be a good choice. In contrast, Seth was actually reluctant, because they had suffered heavy losses when the demons invaded, and their troops were almost wiped out. They were currently rebuilding, but Lysis's statement put Seth under great pressure. They knew that Queen Leah was a ruthless, treacherous and cunning person. If they really defeated the demons, and Leah chose to ask for an enclave next to Seth, it would basically be like catching Seth in a jar. So in order to survive, Seth had to send troops. Compared to Seth, who was somewhat forced to join, Hermann seemed very active. The reason was simple. Hermann's land was too barren, and it couldn't even produce food. It was like a large Siberia. The demon realm across from them was a large area of fertile land. Every time the Hermann people looked at that land from the city wall, they drooled. It's just that he knew he couldn't win before, so he could only think about it. But now the Inquisition is organizing a coalition to fight the demon realm. So Hermann must not let go of this opportunity. If they really conquered it, wouldn't all the fertile land over there belong to the Hermanns? In this case, would they still be worried that the Hermanns would not have enough food or warm clothes? Fortunately, although Hermann had experienced civil strife before, because most of the First Army, the 4th Legion and the 5th Army surrendered, the 2nd Army stationed at the border of the demon realm was still relatively intact. Only the 3rd Army stationed in the royal city was wiped out by the flesh and blood puppet army created by the crazy Steeser. Therefore, it would be no problem to form a coalition force to attack the demon realm, although it wasted for some time. In the end, the coalition forces successfully formed. Among them, Lysis was joined by the main army, the Black Army, and the attacking army, the Red Army, led by the chief coach, Bears Province. The Seth Army was once again leading the Eastern Guerrilla Legion Ice Army and the Western Defense Force Light Army to join the joint operation. Hermann and his old acquaintance General Krylov led the 1st and 5th Armies to join the battle. In addition, the AL Church also sent the Paladins to join the coalition. This is also the order of Duanmu. The AL teaching king at the moment is the King of Fuluku, and she entered the divine realm with Duanmu. Not only did she know the true face of the gods, but she also saw how Duanmu killed the goddess Alice and the creation of the magic white whale. As long as Duanmu ordered, she did not dare to say that it was not. In addition, Guria also brought the dragon army of Regnus. Before she brought people to help, many dragons were reluctant to come. But now, when these dragons learned that they could get a piece of land in the new world and build their own country, they finally couldn't hold back and finally accepted Guria's invitation. Wouldn't it be better if we could really establish a country belonging to the dragon people? So this time, Gulia also brought a group of dragon people over, and even invited Phaline. I swear to God, Phaline really doesn't want to come. Isn't it better to stay at home and surf the internet? Why waste time on such boring and troublesome things? But what she said was the last dragon princess, and Gulia was a deadly eye. Not to mention that she was almost 30. On the contrary, and did not lead the army of Manalia to fight this time. After all, this was a war, and there would be casualties in war, as the princess of Manalia, and was also very clear about this. When Hermann was in turmoil before, she brought a few friends to help. But now this was a war against the demons, and Manalia had no interests involved. She was not like Lysis, Seth and Hermann who had a grudge against the demons, nor was she like the dragon people of Regnice, who were eager to have their own territory. Under such circumstances, Princess Anne of Manalia would definitely not let the people of Manalia die in vain for interests that did not belong to them. Therefore, she only brought Hannah and a few others with her, and then planned to cheer for Duanmu. Of course, these are not the main force. The real main force is naturally the Inquisition. This time, Duanmu not only mobilized Emperor-class Titans and armored divisions led by Poison Blade heavy tanks and Lehman Russ tanks, but also dispatched 1,500 night guards. Although, compared to other countries with tens of thousands of troops, 1,500 Dark Knight Guards seemed a little small. But you have to know that when fighting Hermann, Duanmu only brought 10 Dark Knight Guards. Do you really think I am wrong and that the Dark Knight Guards are vegetarians? You know, all Knight Guards are spirits possessed by armor, which means that they are not only not afraid of death, but also not afraid of attacks, coupled with the powerful firepower of the Space Marines equipment. Even if there are only 1,500 Knight Guards, it is enough to sweep the entire demon world. After all, this is different from Hermann. Hermann's case was, after all, an internal struggle among humans. But the demon world involves aliens and demons. The two certainly cannot be compared. Moreover, Duanmu is going to mobilize more than just this. 3 months later, the coalition forces of Lysis, Seth, Hermann, the Free City Alliance, and the AL Church finally joined together at the western border of Hermann, with a total of nearly 300,000 troops, including 100,000 from Lysis, 50,000 from Seth, 80,000 from Hermann, 5,300 from the AL Church, and 32,000 from the Free City Alliance. The reason why we chose to enter the demon realm from the border of Hermann was very simple. The border of Seth was blocked by a magic barrier, and the demons could not attack. Hermann's side was completely relying on people. In this case, we should enter the demon realm from the border of Hermann, and then drive straight into the core area of the demon realm, kill the demon commander Keblis, and completely destroy the demon realm army. In this way, the demons have nowhere to run, because there is the sea behind them. And if the demons still want to run, they can only attack Seth's magic barrier. But as long as there is enough magic power, Seth's magic barrier will not be penetrated. Moreover, this time, Duanmu brought them good news. That is, the demon no longer has an invincible barrier. That's right. After killing the white whale and the goddess Alice, Duanmu directly cancelled the disgusting thing of the demon's invincible barrier. Although the demon now still has powerful strength, it can no longer withstand any attack like before. After hearing this news, everyone's morale was boosted. They were not worried that Duanmu would lie to them. After all, such things would be known on the battlefield. And if these demons really lost their invincible barrier, then they would not be unable to fight against them. Master Judge, when will we set off? Standing next to Duanmu, Wuluz asked, and Duanmu nodded. Soon. We'll set off once my reinforcements arrive. Oh, here they come. Why? Hearing Duanmu words, Wuluz was stunned for a moment. And at this moment, suddenly, a black shadow covered the entire earth. She subconsciously raised her head and looked towards the sky. And then, Wuluz was stunned. Even the soldiers widened their eyes in astonishment and looked up at the sky. As they watched, the clouds in the sky suddenly split apart. And then a huge, magnificent church worship suspended in the sky appeared in front of them. Chapter 479: The Holy and Demonic War. It has to be said that when everyone saw the huge worship emerging from the clouds, they were stunned and couldn't control themselves. The church, which reflected the golden light under the sun, and the huge skull symbol on it, were filled with a strange pressure. Just standing there, watching this unimaginable existence passing through the sky, I trembled all over. This is the power of the Inquisition. In fact, it was only after Duanmu gained the authority of this world that he was finally able to bring his worship in. If he didn't have the authority before, he could just get a Titan in. But now, Duanmu has become the god of this world. So naturally he can do whatever he wants. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. This is. Uruz and others looked at Duanmu in astonishment. Although they had been shocked when they saw the armored regiment of the Inquisition before, now they just felt that their brains were blank and they had no idea how to react. Okay, let's go. Duanmu gave the order calmly. This time, we are going to completely wipe out the demon world. Following Duanmu's order, the 300,000 strong human coalition army rushed directly into the demon world like a tiger descending from a mountain. It has to be said that when the human coalition forces rushed into the demon world, all the demons who heard the news were stunned. Some people even wonder if there is something wrong with their ears or their brains. Humans dare to attack the demon world. They don't want to die? A mere army of 300,000 actually dared to attack the demon world with an army of 1 million? You know, the demons are not humans. Almost all of them are brave and good at fighting. Every time they go to war, there are millions of them. A mere 300,000 human coalition forces want to defeat the demon army? It's simply a daydream. At this moment, many demons even thought of the first holy demon war hundreds of years ago. At that time, after the holy demon cult unified the human race, it built 24 fighting god cities in an attempt to eliminate the demons once and for all. However, even the holy demon cult was not able to completely defeat the demons. Instead, it was in a stalemate with the demons for 100 years, and was finally stabbed in the back by its own people who could not bear it. And finally the holy demon cult fell, and was destroyed. And now, it seems to be a cycle again. The Inquisition has united the 4 major human forces on the continent, and formed a coalition again. However, this time, they did not come in like the holy demon cult did. They just came in directly. Where do they get the courage from? When the demons first heard the news, they were all very surprised. But they didn't take it seriously. In their opinion, a mere 300,000 human soldiers, even with the help of the strange machines of the Inquisition, would have no way out when facing the millions of demons. Result? Defeated? In the hall, a demon with an extremely strong build stood up and glared at his subordinates fiercely. You said defeated? This devil is not someone else. It is the Kyblis who tried to be a demon king. Originally, Keblis thought that he should hear the good news that the human coalition was annihilated and died after suffering torture. But he didn't expect that they were defeated? Defeated? Yes, yes. Feeling the terrible aura coming from Kyblis, his subordinates also turned pale and nodded vigorously. Kyblis is the oldest and most powerful demon among the existing demons in the demon world. It is a demon created by the first generation of demon kings, born 6,000 years ago, and has lived until now. This shows how powerful and terrible this demon is. Not only that, Kyblis also has a very terrible power. It can release a very terrible miasma that makes all creatures fear it, and even die from it. Why does this ability look so familiar? Let's get back to the point. Because of this, Kyblis has always believed that he is qualified to be the demon king. However, fate has played tricks on him. From the first generation of demon kings to this generation, he has never been able to become the demon king. In addition, the current demon king's little princess did not want to be the demon king and ran away. Kyblis was also very angry. In the end, he shouted the slogan, "If you don't want to be the demon king, then give me the demon king's blood and let me sit on the demon king's throne." In fact, not long ago, Kyblis finally won against Hornet, and he successfully defeated the Hornet faction, and successfully became the supreme ruler of the demon world. Next, he just needs to find the little demon king and obtain the demon king's blood. Then Kyblis can become the new demon king. However, what it didn't expect was that at this time, humans actually attacked. Moreover, we won. Where's Galtia? Thinking of this, Kyblis angrily threw away the wine glass in his hand and roared. What happened to Galtia? The Galtia that Kyblis called out to was also one of his demons, known as the gluttonous demon. It was rumored that his appetite was endless, and he was eating all the time. The appearance of such a demon on the battlefield was enough to shock the enemy. Could it be that he was also dead? Yes. Yes. Lord Galtia died in battle. And, having said this, the subordinate swallowed and looked at Kyblis tremblingly. According to the report, the demon's invincible barrier seems to have failed. What did you say? Hearing this, Kyblis' face suddenly darkened. Are you sure? I'm not sure. But according to the survivors, Lord Galtia was indeed seriously injured, and was beaten to death by several huge steel warriors. Hearing this, Kyblis looked iron, and was speechless for a while. The demon's invincible barrier has failed? What a joke. If it remembered correctly, in this world, only the swords of sunlight and chaos could break the devil's invincible barrier. How could such a thing happen? Thinking of this, Kyblis looked at his subordinates. You come and attack me. Why? Hurry up. Ah. Yes. Faced with Kyblis' order, the demon general certainly did not dare to disobey. He grabbed the weapon at hand and threw it at Cableys. Logically speaking, an attack of this magnitude should be blocked by Cableys' invincible barrier before hitting him. However, the fact is that the weapon thrown by the demon general just passed through the air and hit Cableys directly. Cableys' body trembled. This was not because of how powerful the demon general's attack was, but because Cableys was shocked. The invincible barrier actually failed? How could this happen? Why did this happen? How is this possible? Invincible enchantment. But the devil can rampant and domineering. If it was not invincible, even if the devil is strong, it is impossible to face hundreds of thousands of human army. The blow that shocked Cableys also made his heart tremble. He raised his head, glared at his subordinates in front of him, and snorted coldly, "Ah!" The next moment, the demon general was knocked flying and turned into a ball of meat paste. The invincible barrier is gone. What should I do? What should the demon do? No wonder these humans dared to enter the demon world. Without the invincible barrier, no matter how strong the demons were, they could not fight against so many humans at the same time. Pass on my orders? Thinking of this, Cableys roared loudly and gave orders. All demons gather immediately and lead the army to fight against humans. We must annihilate them all. Not a single one shall be spared. Yes. The other demon general, who escaped the catastrophe, nodded hurriedly and leapt. Cableys turned his head and looked at the sky outside the window, with a flash of uneasiness and fear in his eyes. Why does the invincible barrier fail? Could it be said that the gods have a new idea? At the same time, the human coalition forces that rushed into the demon world had already started fighting with the demon army that was coming to attack. Looking from the sky, one could see from afar that millions of demon soldiers were like a tide, rushing in from all directions, trying to completely engulf the mere 300,000 human coalition forces. In fact, if one only looked at the number and strength, the mere 300,000 human coalition forces were indeed no match for the millions of demon army. The premise is that the trial court is not counted. Boom! The cannons roared, and the spears of light danced wildly. The artillery bombardment and high-temperature plasma beams that were powerful enough to shake the earth directly bombarded the demon army. And in the blink of an eye, a large number of densely packed demon soldiers were wiped out. However, before the demon soldiers could recover from the horrific artillery fire that fell from the sky, hundreds of steel giants wearing black power armor strode out of the army. They held chainsaw guns and mercilessly shot at everything around them like the god of death, tearing all the enemies who dared to stand in front of them into pieces. Soon after, armored regiments led by Titans, Poison Blades and Lehman Russ tanks followed closely behind, ruthlessly bombing the enemy from the ground. Following behind were naturally the human coalition forces. This is actually a replica of the tactics that Duanmu Hua used in Hermon Royal City, but on a larger scope and scale. I never thought that one day we would be able to directly fight our way into the demon world. Looking at the scene in front of him, Krylov couldn't help but sigh. For them, being able to stop the attack of the demons was already a blessing. As for counterattacking the demon world, Krylov had never thought about it, even in his dreams. However, this scene really appeared before their eyes. This is just the beginning. Our goal is to completely annihilate all the demon armies. Duanmu Huai's face was stern, and there was no expression in his eyes. However, at this moment, suddenly, a girl with wings flew towards him not far away. Master! Master! What is it? Caesar? Duanmu Huai asked La Caesar, who was kneeling in front of him. This demon who had followed Camilla to invade Seth, and was later taken in as a familiar by Duanmu Huai, naturally led her angel knights to join the battle this time. Of course, this was also Duanmu Huai's order. Yes, someone wants to see me? Who? This is the demon Satella. Oh, hearing this name, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. And then he remembered the demon he met when he first met Kanami in the Free City Alliance. At that time, he punched her away and then disappeared. Later, he learned from Caesar that Satella ran back to the demon world after that. So why did she come to see me now? Do you want revenge? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai sneered. Then let her come to see me. Chapter 480 Seeking Help. Why? At the same time, on the high ground, a beautiful girl with red hair, a ponytail and a leather jacket was standing there with a sad face, looking anxiously at the position in the distance. This girl was none other than the demon Satella. To be honest, Satella's mood was very complicated at the moment. At the beginning, She was invited by the Demon North to participate in the operation against Lysis. As a result, when she was carrying out the first mission, she was punched by Duanmu Huai and almost paralyzed. So after that, Satella ran back to the demon world desperately. At that time, Satella was almost the laughingstock of the entire demon world, and many demons even doubted whether she was a demon. It was a great shame for a demon to be beaten by humans and flee back to the demon world with her head in her arms. At that time, Satella was indeed very angry about this, and even secretly made up her mind that after she recovered from her injuries, she must go to Duanmu Huai for revenge. After that, Duanmu Huai first killed the demon Noth, the demon Azaro, and the former demon King Jill and Lysis, and killed the demon Camilla and the demon Kike, one of the 4 kings of the demon world, in the invasion of Seth, and recovered the demon Seza. The attitude of the demons towards Saitra also changed. From this woman is so stupid that she can't even beat a human and can only flee in a panic to damn. This woman actually came back alive from that monster. And Saitra's own thoughts also changed from I will kill the human one day to avenge myself to I am so lucky to have survived that pervert. If possible, Saitra hoped that she would never have any contact with that man again in her life. But unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Just before humans invaded the demon realm, the demon realm had just undergone a major reshuffle. Cablies personally led the demons to defeat Hornet and imprisoned her in the Demon King's castle. At that time, Satella was very nervous, fearing that Cablies would kill Hornet. But fortunately, Cablies had just defeated Hornet and had not had time to absorb her power. When humans unexpectedly invaded the demon realm and successfully defeated the defenders and headed straight for the center. This also forced Cablies to shift his attention to the human coalition and temporarily put aside the handling of the Hornet faction. For Saitra, this is also her only chance. Therefore, although she didn't want to meet that terrifying man from the bottom of her heart, Satella had to come to the vicinity of the coalition forces to look for an opportunity to meet him. Fortunately, she met Caesar and asked the latter to contact Duanmu Huai. As for the result, she could only wait. Fortunately, Saitra didn't have to wait long before Caesar flew back again. The master is willing to see you. Come with me. Ah. Yeah. Hearing what Caesar said, Satella nodded, then followed Caesar towards the coalition camp. I say, are you just going to listen to that human? Looking at Caesar walking in front of her, Satella couldn't help but ask. She was also familiar with Caesar and knew that she was not the kind of person who would give in easily. Although Duanmu Huai was indeed very powerful. But how could Caesar be so obedient? Do you think I'm afraid of death? Why? To be honest, if you saw how Lady Camilla was killed by that man, you would understand how unwise it is to make an enemy of him. Having said that, Caesar silently turned his head and glanced at Satella. Come to think of it, you were able to escape from him unscathed. It seems that I really underestimated you before. Why does this sound more and more wrong? Is it too late for me to escape now? Although Satella wanted to back out now. Unfortunately, Caesar had already brought her to Duanmu Huai. Master, Saitra has been brought. Duanmu Huai nodded and looked at Satella. I didn't expect you to come to see me. What's the matter? Alas, just by being glanced at by Duanmu Huai, Satella felt the hairs on her body stand on end. The incomparable pressure contained in her sight even made her feel an instinctive fear. It was a powerful force far more terrifying than Cablies. Is this the true strength of this man? So terrifying? How did I survive him in the first place? If you have something to say it quickly. Duanmu Huai's voice sounded again, which brought Satella back to reality from her dazed mood. She hurriedly lowered her head and spoke. I want to make a deal with you. Trade? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Yes, we can help you defeat Cablies. But the condition is, you must help me rescue Lady Hornet. Why? Duanmu Huai didn't react when he heard this. But it was Sazel who was shocked first. Wait, Hornet lost? Is Hauser okay? Hauser is fine, at least for now. That's good. Hearing this, Caesar was also relieved, and Duanmu Huai glanced at her, then retracted his gaze and looked at Saitra. If he remembered correctly, he had heard Caesar mention that there were 2 major factions in the demon world, namely the Hornet faction led by the daughter of the former demon king Guy, and the Cablies faction led by Cablies. Originally, it was impossible for the demon world to have such a degree of internal strife. but because the little demon king was unwilling to succeed. This led to chaos among the demons. The demons led by Hornet wanted the little demon king to succeed them as the demon king, and Cabely's planned to kill the little demon king and become the new demon king himself. The two sides have been fighting endlessly in the demon world. And according to Satella, Hornet lost? This is interesting. But I think you are mistaken. We are not here to defeat Keblis. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Satella was stunned, while Duanmu Huai stared at her and spoke. We, the Human Coalition, came here to completely destroy the demon world. Let the demon world disappear from this continent forever. We will never allow another demon world force to appear and pose a threat to humans. You? What did you say? Hearing this, Satella was shocked and stared at Duanmu Huai in amazement. How could you possibly? No. This kind of thing. Whether we can do it or not is our business. So I don't care whether Hornet lives or dies. For me, no matter whether it's Hornet or Keblis, any demon that can threaten humans will die. Do you think that humans alone can defeat demons? Certainly. Facing the angry Satra, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and snorted. At this moment, suddenly, Satra felt a chill in her throat. And the next moment, she was surprised to find that a dagger was against her throat. At the same time, behind Satra, the voice of the bell girl was heard. Hee. Lingyu advises you not to act rashly. Otherwise you might die. As she spoke, the bell girl's dagger gently moved forward, immediately cutting through Satella's skin, and blood flowed out. How is this possible? Feeling the pain and the flowing blood, Satella was stunned, while Duanmu Huai stared at her. Perhaps you don't know yet, but now the demons no longer have an invincible barrier. To humans, you are just slightly more difficult enemies. But at the same time, anyone can kill the demons as long as they pay enough. How come? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Satella's face turned pale. She didn't dare to believe what she heard. But all this in front of her made her believe that this was indeed the truth. In other words, the demon no longer has an invincible barrier? Please wait a moment. Master. Just when Satella's mind went blank, Setzer rushed out. Please spare Satra's life. She has been with Hornet since she was a child and has never been an enemy of humans. And? About Hornet. That? You mean? You want me to let Hornet live? Setzer said nothing and nodded silently. Why? Lady Hornet is in charge of all girl monsters. So, alright. I got it. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood what Setzer wanted to say. Indeed, if it was just an ordinary demon, it would be fine. But if it was a girl monster, I can agree to your request. But I have one condition. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai pondered for a moment, then looked at Satella again. What conditions? It's simple. I require you and Hornet to become my familiars. Why? It has to be said that when Satella heard Duanmu Huai's request, he was completely dumbfounded. What nonsense are you talking about? How can a demon become a human's familiar? Of course you can. Don't you have an example right before your eyes? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his chin and nodded at Setzer, who lowered his head speechlessly. Satra looked at Setzer in surprise, with an incredible look on his face. You became his familiar? Do I have a choice? This? I'm not afraid to tell you straight out. Duanmu Huai stared at Satella and spoke coldly. This time the Human Coalition came here to completely wipe out the demons and unify the entire continent. By that time, humans will be the masters of the continent. And you demons will only have two choices. Either accept the contract, become my familiar, be obedient, and live in this world as a subhuman, or die. Hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, Satella's face turned pale, while Duanmu Huai's eyes were ferocious and cold. Choose, demon, live, or die.